G'day battlers and welcome to the Melbourne Regional Championship for Pokémon by my co-caster DrTrotter, and we are here for the final regional of the Oceanic season.
The final regional indeed. It is shaping up to be quite an interesting one. There's a lot of new Pokemon and there's a lot of changes to the meta that have come into these to the tournament today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what all of these trainers bring to the table, and it's just going to be quite a dynamic, exciting set of battles we've got for you today.
I think dynamic is the exact word you would use to describe the current meta, the Might and Mastery season, because it's been constant evolution of what is actually good. And not only that, there were so many move updates this season, but then we got Tinkaton. And Tinkaton has changed everything once more, and it's really just it's a whole new world, and we're still figuring it out at this point.
Definitely still figuring it out. And I mean, Tinkaton was, new Pokemon came in, but Furret, I didn't see Furret coming maybe, a few months ago. People had identified it, but very interesting Pokemon that's running such a generalist role and has kind of been carved a place in the meta by some really top trainers.
Yeah, I think it's very much one of those Pokemon that works so well because it has a few very solid matchups, right? It's got a few matchups because you've got access to Sucker Punch, doing some heavy dark type fast attack damage. You can really sort of, shore up some hard matchups, but you're not hard losing very much. There's not a lot of fighting damage that is running around, and it's the only type that Furret is, weak to. So you really have a bit of room.
Yep, Tinkaton has scared off some of those fighting types. It will be a little bit risky to run those Primates, Annihilates, which seem to be really the dominant fighting Pokemon in the meta currently. But the meta is not just about the Pokemon. The main thing today is about the trainers who've come, and we've had some fantastic trainers locally around Australia and the world who are attending here today.
Yeah, we're going to see some pretty interesting faces as we get into this tournament, but the big question, Trotter, is what are they here for? And of course, that is going to be championship points and even some prize money, because as said before, this is the final regional championship of the Oceanic season, 3 of 3, and so you can see here on the graphic, they're looking to try and get as many championship points as possible. First place going to be running off with a full 350 championship points, but Trotter, they're also getting $2,500, and that's not too bad either.
Not too bad, especially when it's US dollars. When you convert it, if you're an Australian, it's some nice cheddar to have in your back pocket there. But championship points is what a lot of the top trainers are really gunning for, because they want to be shoring up those positions and potentially those travel awards to go to Worlds over in Anaheim.
That's right. They're really going to be looking at the leaderboard. So maybe we should take a look at the leaderboard as well to see where these championship points are going, how these battlers have been progressing through the season. Because look, Trotter, it's a pretty interesting spot because in the Oceanic region, the top 10 battlers based on championship points will be qualifying for the World Championships. But you can see we've got a little bit of an icon next to Godzilla in that third spot, and also 89 CGY Flamespan. Do you know why that is?
Well, they are the previous regional winners. So Godzilla was able to take out that tournament most recently in Brisbane, and CGY Flamespan was quite dominant actually over in Perth right way back when earlier in the season. So, they've got their points, they've got their awards, but it really at the moment what we're looking for is who is going to keep in those little yellow highlighted teams there. And because there are actually a few people in that yellow group that aren't coming here to Melbourne today.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously there's a few people that are here. Rick Flareon, Jumpathy, Godzilla, these top 3 names are all here. But there's trainers like They Love Jai, Z-Tub that have not attended Melbourne Regional Championships. And so they will really be watching these battles, seeing which trainers are racking up those championship points to see if they're going to stay qualified. Because, Trotter, I'm looking at one name in particular on this screen, and he might really be watching this stream closely.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you're getting to with the teams there and the battlers there, Steve. We can see FishOnAHeater here is definitely going to be watching these things really, really closely. He's going to be making his big push later in the season to see if he can get up there in the ranks.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
it's FishOnAHeater.
Obviously, we've got PvP Steve here, who's hotly on his tail is Mikey Morgs, and Mikey Morgs also on holidays, not attending today. So shout out to you out there, Mikey Morgs, if you're watching. We love you. And we can't wait to see what these trainers have here today. But just looking at the points available, 350 points for first place. That means anybody on this list, so K-Seb Nemo, can get 350, and all of a sudden he's at 700 points. He's up above Fortwire there. It was so hotly contested in this top 20. I just really hope that we see someone pushing up some movers, some shakers. Not that we don't love, our Ric Flairians and our Jumathis, but as the Australian, we love the little battler. We want to see the little guy come through and just, I guess, see how they can shake this meta. But there is the potential for somebody in this top 10 to win this tournament. And then do we have a cascading effect of the World's Invite, Steve?
Yeah, that's exactly right. If someone in that top 10 has sort of got that auto qualification for Worlds, it does cascade down. So that's actually how this Steve guy over on the right-hand side, he sort of got that yellow highlight because Godzilla is in that top 10. So there's a lot to play for, and we're really just going to have to find out what happens. But obviously, there's going to be a lot of players here playing well, but the question is, what are they going to be using? Because as we said, the meta is very diverse, it's very interesting, and in the Might and Mastery season, there've been a lot of new picks. So let's take a look at the Milwaukee Regional Championship usage and take a look at what was being used 2 weeks ago in North America to really sort of try and figure out what was going to work. Because we can see, based on the usage data from Milwaukee, this was sort of the last regional broadcast that was streamed. There's some familiar picks from the last month, but there's one pick in that number 1 slot that is quite new.
Yeah, that Tinkerton has really come forward in Milwaukee and was on the winning team in Milwaukee, I believe, as well. So not just there for its beautiful looks and big hammer, but out there to deal some big damage, soak up a lot of things. And just, it has really been a bit of a talking point lately. And how big of a meta-defining Pokemon will it be? But the Might and Mastery season, it's been quite a diverse season. There's a lot of options. So is Tinkerton going to be the Pokemon that just really dominates and everyone's going to want to counter it? Or is it just, the other fairy on the side and a bit of steel and we're okay. We got this, and you can still sort of play your standard game. So it'll be very interesting to see how much this from Milwaukee affects what's happening here today in Melbourne.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at this graphic, and all I'm really seeing is Tinkerton and a littering of hard Tinkerton counters. Your Clodsize, your Stunfisk, your Talonflame, your Claydol. These Pokemon are here just to absolutely destroy Tinkerton if they can find their way onto it, and a littering of other picks around it as well. And so I really think Tinkerton is the meta-defining Pokemon for this weekend. But it wasn't just Milwaukee, because last weekend there were a few tournaments in the Asia region as well. We can take a look at, I think it was both Thailand and Taiwan had their playoffs. And if you're not familiar with the Asian qualification system, essentially they play in a qualifier, and the top 16 trainers from the qualifier go ahead into a second tournament called the playoffs. In the playoffs, they can use a brand new team based on what is working. They were able to watch the Milwaukee Regional Championship and came up with this meta, which, Trotter, is quite different. Clodsize at number 1.
Clodsize back in quite a way. It is going to dominate against those steel types with the Earthquake, and it does quite well into the fairies as well. But one thing I'm expecting to see is, and has happened here in the Asian meta, is Feraligator's usage has jumped right up, because water is such a strong generalist into the Tinkerton, but it also does really well into the ground Pokemon that are the Tinkerton counters. So all of a sudden, instead of hard countering the meta with a mud slapper like a Claydol, you can soft counter that, but also have amazing usage against the Tinkerton counters as well. So I do see the water Pokemon really jumping to the forefront, and I don't know if I'm expecting or hoping, Steve, but we'll see what comes out from the trainers' data today. But yeah, I expect to see a very strong showing to the water Pokemon.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And Feraligatr is going to be the big one that's at the top of a lot of people's lists. And we can look at Taiwan as well, because I think Feraligatr also very big in Taiwan. And we can actually take a look at, it's a bit of a different meta infographic, because we don't have Clodsire on that number 1 anymore. I think this looks a little bit more like the Milwaukee graphic. Feraligatr up at number 1 usage alongside Jumper.
Yeah, that is crazy. And the numbers here. So we've got 56, 56%, Lapras at 50%. So this is condensed. In Taiwan, the meta has definitely condensed. It's not this wide open spaces that we've been experiencing so far in Might and Mastery. Maybe that is those trainers know each other well, and they've really battling a lot against each other, and so they've just sort of formed their little niches. So I don't personally expect the usage to be quite as high as this. This is crazy high. But I do expect to see Tinkerton as a very meta-defining Pokemon here in Brisbane. But I mean, you have to hatch it or trade it, right? So if you're not really on the ball with those sort of aspects of the game, if you're taking it a little bit more, sit back, relax, and just let it come to you. maybe you don't have access to that Tinkerton that you were hoping for.
That's true. I mean, look, we've obviously got 56% of this particular group running the thing, but you're right. A lot of players are really looking for that Tinkerton that they want to use in the regional championships. And so we'll just have to wait and see how many actually are running around. Something we saw in the last two, I think both in Milwaukee and in Sevilla, we saw that Tinkerton usage was sort of on that lower side, still reasonable, but on that lower side on day number one. Day number two, it skyrockets. It is so much higher. But we've talked about what we expect to see. Let's take a look at what we've actually put, we put our money where our mouth was. Take a look at what we believe was actually going to be good in this tournament, our caster picks, because we've got some different ideas and we are, look, hey, I've already put Feraligatr on my 4.
That is disgusting. Not the Feraligatr, Steve, but I've noticed something there that there's a monkey. Let's get the monkey in the room out of here.
Okay.
Primate is almost as wild as that Bastiodon on my graphic, which I think we may have attempted a late swap, but that's okay. We can run with the Australian theme that we all love, Bastiodon. But what I'm noticing really here is, Steve, you've got some heavy hitters in your lineup there, my friend.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't recommend that this 4 should all be on the same team, but they're all 4 that I really believe in going into the current metagame. So, Primeape, as you said, it's a little bit of a fast and loose Pokemon. It is used every now and then. I've seen a few top performances over the last few weeks. It hasn't won a regional championship, but it's got such high placements. And look, I took this from Ashton Ash, one of the best battlers in the world. He told me Primeape is the Pokemon to rely on in that first weekend when I played in Johannesburg Special Championship. And I 100% agree. It is so powerful. It is so strong. You've got so much strategy you can use in the 2-shield scenario and even some 1-shield scenarios we can really fight on through because Rage Fist is only 4 Karate Chops. That is like so fast. You outpace Feraligatr, you outpace Typhlosion, you outpace almost every Pokemon with your Rage Fists. And so if you give it shield, it can actually do a really solid work.
Yeah, look, I recognize that, and I think that's why I've got 3 picks in there that do reasonably handy against that Primate. But I do think that with the addition of Tinkerton and some of the other Pokemon, the meta may be moving slightly away. And I think we've agreed to have a little bit of a friendly. I don't want to say bet because we don't want to encourage gambling things. That
agreement.
No argument. Anyway, that I don't think Primate will be in that top 8 even. I'm going to say not even in the top 8. Annihilate, I think, may, because that counter damage could be a little bit more useful. But anyway, let's just wait and see. Maybe Annihilate, but no Primate. I'm saying it right now.
I couldn't disagree more. I think we're going to see Primeape in the top 8, and I think it is going to outperform Annihilate in this meta because of the pacing. Trotter, look, I think you can tell based on the 4 picks that I've brought here. But I really think that this meta is about pacing. It is about how quickly you can get to those charge attacks, how much pressure you can put onto your opponent, whether it's Primeape with the Rage Fists, Feraligatr with the Hydro Cannons, Typhlosion with its very speedy Thunder Punches and Blast Burns, and Swampert. Now, Swampert, I think, is sort of in line with what you were talking about, with those water types being so strong, but I think it is one step further. It is very quick to the Hydro Cannons and the Sludges, so you have those Hydro Cannons for the fire types, like the Talonflames that you've got, the Typhlosions that I've got, while also resisting Thunder Punch, because you've got that ground typing. But you're able to put all of this pressure onto all of those Pokemon and Tinkerton with your ground typing as well. Plus, you have Sludge, so you can fight back a little bit with the grass types, even if you don't love it.
No, I love Swampert, and I think it's really placed well. Even that, that double water, we've seen a lot of, in Perth was Azumarill and Feraligatr, but I would actually love to switch over to the Feraligatr Swampert as the double water because, like you said, that coverage, use your Feraligatr in like a classic ABB. Feraligatr is your safe swap. You get a couple of Shadow Claws, all of a sudden grass doesn't look so good eating that Ice Beam. And then you've got the Swampert in the back to clean up once the grass type because no one's running double grass, right?
Yeah. Trotter, I played in some tournaments last weekend and my Swampert was almost free because even the grass types that people were running, Jumpluff, which has been very high on the usage graphics, no one's running Energy Ball. It's all Aerial Ace Acrobatics. And so most teams actually have no grass damage, no ability to do super effective damage to your Swampert. And so Swampert can be such a strong Pokemon into so many teams, I think, in this meta.
And I think that's why a lot of people are running Furret, because it has access to that Trailblaze. The Sucker Punch just ends up doing so much damage, even in neutral scenarios, as long as it's not resisted. So it's like the new surrogate grass Pokemon. But I also do think that this meta is still primed for Credilli and even Serperior to really, like, if the meta does shift towards this heavy water usage, then you really need something to counter. And you don't want to necessarily have a really hard counter, because then you lend yourself to scenarios where you have to align perfectly to win all of your matchups. So things like your Furret that have access to the Trailblaze, sort of that soft grass usage, can be really effective in sort of positioning your team well overall. Otherwise you get stuck into this Tinkertunk, Furret, Claydol sort of, little scenario where you're just running around in circles.
Yep.
And it can get a little bit messy for you. But it's the trainers. It's not just their Pokemon, it's the trainers behind them, how they're being piloted, the energy usage, they're saving that little bit more energy than the other person before swapping out. You don't necessarily have to make a catch, but just all of these little things. But I will come out and say, Bastiodon will not be in the top 8.
You know what? We're in hard agreement on that one, Trotter. I don't think we're going to see Bastiodon in the top 8 for this tournament, but you do have 3 other picks that are quite reasonable, I think, in the current meta.
Yeah, I think Azumarill's just that standard, comfortable pick. It's been there since day one. It's been solid. There are things that can do super effective damage to it, but it's still able to take so much of that and then just, chip away and do its thing. It's that extra 2, 3, 4 extra shields sometimes. And then, Claydol is such a bulky Pokemon. I think it's really underrated for its bulk. The Mud Slap damage, while may not be quite as much as you may like to see, when you add in the Rock Tomb debuff, spending a shield on your Claydol, it can really set things up nicely for you in the back. Does have access to some varying moves. So I've actually seen a few people running it with Scorching Sand still instead of but most are opting for that Ice Beam coverage.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I did actually experiment with Scorching Sands for a little bit myself, I'll admit, but I don't think it's the way to go. I think that your Mud Slap damage covers you on the ground front for sure. But I do think it's interesting that you've highlighted the Azumarill, because I've heard so many people say this could be the time that Azumarill is finally gone. Maybe Tinkerton, Lapras has sort of come in as a combo. You've got the fairy damage from the Tinkerton. You've got the water damage from the Lapras. You've got the bulk from almost both of them, but especially from the Lapras. Maybe Azumarill is finally done, but you're staying firm. You're saying no. This is Azumarill's time to keep going.
Azumarill's going to be there. So if Azumarill is below, Azumarill's not on the graphic. No, I won't.
We're getting a bucket of water really early.
Yeah. Maybe later tonight. But no, I expect Azumarill. It's a comfort Pokemon, right? Some people have their comfort food. Some people have comfort Pokemon. I feel like Drapion and Azumarill, it's hard to go away from them. They're so reliable. They're so consistent. And they've got really good coverage even against their counters. So I would still expect to see plenty of them in the tournament. I expect to see a slight rise in fire. So we've both got a Typhlosion, we've both got a Talonflame. They seem to be that sort of dominant fire Pokemon in the meta at the moment. So expect to see some big Incinerates coming through from them.
Exactly, which is exactly why Swampert is going to be the answer. But obviously, Debbie and Michael have got some other picks of their own that they'll probably go through a little bit later. Debbie's is a bit controversial outside of her number 1, I think you could say. I mean, I haven't seen a single person running Tinker Tough. Let's put it that way. But I've just got word that we do have the usage data for the Melbourne Regional Championship. So we can see whether we're going to see any of these Pokemon actually grace the halls of the Melbourne Regionals. I'll be honest with you, I don't think we're going to see Primeape here. But I think it's going to be around. And wait, Trotter, what is this? I thought Drapion was gone. It's in number 1 usage?
Drapion is number 1 usage. Very high shadow percentages there. But the percentage numbers are quite low. So it looks like we've got a very varied and spread meta. So we could see anything. I mean, is Shadow Palkia? Is that coming back out? We've got so many options here. But we've got those staples. And quite surprisingly for me, Galissapod up at 25%.
Yeah, this is a very interesting usage data. I'm really seeing the influence of Out of Pocket from Milwaukee with that Malamar, showing up quite high here alongside the Diggersby. I do think that there are a lot of people here that have, taken a lot of inspiration from the Milwaukee Regional Championships. But Galissapod isn't a Pokemon I expected to be the big deal of the weekend. I really thought people were going to go for those sort of, it's got 5 Shadow Claws to its very, very spammy water-type charge stacks. The same situation as Swampert or Feraligatr. And I personally really expected those guys to be bigger, but Feraligatr hasn't even made it onto the top of the graphic here, and that might surprise us both.
That's very surprising to me. I mean, it's a disgrace if I'm going to be honest, Steve. No, but it looks like people have opted for a lot more ground usage here. So we've got Diggersby, Clodsire, Claydol, and Stunfisk. So it looks like people were very afraid of the Tinkerton. And it's only at 21%.
It's better for Drapion than it is for Tinkerton by the looks of it.
It looks like it's shaping up that way. So we may see a little bit of a reversion from those ground types, and Lapras positioned quite well with all of those the ground there, just able to deal a lot of super effective damage.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll see how this meta unfolds. I think we'll come back to this graphic a little bit later. But there are, as we've mentioned a little bit earlier, there are some players to watch as well in this tournament, because it's not just the Australians running around here, where there's a lot of names we know. I mean, look, Rick Flareon, the perennial champion, #1 on the leaderboard at the moment. Godzilla, who just won the Brisbane Regional Championship. Valiant Fish, who just came 3rd in Brisbane and is really fishing for that, fourth consecutive World Championship invite. Who is this on the right, Trotter?
I mean, this is a young and upcomer, right? I mean, I'm a little bit old-fashioned here, Steve, but it looks like we have NTC, Nighttime Clasher, who's come all the way over from the good old US of A to grace us here down under. And I mean, I actually ran into him before. He is looking very sharp, very focused, and definitely going to be a big one to watch out for here in Melbourne.
Yeah, and it's not just Nighttime Clasher, right? I believe his brother is here at the same time, Sustenance Eater.
Oh, are they running the same team? I've heard rumors that they're going to be running the exact same 6 Pokemon. So it will be very interesting to see which brother is able to come a little bit further in this tournament. But like we say, we are Australians here. This is our region. This is our area. So we want to see our trainers dominate some of the internationals here. But we are thrilled that all of our international competitors are here. So there are a host of other international names who have come over as well. We have El Cavissimo, we have Pokemoneymaker, we have Yetaruna, we have Yusei Faro. I mean, he's basically,
well, he's Oceania.
He's Oceania.
He's international still.
He's a brother. But one other trainer who I really think is a great person to watch out for is a Sydney-based trainer in Jamathi. An absolutely lovely human being, and has been killing it in the local scene. I think he was coming 4th or 5th on the Australian leaderboard in points. So he's definitely another one to watch out for. And I hope we get to see a host of these battlers on the stream today.
Yeah, I think Jamathi actually jumped up to 2nd.
Oh!
I mean, New South Wales is showing some really high representation on that leaderboard, I'll tell you that. But we've definitely got a lot of really good players here. But I think, Trotter, that we're actually going to be getting into a sort of early match, not from Nighttime Clasher, but from someone very close to him, Sustenance Eater, as we mentioned, who is around. We're going to be getting into his eventually. But look, this is the scene set for the Melbourne Regional Championships. We sort of understand the Pokemon running around. Not the Pokemon that I expected, and probably not the Pokemon that you expected either. I mean, let us know in chat if this is what you predicted, that Drapion was apparently still going to be at #1. I mean, here I was thinking that Drapion Azumarill was gone, but apparently you can never get rid of that guy.
Well, like I was saying, it's comfortable, right? So a lot of trainers, in an evolving meta, it can be tricky to nail down, got to predict the meta, what it's going to be. Often you're better off just playing with those Pokemon you know and love. And that Flappy Fish is a love of mine. So that's Unova Stunfisk, yes. Is primed, I think, for the water steel meta. And obviously even the Clodsire, this Drapion, it's going to play so well there. Really looking forward to see how much usage it gets. 16%, but is it going to play in a lot of the battles?
Yeah, I think that, it showed up every now and then through Milwaukee. I wouldn't call it the ultimate Pokemon that was really putting on its display throughout, because it is a Pokemon that can get a little bit stuck, right? Sometimes if you do find those grasses that you were mentioning, like Superior, you can just do nothing as the Stunfisk. And you just have to sit there, wait for the 50-second switch time and finish up so that you can swap to a different Pokemon and you can try and make this game work somehow. But, we didn't see Superior or the grasses on that graphic either.
No, and was Credilli on there though?
I actually can't remember.
Oh, I can't remember.
We were so focused. I was so taken aback that I sort of had a feeling. I was like, I think I know what I'm going to see on the graphic, right? But we really got shocked, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Credilli was actually at that bottom of the graphic, I think. So it's there. We have a grass type, but to be honest with you, I'm not a big Credilli believer. Actually, here's the graphic here. It's there on that sort of a third from the bottom, 10th top usage, or equal 8th with Azumarill and Clodsire. I'm not a big Credilli believer, but is that a Credilli Shadow Credilli?
Shadow Credilli has been in the game a while now, and the advantage I think of the Shadow Credilli is those Rock Tomb debuffs may mean things you wouldn't survive standard as the Shadow, you may now survive because of the attack debuff from Rock Tomb on your opponents. So Credilli, is a very frustrating Pokemon to play. You in really strong matchups, say like another grass type that's not being used very much, Ferrothorn, you need to actually use a shield now because of the debuff and the pacing of the Krillage of those Rock Tombs. It can be so frustrating. So a bit of a stall tactic maybe, but we're not we're not seeing any of the classic stall Pokemon. No Chansey, but your Dugong and those sorts of things with Icy Wind. They're not here on the graphic, but yeah. So we're not seeing any of the stall tactics. Who was that did the stall tactic?
Galaxka
Bolton. None of that today.
Well, let's not say none. We're only seeing the top 12, Trotter. There's still a lot of room below the top 12 to see where things are. But look, I think let's take a look at the teams that we're going to be seeing in the very first tournament, because I think we're actually going to be watching, as we said before, Sustenance Eater in the very first game of the regional. And we've actually got a very interesting team on the right-hand side. Trotter, not only with this not on the usage graphic, I don't think we were expecting to see many of these Pokemon at all.
Well, look, they are beautiful. That's one thing we can say. That Pyroar there, the Rapidash, delightful Pokemon. We've got an Australian icon in the Kamala. But this is looking like we've got an off-meta team versus a very established, very strong trainer. There's not a Ditto there. I believe that is just a little error in the graphic we'll get to you. But there we go. We've got the Tinkaton, the Drapion, Lapras, Shadow Jumpluff, Claydol. I mean, it's hard to bet against Sustenance Eater here, right?
Yeah, look, if I had to, go with a player, I think Sustenance Eater might sort of have the run here. But look, maybe we're just getting the Australian representation on early with the Kamala, right? That's really what we're just trying to do. We're going to see a Kamala on stream to start the tournament off. I believe this is winners round 1 of Group B, and then we'll be getting into winners round 2 from here after we see this battle. Now, Sustenance Eater's team, I'm trying to think what the Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater were all running the exact same team in Milwaukee when Nighttime Clasher actually came third, and Sustenance Eater actually made day 2 for the very first time. He's been one of the fastest up-and-comers I've ever seen, which is actually like a very much a parallel to Nighttime Clasher himself, who won the Liverpool Regional Championship not that long after beginning the game.
No, not very long at all, but we've seen pop up here, and our boys the Feraligatr is on Sustenance Eater's team, which looks very, very strong into Kiss You Banks. We're going to go with Kiss You Banks.
Yeah.
Apologies if we get the names wrong. Is going to be very, very uphill battle with some of these Pokemon here, but Sustenance Eater, great to see some of these young, new up-and-comer trainers coming over to Australia. I hope they really enjoy their time here and have a great time participating in this tournament. How far are they going to go? That's really the question on all of our lips here in Australia.
Yeah, and that's really what everyone is going to be watching, because as we talked about before, this is the tournament where we're probably going to find out a lot of the people that are going to be qualifying for the World Championships from Oceania. So every single championship point is really going to matter here. And so the better that Sustenance Eater, Nighttime Clasher, all of these trainers from around the world get, the more points they gather up, the less points will be available for the Oceanic battlers. The less people will be rising up that leaderboard to try and get that qualification spot. And so they're all going to be watching. So, from a selfish standpoint, I would love to see points go to the other regions. I'd love to stay in that little world's qualification spot, but it's not going to happen.
After Johannesburg, you're a pro, outside of region points getter. But look, they are not our points. These are the tournaments. Anyone who attends these things are welcome to them, and we have no ability to stop them if they're that great.
Well,
of a trainer.
maybe. You just have to bring the right Pokemon in the right order, and then maybe you can stop them all the way. But it is really going to be down to the gameplay. And I'm really looking forward to some exciting battles today, because there are so many top trainers. I've been speaking to battlers all week, and it's just a constant feeling of like, oh my gosh, there are so many good players here. I'm so worried. That you're not going to be able to go 3 rounds without facing an absolute titan that, would be anyone on anyone's list for who would take out the entire tournament.
Yeah. And there's potential that we see something like happened in Perth, where a whole bunch of those top trainers, round 1, they've gone to the losers bracket, and then all of a sudden have to fight and claw their way back into the tournament. So it could be, is it going to be that tournament? Or are we going to see them, oh no, the ones we expect are going to run through, and they'll just run through everybody and, have that nice, comfortable, relaxed run into the finals? Because that makes a big difference to your day. So Melbourne is a 1-day tournament.
Yes.
Everything is happening today. We're going to get it all out of the way. So fatigue and your management of your day becomes a factor if, you're hoping to win this tournament.
Yeah, there's 63 players, and you have to get through all of them. You have to outlast every single one of the other 62 to get all the way to that Melbourne regional champion title. And so the pressure is really going to be on because, look, this is a seeded tournament in the sense that, the good battlers will sort of try and stay far enough away from each other, but as they win and they win and they win, more and more titans are going to clash. And when there's so many trainers that have come in from Asia as well, this is almost like, this is a bit of an Avengers Assemble moment where like all of the big names from all of the tournaments in the past are all gathered here. I mean, obviously we have, again, the Australians like Godzilla, the regional champion, Ric Flair and Valiant Vish, Jumathy, all of these names we know. But then it's all of these names that performed so well in the last two regionals, like Yadaruna, who came top 6 in Brisbane, like a Pokey Moneymaker, who came third in the Perth regional championships.
Yes.
Like they've all come again alongside battlers like Nighttime Clasher, who, funny story about Nighttime Clasher, he has so many championship points that if he comes third this weekend, he will gain nothing. He has literally already got so many good tournament finishes that a third place will not give him a single championship point. He needs to go second or better to gain a measly 25 points, which tells you something. I mean, look, the guy, his last 5 tournaments, he came 5th, then 5th, then 5th, then 3rd, then 3rd. And so we'll have to see what happens in this one.
Like, I'm no maths expert, but there's a pattern there, and it doesn't seem to stop at second. It seems to jump. So is this your prediction, Steve, that we're going to have the young Nighttime Clasher and his brother? Are they going to meet in the finals? Are we going to have brother versus brother? And, then you have to ask the question, has the older brother, hey, I will sleep on the couch tonight and you have their bed, but you have to throw the game out.
Has the student become the master? I mean, we'll find out here. But, I think that you could see it two ways. Maybe the pattern is he comes first, but maybe the pattern is 5th, 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 3rd, 3rd, 3rd. So my prediction is a Nighttime Clasher 3rd place here in Melbourne, but we'll see how it all unfolds, I guess, as the weekend goes on. There's a lot of really good battlers here, Trotter. There's no easy run.
There is a ton, and a couple of the really good local battlers. So the Victorians don't have as many people as we were expecting to be here today, but I think some of the top Victorian battlers are going to be Fortwa, or affectionately known as Greg from America. We've adopted him for sure. And a mainstay from previous years who's come back today, I wasn't even aware he was participating, is Inner Bloom. So they would be the local Victorians that I would potentially be watching out for big things from them today.
Yeah, Inner Bloom is one of the best battlers in Australia that has not qualified for Worlds in the past. He doesn't play outside of Melbourne very much. No. I think he's only ever attended one other regional outside of here, and that was Sydney 2023, where he came top 6. So he's definitely a very talented trainer and someone that anyone would fear if they have to face him up against. And that's one of the other things that in this tournament, there are so many trainers that are so talented that are essentially going in unseeded. They don't have a lot of championship points. I actually think that Inner Bloom has only attended one local this season. So he's gone to one local. I think he won. He picked up some points, and then he went off into the woods and has just reappeared for the Melbourne Regional Championship. And so I think he's a bit of I don't want to call him an underdog because in no way is he an underdog, but he's maybe sort of a name that people weren't talking about in the week leading up. And all of a sudden he's here and it's like, oh, wait, Inner Bloom is here. Uh-oh.
Not an underdog, but definitely a dark horse. I think that's the perfect word to describe Inner Bloom. A fantastic trainer, just has so much, I don't know, ability and talent that's just there. It's like, he's the kind of guy who could go Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, that's right. And I think there's, some other trainers that are running around. I know Jakobovic, a lot of people were hoping that he would be playing this weekend to try and, return to the glory, but he's away for the weekend. He's living the family life. So shout out to the dads that PvP out there. He's happy enough with his, back-to-back regional championship from last season. But that does leave room for a new trainer to become a back-to-back regional champion because you know what Yako did last season was he won Brisbane and then he won Melbourne. Godzilla. He won Brisbane. Could he win Melbourne?
Very, very well could. Godzilla is an extremely talented trainer. I think I've beaten him once, and I don't know how I did that. I was going to say only, but let's face it, it's probably never going to happen again. But
we can lock it in for life. That's a miracle.
Yeah,
happy days.
It's in my diary. But absolutely beautiful. And one thing I know in the Australian community is everyone is so kind and helpful and friendly that when you come to these things, there's no angst. There's no, watch out for, everyone hangs out, everyone enjoys, there were trading that was happening yesterday.
Yeah.
Trainers were just there going, hey, who's got this Lapras? I need a new Lapras. I've only got the Raid IV ones. I want this and this. And everyone was just so like standing in line and messaging each other. Like, hey, I'm at the back of the line. Can we trade? He's like, oh, I'm at the front. Yeah, we're just in range, Let's do Tink mirrors. A lot of that was happening. So, just an absolutely amazing community. I think we're all really proud of the group we have here and happy to be part of it.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm really so happy to be a part of this Oceanic community because, as you said, I love seeing those messages fly on through, being like, yeah, we're within 100 meters. We can do the trade. We can, these trainers were like really looking to improve their Pokemon for the tournament, right? So these were like, fellow competitors being like, yeah, I'll help you out. Build a Pokemon that might, you might use against me tomorrow.
Yes.
And so it was really, I do love to see that sort of spirit running around in this community, and I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of who does emerge from that, because I think good acts are rewarded, and so maybe someone offering up some of those Pokemon were able to succeed as well. I know that I know Sustenance Eater was really looking for a Xerneas for Great League, so if anyone has a spare Xerneas lying around, find Sustenance Eater.
Well,
you'll be busy here.
Come see me later, Sustenance Eater. We can get that one sorted for you, my friend. I have one ready and waiting, and odds are it's going to go lucky.
Yeah, that's true. That's how it happens. I think I've only done 2 Xerneas trades so far. Neither of them have done very well. So we'll try.
I actually heard Bamboss, another Sydney-based trainer, he did a Great League Xerneas trade with someone. They'd done one level of friendship, so they can trade a legendary. He got a hundo.
Oh,
the
no.
one time you don't want to get a hundo Xerneas is when you're chasing it for Great League. And I mean, it's bittersweet. It's good to have, but oh my gosh, it's not quite what you want at that moment, right?
Yeah, look, you take it, but there's a tear rolling down your cheek as you really just like, oh, this isn't what I wanted. I don't think he was planning to run it here in Melbourne. I don't think it's a very good Pokemon, certainly into the current meta game. It does have some interesting moves. It's got Mega Horn, it's got Thunder. There's some interesting coverage if you really wanted to run it.
Some of those big nuki type moves. Now, we have received word that there's a bit of a trouble with signing in for one of the trainers onto these phones. So obviously, as we know, trainers don't use their own phones. They are using the phones provided. So, once you get used to it, it's not too bad. But yeah, getting used to that process. And you're at a tournament, so maybe your first tournament. I haven't seen Kiss You Banks before. Could be a little bit stressful, right, Steve? How do you like to manage the stress when you come into these big sort of tournaments?
Yeah, look, I'm very much, of the mindset of like try and stay chill the entire time. So I get up nice and early so I don't have to rush to the venue. I get to the venue. I leave something back at the hotel. I'm like, oh, good, I've got time. I'm speaking from experience from today. Get to go back to the hotel room, still get into the venue and just try and relax. Just talk to people. Rely on your preparation, right? Like anything that I put in a lot of study, I put in a lot of practice. I'm confident. I'm not going to, try and cram at the last minute being like, oh, what was the 2-shield Talonflame Burst Typhlosion again? But at the end of the day, talk to people, feel comfortable, settle in. And then once you're sort of able to, go in, you grab the tournament phone, you're ready to go, you're calm, and you're in the zone. You're locked in.
Spoken like a true PhD student. Preparation, everything's smooth and steady. See, I have a little bit of a more chaotic approach where I rock up and go, oh, do we have to bring this? Whoops. Hey, has anyone got a charger or, and then I'll go and find someone and be like, hey, what'd you do this week? And just completely leave the Pokemon behind and just get into that community spirit and sense. And to be honest, a lot of people are more like you than me, Steve. They don't want to have a chat. They're focused. They're doing their thing. And that's one of the reasons I love Avril. Because last time we were at a tournament, we were sitting there chatting, tapping away, doing our thing. And, that helped us focus. Whereas we were also asked to keep quiet because you do need to be considerate of the other trainers out there, and not everyone is like us. And being the extroverts and outgoing, they like a little bit of their serenity and peace and quiet.
100%. But look, I know I've played Adam in a tournament back in Perth, I believe it was, at the end of last year, at the start of this season, and we were in the exact same spot. It was just the constant banter back and forth that is just, one of the most enjoyable parts of this game, I think. It's definitely some of my favorite moments of battling in PvP have been when I'm either, on an online call, or if I'm sitting across from them face to face, and we're just chatting it through. And it's like, oh, I remember Melbourne Regional Championships last year. Wow.
If only.
If only we about it that often. At the last season's Melbourne Regional Championship, I was sitting up against an opponent known as Kuwait, and he was running a very spicy team with a Bastiodon, Razorleaf Shadow Bayleaf, and then a Whiscash. And look, I'll be honest, Trotter, it was alignment gaming. It was try and find the flyer with the Bastiodon, and he did it again and again and again. I lost that hard, but we were having the best time. We were just like, oh no, not the Bastiodon. It was truly a really, really great time. And I think that's one of the underrated parts of these tournaments. Because look, I don't know about you, but when I've entered tournaments in the past, I'm sort of like, look, you know what? I'm probably not going to win. I'm here to have a good time. And having that fun really does sort of elevate the tournament experience, for me at least.
Yeah, it's definitely a part of it, right? Not everyone is here. I mean, everyone is here to win, but people have realistic standards that, maybe I'm not quite at the level of the Godzalamas, the Jakoboviches. And so they need to then pull back and be like, okay, well, I'm here to grow as a trainer. I'm here to experience. So, that's why I love the fact that we have the Elcavissimos, the Pokemon makers. They're here because you're getting exposure to some of the best in the world. And you have an opportunity to beat some of the best in the world. So you can focus, you can put your efforts in and just see, okay, where do I actually stack up? Because, we often know as we do our locals and things, we know where we sit in our local community on the sort of pecking order per se. But now we get to experience some of that really high level that, the people who go to Worlds get to experience. But some of us who are maybe not quite there, that sort of level of talent to get to Worlds, you get to experience and see, how can I match up against some of these amazing battlers from around the world? And that, I know, that lights a fire in your belly and can really elevate you to the next level. So next tournament you come into, you're like, okay, I know what I want to do, know the level I need to get to, and you're going to push yourself along the way to get there, because you can't just rock up on the day and just be like, boom, let's go. We're not all Jakoboviches. We can't, just bring anything and then just seemingly win. Some of us need a little bit more time and effort than that into elevating our status.
Yeah, exactly right. But look, I think that that's also one of the other major benefits of having these really strong battlers and facing these really strong battlers, is it really is a great place to learn. You can sort of try and understand, like, why did they swap there? And I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And that's certainly something that's worked for me in the past. In, like, I've had to play, like, look, I'm at the locals with Rick Flareon. I lose to Rick Flareon basically every single time. But, we play and, he beats me, and I sort of sit there and I try and sort of figure out, like, why did he win? What did he do? Like, what makes Rick Flareon so good, right? And sort of trying to understand that mindset really does make you a better battler as well. And of course, that's one of the other benefits of these regional broadcasts, right? Is that you can sort of like see these battlers in action. You can get an idea about, who is performing well and what makes them so good. Something that I really like about watching trainers like Inadequence, for example. He's really, really good at understanding what his opponent is thinking and what his opponent is going to bring. And that's a skill set that has brought him to championship after championship, brought him to second place at the World Championships as well. Like, he's a very, very talented trainer, and a very big skill that I think he outskills many other top trainers is his ability to understand his opponent. And so even just knowing that that's a skill that you can try and develop, that you can practice. I actually tried practicing it a little bit I played in the local, and I was like, look, my focus in this tournament is I'm going to try and predict my opponent's line. Every game, I'm going to write down what I think they're going to run. And to be honest with you, Trotter, it went pretty well. I got lucky. Let's put it that way. But I think that that's it's a muscle that not a lot of people practice. I think that, I don't know about you, but certainly when I've been playing most of my battles, I take a guess as to what the line might be. But then as soon as it changes, like, I'm just in the battle and I'm playing. I'm not absorbing. I'm not sort of going, was I right? Was I wrong? Why was I right or wrong? And so I think we've all got room to develop as this game goes on. And I really do enjoy seeing the skill ceiling continue to rise as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I think we have seen that, especially across this year in the Australian play Pokemon circuit, in some of these young trainers that we're seeing coming through, Calgary Flames fan. His name's eluded. Jai. They love Jai. These young trainers are just really developing so much faster. And some of us old hats, we're really sort of just like, we got the Doritos out. We're on the couch. We're still enjoying it, but we may not be developing quite as quickly as some of these young trainers. And there is definitely an element of like, do you just rest on your laurels? But these young guys, they're not. They're pushing. They're developing. They're growing, and they're getting the results from that. Obviously, can't really say that about Godzilla. He's not, he's not 21 anymore. But he's really pushed through and developed in these last 6 months. I would say, fantastic battler, but I think what you're seeing is he's putting in the scrims, he's putting in the time, putting in the effort. So it's really going somewhere for him. And I mean, that's what it takes to be the best in the world.
I think that Godzilla is definitely one of the most practiced battlers of all time, in that he does tournament after tournament after tournament, and it shows off, right? Like, it really shows that he's getting these high level battles with some of the best battlers in the world, because he's constantly talking about, like, I had to play this battle against Nighttime Clasher, and like, it was really close, like it was 1 HP, but he's learning every single time. He's really a humble guy as well. I really like talking to him, but it actually sounds like, I know I've been waiting for a bit of a while, but I think we're actually going to be getting into the battle here. So the battles will be starting pretty quickly for this. We've actually swapped sides by the looks of it. Sustenance Eater is now on the right-hand side with that, again, very meta team. Actually, Sustenance Eater is bringing the Drapion. So he is one of the people that is pushing the Drapion as the sort of big move in here. In my head, there's so many Pokemon coming in to counter Tinkaton. These Claydolls, these Stunfisks, these Clodsires, these Diggersbys. Drapion doesn't love those matchups. And so in my head, I was like, well, Drapion's probably like even more scared away nowadays. But apparently Sustenance Eater is very happy. I guess he's got a few bodyguards. He's got the double water strategy, so you can sort of protect a little bit against those ground types. Drapion might be a little bit more safe. And the fact that you've got really quick access to Aquatails and Crunches, you can actually sort of weasel your way out of those matchups with the switch timer as well.
So Drapion is no longer a Scorpion, it is a Weasel. You heard it here from PvPC first, and looks like we are locked in and ready to go. And there's that Drapion into the Machamp. Wow, this is not exactly great for Drapion.
No, this isn't the matchup that I think Drapion would want to be in, so I'm expecting a bit of a swap. But Sustenance is actually a little bit weak in the back as well. Lapras, not a Pokemon you want to swap in with that ice typing. And the Feraligatr is a little bit better, but you do enjoy the pacing. Now, because Drapion does have that poison typing as well, these counters aren't adding up too much, and so you are really going to put the pressure back. That first Aqua Tail, getting the first shield, and now charge attack priority, going to the Machamp.
Going to the chat, and this is not a cross chop. This is a dynamic close combat. Close combat. So, and the CMP type means that now the defense fall is there. This is going to do a lot of damage from this Shadow Drapion. Will we see that? No shield. Lets it go, and wow, look how much that has done. First round to Sustenance Eater.
Yeah, these are matchups that you don't see very often. And we have a Galarian Rapidash who would not love the Poison Stings, and a Alolan Exeggutor who is also taking super effective damage from those Poison Stings. It is a single moved Exeggutor. And look, this is a situation where, Drapion might really be pushing through this super quickly. So we get that second shield from the Exeggutor. And I think that this is really just a Sustenance Eater. It's a bit of a warm-up, right? And look at the damage. Like, honestly, this Drapion could sweep the entire team.
I think this is a Drapion sweep we're going to be seeing here today, Steve. Sustenance Eater just a little bit too strong. Look at that crunch, neutral crunch. Kissy Bank's not able to get to the not the Mega Horn. What is the fairy move? I've not seen a fairy move on Rapidash in such a long time.
Play rough, I think it might actually learn, but look, maybe this is exactly why Drapion is at the top of the usage data, right? Because he was just able to push all the way through. Maybe, everyone is really preparing for a Alolan Exeggutor and Galarian Rapidash. That might be why Drapion is at such high usage. But look, obviously it's a very strong Pokemon for a very good reason. And look, we're just going to have to wait and see how Sustenance Eater goes from here. Again, there is a lot of tournament left to go after this round as well. I want to say that there's about 7 rounds of winners that we have to actually get through.
Wow.
And so this is only round 1. Sustenance Eater's got a long way to go. But I will say, I think Sustenance Eater and Nighttime Clasher, they sort of did a bit of a yes, because they're in other groups today.
And we're straight into game number 2. Wow, and now it's flipped on its head. Lapras. No, but Lapras with the Psywave does able to deal super effective damage. But wow, look at those counters quickly adding up in damage there.
Yeah, Psywave, super effective. Counter, super effective. I don't think this is going to be a Lapras sweep like the Drapion was able to do last time, but this Machamp going to shield up here. Sparkling Aria definitely would be doing a lot of damage, and we can see the Drapion and the Jumpluff hanging out in the back. And hey, look, I mean, that is it Pyroar? Is that what that Pokemon's called? Is it a pretty good, it does have a decent matchup into the Jumpluff, I would imagine. And Lapras going down. We've got one Pokemon off the field.
One Pokemon off the field, and Pyroar is glorious. I think what we can see here from Kissy Banks is that he has a beautiful team. So how comes that Rapidash? It is absolutely divine. Look at the glowing mane and Pyroar as well. But this is going to be a very much an uphill battle. Sustenance Eater landing that acrobatics, and oh my goodness, the damage is huge. And Drapion is back.
Oh yeah, Drapeon's back, and this Pyro is not going to love those Aqua Tails. But this is that Incinerate we were talking about before, right? Not the Incinerate user we were expecting. You know, it's no Typhlosion, it's no Talonflame, but this Pyro is still not going to love Aqua Tails. And Kiss Eubanks really needs to burn this Protect Shield here. But this is going to be a really, as you said, an uphill battle. These Flame Charges need to start boosting right now.
They need to start boosting, but even then, I think without any shields left in the back, this Drapion is just primed with all this energy on the Aqua Tails to take it out. And here we go. Let's see how much this first Aqua Tail does on this Shadow from the Shadow Drapion. It's going to be devastating here for Kiss Eubanks.
Yeah, this isn't going too well. Pyro going to go down, and this Machamp might even be Poison Stinged down here. Drapion getting the Poison Sting down, and Sustenance Eater going to go ahead into winners round 2. Again, we've got a lot of battles left to go, and I believe we're going to be jumping into Group A winners battles from here. But great to see Kiss Eubanks, coming in and playing in a tournament, giving it a go, because that's something we want to see. We want to see this scene grow. We want to see new trainers trying out, giving it a red hot go, bringing what they've got, and then trying to learn from here. So congrats to Sustenance Eater, and we'll sort of see where we go from here.
Yeah, I imagine Sustenance Eater now, being the beautiful human being they are, might be having a little chat with Kiss Eubanks, and this is where you can able to learn. So, trainers will help each other, suggest things in the future, ways of doing things differently. So even though, it's hard to lose your first matchup especially, you can still gain so much of it for, maybe not this tournament because your moves are locked in, but you can have chats and learn so many things from amazing trainers like Sustenance Eater, like yourself, and just grow and develop, because that's really what it's about. It's about growing, developing our scene and our culture and our people here so that we will be there at Worlds challenging for the title.
Exactly right. There's a lot of practice to get to really refine our skills, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this tournament unfolds. But as we move on with this tournament, maybe we should take a little bit of a look back at the last tournament with a recap of the Brisbane Regional Championship to really get a feel for where set the scene properly in where we are in the Oceanic season. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after, but let's take a little bit of a look at the recap of Brisbane.
G'day battlers, my name is PvP Steve, and if you want a refresher on what went down at the 2025 Brisbane Regional Championship, then this is for you. Brisbane was the second regional championship for Oceania, but the first to take place in the Might and Mastery season. With so many meta changes to contend with, trainers had to consider which Pokemon would stand out amongst the rest and dominate the competition. Lapras and Credilli showed their face for the first time in an Oceanic Regional, with Claydol also showing early signs of its dominance against both Drapion and Clodsire, who were both everywhere. Despite these additions to the meta, Azumarill remained at the top of the pile, with its superior bulk and coverage reigning supreme over the competition, much to the dismay of certain casters. In addition to Australian mainstays, such as Valiant Vish or Mikey Morgs, Brisbane saw competitors flying in from all over Asia to try and secure their World Championship invite. Ishikawa Boy, a well-known player from Japan, and 9th place at the 2023 World Championships, was the first on stream, but was met with fierce competition from Brisbane local Mr. Lay 97, who took him down to the losers bracket early on in the tournament. Yet Aruna, a trainer from South Korea, was able to push all the way to top 6 with an unconventional strategy, using her Seed Bomb Morpeko alongside Pokemon thought long pushed out of the meta, such as Ariados and Swampert. In the end, without Psychic Fangs on her Morpeko, Rick Flareon's Drapion was able to outpace and secure himself a place in the top 4. The real hero of Asia in this tournament, though, was Choose from Japan, opting for the Azumarill Drapion core that has been so strong for so long, but also opting for new additions of Dazzling Gleam Sableye or Lapras with Psywave and Sparkling Aria. He was able to take down trainer after trainer throughout this tournament, making it all the way to the winners' finals, but his opponent wasn't going to make it easy. Godzalama, a Brisbane local, went on a generational run with 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0, not dropping a single battle in his run up to the winners' finals, using a much more unconventional strategy of Guzzlord, Chargebug, and newly buffed Swalot, alongside Talonflame, Malamar, and of course, Azumarill. Godzalama was able to use his team to defeat Choose in a tight 3-2 set in the winners' finals, forcing Choose to take on one of the best Oceanic battlers of all time, Valiant Vish, in the losers' finals. Vish's team was incredibly unique, with Pokemon of unique typings such as Goodra and Galarian Weezing gracing the battlefield, but in the end, Choose was able to clinch out a 3-2 victory and re-meet Godzalama in the grand finals. The games went back and forth, just as they had in the winners' finals, but history was made to repeat itself.
Godzalama is going to throw the Dragon Claw here. There's one shield remaining, and Sableye no shields. He knows what's about to happen. He knows how this is going to go, and Godzalama has just become your Brisbane Regional Champion.
Who will join Godzilla and 89 CGY Flames fan as champions of the 2025 season? Stay tuned to find out.
We are here in Melbourne, the traditional home of the Wurundjeri people. I'm FishOnAHeater and I'm here with debbiepebble. How are you feeling, debbiepebble?
I'm feeling great. We're back in Melbourne, which is exciting. I suppose like Melbourne's been one of those regionals that has been consistent throughout the season. So we had the regional St Kilda regional, one of the smallest ones that we've had, and then we had OCIC here as well, and now we're back in Melbourne again. So I'm really excited. It is the final regional for the Oceania area, so it means that it's make or break, Fish.
Yeah, there are some people who are currently in the top 10 or 11, as the case may be, for World's qualification. There are some people who are on the edges as well, who are looking to make that jump to get into that top 10, and it will come at the cost of some others as well. So there is a lot on the line.
Look, maybe it has not been mentioned slightly with the last casters, but PvP Steve is currently on that 11th slot. So he's definitely keeping an eye out on who's possibly going to jump him on in this Melbourne regional. So now we can see that the leaderboard here, and look, as mentioned, Steve is on the other column. We can see him over there sitting at the top, and Godzilla and 89 CGY Flames fan have both qualified because they both are champions in their respective regionals. But really interesting from basically, I would say, 5th place onwards, Fish.
Yeah, I'm more looking actually at the all that second half of the leaderboard there, the ones that are just outside of that qualification, just seeing who needs to make a good run today to get into that spot. So Sammy P, you say Faru, they're both here today, and they're looking to get some points to jump up into that spot. Sammy P, I was talking to him earlier out on the floor. He didn't have the best first round, so he's going to be looking to make a loser's bracket run now, which is a difficult thing to do, but we have seen it done.
Yeah, we have seen it done. And with Sammy P, he lives in, I believe, in like regional Queensland. So it means that he doesn't get a lot of exposure to locals. So cups and challenges, he won't be able to play them. So these regionals are really important. He has attended Perth Regional, he's attended Brisbane Regional, and is now for the final Melbourne Regional. So he needs all the points he can to try and qualify for Worlds while he's here.
And more importantly, he gets to knock Steve out of qualification.
Yeah. So Steve's probably there just crossing his fingers, crossing his toes, hoping that Sammy P stays in that loser's bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. He might walk past with the scissors on the phone connection, the cable. Yeah, so we have only seen one round so far, and we saw a sustenance eater coming over from America to really show us how it's done. And there's going to be a lot of people that are looking to take him and his brother Nighttime Clasher out. There are also some other people from out of the country as well, and so they're all traveling in to try and get a few of those prizes and qualification points.
That's correct. We do have some international players that have come into the Melbourne Regional. So not only as you mentioned, we have Sustenance Eater, we have Nighttime Clasher, we've got El Calvissimo is currently here as well. We've got some Asian players as well. Yetaruna is back after Brisbane Regional. I believe that Pokemon Maker is here as well. So yeah, there's a lot of big names here just trying to get that championship because Nighttime Clasher, as we already mentioned already, has a long resume, but this season hasn't quite got that championship. So he's definitely gunning for it. And you know what? He has a good chance, but we have got a big team to come and be up against him with the Oceania region.
It's a little bit, I'm feeling a bit protective about it. Like, I want our countrymen to take it home. Look, no one yet has come from outside of Australia to win an Australian regional championship.
This might be it.
We'll see.
We'll see, Fish.
The longer it happens.
But we can see some teams here. The next match, we've got Yusei Faru with Glistening Viper. Now, on Yusei's side, we can see the Toxapex, the Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Superior, Obstagoon, Glycopod, and a Lantern. Sorry, I was just flabbergasted. I was just like, whoa.
It's an unusual team, isn't it?
It is a very unusual team.
And on Glistening Viper side, we've got Corviknight, the Feraligatr, which we have been told is a Shadow, not a regular, a Malamar, Diggersby, Chargebug, and Credilli. So that is no shadows whatsoever, whereas you say Furu is running 2 shadows. The Annihilate, we see Shadow quite often, but Superior in Shadow form is not one that I see particularly often.
Look, I think Yusei is well known for his spice picks. He's well known for using something a little bit off meta, and this is definitely a little bit off meta. I know there's some certain spice picks here. I want to talk about the Lantern. Now, Fish, you're quite familiar with Lantern.
Yeah, I've used it from time to time. It has been well out of the meta since Surf got an energy cost increase, and also Spark got an energy cost reduction. An energy generation reduction a little bit before that.
Yeah.
But it does have just an incredible typing that can really make waves in this particular meta as it stands right now. There are a lot of really good picks that are surfacing that Lantern is good against. So he can really upset some teams with that pick.
Yeah, look, I think Lantern is a solid choice given that a lot of teams are now running double water, and having that electric typing as well will give that advantage, especially if you're up against like a mirrored water type. What are your thoughts on bringing the Obstagoon?
Oh man, that is not something I've seen in a very long time. I can't actually think of a single time where I've seen Obstagoon in Pokemon Championship play. It is a fighter that is triple resisting Ghost. So often your fighters are struggling into Ghost types, but Obstagoon is absolutely the opposite there. It actually can make a reasonably good pair with the Annihilate. So double fighting, maybe we might see a bit of like ABB fighting action from Yusei Furu.
Yeah, but it's got to look after the Corviknight that's on the other side, because that is quite deadly. I think it's actually a good solid pick. If it can avoid the Lantern, I think it's actually quite good against Yusei's team.
Yeah, and it's also, the Obstagoon is going to be very handy into the Feraligatr, where it's triple resisting those Shadow Claws, where a Feraligatr can give an Annihilate a lot of trouble because the super effective Shadow Claws are doing so much of that work, and then it's just finishing it off with those Hydro Cannons. Whereas with Obstagoon, you're relying only on Hydro Cannons, and one Hydro Cannon, even from a Shadow, is not going to be enough to KO.
Yeah, so it's quite good in that department. I mean, like, I'm sure we've seen time and time again, we can see the Annihilape's HP gets obliterated with those Shadow Claws pretty quickly, that even a Rage Fist, like, you can get to one, but possibly not even two, depending on, even though it's boosted, but, you know, the defense isn't, just because of that Shadow typing and that 20% less there. Now, what do you like on Glistening Viper's team, though?
Ooh, okay. So Malamar is, I'm finding a really nice generalist in the current meta. I am looking forward to the day when Shadow Malamar becomes eligible, because right now it is not. We're still in that window where it has been released into Pokemon Go, but is not yet eligible.
Have you got one yet?
I have not got mine yet.
There's a lot of rockets around at the moment, maybe around the convention center if you're playing around here, but my goodness, I am after one of those in case.
Yeah, I need to get off my button and play the game a little more, because I have done a little bit of looking into it, and I do feel like the Shadow Malamar is going to be a little bit better than the regular Malamar. So I think, once it does become eligible, I think we'll see a lot more of that than currently.
But I do like of the Malamar going into Yusei's team. I mean, it has a lot of coverage, and it's just a bulky Pokemon, Fish.
Yeah. I think he might be relying on that Malamar a lot. Obviously, it is going to really struggle into the Golisopod, and that Shadow Superior one Frenzy Plant might be an issue here. We're going to find out what these trainers are going to bring into each other as we see the Pokemon. It is going to be a Credilli versus a Golisopod.
Yeah, the Golisopod here. So it's really cool to see it out in play first up. And we can see that they're both deciding to stay in this particular matchup. Now the Golisopod is going for that X-Scissor, and Glistening Viper decides not to shield here.
Yeah, so Credilli can tank one. Often when you see a Rock Tomb user, you do see them shielding the first one, but in this particular case, it's not going to make a difference. We do see the switch into the Superior. Rock Tomb is going to debuff that Shadow Pokemon's attack.
Yeah, and it's going unshielded on the Shadow Superior. But look, it actually only takes about 40% of its health, and now Glistening Viper can bring out that Corviknight.
Yeah, the Corviknight is going to be able to take these Frenzy Plants like no one's business, especially when it has been nerfed as well with its attack. So let's see how much this does to the Steel Bird type. Barely anything.
It's a tickle there, Fish. So we can see this Corviknight just generating a lot of energy. Now, I don't believe it will be able to fast attack down. So it's going to take a little bit more of these Frenzy Plants, but it is so little of health that it takes here. So I think it's going to be stuck here for a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the trouble with Corviknight, is that you can't really fast attack much down. It is going to have to throw a charge attack to KO this Superior, and it does so. The Sky Attack is going to get rid of it completely, and now the ball is back in Yusei's court. Both players with both shields up.
Yeah, we can see now the Annihilate comes into play. So this is not where the Annihilate wants to be, but it has to be brought out here. You say deciding to shield because, it's got so much health, it has to protect.
Yeah, and this is where those shields come in handy. It can maybe counter down all the way, maybe double shield. The Corviknight is going to get to another charge attack. So you say throws that Rage Fist before that Sky Attack gets there to try and force Glistening Viper's hand. Glistening Viper does opt to shield and wants to get that extra charge attack off. Goes for the Iron Head because he doesn't think that he'll be able to get to that Sky Attack.
Yeah, look, it's that Annihilate is now boosted, so it is going to pack a bit more of a punch. But we're going for the straight switch out, and now this Charger Bug comes into play.
Yeah, you can see Yusei is kind of tapping near that Gliscor. I'm not sure whether he plans to switch out, when he plans to switch out. He's going to throw one charge attack, at least Glistening Viper opting not to shield this one. He's already seen the Gliscor, so he knows that it is there and waiting. One discharge is going to come out. This is the move you want to throw. The X is double resisted, but I don't think it'll take out the Annihilate completely.
No, it hangs on there, so it's able to get another punch through, and now we can see that Gliscor is out, but Charge Bug is ready.
Yeah, and the Charge Bug is going to throw that discharge, and Gliscor is not a particularly bulky Pokemon. It does survive, and it is going to get the charge attack off. It gets a Shadow Claw off first and then throws that attack, but there is still a shield on Glistening Viper's side.
Does he decide to shield? No shield on the Charger Bug there. The Charger Bug is out of play.
And the Glistening Viper still has two Pokemon left waiting. The Credilli there and the Corviknight, both on very low HP. I think Credilli is the right play here. You can Bullet Seed that down and does have a charge move ready.
It does, and now it can go for the Grass Knot straight onto this unprotected Shadow Annihilate here.
And that will KO the Annihilate. That will put on 1 point for Glistening Viper. That is very well played. Excellent management of Pokemon where, I love seeing that where there's a lot of Pokemon that have low HP remaining, but they still manage to get some good use out of it. Love seeing that.
Yeah, I know the term of the 3-ball flex when you have those Pokemon there just to have a little bit of health, but manage to, just have that in place. So Glistening Viper having two Pokemon remaining and a shield there against someone so renowned, Yusei Farrell. And we talked about the leaderboard earlier today where Yusei Farrell is on the cusp of qualifying for Worlds. So he wants to win that next battle because he wants to stay in this winner's bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And is not going to be able to just rest on winning the next one. He's going to have to win the one after that as well.
Exactly right, if he wants to stay in that winner's bracket. So it's a bit of what we call a reverse sweep to try and do here because he's currently on 0. So if you were Yusei, what would you bring into the next match?
Well, I mean, drawing out that Corviknight with the Superior it did not work for. I mean, I don't think that is sometimes you do want to draw out a counter so that you can set up other Pokemon later in the match. I don't think that would have been Yusei's intention because Superior is so hard countered by the Corviknight. It's just there's really not much you can do to set yourself up after that. And so I think that Yusei, my guess is that he was reading that Viper wouldn't bring the Corviknight. Now he knows that is a possibility. So I'm thinking Superior might go on the bench. What would replace it though? I think maybe the Lantern is maybe what I would go with. It's definitely best against the Corviknight because it is double resisting the Iron Heads and single resisting the Sky Attacks. But it does have to worry about the Credilli as well. So there's a lot to think about.
There is a lot to think about. I would like to see that Lantern come out. I think that Lantern it'll be good to land it against a Corviknight. But again, now we can see we're locked into game 2, and we've got the Credilli against the Obstagoon Fish.
Yeah, Yusei's going to like this a lot better. The Rock Tomb / Grass Knots are not going to be doing a whole lot to the Obstagoon. The Obstagoon will in turn be able to throw a lot of super effective counter damage. One Rock Tomb is going to come out from the Credilli, and the Obstagoon will take this, get the attack nerf, and then keep on going.
It will, and even though the attack has fallen, we can still see it does quite a bit to this Credilli. We're almost up to 2 cross chops here. The first one is about to be launched. Glistening Viper, will he decide to shield or not?
Yeah, well, this is non-same type attack bonus, so the Credilli can live this quite easily. It does get to a second one, though, and the Credilli is not so hot against this one, so Glistening Viper will take out the shield for this second attack.
Yeah, it can stand 1 cross shot, but cannot stand 2. So it decides to shield, goes for the Grass Knot here. So we can see that it will be launched. We'll see if Yusei decides to shield here. He's thinking, shields.
Yeah, I like that play. You can build up a lot of energy and put it to good use against this next Pokemon. Here is the Lantern. It is against what it wants to see. The Lantern is licking its lips. I don't know if it has lips, but it is licking them anyway. And the Corviknight is going to throw attacks just as fast as it can to try and burn up that Switch Claw because it just wants to get out of there.
Look how little that Iron Head did on the Lantern. Now, I know we haven't seen Lantern in a lot of the Might and Mastery season, but we can see from previous seasons, it is a very bulky Pokemon. This Iron Head will connect, but again, I don't think it will be even into the yellow.
Yeah, so Yusei Furu is just really capitalizing on alignment here. Managed to avoid getting the Lantern onto the Credilli, and it is onto the Corviknight now, and this is just a reverse situation of the hard countering that we saw in the last battle.
Yeah, look, they're both straight switched into here. The switch clocks are coming up shortly, but I don't know if this Corviknight will withstand.
Even if it gets off this Iron Head here, it's not really going to matter. Yusei Furu is insta-no-shielding. Is like, I can take this just fine, and I can come out with so much energy against whatever you've got in the back. Is now going to get the Annihilate out and get that extra little counter of energy. Yusei Furu running ABA counter in this team.
Wow, and look, now he even went for that extra punch there to be able to get a bit of energy lead on this Annihilate. So this Charger Bug is now coming out and has to, basically against the world here.
Yeah, and Charger Bug is not particularly liking this. Oh no, the X-Scissor is not the move to throw. It is the same energy as Discharge, and so there is no advantage to throwing one over the other than typing, and it is double resisted against the Ghost Fighter in Annihilate, so I think Listening Viper has been rattled here, doesn't know what to do. Maybe it's just tapping for the heck of it, maybe sees the writing on the wall.
Hey, look, sometimes you want to experiment sometimes. So we can see for education purposes how much that X-Scissor did to a Shadow Annihilate. And now we're really at the brink where we can see that this is going to be, that Charger Bug is off the field. And this Annihilate still has, again, 3 balls on Yusei's side, and Glistening Viper still had a shield remaining. So a very, very positive switch up from Yusei. They're reading the team really well.
Yeah, but the trouble is you got to do that again now. And
you do.
As you go into game number 3, like the mind games start happening. I know that my opponent brought this, but they know that I'm going to try and adjust to that. So then what are they going to do to adjust to what they think that I'll adjust to? There's a lot to think about. You can go back and forth over and over again. You can do backflips in your head sometimes in these matchups, in these game 3s. So look, I think that ABA counter worked really well for Yusei Furu. Yes. There's really not a lot there that the counter is scared of. The Charger Bug is probably the biggest fear for the counter users. Obviously, the Corviknight can throw super effective Sky attacks at the Annihilate, but with shields up, the Annihilate has shown that it can handle that quite well. You've got Malamar maybe with Psywave damage, but that's only really good against the Annihilate because the Obstagoon is there as well. And so that's the genius of this particular core that Yusei Furu has brought, where it is the Obstagoon is able to counter a lot of the things that are threatening the Annihilate.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one for Glistening Viper here because he's got such a neutral team. So there's nothing that's really that sings to me here where I have to bring this. I think the Corviknight being brought in twice has been quite good, even though unfortunately it did land on the Lantern on the second game there, but I think it is something that could do quite well against Yusei's team. So possibly in the back, unfortunately for that straight switch out when that happened, landed on the Lantern. So I think Yusei might bring that Lantern again, given how well it played in that game too.
Yeah, and what I like to think about when it comes to Pokemon that have one really hard counter on my opponent's team, I don't like to lead with it or switch into it. I like to keep it as my closer, we call that. Yes. So the third Pokemon, so that you have the most control over when it comes out onto the battlefield. And so we saw in game number 1, Superior came out onto the field. It's locked in there for 50 seconds, and Corviknight was like, "Kaka!" And then in game number 2, Lantern did the reverse to it. The Corviknight comes out and Lantern's like, "Bam, gotcha." And so you really want to have an eye on that when you're selecting your lines.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is going to be a tough one here. My question is, do you think the Toxapex will come out?
Oh, it is very scared into the Corviknight. That it is just as bad into Corviknight as what Superior is. So if we do see Toxapex, it certainly won't be on the same team as the Superior.
Yes.
But Superior did so poorly in that first battle, then maybe Yusei is okay with that.
Yeah. No, it'll be interesting to see like what would it pair with. I mean, like I said, I think the Lantern will come out. I think the Obstagoon actually did quite well there. Shadow Annihilate, again, a very, very fragile Pokemon, but played correctly, does so much damage. And you could see in game 2, he played that really well. Just kind of like playing around, dancing around Glistening Viper's team. And just I love that he straight switched in so that he could get that fast attack off early so he could get that energy lead.
On Glistening Viper's side, I'm thinking maybe I think he's got to lean into that Malamar. I think it is the one with the most neutral matchups, which is what we expect of the Malamar. That's what its purpose is in a play Pokemon team. Is we call it a generalist, something that like is not there specifically to counter one thing. It's there just as something that you can throw into any line and it'll usually work. Checking out the teams, we've got Lantern, which is not into a matchup that it wants to see as much as what the Corviknight is, and that is the Charjabug. Charjabug has been one of Glistening Viper's best Pokemon, and we'll see what he can do with it in this battle.
Yeah, we can see also the Corviknight is not in Glistening Viper's team this time round, so this discharge will connect onto the Lantern, but again, it's still in the green.
Well, I can see the Galissapod is in the back for Yusei Faru, and the Malamar is there for Glistening Viper. And man, if that was a read by Yusei Faru, that is a brilliant read because the Galissapod is obviously the thing that the Malamar fears most in the world. The Charjabug is going to take another surf or not. It's going to shield it. So Glistening Viper deciding that their Charjabug is worth investing into.
Yeah, I think Glistening Viper seeing that, you know what, Yusei's not switching out here. So I think it's really important to stay in the lead and try and keep switch in this play currently. It's going for that X-Scissor here, and it will connect onto the Lantern and bring it down to so little health.
Yeah, and it's not going to be able to get off another charge attack, so Glistening Viper is going to come out with that Malamar and going to get up a little bit of energy now. That energy can help it a lot in this matchup against the Galissapod. The trouble is, the Galissapod can tank a foul play, but the Malamar cannot tank an X-Scissor, so this might be a little difficult, and Glistening Viper is now locked into this matchup, so Malamar is going to suffer here.
It is, and look, those Psy Waves do so little to this Galissapod. Now we're going for this X-Scissor. Does Glistening Viper decide to use it last year? Decides not to, and it takes that Malamar all the way out.
Yeah, and I think just had to do that. Like, it was going to get to another attack anyway. You were going to have to spend that other shield, so may as well just come out with the Charjabug and let that do the rest of the work into the Galissapod. Now, Yusei is deciding to keep this Galissapod on the field. It will be able to get to another charge attack before the next discharge comes and takes it out. The Aqua Tail will come through and will be shielded. Glistening Viper is also investing as well. Now is going to switch into the Credilli, and oh no, that Annihilate is going to come out and it's going to wreck that Credilli's week.
Yeah, look, the alignment play here, we can see that although it's going for that Grass Knot, which is also same attack type bonus, it does do a lot, but again, this Annihilate can hang on. It's shadow typing, it's building up a bit more energy and going straight for the Ice Punch, the hard-hitting move here.
Yeah, on the Shadow Annihilate, this will KO the Credilli, especially since the Credilli threw the Grass Knot instead of the Rock Tomb, which is fine because the Rock Tomb is resisted. Now, oh no, the X-Scissor, this isn't going to KO. And the Annihilate had so much energy left, it can punish it for it.
Oh, it's only holding a little bit on. Maybe maybe tactical there.
Oh,
Fish,
okay.
Because it's got a little bit more of that energy. But that Galissapod had that Aqua Jet ready. This Aqua Jet is going to connect onto this Charjabug here. And this is what we call a reverse sweep. Congratulations to Yusei Farrell and finishing off in this winners round.
Yeah, and so that was a really good call. I think that you might be right where that was the plan where the X-Scissor wasn't going to quite KO so they could get another Volt Switch in and be able to throw that against what came in next. But unfortunately, Galissapod is a very high attack Pokemon, so it's going to win charge attack priority against a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so the fact that it had that attack ready to go, that was really what made it comfortable for Yusei in the end.
Yeah, look, and again, I think well played by Glistening Viper there. And again, it is the winners round, so it doesn't mean that they're totally out of the competition. They have a chance to come back as well. But again, Yusei just knowing how to play his team, a very quirky team. However, just like knowing the matchups and being able to get that proper alignment as well.
And Yusei is known for that. For his whole career, he's been throwing in like little spicy picks into his teams that have made opponents scratch their heads. And if you know something that your opponent doesn't, information advantage is a huge advantage in Pokemon Go PvP.
I think with these kind of spice picks, as we call them, if you're not familiar with them, then you might be a little bit like, oh, can my Pokemon take this or not? So you kind of second guess yourself if you're unfamiliar. However, Yusei has played I think he's got over 100 Great League Pokemon, and that basically is information. So the more that you know about like quirky Pokemon, the more that you can read it and be like, yeah, I know what I can do with this team.
Yeah, totally. It's a shame that the matches do come down to alignment, because we like to see Pokemon that have play against things, even if they're at a disadvantage, like have the ability to come back depending on shield and energy situations and whatnot. But I mean, if the meta's there, then you can't blame a person for taking advantage of it. And Yusei has absolutely done that with the Lantern into the Corviknight and the Gillespot into the Malamar. It's and in reverse, you've got the Corviknight being able to do that to the Superior as well. It's the state of the game at the moment, and they're still very, very enjoyable battles to see.
Yeah, look, well, I was surprised that there was no Tinkertons on the field. Right?
Still no Tinkerton.
I want to see the big hammer come out, but there was no Tinkerton there, but there was Corviknight. And Corviknight's an interesting Pokemon that kind of has come up and down in the meta. What are your thoughts on Corviknight?
I'm becoming known now for being a Corviknight hater.
I see.
I don't like the thing. It's just so awkward. You could see that against that Superior, for example. Yes, hard counter, but had to throw the energy to do anything against it. The sand attacks were resisted by the Superior, and it could take as many sand attacks as it wanted to.
Yes.
And so with a lot of hard counter situations, that you might want to come out of that matchup with a lot more energy than what Corviknight can do in that situation, because it threw the Sky Attack to KO the Superior. The maximum it could come out with is 45 energy. Still usable, like you can do a lot with that energy, but it's just a lot less than what you would hope after being in such a good, solid, hard win lead.
Yeah, I find that the charge attacks are a bit lackluster in the Corviknight. It's I suppose in a sense it's very similar to something like Basti in it is a bulky Pokemon. However, Basti does have smackdowns. It has hard, like big moves of Stone Edge and Flamethrower. However, when you got a Corviknight, it just seems like it's just there for bulk.
Yeah, and it's typing as well.
Yeah.
It's only weak to two types in the electric and the fire, and there's really not much of that going around. Fire, we are seeing a little bit of an uptick in regionals and practice tournaments of late, but electric, there's not too much. I mean, I'm saying that having just witnessed a Lantern Charger-Bug matchup, but like that aside, yes. I think the point still stands. I don't think there's too much electric going on. So the typing of the steel flying, it has a lot of resistances, and I think that's where Corviknight shines, is just being able to resist everything and just allowing a lot of the charge attacks that hit it to not do much damage.
Yeah, look, and like besides the Lantern, we don't really see a lot of electric types. I mean, I'd love to see a Morpeko on the field. I think there might be one, possibly, when I had a look at the team sheets earlier today. So maybe that will come out. But, long gone are the days of like electric type Pokemon, like, the spicy, like Togedemaru or something that will turn up. So it's talking about electric types, I'm just like, I can't really think something beyond Lantern.
Yeah, so Lantern, Charger, Morpeko, I think they're the big three. We've seen occasionally a Shadow Zapdos.
Oh, yes.
And a Mulga as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just not a lot around. Well, I don't think there'll be much today, but again, we saw that Lantern. We see a Charger-Bug. I could be wrong.
yeah, and you mentioned you've seen a Morpeko on the team sheets. I haven't seen the team sheets myself, but I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Yetaruna's back.
Yeah, she is.
Who made a big splash in the Brisbane regional, and she had a Morpeko in her team. She absolutely loves it.
Let's talk. If we're talking about Morpeko, let's bring back the caster picks, because I know the boys, the previous casters, did talk about their picks. We haven't gone and talked about our picks just yet.
Yeah, okay.
So Steve, I think Trotter was talking about a Basti, and I'm just like, oh, come on,
dude.
Those Basties are not coming back. But I was expecting a Wailmer on Steve's caster picks, but we will see. What did you have on your caster picks?
I am going to be honest, I can't remember.
Yeah. Let's
so
pull
I'm
it
seeing
up.
this for the first time myself. So okay, so I'm running a and a Unova Stunfisk. So I think that is like that's an electric we forgot about.
Oh, there we go.
Stunfisk, of
There we
course.
go.
That's probably going to be the most common electric type. I can't believe we forgot it.
Actually is. There is a lot of Stunfisks in this Melbourne regional.
Yeah, and it's a really good core breaker. It can beat a lot of the waters and fires that are being brought into the meta, and you see a lot of people bringing, double water. There was a time when we were seeing a lot of triple water as well. So it has a lot of play against that with the Thundershock and Discharge, and the fact that it throws the mud bombs as well. A lot of the steel, like your Tinkerton as well. Which, speaking of Tinkerton, I see something very curious on your.
My caster picks are a little bit off.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, please do tell.
It's probably unlikely to see maybe 2 of them. But I've got Tinkerton, because obviously that is the Pokemon of the hour at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got Tinker Tough. Right, so Tinker Tough, you require XLs.
Mm-hmm.
I think you even need a hundo to run that. But it is something a little bit spicy, something a little bit different, and it can, like the HP on there, if you've got it all right, it can tank quite a bit, and just a little bit off. So just a surprise someone ahead.
What's the moveset on a Tinker Tough?
Oh, look, it's it does not come to mind at the moment, but like I said. It looks cool, okay?
It looks cool, and style points do get you wins.
Most of mine are very stylish, let's be honest. We've got the Tinkerton, we've got the Tinker Tough, we've got more Peko. It's got some style as well, and it'll be cool to see that out in play. And then I've got a Thievul. Do you know much about Thievul, Fish?
I think Thievul's underrated. I really am.
I think so too.
Impressed by that pick. I think it's got like a reasonable bulk. Dark types aren't usually super resisted. There's usually not more than one Pokemon on each team that's like, it's a fairy and fighting and I guess opposing darks as well. But so there aren't usually too many Pokemon that resist the Sucker Punch Night Slash combination, but then it's also got the Play Rough as well. It's basically the same typing offensively as Sableye.
Yeah, and look, Thievul is one that I thought that would be a fun pick, because I've seen those Sucker Punch obviously being buffed during this Might and Mastery season is going to be a bit of a, I suppose, if you don't expect it, you don't expect it. And if you get those Night Slashes and you land a boost, my goodness, those Sucker Punches add up, you add more Night Slashes, you could be like there going, oh my goodness, I'm getting attacked so heavily, especially if it lines up well. So that's my spice pick there, if not the whole line there is spice
picks. I think the whole line. Well, not the Tinkerton, of course.
Of course.
Tinker
I had to put one in.
Yeah. And look, I really like the pick. I don't know about the Tinker Tough. I do need to see its movesets, but I'll be looking that up when we are back off camera.
Yeah. Fish, let me know, what do you think of Lapras though? Because I feel like there's less Lapras available that we're seeing throughout the regional. And do you prefer the Shadow or the regular?
Oh, it's really dealer's choice, I feel. The Shadow can do better into Tinkerton, which is the flavor of the month at the moment. The regular obviously has some of its own matchups. I think Drapion, Shadow Drapion was one of the things the regular Lapras could get that Shadow has a bit more trouble with. So it's really it depends on what the rest of your team is and what you plan to do with it.
Yeah, look, I have a Shadow made, and I was like, oh, it does take a little bit more damage. It's a little bit weaker. And I feel like Lapras is one of those Pokemon that people have to have that extra bulk. And if you're putting Shadow into it, that bulk is gone. So it's just like, oh, however, the Sparkling Arias do so well. And because it is Shadow, can actually win certain matchups as well. So now that I feel like Shadow Lapras is probably coming more into play than regular. More than regular. Again, like we saw Golisopod in its action in the previous match, and like Golisopod has that, I suppose, very I wouldn't say odd typing, but it has a lot of coverage.
It does. I really like typing defensively. It resists a lot of the Mud Slap users that I guess we haven't seen too much of in the last couple of regionals, but so often this season we've seen at least one Mud Slapper on every team, and it's firing back those Aqua Jets most of the time super effectively, and then that X-Scissor coverage as well means it's pretty good into opposing water types as well. Having said that, the matchup between it and Shadow for Alligator is very awkward. Even regular for Alligator, but I think the Shadow for Alligator is a lot more difficult for it because those Hydro Cannons, as well as the neutral Shadow Claws, are doing a lot of work, even though they are resisted.
Yeah, and now we have the teams up for the next match. We've got Shadow XO versus Pokémon Maker here. Shadow is a local to the Melbourne region, so it is great to see her out. And Pokémon Maker, very, very well known in the Oceania region, Fish.
Yeah, it came third in Perth, I want to say.
That's correct, yeah.
So made a very good run. Drawing on my memory now, I think he is currently the highest placed international player in a regional so far.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll have to double check that one, but yeah.
Or I'm thinking someone might have come second in one. Maybe it was Pokémon Maker.
Yeah, look, we don't count PvP Steve that came second in Johannesburg, but in a special event. But let's get back into here. We can see Shadow's team. We've got a Clodsire. I love Clodsire. A Azumarill, a Shadow Annihilate, a regular Lapras, a Shadow Drapion, and a Credilli.
On Pokémon Maker's side, running the Talonflame, Tinkerton, Claydol, Lapras, Credilli, and Shadow Drapion. So both players running the Shadow Drapion, which is a Pokemon that has seen a little bit of a drop-off in the latest meta.
Yeah, latest meta. However, it is actually one of the most used Pokemon in the Melbourne regional, which is crazy to think. I love how different areas have different usage picks, and like Shadow Drapion is just one of them that is it's going to be commonly used. We're going to see a lot of it today, Fish.
Yeah, absolutely. And for good reason. It's just so versatile. Just giving it a couple of Poison Stings worth of energy is enough to make it win matchups that it doesn't have any right to win.
Yeah.
Even against the Tinkerton, where the Poison Stings and the Crunches are resisted, it can just fire off a barrage of those Aqua Tails. It's one of the, I've never been a fan of Bulldoze, apart from just its potential as a bait attack, but it is really important into the Drapion. Otherwise, the Drapion does overcome that one as well.
Yeah, look, Bulldoze is what I call, it's not the best move. It might be the worst move.
It's not the best move, and scene.
Yeah, I think it's other casters have talked about their, I suppose, the lackluster of Bulldoze, but it is important to cover for the Drapion if it does come out, especially in that Tinkerton versus Drapion matchup. Now on Shadow's team, I do like the look of it's a bit of a classic team as well. There's things there that we have seen around. I do like the idea of Shadow Annihilate. Again, we did see it with Yusei earlier today, where if you know where to place it properly, it can just run the whole game and can run the whole match sometimes.
Absolutely. That and Primate being two fighters with ghost type coverage and ghost type coverage that boosts your attack as well.
Yeah.
Really handy for both of those Pokemon, and so Annihilate is very dangerous in the right matchups. I also do like the Clodsire, which I think we did see it as number one in the Taiwan or Thailand playoffs. One of those two, yeah.
Yes.
And so that one is a super interesting Pokemon as well, because it is beating the Tinkerton, which is, a Pokemon that you've got to plan around now. It's also got Stone Edge for the fire types that people are also bringing to try and counter that. It's got Stone Edge to hit the Lapras super effectively as well, and it can tank a Sparkling Aria and some Psy Waves just fine. So I do like Clodsire in the current meta.
Yeah, and I believe that Shadow is running Sludge on hers.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. I did check her team earlier today. I was like, can I have a look at your team? And she showed me. I was like, yep, that's it. It's a team that she's been running in the locals, so in her cups and challenges in here in Melbourne. So a lot of the locals are very used to her team, and she's like, look, I'm going with this team because I know how to run it. So I think sometimes you just got to trust a little bit of, I suppose, you bank all those little credits over time. And this is the kind of opportunity to play those credits and be like, look, I know what it can tank. I know what I need to do with it. Whereas sometimes when, you're coming up to a regional and be like, should I change things around? Should I add more into it? So, and that can just, put that extra nerves on during a regional. So
yeah, absolutely. If you one less thing to be worried about, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, unless you're there's certain, there's a certain player that, is well known in the Oceania region that maybe has won, a fair few regionals that just makes a team the night before.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Do you know that guy, Fish?
I'm aware. We've had some run-ins.
Yeah, maybe an international.
Yep. So.
Yakovic is what we're talking about here, and he is well known for making his team the night before. So, and it just shows the brilliance of that man. But unfortunately, he is not here today, so we will be basically it will be a new champion in Melbourne. So we don't know who just yet. But again, let's go back to the teams here. Now, what do you like on Pokemon Moneymaker's side?
On Pokemon Moneymaker's side, I mean, that's not a particularly out there team either.
No.
I think it's definitely more, I guess, current than what Shadows is. You said before, Shadows is a bit more of a classic flavor.
Yes.
Pokemon Moneymaker has a couple of updated picks, like the Tinkerton and Talonflame as well, which I think is going to be a really good one in the current meta. So I think Talonflame's my pick for MVP on Moneymaker's side.
Correct. I think especially now that we know that Sludge is on that Clodsire, it means that it's a bit more comfortable to be brought in against Shadow's side. So if I was Shadow, I would be probably leaning towards maybe even a double water lineup just to try and cover that. However, I suppose, if you were running double water, what would you be afraid of on Pokemon Moneymaker's side?
Really, it's only the Credilli, and the Credilli is not bulletproof against either of these two Laprases. Yeah. Did you happen to see what attacks the Shadow's running on the Lapras, whether it's Ice Beam or Skull Bash?
It is the classic of Ice Beam and Sparkling Aria.
Okay, interesting. So that does give it a little bit more play into that Credilli, but the Credilli does still outpace to the Rock Tombs, so it can throw a Rock Tomb first and get that attack debuff, and then the Ice Beam's not doing as much. It can tank an Ice Beam, especially from the regular. So, like I said, Credilli has play into all of that.
Yeah, I think it's with the Lapras and Credilli matchup, it really comes down to shields. Because the Ice Beam, it doesn't want to take an Ice Beam. It can take an Ice Beam, but it doesn't really want to because it does take quite a bit of health, and it's going to be a bit difficult to get to the next Rock Tomb after that. So it might be a game of baits at that point, being like, oh, is it going to be an Ice Beam? Is it going to be a Sparkling Aria? So we'll see if that match lines up. Now, I'm interested to know what are your thoughts on the Claydol on Pokemon Moneymaker's side. Do you think it's playable at all in this matchup?
It certainly is, and Shadow does have the Clodsire, which is something that Pokemon Moneymaker is going to have to think very carefully about. Claydol is probably the biggest counter to the Clodsire on Shadow's side. It does also have play into, say, the Lapras where the Psywaves are resisted and it can tank a Sparkling Aria. And what we see with Rock Tombers is you spend one shield and that makes things even easier. So it has play into that, has play into the Drapion as well. Again, you need shields up for that. So I'm noticing a pattern here. I don't know if you are. So with shields up, Claydol can be very, very good. Yeah,
look, I think like you mentioned, Pokemon Moneymaker's team is a little bit more current and has much more, I suppose, it's leaning towards a little bit of easier decisions to make against someone like Shadow's team. However, doesn't mean Shadow's team is not usable at all. It has still, we know the bulk of Azumarill. Now, I know Azumarill has come down a little bit in the meta. It's no longer in the top line of a lot of the usage graphics, but it is very bulky and can flip situations around because of that bulk.
Yeah, I do find it fascinating, the whole thing of nothing could stop Azumarill, and then just this other fairy came in with this giant hammer. It's like, hey guys, and
never underestimate the fairy types. Right? That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, so it wasn't can we bring more counters to Azumarill? It's can we just bring another fairy that does cool things?
yeah, and it does very cool things with its hammer.
Totally. But like you said, Azumarill still has plenty of play, and there are a lot of people bringing fires to handle the Tinkerton like the Talonflame there. So Azumarill is going to be pretty handy into that Pokemon. The Talonflame does still have play into the Azumarill, so that's an interesting matchup as well. And it's definitely I was making a comment about kind of hard counters and rock paper scissors type matchups before. There's really not too much of that around. I should clarify that there's still plenty of matchups like the Azumarill Talonflame where it's all really dependent on context.
Yes, and I think with experienced players, even in these matchups where they get stuck, they can try and find a way to play around, dance around a very locked in situation. So when you're going for a bit of a neutral team, you can do that. However, like if you get, if you straight switch out and it's a Talonflame and you've got like an Azumarill, it's a bit sticky.
Yeah, there is. I mean, but that's when you can decide to, okay, I'll let my Talonflame go down and leave the Azumarill with enough HP left that I can farm it down with I don't know, the Claydol, for example, or give my Credilli some bullet seeds, and then just giving your Pokemon that energy lead then puts you in a really good position for the rest of the battle. We've even seen some people like deliberately do that. They'll draw out a Pokemon with the specific intention of losing that matchup and then giving your lead Pokemon a little bit more energy again.
Yeah, sometimes you just know that Pokemon in particular has no play in certain lines. So you're just like, look, I'm just going to have to sacrifice this. It plays almost like a third shield to just be able to absorb energy and be able to like, all right, let's restart and actually have a good matchup. So like I said, with experienced players, they know when to do that. I struggle. I'm like, no, my Pokemon went down.
Yeah, it is a lot to think. There is a lot to think about when it comes to Pokemon Go PvP, especially at this high level.
Yeah, this high level and such a quick game. Again, it's a matter of split seconds of making these decisions, and it's again hard to do. But that's why I'm really happy that Shadow's going with a team that she's familiar with. So it means that she can make those decisions a lot quicker to try and switch out or to stay in certain matchups.
Absolutely, huge advantage.
Yeah, and look, with Pokemon Maker, again, he's well known. He flew into Melbourne. He's not a local here. I believe he's from Japan. So he's going to try and get his way to become Melbourne regional champion, because in the Asian region, they only have a certain amount of allocations, especially in Japan where they have their own qualifiers. But if you are out of region in something like Melbourne Regional, you have to win to get your world's qualification. If you come second, you don't get that world's qualification. You do get some prize money, let's be honest. But they're here to try and get that top spot.
I'm well aware because Pokemon Moneymaker kicked my butt in Perth.
The
one regional I participated in this season, it was who was it first? It was They Love Jai. That I got in round 2, and then Pokemon Moneymaker in round 3.
That's rough.
It was a rough run. So Pokemon Moneymaker, and it didn't even do anything particularly special. Just ran, it was for Alligator, Clodsire, Azumarill in both games, and just knew how to play it, and just won the arm wrestle basically. Just slowly applied the pressure until I just had no play left. So yeah, I'm very familiar with how good Pokemon Moneymaker is.
Yeah, and unfortunate for you in Perth to get not only the finalist and then the third place to be like back to back straight after.
Yeah. Still talking about that with my therapist.
Anyway, no, we can see. I think there'll be a very, very good match between the two. And look, I would love to see Shadow take it out here. Being a local, she's played a lot of these and helped to build the local community here as well. And it'll be great to see someone like Dracoviz that was in Melbourne to get a homegrown winner here. But we'll see how it all pans out, and we'll be locking in the teams very, very shortly. But I suppose, like I said, with these internationals that are coming in, it's not only Pokemon Maker that is here. There's others that have come around. I believe, like country-wise, we have someone from China that is here. We have someone from Chile that is here. We have someone from South Korea. We have someone from Japan. We have the Americans. I know you guys in chat are talking about it. We have them here as well. So it's a very international regional in Melbourne today.
Yeah. And I mean, come on in. We've got the spots for it. We want to see these growing as big as they possibly can. And if that means we get some people coming in internationally thinking like, this is my shot, then that is absolutely fine as well. Just know that we aren't going to let you take it easily.
We're not. There's some exceptional players here. A lot of world's players are also here today. So it is going to be a great, great day at the Melbourne Regional. And, I can't pick it. I can't pick a winner. I don't have... usually I would have a favourite, but it's really tough in Melbourne today.
It's interesting because we've had 3 Pokemon Go play Pokemon events in Melbourne, 2 regionals and 1 international, I believe it was, and only 2 winners have come out of that. So Rick Flareon is here today, the leader for Oceania on championship points.
Yes.
He is looking to take that title as well, but if he doesn't get there, then we will have a brand new name on that in that Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I mean, like, it could be anyone. And like Godzilla is here today as well. So he could be trying to go for the back-to-back championships. So it is going to be a difficult one.
Does he count as an international?
Oh, no.
Okay, no.
It doesn't.
No.
We claim him as ours. But my point is that he has had a championship. So it means that he might be claiming that back-to-back. So again, I can't pick it. I can't pick it for this time round of who could potentially take it out, because there's some exceptional players here. We'll just have to see how the bracket goes.
Yeah. I'm interested to see if we end up getting the chance. Inner Bloom is someone I want to shout out.
Yes. Inner Bloom 94.
Yeah. He is someone that I don't know how big of a profile he's got, because he seems to come out to do he's spectacular results in grassroots.
Yes.
Hasn't done too many play Pokemon events. But he's one of the best pick 6 players going around.
Yeah.
And a lot of people didn't know he was coming in today. We have something else in front of us, though. That is Pokemon Moneymaker versus Shadow. Let's see how they play this out. Claydol lead into Azumarill.
Into the Azumarill, which is so exciting from here. And we can see that they're locked in. And now the Pokemon Moneymaker straight into that Shadow Drapion instead. Shadow going for that late switch into the Clodsire.
And so the Clodsire is going to be able to threaten with the Earthquakes, but because the Drapion got a reasonable energy lead, those Aqua Tails are going to fire off very quickly, and depending on how many shields Pokemon Moneymaker wants to invest in this, might be able to overcome this.
Yeah, look, I think here we can see that Shadow is going for that Sludge. However, because of charge attack priority, it means that Shadow Drapion can go for the Aqua Tail first.
Yeah, and so this is going to be interesting to see if Pokemon Moneymaker calls this. I would think surely you've got to shield this. You've got to protect that Drapion. It is going to come out, and so the Clodsire will be able to get to that Earthquake a little bit quicker, but the next Aqua Tail on Drapion is going to come out first, and I think this is going to KO.
Yeah, look, it's already there, and we know with previously the charge attack priority will go to Drapion here, and now Shadow decides to shield because we have that Earthquake ready.
Yeah, so now both players are down 1 shield. Maybe Pokemon Moneymaker. My guess is that Pokemon Moneymaker will be happy to spend this second shield and come out with a lot of energy onto the next Pokemon. He can afford to farm up a lot now because it does take a fairly long time to get to that Earthquake here. Instead, Shadow is not going to let him do that. She's going to come back out with the Azumarill.
Yeah, look, probably seeing that Clodsire is probably valuable in the back and able to now go for the Ice Beam that will land on the Tinkaton, because the Tinkaton has no shields in play.
Ice Beam is going to be resisted just like the Play Rough is. Look at how little that did. So you're really relying more on bubbles than anything else to do damage against this Tinkaton. And this is why the Azumarill has been pushed down in the meta just a little bit, is because the Tinkaton is doing such similar fairy things, but it is doing so well into the opposing Azumarill.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, with those fairy winds versus the bubbles just take so much longer to get there. So now we can see that this Play Rough will connect on the Tinkaton, but again, it's almost the same as that Ice Beam.
And so the Tinkaton is going to build up as much energy as possible before throwing that final charge attack. Oh, okay, the Azumarill is going to come out first with the Ice Beam, and this won't KO, I wouldn't think.
No, I don't believe it will KO here. It still hangs on. It's got 100 energy, and so it can try and go for this Play Rough. Shadow still has 1 shield remaining, decides not to shield the Azumarill. The Azumarill will go down.
And so the Tinkaton only just has a Bulldoze there that it can throw, and the Bulldoze is really not going to throw much, but the one advantage the Bulldoze has is that it does have the chance of a defense drop, so that might help against whatever comes in against this Credilli.
And it does get the defense drop there on the Credilli, and now this Shadow Drapion has that crunch ready and loaded. Shadow has that 1 shield and decides to play it.
And so the Drapion did have a lot of energy, but it's going to have to try and get it off before the Rock Tomb comes out on Credilli's side. It does throw the next crunch, and despite the defense being dropped, this isn't going to be enough to KO it.
No, it won't be here. So this Credilli hangs on. It is into the red. It can go to that Rock Tomb here, and this Rock Tomb will connect onto the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I don't know if this KOs. How much does a Rock Tomb do against a Shadow Drapion?
It does a lot, Fish.
KO. And so now surely the Claydol is going to come out here. The Tinkaton is really only good for a 3rd shield at this point. So Claydol is going to have to try and Mud Slap down before the Credilli gets to its charge attack. Is the timer going to be up? Oh, we get the Clodsire coming back out now. And so it is going to take an Ice Beam that is going to get rid of it. And then the final Pokemon will come back out on the field.
Yeah, look, I think it's clever from Shadow here. So it's just trying to preserve this Credilli, hoping to get to that Rock Tomb or maybe a Grass Knot, but didn't quite make it there. And that means that match goes to Pokemon Maker.
Yeah, that Claydol was there for the start and the end, and that's all it needed to do. Because it finished off those last two Pokemon. There was an attempt at a catch maybe, or the Mud Slaps also were doing so much damage to the Credilli that I don't think it was going to get to that charge attack. And so it was like a really knife's edge kind of situation that just fell into Pokemon Maker's lap.
Yeah, look, I think that Tinkaton and that Credilli both coming out there had a really good synergy, and it was really difficult for Shadow to come out of that matchup well. And I thought it was really clever that Pokemon Maker actually switched into that Drapion because it could lure out that Clodsire, because that Clodsire could be quite deadly with that Tinkaton in the back. So really was just trying to get that Clodsire out, played all his shields, so then that Clodsire's gone, safe for him to just roll with the rest of the Pokemon.
Yeah, and often it is a reasonable idea to invest shields in a Pokemon that's not doing much fast attack damage, because if it's a Pokemon that you know you can overcome that matchup by investing shields, then you normally come out with quite a lot of HP and a reasonable amount of energy as well, and you can do so much work with that Pokemon against the next Pokemon. So you're really getting a lot more bang for your buck if you use those shields against a Pokemon that's not doing much fast attack damage to you back.
I suppose now the situation is like, if you were Shadow, like, well, how can you pivot around the Tinkaton and the Claydol?
Okay, so the Pokemon that can beat both would probably be the closest thing would be Lapras, but really nothing.
What would you pair the Lapras with?
Oh, geez. Let's okay, the Lapras is worried about the Credilli.
Yes.
So I guess the Clodsire is going to come back out there.
Yes. All right, we're into game 2 here, and we can see the Clodsire is here against the Tinkaton, which is a great lead.
Yeah, Shadow's going to really love this lead, but we saw Pokemon Maker lose the first lead and did fine in the end. So the Lapras is going to come out, and we're going to get a little bit of farmed energy on the Clodsire before the opposing Lapras comes out.
Now, we can see on Pokemon Maker's side, he does have Skull Bash. Unfortunately, on Shadow's side, it is running the standard set of Sparkling Aria, and we can see that Skull Bash does half its health. Although it's shiny, it does take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the Sparkling Arias are not going to do particularly much in return, especially since the Skull Bash has come out on Pokemon Maker's side. He is going to still invest a shield, so really wants to make sure this Lapras comes out with a lot of HP and can do a lot of work into the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think it's clever from Pokemon Maker's side, because if he gets another Skull Bash off, it's going to be double defense through there. So it's going to be so bulky and going to take on a lot more in the back line.
Yeah, this is like a Metapod using Harden by now. Everything will just bounce off it at this point. The Skull Bash is going to go through unshielded. So we are at 2 shields to 1 on the side of Shadow, who has not used one yet. The Clodsire or the Drapion can come back out. It is going to be the Clodsire, and this is where you would prefer Stone Edge, but is going to have to just deal with the Earthquake. And because it's been double defense buffed, I don't think this is going to KO.
No, I don't think so either, Fish. And it hangs on. It's still in the red, but hangs on. That means it can get more of these Psy waves off, get a little bit more energy, and this Sparkling Aria is now being launched. Shadow decided to protect their Clodsire here.
This is so tough because I don't even think you can Poison Sting down at this low HP. I mean, you are at the move. Okay, so you're there. But the Sparkling Aria is going to come out first, and is Shadow going to spend the second shield on this Clodsire? She is, so he wants to protect it, and now surely you can get this Poison Sting down. Surely.
Oh, look, those defense buffs have really helped. It actually has increased a lot more attacks for the Clodsire. The Clodsire is now able to straight away launch it on this Earthquake. This Claydol is not going protected here.
Yeah, so the Earthquake will take a decent chunk out of the Claydol, but it can take it in its stride and is going to be able to take another one as well, not if Drapion has anything to say about it. So now it's going to be Drapion into the Tinkaton, and I think Tinkaton with the Bulldoze is going to prefer this one, and a shield as well.
Yeah, look, and this is a tough situation to switch into the Shadow Drapion. Then against this Tinkaton here, we can see that this Aqua Tail does so little. Now we know why this ineffective Bulldoze is here to play. This Bulldoze will connect onto the Shadow Drapion. The Shadow Drapion is now into the yellow.
Yeah, and so one more Bulldoze will take it out. The defense drop, I mean, it's nice to have, but it won't really matter in the end. The Aqua Tail is not going to be shielded either. I don't think Pokemon Maker will need to use a shield at all the rest of this battle, but we have seen some cool comebacks in the past. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, look, and it's ready. It's got the Bulldoze there, farming up a little bit more and an extra Fairy Wind there just to make sure it's ready for the next Pokemon that's coming into play. This Bulldoze will take out this Shadow Drapion, and we just really have this Clodsire left.
And so the Clodsire is going to have to rely on, okay, throwing the Sludge Bomb, it is resisted, but it is a fairly low HP Tinkerton. I don't think it's going to be enough, and Pokemon Maker knows that as well. So the Sludge Bomb is going to take it into the red, and then we are going to have a Bulldoze come out, which, again, I don't think that will KO the Clodsire, but it will take it very, very low, and then put it in range of, I guess, 1 or 2 Mud Slaps.
Yeah, I saw it was interesting. He was trying to switch into the Claydol earlier, but didn't quite get there. Now it's able to go to Claydol. Claydol can just Mud Slap this down, and that means that Game 2 goes to Pokemon Maker.
Yeah, that was just a masterclass. He's so good. So he lost the lead both games.
Yes.
But came in with a switch that was able to flip that matchup completely in his favor, took full advantage of, there was especially like a bit of a gap in time between when Pokemon Maker switched and when Shadow switched. And in the first battle, the Drapion was able to build up so much energy in that time. In the second battle, it was more of like a, what do I have against this thing? I don't think Shadow had nothing that could really counter the Lapras safe swap. And so it ended up coming in with her own Lapras, which with the wrong moveset is not going to be a counter. That's not a counter swap.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a wrong moveset. I think with Ice Beam, it has a lot of play. Unfortunately, when it's up against a mirror Lapras, it's not where it wants to be. And it's just going to be like those Sparkling Arrows, again, as you saw in that second match, it doesn't do too much onto the opposing Lapras. And look, I'm just going to call it, it is a Tinkaton meta. So it means that we got to pivot and got to work around the Tinkaton. Like, you might have to bring 5 ground types, but we've got to work around it because it's here to stay for a while.
Yeah, if you can win a regional with 5 ground types, I will. I'll give you $1 million.
Whoa! we're not a betting stream here.
Yeah. You put the not legally binding thing on the bottom of the screen, right?
Yep. No, and again, congratulations to Pokemon Maker. They're proceeding on into the next round of winners, and Shadow, like I said, is not quite out yet. So we'll be proceeding on to the losers bracket to do a losers run. And again, well played with a team that she's familiar with and knows quite well with. So I think there might be some promising action down in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen to see it when we get there.
Also, and we're going to take a quick break here and bring on PvP Steve and DrTrotter again.
The Might and Mastery season just dropped with some huge attack updates, and they're already shaking up the Play Pokemon Championship Series meta. Some attacks were buffed, others nerfed, and some just play a bit differently, but all of them bring significant changes to the landscape of PvP. Let's break it all down. One of the biggest winners of the update was Rock Tomb. This move now deals more damage, costs less energy, and still guarantees an attack debuff to your opponent. That's a massive improvement to Pokemon like Claydol and Forretress, giving them better defensive play and a stronger presence in battles. But the biggest benefactor is Credilli, which has shot straight to the top of the Open Great League meta. It's everywhere right now. Speaking of buffs, Hex now generates more energy and does more damage, making ghost types like Dusclops and Dusknoir much scarier. Faster access to their charge attacks means they can apply pressure like never before. Then there's Acrobatics, which now costs less energy. Jumpluff was already strong, but that makes it an even faster and more dangerous threat in Great League, as well as giving Emolga a bit more play. One of the most unexpected shakeups was Dazzling Gleam, which scored an energy cost reduction. This makes it the go-to move for Togetic, but more importantly, it was given to Sableye, giving it very handy coverage against opposing Dark types. Aqua Jet also got a damage buff, helping Pokemon like Golisopod apply more water-type pressure in the right matchups. But not every change was a buff. Rollout got nerfed, applying less damage than before. That's a hit for Pokemon that rely on it, but it's still a useful move, and interestingly, it's been given to Blastoise, which is a strict upgrade for that Pokemon. We'll have to see how it rolls out. Get it? Like, rolls out? Like, plays out? Never mind, I can't work with you people. Meanwhile, Dynamic Punch got buffed. It now costs less energy and was given to both Dusknoir and Grumpig. Grumpig in particular has skyrocketed in the rankings. With the added addition of Psywave, it's gone from an afterthought to a meta contender overnight. Lapras also picked up Sparkling Aria and Psywave, and the results speak for themselves. It's undeniably meta now. It already had strong bulk, and these new additions only make it even more formidable. Another sneaky improvement was Sludge, which got buffed, and that means Pokemon like Galarian Weezing are even stronger. Plus, Swalot and Swampert now have access to it, adding more poison-type versatility to their kits. And we'd be remiss not to mention the little cutie Ferret, which picked up 2 new tools in Swift and Trailblaze. While it's not a meta-defining pick, you will see it from time to time, and it's always fun to see underappreciated Pokemon getting new options. Finally, Ribombee got access to the Fast Attack Charm, which is a huge game changer in this current meta, am I right guys? Guys? That's a lot of changes, and we're only just starting to see how they'll impact the meta moving forward. What do you think? Are any of these updates game changers for your team? Don't forget to get involved in the conversation, and until next time, good luck on the battlefield, and may the leads be in your favour.
You're welcome back, battlers and trainers. We are here getting ready for the next set of battles in Melbourne, and man, it is a doozy. We've got a good one coming up here, Steve.
Oh yeah, this is the sort of battle that we were hoping we would see on the broadcast. This is that sort of like one you might see at the end of the broadcast, because this is Titan v Titan, battler versus battler at the upper echelon. It is going to be Sydney's Gone 1001 taking on local legend Innerbloom 94.
It is great. These guys have been in the play circuit for quite a while now. Neither have actually taken out a championship, which is almost hard to believe because they're both such high, consistent battlers. I think Gone 1001 has come second or third at least 3 or 4 times. So very lovely gentlemen. I hate to describe him this way, but it's definitely been a bit of a bridesmaid, never the bride scenario for Gone 1001. But let's hope he can turn it around here today.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, last year he went to the World Championships for the first time after racking up enough championship points. Again, bridesmaids still get a lot of championship points, so it's not a bad spot to be in the current setup. But I think that like the comparison that I actually I've described Gone like this, and I've described Innerbloom like this. Historically, they have been 2 of the best battlers of all time to not yet win a regional in the Oceanic region. And so they're like 2, I think they both fit into the dark horse category for this particular regional, where they both absolutely have chances to win it and are both really strong players. And so it's going to be anyone's game here.
Yeah, Gone 1001, very technical player, really gets into those nuts and bolts. And Alessio, a little bit more of a feel, like likes to feel things out and sort of run with a bit of a vibe. But neither of those things sort of a negative way of talking to these trainers. These are how they play. It's their style. It's their go-to, and they execute it very, very effectively. Honestly, I can't tell you the last time I've actually beaten either of these battles. They're just phenomenal and yeah, really clinical, especially in those end game moments. Know where their win cons are, can really sniff one out and send it home.
Yeah, now that you say that, again, Gone 1001, another local of mine, I've faced him time and time again, local after local, week after week. I actually don't think I've ever beaten him, like once. He's that good. He's so cracked at this game. And as you said, very technical player. He's very strong at getting an energy advantage and just keeping track of the game. I think that's one of Gone 1001's best skill sets, in that he knows exactly where the game is at all times. And that is obviously very, very strong. I think that the teams are going to be a little bit different when we do get a look at the 2 teams. We took a little bit of a peek before the stream.
We were a little bit sneaky, weren't we, Steve?
We were a little bit sneaky.
And look, it does look like a little bit potentially of an advantage there to Innerbloom, but we say that Tinkerton can really turn things around here for Gone 1001.
Yeah. Now, notably, that Shadow Ditto on Gone's side is a Shadow Blastoise. We're not running any Shadow Dittos around here. I mean, Ditto's crazy enough. But yeah, you're right. I think that Tinkerton is really going to be... I mean, look, it's the Pokemon of the meta. It's the Pokemon of the tournament as well. And that's definitely going to be the case here. But Innerbloom has sort of gone a little bit off the wall in a few of these picks. Now, Annihilate is one of those Pokemon that feels a little bit... It's on the outskirts of the meta, right? It's not a Pokemon that everyone is using. But if that was the only sort of oddity of the team, that'd be reasonable enough. But he's also running a Venusaur and a Shadow Dragonite, one of the most oppressive Pokemon when you give it 2 shields. What is your thoughts on Dragonite in the current sort of meta and into Gone's team?
Well, into Gone's team, I think it plays really, really well. In the overall meta, its pacing's just a little bit slow. It can set you up for an amazing win. But equally, if you are over investing in shields, you can actually hamstring yourself for a loss. The Dragon Breath suppresses, but Dragon Claw sometimes just doesn't feel like it does quite enough damage. And yeah, like you said, you need to invest shields into it. And if you're investing shields heavily into that, you're leaving your other Pokemon a little bit short. Now, I know you said Annihilate isn't in there. It's not the source, definitely more so than Primate. But moving on, it doesn't have a lot of great targets into Gone 1001's team. It's sort of neutral at best. Even the Golisopod is a really tough matchup because Golisopod paces faster. It's going to be taking super effective Shadow Claws. That Aqua Jet hits surprisingly hard once you add up the Shadow Claws plus the Aqua Jet. So I can't think we'll see a whole lot of that unless Inner Bloom wants to use that to counter the Tinkaton. And then it gets a little bit interesting, right? Because it's a slightly different setup, because otherwise, that Tinkaton can be doing really just going ham against everything except for that Diggersby, really. Or maybe Bloom's just going to counter it with another Tinkaton.
Always the option, right? I don't love the Annihilate into Tinkaton matchup. It's definitely one that I was sort of looking at on the sides. I was like, how does that go? And obviously, if it is a close combat Annihilate, you do have the opportunity to do a lot of damage, especially after a Rage Fist buff. And we've seen it happen many times before, and it really does chunk that Tinkaton right out of the battlefield. But, as you said, there's not a lot of options for Inner Bloom, and I think he really has to focus a little bit on that Tinkaton as he puts his team together. He has to really think, I can't bring 3 Pokemon that are really weak to the Tinkaton. Venusaur's not too bad into the Tinkaton. You can win the one shield straight Frenzy Plant because you are sort of just able to put that pressure on. And to be honest with you, Venusaur looks pretty good into Gon's team. There are absolutely counters. There is no safe Pokemon here for Inner Bloom, but you're pretty good into the Blastoise. You're okay into the Malamar. Malamar does obviously have these super effective Psy Waves that do add up for a bit, but there aren't any super effective charge attacks that Malamar has to throw at you. And then Stunfisk is a brilliant matchup for Venusaur.
Yeah, obviously brilliant there. And so what we're seeing is the Inner Bloom's Tinkaton actually has a pretty good run into Gone 1001's team. Obviously wants to avoid that Stunfisk. It's got a bit of neutrality there with the Blastoise and the Golisopod, but it's still going to be quite effective in that. So what's its real counter? It is that Stunfisk or the Tinkaton. So, I honestly wouldn't surprise me if both trainers are happy to see the Tinkaton mirror and then just play the rest out after that.
Yeah, that actually might be a really good point. I actually don't think either battle would be upset to see that. They'd be like, phew, this is so much less stressful. I don't have to think about it too much. Unless one of them wants to go for the full gambit and go for that sort of hard ground type, hard counter, try and find the Tinkaton. And to be fair, if you sort of look at Stunfisk at the very least, Stunfisk does have quite a bit of play into the rest of the team. I think that it's a usable Pokemon. It gets really stuck against Venusaur, which I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out, so it might be a bit of a risk for Gon. I don't know how much of a risk taker Gon is. Sometimes he's willing to sort of take that step out, but sometimes he plays quite careful and reserved.
Yeah, I feel like he'd prefer to stick in that safe sort of area. And especially with the Diggersby, the Venusaur, and that Shadow Dragonite, Stunfisk can be a little bit tricky to place. And obviously it's only neutral into the Annihilate, so it's only got the 2 targets. But if Inner Bloom shows early that he's going to play a Drapion and a Tinkaton together, well, maybe that Stunfisk is the secret sauce in this matchup. But it's going to be tricky, and it's hard to get away from that Tinkaton at the moment, right?
Yeah, I think no matter, we're trying to cut this so many different ways, and it feels like it always just comes back to Tinkaton right at that core, that it's really sort of dictating how this matchup is going to go, how these players are thinking about their teams, and how they're going to have to approach the match in the 3 that they pick. Because really, I think that you could reasonably bring all 6 of these Pokemon in certain settings. There's no Pokemon on here that I'm like, no chance that comes, right? Everything's got an opportunity.
They've all got play into each other. Everything can deal damage. Nothing is completely walled, hard resisting, everything. So they've all got ability to chip. So it may be, we're looking at this matchup, our narrative is too straight down the line. And these players might look at diverging, a bit of energy, a bit of swap, sacrificing this, but having the energy in the back, playing that really dynamic play style. Maybe we'll see some of that Z's Wireless aggressive swapping and just catching moves, throwing this, going that. As soon as the switch time is up, I'm back in, baby. It could be one of those matchups, or it could just be, I'm just going to leave my Venusaur out there, whatever happens, and then I'm going to farm down and then try and have that farm at the back end to sort of find my win cons.
Yeah, look, I've been on the wrong end of gone in really full aggressive, constant swap mode, and it definitely gets rough real quick. But I think that on Gone's side, actually, that Shadow Jumpluff looks quite good across the board. It's obviously got really good matchups into the Venusaur, into the Dragonite. It's not as good as you'd sort of hope it to be. Like, you know that you've got the super effective Fairy Winds into a Dragon, which sounds good on the surface, but I've definitely been in that matchup and still lost because Dragonite really does add up a lot of pressure back onto you, and you don't have any super effective charge attacks either. But Jumpluff also getting a really good spot against the Annihilate. Against the Diggersby, you're not loving that matchup if you don't have Energy Ball because those Fire Punches are doing super effective damage back to you. But it's a very much playable matchup, especially if you can get an Acrobatics through. It still does, it starts to whittle that health down from the Diggersby. And then you've got Tinkaton that doesn't actually have anything to really hit you very hard with. And so you're actually not in a bad spot either. So it's almost like Drapion is sort of what you're really hoping to avoid as the Jumpluff. But even that, you still have ability to sort of force shields, right?
Yeah, and that's going to be the advantage of Gone 1001 running that Shadow Jumpluff because that Acrobatics just hits that little bit harder. You have to be a little bit more cautious. So it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to use that as the ability to get shields and then have something else like a Blastoise to close. But I almost feel like this is going to be one of those catch, a resisted move on like a Tinkaton. So you, instead of using Tinkaton as the, a dominant, this, maybe you just use it as a little extra shield to get your other Pokemon some energy that can deal some big, heavy damage. It's just going to be absolutely thrilling seeing how these two gentlemen go about it because this isn't just one of those, all I need to do is run this and have it covered in the back kind of matchups. And like you said, all of these Pokemon are viable into each other. And I guess we'll get straight into it here. They've locked in.
Yeah, we'll find out who's running it. Maybe Gone's pose gives a hint at what he might be running. We actually have the Malamar into Venusaur in the lead matchup. And this isn't the worst for Venusaur, but in the lead matchup, it's pretty bad when shields are up. So we see the quick swap from Inner Bloom into the Drapion, and now it is superpower time. Gone is going to be able to superpower, chunk of damage, unshielded, and then dip straight away after the debuff.
Classic strategy, the old superpower dip, and boom, into the yellow, and out comes that jump up. I mean, this might not be the worst result for Inner Bloom. He's going to get plenty of value from this Drapion now. He might get a lot of fast move damage. In comes the Crunchy. We see debuff. Debuff lands.
Wow, Inner Bloom, absolutely. This is the recovery because like that back line from Inner Bloom doesn't really want to see that Jumpluff. So he is, as you said, happy to see the Jumpluff right here, right now. Getting that debuff has so much energy to throw into this Jumpluff as well. He wants Gone to let this go, but Gone is going, hang on a minute. He shielded his Drapion. He wants this Jumpluff to stick around. So I am going to shield mine right back. Go for the Aerial Ace to get the KO, and we'll see if Inner Bloom really wants this last bit of Drapion. And he's actually going to let it go. I think at this point, there's too much health on this Jumpluff to farm with a Venusaur. You almost need to come in with that Tinkaton, and now it is going to be a question of, is the energy on Tinkaton going to be worth it?
Yeah, the energy is going to be critical here. I think we're looking at Inner Bloom going for that full farm down and using Tinkaton just to soak this resisted damage. And Acrobatics, wow, that still hits incredibly hard for a resisted move. But look at this energy here. This could change the entire landscape of this matchup. And now comes the Blizzard and an instant tap into the Venusaur. This is not where you want to be generally when you're playing Venusaur. And then attempted catch.
Okay, this is actually still okay for Inner Bloom because of the attempted catch. If he just stayed in, he went for the X's. Galizapod does outpace, and you are able to put that pressure onto Venusaur. Landing the Frenzy Plant into Malamar means, it doesn't get the move! Malamar goes down!
There's a huge amount of energy. And in comes an X-Scissor. This is going to do a lot of damage to Venusaur. And instant no shield. Bloom is putting everything onto that Tinkaton in the back. It survives!
Oh
Frenzy
my gosh.
Plant!
Frenzy Plant is going to do so much damage, forcing the shield from Gone, but there is so much energy on that Tinkaton in the back trotter. This Tinkaton is going to be able to come right in. Galizapod is going to get one Shadow Claw here. Okay, Galizapod in. Go for the Player Up. Does it Player Up do enough to KO the Galizapod? It's a very bulky Pokemon. I think you might need another move.
You're definitely going to need another move here. In comes that Player Up. It's into the red, but look at the energy. There's so much energy and a shield for Inner Bloom. Here comes the Player Up. It's a CMP tie.
Okay, the Aqua Tail going through. Inner Bloom still has a shield. He has the Player Up ready to fire. He's tapped it. He knows that it will KO this Galizapod as soon as this shield goes down. And now Galizapod going to go down. Inner Bloom has managed to push this all the way back.
Push hard. It's hammer time, right? He has absolutely nailed this with that Tinkaton there. and was really able to use it so effectively. That big farm down on the jump off. I mean, I think we're going to see a very big response from Gone 1001 here, and it's going to be their own Tinkerton or that Stunfisk. You just can't let that Tinkerton go just that free in this match.
Yeah, it's almost like, as we were sort of talking about during the match, right? That Jumpluff looked like a very powerful Pokemon into his back line. And in a Bloom, like, as much as Drapion it's not a Jumpluff counter, you would say. It's not like an absolute dominant situation. It was in a Bloom's best position to see Jumpluff. And so he was so stoked. He got the defense debuff. He was able to take down the Jumpluff with a massive farm down from Tinkerton as well. And I think that is what, in some sense, flipped the tide of the battle, because Golisopod gets to its moves so quickly. Again, it is 5 Shadow Claws to each of the Aqua Jets and X's. If Tinkerton wasn't able to have so much energy that it could get the back-to-back player-offs going on, all of a sudden, Inner Bloom might not be in as strong of a position. And so that farm down on Jumpluff was absolutely huge.
So, and I think what Inner Bloom did was very critical with his Drapion, is he was because we know Drapion paces so fast in the moves. So the idea of using the shield, you felt like, oh man, he's a little bit behind here. But what it did was it forced Gone 1001 to throw that aerial ace so that Jumpluff wasn't able to store up any extra energy, wasn't able to come out of that matchup with a lot of energy. And then so it enabled that Tinkerton to get that big farm down that we've talked about. So I think that was actually the most critical part of this matchup. Obviously, getting Switch is absolutely lovely. Then you've got a Fairy type against the Dark type. Oh, happy days.
Yep.
But the finessing of that Drapion for a very specific reason. Maybe we're giving Inner Bloom too much credit here, but it was something that I thoroughly enjoyed, and I hope everybody out there did as well.
Yeah, this is why we wanted to see this battle. These are the battles that we are so excited for. When you do see these just giants of the scene fighting each other out, you know that it's going to be a really good battle, and I'm really happy with that first one, and I'm really looking forward to the second one, because they are both really going to have to think hard. This isn't an easy, like, oh, that team worked, I'll just lock it back in. They are both really going to have to be reading the other opponent, and I think in this battle again, or this matchup again, the ability to understand what your opponent is thinking is so important. As we get into game number 2, Inner Bloom 1 game away from winners round 3 here. We have the Dragonite into the Malamar. It is a fast move off.
Oh, this is great. Look at this damage. It's Dragon Breath versus Psywave. They are both already 25% down, and we're at I feel like we're at an auction. Things are moving so fast here. Foul play definitely going to get shielded here from Inner Bloom. He's going to need to do some protecting of that Dragonite. Has it out there for a reason. Oh, and a swap into Jumpluff.
Oh, I don't think this is good for Gon, because he had such a strong backline in the back. Jumpluff into Venusaur, Tinkerton into Drapion, but by swapping into the Jumpluff, Inner Bloom has been able to get his own Drapion again into this spot where he's happy to see it. Tanks the acrobatics though, and that is so much damage. Inner Bloom is going to try and get as much damage as possible, but this is again the scenario where Inner Bloom is putting the pressure onto Gon to throw all of his energy here. If he does not throw this aerial ace straight away, then Drapion will get another, and a defense fall again? Are we serious?
Defense fall and not able to get to even another Aqua Tail there. So that acrobatics, that shadow on shadow extra damage is really proving here for Gon that it's actually in quite a solid spot. And look at all the energy. Wow, throwing the move straight away here from Inner Bloom.
I like this play from Inner Bloom, making sure that this Jumpluff will not be able to force another shield out of you. You're able to keep it, but the Tinkerton is in the back. Venusaur is coming in, and now Venusaur is going to have energy. Even if Gon swaps into the Malamar, it is still going to have to face a lot of Frenzy Plant damage. And Venusaur, all of a sudden, I think is actually going to be able to outpace because of that energy advantage. He's fishing for the defense debuff, and he gets that 50-50 call. He might be going for another one just as he slowly weakens this thing down. And I think he wants to leave that Malamar as the final Pokemon ready to push all the way.
Yeah, Malamar with 2 shields in this situation is going to be very strong. But look how much damage those resisted Frenzy Plants are actually be able to do, even with the debuff already come in. Out comes another Bulldoze. It is a very underwhelming move if it's not dealing super effective damage. And they're going to need another. Oh, and switch to the Malamar here. This is going to get a shield out of this Malamar.
Oh, I think he was hoping for that second defense debuff, and maybe the Psywaves would do enough to farm all the way down. But no, Inner Bloom able to get the Frenzy Plant off on the Venusaur before going down, gets that first shield out of Gon, and now it is back to that fast move off. The Psywaves and the Dragon Breath being thrown back and forth, back and forth. They both have 1 shield remaining. Inner Bloom using his last one here, and now this Dragonite is ready to throw a move, but he knows that it will just get shielded, so he goes for the Dragon Breath down, recognizing that he needs to try and push through this superpower. He wants it to land, but going to shield up here.
Yeah, that extra shield there from that earlier matchup where Inner Bloom was forced to shield that Dragonite. And here is the here is the Venusaur, and Tinkerton two fairy wins were needed in the end there, but we are now at 1-1. Now, in both of these battles, incredibly, Tinkerton has been the difference maker.
Yeah.
It has dominated both of these matchups, and I'm astonished the fact that one has used it, and then the other one, even though it did so well, he's like, I'll put it on the bench. Surely both of them are bringing them, and the question is, do you play the hard counter in the Diggersby and the Stunfisk, or are you going to try and finesse it like they've been doing so far? I feel like Inner Bloom is going to rely on that Drapion, and I feel like Gone is going to rely on that Jumpluff equally once again.
Look, if we're to make some predictions, I think that we would both be predicting that Jumpluff and Drapion are coming into this next battle. And so for Gone, again, I thought that he was like, not necessarily threw the game away, but I thought that he would be in a very strong spot, which is a bit rare, where like it almost could have just been an alignment game where if you just stayed in, you realize like, okay, well, I guess it's not about realizing, because obviously we can see the back lines. They can't see the back lines.
Yes.
They don't know that he has a perfect, A into A, B into B in the back. He's just comfortably sort of going like, okay, what's my best play? And clearly it worked out for him. But after being able to see these lines from Inner Bloom, Gon is an opponent that can really start to learn from his opponent's strategies, and he really starts to figure out, how does my opponent think, and how do I need to adjust my play style so that I can really try and conquer them? Because look, Jumpluff, there's no reason not to bring it. Even knowing that Drapion is coming out every time, it's still in a pretty good position.
Yeah, it is. So I really think that we might see something here from Inner Bloom where he's going to draw out, see if that Stunfisk is there and draw it out. So maybe he leads the Venusaur or the Diggersby strong against that Stunfisk. Run that classic ABB style here. Use the Drapion to draw it out. And Drapion still does really well with those Aqua Tails. Paces faster than the Stunfisk to those Mud Bombs. Maybe you get a shield. Maybe you can even overflip that switch advantage with the shadow damage and then leave your Tinkerton in the back. Once that Stunfisk is gone, that Tinkerton feels a little bit happier, a little bit safer. But that's a predictable strategy. And like we've said, Gon is great at feeling out his opponents. So it'll be one of the ones for the ages to see who's going to win this game number 3. And I think they'll both be taking a moment, taking a breath, composing themselves before they just lock in. They're not They Love Jai, who just goes 1, 2, 3, send, and then just stands there waiting for their opponent, come on, which is a strategy. But I think these two players will be a lot more thoughtful about how they approach this game 3. And I think we'll see that when we see their teams getting revealed shortly.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be it's sort of analyst versus analyst in a way. They're both very linked. Here we go, though. Game number 3. We're going to find out who is progressing on in the winners bracket of the Melbourne Regional Championship. And wow, the Tinkerton mirror.
What a mirror. And they both have that Drapion there and the Jumpluff, like we said. So this could be one of those very interesting alignment-based games. And here we go. The first bulldoze coming in from Gon. Inner Bloom showing that he wants a little bit more energy on his before he's just going to throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, interestingly, neither player going for that charge stack priority. Debuff on the very first one, which this is very important for the mirror match for these Tinkertons. You want to try and get those bulldoze debuffs early and constantly so that you can sort of keep parity, because we see no debuff from Inner Bloom's side against Gon, which means that Gon is in the advantage situation here because he is 1 debuff ahead.
1 debuff ahead, but Bloom is getting the second bulldoze off before, and there's it, and no debuff again. So Inner Bloom has been a little bit hamstrung here by the bulldoze debuffs, but is this setting up for one of those farm down energy situations in the back?
That's right, and another debuff as well, but this is actually really good for Inner Bloom's Venusaur, but no, Gon going to swap into the Jumpluff, and this sort of sets up Inner Bloom again. We know he's not swapping into the Venusaur, we know where he's going, we know he's going to swap into that Drapion, and maybe in Gon's mind, he's sort of thinking like, okay, if I swap into my Jumpluff, maybe I bait out the Drapion, and my Malamar might be a little bit more free in the back, and so that might be the play here after now finally going for the KO on the Tinkerton.
Yep. So Gon 1001, building up as much energy as possible, only needing to throw the little aerial, but a half health Jumpluff is not as much of a threat to the Drapion as a full health one. And acrobatics, here we go. There are 2 shields still remaining for Inner Bloom. Is he going to use a shield, or is he? Oh, he looks like he's putting it all onto that Venusaur here, and a crunch will be coming in. No, maximizing. Oh, throwing the
Ooh.
Aquatail bait.
This is so interesting because Gon feels like he's like, okay, if there's a Venusaur in the back, then maybe we're fine. But he calls the Aquatail. He survives with the jump off, and now
Oh, no! Oh no! He has caught a move. In a Bloom has missed his count by 1. Here comes an aerial ace,
Oh,
forcing the shield, and this is an awful situation for Innerbloom to be in. So this Venusaur got that little bit of extra energy, but was forced to use a whole extra shield just for that.
and now Malamar is in such a good spot because Malamar is going for fast move damage. Venusaur needs the charge move damage, and there are 2 shields remaining on Gon's side because he forced 1 shield out of Innerbloom. He can comfortably shield this up, shield the next Frenzy Plant as well, throw these foul plays to really just get this Venusaur off the board. Innerbloom gonna let it go. Venusaur gonna go down. It means that this Malamar with energy loaded and shield still intact as well will be able to go into this Drapion in the back, and it looks like Innerbloom, he recognizes what's going on, and Gon 1001 takes out the game and progresses on in the winners bracket. But wow.
Wow, what a match. And I was not ready for that. I hate to say a slight mistake from Innerbloom there, catching that move. Really just absolutely safe. It was going to be a close game either way. At that point, it was still on a nice edge, but that just gave just that little bit of advantage. Bloom was seeking out his own little bit of an advantage, a little bit of cheddar on the top, but it just did not quite come off there and was able to force to use the shield. And Gon 1001 is going through looking very strong. And we've just seen Tinkerton. Like, unfortunately, we're all talking about it too much, but the players didn't rely on it super heavily. Like, it's a good Pokemon, it's there, but they're trying to be dynamic in how they go about countering it. You know, we saw Venusaur. I mean, those bulldozers didn't do very much.
No, and interestingly, we were both sort of talking in the lead up to these battles about how they both have a solid ground type hard counter, right? There was a Stunfisk running around, there's a Diggersby running around. Neither of them brought it because they knew that it could be really bad if they get it in the wrong position. They played a lot more safe. They played a lot more dynamically, as you said. And look, I think that is what Pokemon Go PvP is all about. It's not going for the alignment. Sometimes that's all you've got. That's the only trick you've got up your sleeve. But, you know, sometimes, you have these other options. We talked about how all of these 6 Pokemon had play on both sides, and they really did sort of lean into a few choice picks. We obviously never saw the Annihilate come out either. We didn't see the Blastoise. They very much sort of centralized into the safest Pokemon that they could find, also recognizing that Tinkerton was a real threat and not wanting to go too hard into the weak to Tinkerton zone.
Yeah, and that's what you can do with your team building is you're often, a lot of trainers are moving away from those hard counter Pokemon, and they're going for those softer counters, those dynamic Pokemon to play, just giving themselves more flexibility. So instead of being stuck into things, just allowing yourself the freedom to play a varied and a different game. And that's, I think, one thing that we've really seen in this Might and Mastery season is we've moved away from that heavy, fast move damage. Like, it's still there. There's still some great fast move damage. There's options available to trainers, but a lot of people seem to be going, we're almost like we're taking a stand. We're going to move away from the Charmers, from the Razorleases, from the Smackdown, Pokemon, and we're going to go into these fast energy, a little bit of damage, and then these huge, heavy-hitting charge moves. Hydro Cannon's been a staple throughout it, but we haven't really seen too many Hydro Cannon users yet.
No, that's true. It was Pokemon that we really thought were going to be absolutely massive. They didn't show up too much on the usage graphic for the Melbourne Regional Championships, but they're Pokemon that have been so good into the current metagame and so good into Pokemon like the Tinkerton, the Diggersby, the Stunfisk, all of these Pokemon running around that are like, they take a lot of damage from these Hydro Cannons. That is not really what we are seeing running around, but you are like 100% on the money, and I couldn't agree with you more that it is like we're moving into charge move meta. It is all about those charge attacks. It is all about the speed. It isn't so much about that fast attack pressure. Pokemon like Claydol obviously have become quite highly used, and we saw it higher in the usage graphic. We haven't actually really seen Claydol on the battlefield personally yet.
No, not yet.
But it's a Pokemon that is really just there to act as a big, scary boogeyman under the bed, right? To really try and do you really want to bring Tinkerton? I do have a hard counter here ready to go. But I guess Drapion as well, even. It's actually quite strong. But you have to be, it's not as great into Drapion because you are weak into the crunches and the Aquatails, which get a little bit more scary. But I think that as we move away from these fast attack pressures, we're not seeing Gastrodon. We're not seeing Kainto Marowak. We're not seeing Wigglytuff in the top usage either. I think that it is very much a case that is all about the charge attacks, and which, in my opinion, is actually why, and this is a conversation that I was actually having with both Ashton Ash and Mikey Morgs, in the difference between something like, for example, a Shadow Feraligatr and a regular Feraligatr. in the past, Shadow Feraligatr has absolutely been the way to go because it puts so much damage out. You're able to take down so many Pokemon, giving it 2 shields. You can just win everything. But if you go for the regular Feraligatr, you can actually survive a little bit longer. You can throw a few more Hydro Cannons, and that extra 1 Hydro Cannon can actually really turn the tide in the current metagame.
Yeah, you can pull those shields, give yourself shield advantage. You can take switch. I think we saw in Perth, They Love Jai was using that regular Feraligatr. And to our surprise, when did it become that bulky? It's turned into a little bit more defense and HP than you're sort of maybe familiar with. So I really love, and I think we need to thank Arceus for the change in the meta. And it's been really, it's a lot more aggressive and fast paced to it. We're seeing value in these higher attack stat Pokemon, whereas previously we had the Umbreons, the Mandibuzz, the Basties, the Azumarill, which still have their place. They're still fantastic Pokemon. There's a reason those defense stats are so valuable. But gosh, this new meta is fun and it's dynamic and it's fast paced. And I think there are certain trainers that are adapting to that sort of really well. And maybe the Might and Mastery is Gone 1001's jam. That's what he's ready for. But oh my goodness, we have Jesse I Can 64 coming up. And look, we've just got a Shadow Kanto Marowak. So maybe we don't know the meta as well as we think, Steve. And we'll leave it up to the trainers to teach us.
Yeah, I guess we just have to see what we can learn, right? Obviously we've got Nighttime Clasher here. He does have that one fast attack Pokemon in the Claydol, which is, we saw this team from Sustenance Eater a little earlier in the broadcast. As we know, they are running that same team, ready to try and, win this tournament again. But very interesting team from Jess I Can, who is running the Marowak, but is also running the Jumpluff, the Shadow Dusknoir, which I love, Shadow Drapion, Lapras, and Farret. What do you think about Shadow Dusknoir?
Oh, it's one that it's surprisingly fast to that dynamic punch. And if you don't know the count, it's going to catch you out because it might get there one move faster than you might be prepared for. Maybe I lost a few GBL battles the other day because I was not paying too much attention to that specific Pokemon. But it is really, it's tricky. It's tricky because there is a Shadow Drapion on the other side. And that makes it hard. And a Feraligatr makes it hard because both of those pace faster and deal super effective damage.
But that's exactly why Marowak is on the team, right? It is to really try and put that pressure. Do you really want to go for the Drapion Gambit? Do you want to try and play, hide the Drapion against the Marowak? Like, it's a tough game to really try and, play out here. Obviously, we've got the Drapion Mirror as well. Like, none of the other Pokemon are particularly weak to the Drapion except maybe the Jumpluff. So I almost it feels like Nighttime Clasher sort of needs. Oh wait, we've swapped sides. That's all that's happened. I was like, wait, we do have different teams, but no, we're back in. So Nighttime Clasher over on the right hand side now. That Feraligatr is looking like it's going to be pretty interesting as well. Obviously, there's a grass type which probably doesn't have grass moves. I know that Nighttime Clasher is a little bit of an aerial ace acrobatics enjoyer.
Enthusiast.
Enthusiast.
Yes.
He loves the double flying Jumpluff. And so it's, Jess I Can, maybe they are running the Energy Ball moveset. I guess we don't know. That could almost become a little bit scary.
It could be, but that Farret has a really interesting place into this team. So it is not going to go so great into that Drapion, Jumpluff, Tinkaton from Nighttime Clasher, but it's got plenty to do against those other three.
Yeah.
So, Jess I Can's going to need to get a bit of a read into that if she's looking at running the Farret. But Nighttime Clasher, he's just such a strong battler, and that Tinkaton looks very, very ominous. It's so bulky. It's just going to wear through things. But let's see what Jess I Can do, because if it gets locked into that Marowak, it's going to be Goodnight Irene, and then Marowak has a lot of energy then because it can generate a huge amount of energy, and even just a Bone Club, which is normally, Bone Club, it's such a weak move, it doesn't do that much. When it's in a Shadow Marowak's hands, it does a huge amount of damage. It beats the Feraligatr in the 2 shields just by slapping it down.
Yeah, which is crazy, by the way. That like a ground type can do that to a water type. Ridiculous. But I really think that this is going to be a little bit of a prediction matchup in like what is the opponent going to be using. So it's going to be like, I do think that Marowak is going to be a real threat if it lands in the right spot. If it doesn't land in the right spot, if it finds the Claydol or the Lapras or the Feraligatr or the Jumpluff all of a sudden it's not in a great spot at all for Jessie. They really need to they want to find that ability to counter the Tinkaton or the Drapion, because outside of that, I mean, like, how do you take down the Tinkaton? Fire It isn't that good of an answer. Drapion's not that great because you lose straight bulldozers. The Dusknoir is okay into the Tinkaton matchup, and Lapras, you do have that Sparking Aria pressure as well. And I suppose the Jumpluff looks okay into Nighttime Clash's team on the grand scheme of things, but there's a lot of, I think Jumpluff is in a spot where it sort of has the, it's very threatened by the auxiliary moves. It's the secondary moves, the alternatives, the Ice Beam you don't see very often from Feraligatr being thrown, the potentially Ice Beam from the Skull Bash, from the Lapras as well, if it's not running Skull Bash, even like from Claydol, which also has access to Ice Beam, but you rarely see it being used.
It takes so long to get there. Now, looking at these teams, I feel like Lapras for both sides, it's not dominant, but it's not getting dominated. Yeah. You know, there's no counter there. There's very little, there's no rock moves, I don't think. Oh no, Claydol probably has the rock moves, but it's pretty safe. It can take a hit. It's quite a bulky Pokemon. So Lapras might even just be that, like, okay, if I need time to reset, if I need some time to think about how my game's going, where I'm going to need to go, what I'm going to need to do, Lapras might be your little friend there. Just jump on his back and go for a little swim. Take your time. Be like, all right, I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah, and you do actually have that time because they are both running the non-Shadow Lapras, so it does sort of lean into that bulk a little bit more. You don't need the Skull Bash sort of defense buffs as much as the Shadow Laprases sometimes do. You've got that ability to really stick around, throw Sparkling Aria after Sparkling Aria after Sparkling Aria, again, because of the charge attack pressure that is so big into the current metagame. And to be honest with you, I really don't think there's a single Pokemon that like is going to see a Lapras and be like, oh, sweet, we're good.
Yeah, but there also is not going to be a Pokemon that goes, oh no, Lapras, we're in trouble. You know, there's no Home Alone moments here. But in saying that, if you can get like a little bit of a sneaky farm down with a Lapras and you've got that extra energy that means maybe you can slightly outpace a few bits and pieces, it can, even though like there's plenty of Pokemon, Jumpluff and Feraligatr resisting the damage from that Sparkling Aria, that extra energy means it outpaces you, and then you add in the Psywave damage, and it all adds up. Lapras is like a Pokemon that, you know, everything adds up. Every little bit counts. You know, even when you're putting it into an Azumarill, just those Sparkling Aria after Sparkling Aria, if you're not running the Skull Bash, it can do a lot of good work for you in, you know, situations you're like, oh, where did this Lapras get all of this energy? Where are all these Sparkling Arias coming from? So yeah, I really think we'll see a fair bit of Lapras here today.
Yeah, well, let's see if we see it in game number one. Jessie on the left, Nighttime Clasher on the right. They've both got Lapras, they've both got Mudslap, and they've both got Drapion. Where do we go? It is Furret into Jumpluff in the lead, which I'll be honest with you, it isn't where Furret thrives.
No, this is first points to Nighttime Clasher here. Just the damage output that this Shadow Jumpluff is able to put in. You know, Stomp. It's okay. It's okay. It's all neutral. There's nothing great, but you can see here, sorry, Swift, not Stomp. But it is still well over half health, and outcomes are very hard in the acrobatics. Jessie going to need to make a decision here.
Oh, big acrobatics damage coming through on that Furret. You can see that there is that Marowak in the back, which would love to see Nighttime Clash's Drapion. And maybe Jessie is sort of thinking like, okay, I need to preserve my shields because I need to try and find that matchup a little bit later. Going for the Swifts, taking this Jumpluff down into the red, but Nighttime Clasher is in the driver's seat in this lead matchup where he is now at the double Aerial Ace. He knows that one of these is going to KO. Does Jessie burn this first shield to, you know, enforce Nighttime Clasher throws the energy? She does. And now, actually, Nighttime Clasher swapping into the Lapras, catching the Swift.
Catching the Swift. This is actually a nice little bit of damage here. But Nighttime Clasher using that Lapras as that soak. And what is the response going to be from Jessie? He's going to farm up a little energy and then go to her Drapion. So now we are off to the races, and look at the energy generation of this Lapras getting to that first Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, usually Drapion really outpaces Lapras quite handily, but because Lapras has been able to get a little bit of an energy advantage against that Furret, is not in as bad a position. Now, Jessie going straight for that crunch, would love a defense debuff here, but this Lapras will be able to take this one on the chin. Does go down to the red, no debuff, but one more crunch is all this Drapion's going to need, almost to the point where you could Aqua Tail and Poison Sting down if you really wanted. But this Sparkling Aria is going to hurt first.
It is going to hurt, but it is not the end of the world for this Drapion. And and a quick switch into the own Drapion. And here we go. We have the mirror, and potentially Jessyken can get to 2 Aqua Tails here and really put a lot of pressure onto Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, Jessyken wants to get out to that Marowak in the back. The switch time is up, but it looks like she's doing exactly what you suggested. The double Aqua Tail, putting that pressure onto Nighttime Clasher. Got the shield on the first one, going to weaken it down on the second, and now it is Marowak time. This is what Marowak was looking for, the big Mud Slap damage, but with no shields remaining and a lot of energy on this Drapion, these Aqua Tails are going to start to add up, and I don't know if Jessyken is safe here.
No, there is going to be a huge amount. Oh, going for an extra little bit of energy there from Nighttime Clasher, recognizing that damage is not going to come through because of the timing, but I'm going to get 1 extra Poison Sting. I really want to shore up the rest of this match, and fantastic play, and really in the driver's seat. Everything's on the red, Steve. We've got 5 red Pokemon here.
This is the red bar battle. We've got the Furret coming back in, trying to get to a Swift, but not able to get there. That is so good for Nighttime Clasher, getting the full farm down. Going to go for the full farm down on this Drapion as well, and just farms all the way down. Apparently, DrTrotter, Poison Sting is the real fast move to do damage with.
Who would have thought? I mean, Furret, not much of a Swiftie. Couldn't quite get over the line there. And Nighttime Clasher really pulling out there. Alignment went to Jessyken, but there was just not enough shields. There was forced to use those shields to get that alignment, and we just saw Drapion, all that extra energy. It just does way too much. Those Aqua Tails gets there so quickly and forces so much damage onto a Marowak. This is one of those things we're talking about. There are some Pokemon you need shields for, and Shadow Marowak in its hardest sort of, I guess, counter into the Drapion. Without shields, Drapion just took it down with ease.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I think that potentially Jessyken's play would be to sort of let the Furret go down, come in with the Drapion, and try and farm down the Jumpluff from there. Take a bit of an energy advantage on your own end. Eric, Nighttime Clasher, was running the Lapras and the Drapion in the back, and neither of them really love to come into a Drapion with energy per se. You saw how much damage a Crunch did against that Lapras in that battle, and it does like chunk a fair chunk. And so I think potentially, I would imagine that we would see Nighttime Clasher instantly swap into the Lapras of his own and still sort of try and get that energy advantage a bit later in the game. But yeah, you're right. As soon as those shields were down for Jessyken, the Marowak just wasn't a solid Drapion counter anymore.
Yeah, and I really liked how Nighttime Clasher essentially sacrificed that Lapras, but it set up the rest of the match for him. So we did see that used really well, and it's because it's so hard to counter with these teams. So we are locked in here. Game number 2, we've got that Dusknoir into the Tinkatonk.
This is not a matchup I've been studying, Trotter. This is a crazy matchup. That Shadow Dusknoir is going to do a fair chunk of damage. It gets to these. Look at how quickly those charge attacks charge up. Shadow Punch already being fired.
Three-turn moves to get to the Shadow Punch. Obviously, Tinkatonk very bulky, doesn't need to shield this first one. Going to feel it out, and wow, the damage coming through here. And looking at the play rough coming in shortly, there it is. Great timing from Nighttime Clasher. Ooh, and a no shield. Jessyken learning from her previous matchup. Going to save some shields for later.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot of damage to that Dusknoir. It can hang on, and we get to the Dynamic Punch. Tries to catch the Dynamic Punch, but Jess goes for the Shadow Punch. So this is actually not too bad for Jess.
This will be a really lovely bit of chip damage here onto that, and an instant swap, and out comes that Drapion, and the pacing is on. It is a race to those charge moves.
Yeah, we've seen this before in that Gohan vs. In a Bloom game. This Drapion is just going to be throwing move after move after move, forcing Nighttime Clasher to burn another Protect Shield here. And this Drapion, we know it can tank an Acrobatics, but Eric is going for the bait. He's going for the Aerial Ace. It's been all Acrobatics up to now. Wants the shield and gets it from Jessyken.
Gets the shield, but it's still going to be a really close, because it's going to be parity to the next charge move and Crunch and Aerial Ace. Ooh. So it is a CAP tie, and we will get an instant shield from Nighttime Clasher. Really looking a little bit scared about this Drapion here.
Yeah, I think that he's potentially predicting there might be a Marowak in the back, and Jumpluff would be brilliant into that Marowak. So keeping this Jumpluff around is going to be throwing the Aerial Ace again. No shield from Jessyken this time. Wasn't able to get both, which means this Jumpluff is going to outpace to the Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace is going to be at this point enough to KO that Drapion. And now for Jessyken, it's really going to be about those Pokemon in the back. Actually wants to protect the Drapion with all of its energy.
Oh, and a prediction. She's throwing the Aqua Tail. Wow. What a call. Aqua Tail coming through onto this Tinkatonk. And boom, look at that damage. That is a fantastic play. And getting out of there now and going for an aggressive, I think this is going to be an aggressive Jumpluff down.
this is a great spot for Jess Ken because you can fairy win this Tinkerton all the way down. They are both switch locked here. Nighttime Clasher cannot escape. They are going to have to go straight for that second player off. And Jess Ken going to throw a little bit early, just making sure that they can take this Tinkerton down. They didn't want to get hit by another move. They didn't want to get hit by a debuff to go into the next matchup. So takes it down, which means that it is now Lapras time. But Jess Ken has Energy Ball and Eric has no shields remaining.
This is going to do a lot of damage, but Eric does have the Ice Beam on the Lapras. So this game is very delicately poised here. The switch timers are up on Nighttime Clasher's side, but getting up to that Ice Beam, those sideways, farming up a little, and a little bit of a sneaky chip move here. I feel like Nighttime Clasher might be a bit rattled.
Yeah, I think he might be a little bit scared here because this isn't going to KO the Lapras, but it is going to bring it right down to the red. Swap into the Dusclops, gets the Psywave down though, and Jess needs a charge attack somewhere. She needs to catch this move somewhere. What they need is for Drapion to be able to hang on and get a move, but I don't know if we can get there because Eric is going to stay calm, collected, throw the Sparkling Aria, get the KO on the Drapion, and is then, I think, going to get to another move to KO in the back, and I think the Nighttime Clasher has won this game with the Pokemon coming back in and the move ready to fire. Ice Beam, going to be enough to KO the jumper.
Wow, what a play there from Nighttime Clasher. It seemed like he was rattled. He was throwing shields where you could tell he didn't want to throw shields. Lapras, boom, takes it out, and Lapras was so dominant. Took out a heap of Pokemon in the first and second game. Really great use from the travel Pokemon there in Lapras from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, really solid gameplay. Honestly, from both sides, I actually really love some of those plays from Jess Ken. Obviously, Nighttime Clasher, I think he was on the back foot a little bit. You saw him going for those aerial ace baits 2 in a row, really trying to get that advantage back from Jess Ken to be like, oh, okay, no, we can recover, we're fine. Maybe he wasn't prepping a lot for a Dusknoir going into this regional championship. I'm sure that he knows the counts and whatnot, but I'm sure that he was a little bit like, oh, what do we do here?
I definitely think Nighttime Clasher is going to go, whew, I was not expecting this kind of matchup. Takes a breath and was able to get the 2-0 win. But I think Jess can really take a lot out of that battle, really pushing, especially in that second matchup, Nighttime Clasher at the end there. So fantastically done to both of these trainers. Nighttime Clasher continues on in the winners bracket. And Jess still in the tournament, moves down to the losers bracket. There's still plenty of battles to go today.
Yeah, I think Jess Ken is definitely going to be a player to watch in that losers bracket because that is a very solid player with a very interesting team that can really throw a lot of people off guard. I mean, look, if I built a team for a regional right now, if I was competing here in Melbourne, I wasn't prepping for Dusknoir. If that showed up on my list of team weaknesses, I'd be like, that's fine. I'm not going to see that guy. That'll be absolutely fine. And then I was just lose to Jess Ken on the spot. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, it is a very, very interesting pick, and I mean, was used quite well, and you saw it does reasonably good into that Tinkerton. It's going to put it into a position where maybe you've got something else that can do a little bit of fast move damage, and you can then get a farm down. And then you're using it as a setup Pokemon, right? It's not an out and out closer. It's not a hard win sort of scenario, but it's that setup Pokemon. And that's what we're seeing in this Might and Mastery thing is those Pokemon that are setting up the wins. It's not the ones that do everything. Nighttime Clasher in the first match used the Lapras as a setup Pokemon in the first match because it was a safe-ish sort of swap in that scenario. But then in the second matchup, all of a sudden it's just flipped around and now it's a closer. And he, and dominated the closing part of that matchup with the Lapras. So, we often tunnel vision ourselves into how one Pokemon can be used. And we're seeing fantastically here from some of these trainers, they can be used in multiple different facets of the game.
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the tournament continues to progress. We'll be right back with some more winners battles. And I actually think we're going to see some very high quality trainers. I believe that it's actually going to be Fortois versus Rocket Claire coming up next, which is a very exciting battle.
That is incredible. I can't wait for that one. See you then.
PvP Steve here with the Brisbane Regional Champion Godzilla. Really happy to have you here. And I mean, actually, maybe you should introduce yourself rather than letting me do it.
Hi everyone, yes, my name is Godzilla, so Pokemon Go player who recently won the Brisbane Regional Championship and get my spot for the World Championship in California. I think it's the most important thing we need to know about me.
Yeah, and I mean, you've been playing this game for a very long time as well. You've been getting better and better. You've been becoming more and more of a threat, I think. We've all been sort of eyeing you as you sort of compete well in these practice tournaments. But as you said, you've locked in your World Championship invitation. How does it feel having that World's invite locked in so that you don't have to stress so much for the rest of the season?
Yeah, so it's an amazing feeling, amazing experience. I mean, won securing my invite for the World. It was like a goal for me this season, and winning Brisbane was like a accumulation of a lot of work, hard work and preparation.
And you're still doing a lot of practice tournaments going up into Melbourne as well, right?
Yeah. Still doing. I will try to do it as well today before the regional tomorrow, and yeah, let's see how it is.
How are you feeling going into the Melbourne Regional Championship?
Actually, I'm feeling good. I know Melbourne will be a tough field. There is so many good battlers here in Australia. There is some people from overseas as well. But yeah, I'm ready to put my skill on it, and try to do my best like I always do. Try to stay focused, stay on the line, and we will see.
Yeah. So, obviously you have the regional champion title, you have the World Championship invite. What is your aim at the Melbourne Regional Championship? What are you hoping to achieve?
It's always to perform at my best, but I really want to also enjoy and learn from every match.
Yeah, I think that's a very noble way to put it. But obviously, part of you wants to win, right?
It will be fantastic as well if I win Melbourne. I think Jakob did last year.
Yeah.
So why not?
Yeah, actually, that is the exact situation that Jakobovic was in last season, where he won Brisbane and he won Melbourne.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you could really put yourself in the history books on that one. I mean, you already are, but, I still think you've got, I believe in you. You're definitely one of the favourites going into this tournament. I guess one more question, I suppose, as someone who has performed so well in the regional circuit, what advice do you have to sort of newer trainers that are sort of getting into PvP or this might be their first regional?
So first I will say try to find a community with who you can practice. It's nice to get a different opinion from different players when you want to build a team. After that, I like to record my battle. When you are doing like a practice tournament with 5 or 6 rounds, you don't remember every battle, so it's nice to record, to watch, get time after to watch again and to try to understand your mistake. And I think the most importantly is to don't be afraid to do a mistake, and I think it's because that's the best learn is coming.
Yeah, I think something that people should really take away from not only what you've just said, but how you've gone about getting ready for these regional tournaments is how much you've prepared and how much practice you've been doing, how many tournaments you've been playing. It feels like you're ready.
I can't tell you how many practice tournament I did before, but a lot. Yeah. So thank you for the inadequate server, because it's every week we can practice flash tournament as well, and with a lot of with my community from Australia and New Zealand that helped me a lot to improve skill every day.
Yeah, well, we're super proud of you. Good luck in the Melbourne Regional Championship. We'll see if you can, do the yakko and go for that back-to-back regional title. But either way, I'm sure it's going to be a really good performance. Good luck. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we are back, and what an exciting match! Just, I'm very jealous of DrTrotter and PvP Steve being able to cast that battle, but it doesn't mean that the hype doesn't stop. We have so many more exciting battles to come, Fish.
Yeah, there are so many hype trainers that don't get a lot of the spotlight very much, because we don't get a lot of broadcast regionals in this part of the world, and so this is our chance to showcase what's going on around here, what we've got cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. And the next match we have up is Rocket Claire versus Fortois. Rocket Claire has come third in 2 Oceania regionals last season, and is now back in Melbourne Regional playing her first regional this season, which is, amazing. She is a fantastic player. And then we have Fortois, which is a local in the area. We call him Greg from America because, he is American. However, he is listed in the Oceania region. He's currently, I believe, 5th or 6th on the leaderboard. So he wants as many points as possible to secure his spot for Worlds.
Yeah, and there's also the travel award or even a travel stipend up for grabs as well for people who place it at the top of those leaderboards as well. So just coming top 10 isn't like you can't just rest on your laurels after that.
Yeah.
There's more to play for.
No. You can't just go onto the sofa lounge and just kick your feet up. You're going to have to keep playing here. So let's have a look at Rocket Claire's team. It's the first thing we've seen, first Guzzlord, rather, that we have seen in this regional. Talonflame, Azumarill, a Claydol, a Corviknight, and a Forest.
On Fort Wild's side, we've got Mandibuzz, Clodsire, Sableye, Shadow Lapras, Superior, and I'm not sure what that other Pokemon is yet.
I believe it's a Ditto.
It is a Ditto, so that's going to be that's a very big medical. I don't know. I don't know how that'll play out.
Transform.
Yeah. What else? What else does it have?
I think that's it.
That's it. Okay.
That's pretty much it. But we will see what that comes up to. Now, Guzzlord, what is your opinion on Guzzlord, Fish?
It's a very big call in a meta that's been taken over by Tinkerton.
Yes.
It's against Azumarill, at least it's got Sludge Bomb that can maybe take a bit of damage out of it, but Tinkerton is resisting the Sludge Bomb as well, so it's even worse into Tinkerton than it is against Azumarill. Obviously, there are other Pokemon though, so I mean, Tinkerton's not everywhere.
No, and in this particular matchup, unless it is a Unova, it is a Stunfisk that is that Ditto. It transformed into the Stunfisk there, so it means that there's no Tinkerton on Fort Wild's side.
No fairies at all. We do get the Sableye, which is also have the Sableye there, which is throwing the fairy damage in the Dazzling Gleam, and we saw that matchup play out quite a lot in the Brisbane stream, where there was a lot of Guzzlord and Sableye, and we saw how interesting that matchup can be, where just one charge move lands from the Sableye, then the Guzzlord's gone. But if it doesn't land, then Guzzlord can grind that out with attrition.
Yeah, so I think Guzzlord actually has a bit of play here. So it'll be interesting to see what Claire lines up with. What do you like from Fort Wild's side?
Well, I mean, that Sableye is just something that I have enjoyed so much of late.
It is a regular.
It is a regular
Sableye over Shadow. What is your opinion on that?
I feel like Shadow is more the way to go normally. The extra, I think it is one of the Pokemon that benefits the most from that 20% damage boost, kind of like Shadow Drapion as well. You very rarely see a regular Drapion there. And Sableye is one of them, but then again, if we've talked about it so many times before, if you know what the regular Sableye can do more than your opponent does, then you have informational advantage there.
Yeah, look, I can understand it. Sableye is one of those particular Pokemon that you need XL candy for. So you really want to, I suppose, invest in a good one. And then if you happen to be like, do I go for a regular? Do I go for a Shadow? He might have not found the right Shadow to invest in just yet. So has put it all on a regular. And look, it's just... it's a hard one. You're going to have to wait for Halloween or possibly October in the whole month of trying to access these ghost-type Pokemon. Absolutely. So it's a hard one to accumulate unless, you put it as your buddy and you go and walk, down in the pavement and just try and get those candies as well. It's a very difficult one to build. So
and then you got to hope it doesn't get nerfed by the time you have it built.
Yeah. Look, the season, and that's the thing. Might and Mastery season is coming to a close shortly as well. So we will see all the new updates are coming pretty soon. So this might be the last we see of Sableye. Who knows? But I've been saying that for Azumarill for years, and it's still coming back.
And one other thing I'm looking at on Fort Wild's team is the Mandibuzz, where I think, with the exception of the Azumarill, it's got a lot of safety into Rocket Claire's team. It's not going to like an Ice Beam from a Claydol, but it can take it, and then the Mudslaps aren't doing any damage in between.
Yes.
It's a flyer that doesn't have to worry about the typing of the Corviknight. It's resisting the sucker punches from the Ferret as well. So the Guzzlord that's a little bit more in favor of the Guzzlord, that matchup, but it still has plenty of play there. I think Mandibuzz might get quite a reasonable amount of play here.
Yeah, interesting choice of the Mandibuzz. A lot of different flyers have come about, and I think Talonflame has been more of a favorable choice, or even the Jumpluff having a bit of that flying type. Yeah, of late. So Mandibuzz has really fallen back, so it's really interesting to see that being brought in. And again, like you mentioned there, besides the Azumarill, there doesn't seem to be a clear fairy user here. So it's quite safe, as you mentioned.
It is very interesting. Sorry to interrupt, but Fort Wild has a team that does look on paper like it would struggle against a Tinkerton, and so I'm very keen to see. So if Fort Wild is to continue and we do see him on stream again, I'm interested to see how he plays against a Tinkerton team. Not the case here. Rocket Claire opting to bring the Azumarill instead of the Tinkerton.
Yeah, look, and tried and true. We know with the Azumarill, it's so bulky, it can take a lot, but it is a little bit slower. We can see now into game one, the players have now locked in their teams. We have that Sableye going into the Forest.
And this is not a situation that Sableye wants to be in. It can handle a lot of situations very, very well, but Furret is not one of them. We are going to have them both staying in for now. So the Sableye is building up a little bit of that energy. These Swifts are going to be double resisted, so the Ferret has to throw the Trailblazers to do any damage.
That's correct there. Now, Rocket Claire deciding not to shield on the Ferret. The Ferret will take that Dazzling Gleam and able to now go for that Trailblaze to try and basically get those Sucker Punches to do a bit more.
Yeah, and it will allow the Ferret to maybe even farm down, but it will have to use a shield first because that Foul Play is going to come out and it's going to have its turn before the Ferret can get to another charge attack. Now, not being Shadow, this Foul Play probably won't get the KO. It does just survive, and the Shadow Claws being double resisted. Just a little bit of chip damage with the Swift, and that'll be all she wrote for that one.
Will the Swift take the Sableye out here?
Oh, it's double resisted. I would think the Sableye can survive.
It can just, absolutely. And now Claire has to make a decision on what to bring out. We have that shiny Guzzlord and the Azumarill in the back, so we'll see what she brings out here, and it's met with the Guzzlord.
Yeah, so the Guzzlord did not have to worry about the Dazzling Gleam there. Rocket Claire knew that the Sableye was out of energy, so opting to get a little bit of that energy onto her Guzzlord, knowing that it's a lot safer coming out into the rest of the team.
And now the Shadow Lapras is in play here, doing like very little with the Psy Wave damage. You can see that the Guzzlord has like so much health remaining, and now the Ice Beam is going through.
Ooh.
We'll see if Rocket Claire decides to shield. Does shield on that last second.
Yeah, the Ice Beam does make this a lot healthier for the Lapras into this matchup. The Psy Waves, though, being double resisted themselves, they're not going to do particularly much, especially since Guzzlord has all the HP in the world. And so one Brutal Swing will be shielded on the Lapras, and Lapras will get to keep on going. Now banking that energy, bringing out the Azumarill, and it's going to be met by Stunfisk.
It is met by Stunfisk, but again, Azumarill can take at least one discharge here. So we know it is entirely bulky. This bunny has been around for ages. We know it's able to hold onto this, but we do have shields in play still.
Yeah, so Bunny doesn't just take one discharge in its stride. It takes two. It will take a third one to finally KO that Azumarill. On the other hand, the Stunfisk can take a charge move from the Azumarill, and Rocket Claire throwing the Play Rough onto it. It's going to take two charge attacks to get rid of the Stunfisk. One more discharge will come out, and then I believe Fort Wow was one more away from the third.
Yeah, look, it's going to be pretty close here. We'll see if Rocket Claire gets to the next move. Not quite. The Stunfisk is there already, farming up a little bit more.
Ooh.
Rocket Claire now gets to the Ice Beam, and Fort Wow has so much energy on this Stunfisk. Will he shield?
And opting to use that shield in the end, maybe a bit of a miscount on his part, maybe not. Maybe it was all part of the plan. The Lapras will come back out and meet its old nemesis, the Guzzlord. Now, this Brutal Swing, it is a reasonable move, but the Lapras, it does have a fair bit of HP. It doesn't KO, and the Ice Beam will come out. Let's see how much this does. This is Shadow. We're not going to see. It's going to be a
we're
shield.
protecting that Guzzlord because we know it's going to be super effective against this. So it means that it's able to just take faster move down that Lapras, means that the Stunfisk can come out, but it's already loaded with so much energy. But on charge attack priority, we're able to get this Brutal Swing here.
Yeah, that was a big moment there. The Guzzlord being able to shield that and then come out with enough energy to KO that Stunfisk. Even though the Stunfisk had all the energy in the world, it was not enough because it couldn't get any of it off.
Yeah, look, it was just well played by Claire, and having that Guzzlord out, again, a shiny Guzzlord, was just able to maneuver around, and I think it was just such a dominant play from Claire there.
Yeah, and on a team that hasn't got any fairies on it, that's goldmine for Claire right now. She has the opportunity to send that thing wherever it needs to go and for it to be able to do some work.
Yeah, look, and I feel like although that Stunfisk had so much energy, it kind of didn't have somewhere to go at the same time. Even with the Azumarill, which you would think would be such a favorable matchup, being electric versus water, it was still, like the Azumarill, again, so tanky, able to take those discharges again and again to survive quite well.
Yeah, and the third charge attack coming through from Azumarill, forcing that extra shield from Fort Wow, that was a big moment as well because I think that we saw that it couldn't get off any of that accrued energy against the Guzzlord, so it was really just send it into the Azumarill or don't use it at all.
Yeah,
exactly. Fort Wow opting to spend that shield and then take it out of there, hoping that it could do something in the late game, but it didn't make a difference in the end.
Yeah, I think probably in game 2, I'd like to probably see that Lapras again. I think that was really strong. However, again, just didn't quite land where it wanted to, and Rocket Claire still having a shield in play was able to shield that Ice Beam otherwise we would threaten that Guzzlord. What else would you think would Fortwire bring into game 2?
I think the Clodsire had plenty of play into all 3 Pokemon that Rocket Claire brought in battle number 1. Really, the Clodsire is terrified of the Corviknight and doesn't particularly like the Claydol either. They're not on the best of terms. So
they're not talking.
Yeah, they're not talking. They don't go to each other's kids' birthday parties or anything. But that's probably the 2 factors that are keeping Clodsire benched at the moment.
Yeah.
If Rocket Claire doesn't bring either of those, then that clears the way for Fortwire. Unfortunately for Fortwire, Claire's not going to warn him ahead of time what she's bringing in.
No, absolutely not. And we can see now the Guzzlord is straight into that Shadow Lapras.
And so Lapras is going to need shields down to be able to land these attacks. The Guzzlord will be able to chip away with Dragon Tails and Brutal Swings in the meantime. There are bait opportunities for Fortwire as well. We'll see if he opts to take them.
Yeah, we'll see if he still remains in this matchup, but we will see how it all goes. And now Claire going straight for the switch, now into the Zoomerall.
And out comes that Clodsire. Clodsire is doing what it was paid to do, what it's on the payroll to do. And so one Ice Beam is going to come out from a Zoomerall. This has always been a very handy move to have on this Pokemon because it does give it nice coverage, but Clodsire is not going to struggle to take that at all. Is going to be able to get hit by it and then build up a lot more energy.
Yeah, and look, this Clodsire has the Sludge Bomb variant over Stone Edge, so this will be super effective against this Azumarill.
It still won't KO though. That's the benefit of having such bulky Pokemon. You can just take a move, even if it's super effective, and then keep on building up. They do get to their next charge attack at the same time, but Fortwire opts to keep on building, use a shield against that Ice Beam, and is going to come out with, going to get close to the 100 energy before then throwing a Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, I think that's clever from Fortwire because we know with Clodsire it doesn't often win a charge attack priority. It's able to now get to the next Sludge Bomb where Rocket Claire decides to no shield their Azumarill. This Azumarill will be taken off the field.
And so the Guzzlord could come back out, or the Ferret could start taking the field and getting up a little bit of energy on its own. She opts to bring out the Ferret, and the Ferret is just going to throw a few sucker punches and then lay a Swift onto it to KO it.
Yeah, look. Would they go for a Trailblaze here? Just try and get that sucker punch up and just amp it up. Nope, going for the Swift.
Yeah, it was an option, certainly. But the Swift will be enough to KO this thing, and she is satisfied with that, and Fortwire is going to let her do it as well. So now Fortwire has to bring out the next Pokemon, and the Sableye is not going to have a really good time against it. So this is where all that banked energy from Lapras comes into play.
Yeah, look, he's got 2 Sparkling Arias that are able to be launched here, and now Rocket Claire decides to shield and protect their Ferret.
And now she's going to bring in the Guzzlord, and the Ice Beam is going to come out. Claire does have the shield left, and she is not going to mess around with it. She's not going to play any sort of mind games. She's just going to go straight ahead and be like, no, whatever this is, it's getting the shield. And out comes the Sableye now, and Sableye, it likes this situation, Debbie.
It does. And look, there's no shields remaining on Rocket Claire's side. Fortwire going for the shield of this Brutal Swing, but as soon as that Sableye gets to that Dazzling Gleam, it's all over for that Guzzlord, and the switch clocks aren't up yet.
It's a bit of a balancing situation because that Sableye does need to come out with enough energy to be able to threaten the Ferret that is in the back. Obviously, the Guzzlord doesn't want to take this Dazzling Gleam. The Ferret, it can hang a little bit more with the Sableye. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, look, they're all performing, and they both make it to the same time, but we can see that this Sableye meets it first, able to get charge attack priority, and launching this Dazzling Gleam onto the Ferret. Will the Ferret survive?
It doesn't survive. It does survive with the barest of HP. Wow.
I can't even see
that HP bar. Wow. And this Trailblazer is going to come out. Is that going to KO? It
doesn't.
Now one more attack each. And they both KO each other, but the Lapras is still conscious on Fortwire's side. And so having that one Pokemon in the back means Fortwire took that battle for himself.
What a match there, Fish. There was no health. There's 2 Pokemon in play. Both of them go down at the same time with a double knockout, and Fortwire being able to clench back, having that Lapras in the back. And that was incredible play from both players.
Oh, yeah. It was, like I was saying before, that balancing act with when do you KO that Guzzlord versus when do you throw that move to take it out. It can make a huge difference in the late game, and you saw, the amount of energy that the Sableye had. It meant it was charge attack priority.
Yes.
And it almost meant game over for him. Luckily, he just survives. But yeah, really tense. Really edgy stuff.
Yeah, look, when individual values, when IVs matter, this is when IVs matter. And we can see now we're in a tie. So we've got Rocket Claire on 1, Fortwire on 1. We're going to a decisive game 3. So like you mentioned previously, it is a bit about mind games here. Does Rocket Claire bring that Guzzlord again?
I think, yeah, Guzzlord's got to come. It's so safe into everything. You saw, it did take that heavy damage from the Sableye, but she's been leading with it, which is, I think, the best play for it. The fact that it can do so much work when shields are up. Both of the counters to Guzzlord rely on shields being down. And so with that said, the Guzzlord, I think, has plenty of play. She might opt to bring either the Claydol and or the Corviknight now because she's seen that Clodsire in play, or she might opt to play out more neutral matchups like the Guzzlord itself. Let's see what happens.
We're locked into game 3. It's a battle of the flyers. We've got Mandibuzz versus Corviknight.
Yeah, this is I think this is advantage to Mandibuzz because the sand attacks, it makes it not particularly good against opposing flyers.
Look, these sand attacks are doing barely anything here, but again, the Mandibuzz isn't doing too much to the Corviknight either. So now we can see First Blood from Fortnite being able to launch here. Rocket Claire deciding not to shield.
So the Dark Pulse comes out, takes it almost into the yellow, but Claire is able to build up almost to 100 energy, or I think that was to 100 energy, and then throw a Sky Attack in return.
Yeah, again, unshielded. We'll be here for a while. If it's a battle of these two bulky birds, we can see more energy being farmed out. Rocket Claire now going for a Sky Attack here. And again, Fortwa still healthy in the green, not shielding their Mandibuzz.
Yeah, this is, I think you said it, a battle of attrition here. They're just going to keep on going and go. Oh, we get a catch of the Dark-type attack onto the Dark-type Pokemon of the Guzzlord. And so it's going to take this absolutely fine. And now having that lack of energy, or a bit less energy than before, is going to put it into a difficult situation later in the battle.
Yeah, we don't see the Lapras on Fortwa's side this time round. So he has to bring in this Clodsire to try and soak as much damage from this Guzzlord. The Guzzlord is in an energy lead, able to launch his Brutal Swing here and just going to try and chip away on this Clodsire.
Yeah, and I don't think Fortwa particularly minds this because the Clodsire can go in against an opponent that is not a Corviknight for a start, and so that's going to be so much better for it. And also, if Rocket Claire does have the Azumarill in the back, which we see that she does, he's got the Stunfisk for it.
Yeah, so it's got some play there. We can see another Brutal Swing being launched here. Fortwa going no shield on that Clodsire. The Clodsire still in the yellow.
An Earthquake is going to not quite KO that Guzzlord, and we will never find out. It's Fortwire is going to have to throw that just to eat up a little bit of that switch clock. I think it was still going for him at that time, so he's going to throw this Earthquake and then surely get out. And there, and here comes the Stunfisk.
Yeah, look, this is where the Stunfisk wants to be. It's able to absorb as much as possible from this Corviknight. The Corviknight can't really do too much to this Stunfisk.
And this is where Sand Attack actually does come in handy. It's probably doing more damage with Sand Attacks over time than it is with the Iron Heads and Sky Attacks. And oh wow, it doesn't get that Iron Head off, but now that Stunfisk has a lot of energy, and it can do very well against the Azumarill. The Guzzlord not as much, but with the energy lead, maybe so.
Yeah, look, as we saw in game 2, that this Azumarill can take these 2 discharges here. So I think Claire has to soak up as much of this energy because it's in such a lead with the energy.
Yeah, she might opt to just keep that shield for the Guzzlord with 2 very low HP Pokemon in the back, both of which are not resisting the Dragon Tail. Then maybe the play is just to save that shield for the Guzzlord and just Dragon Tail everything else down from there.
Yeah, look, and Fortwa still has 2 shields in play. Claire now switching out into the Guzzlord and trying to farm down this Clodsire and able to get to this Brutal Swing.
Yeah, and Fortwa has 2 shields, may as well use one. Is going to be able to get a Sludge Bomb off, and you would think would be able to burn off the last shield from Claire's side as well.
Yeah, and look, Claire has finally used her last shield here. This Sludge Bomb will not connect, but that Clodsire is on such little health that it's just gone from the field.
Yeah, so we saw the Mandibuzz's energy was burned earlier, so it does have another attack ready, but it doesn't have as much energy as what it maybe could have. One Aerial Ace is not going to do it, though. We did see plenty of energy on the Stunfisk, though, when it came out.
Do you think that this Guzzlord is able to just fast attack down from this stage?
Oh, it's a big ask, especially at this range. The Guzzlord is going to throw a Brutal Swing, and Fortwire is not going to bother shielding that, so it also has that shield ready to deploy at a more opportune moment. I think Fortwire has this.
Yeah, look. Oh, going for the catch here. So this Aerial Ace will now land on this Azumarill.
And the Azumarill will be able to take it and then throw one more bubble. I didn't see how much energy it's got, though, so I don't think it will be able to get to it. It does have a move and is not going to be able to use it because Fortwire then counters with bringing in the Stunfisk and is going to KO the Azumarill with that discharge. And so now it is going to be race to that final charge move, which Fortwire gets off. Stunfisk carries the day. Guzzlord couldn't quite get the job done. A valiant effort, but not quite to be. Fortois will continue.
We almost had a timer up there. Fortois going 2-1 against Rocket Claire. Like I said, Rocket Claire has been third place in 2 regionals in Oceania. And look, it just goes to show how much he's grown as a player as well to be able to take out someone like Rocket Claire.
Yeah, and I've faced Rocket Claire a few times. I know 2 things. One, she'll be pretty frustrated at the moment. She doesn't like losing. Number 2, she is more capable than anyone else in the country of making a deep losers run. So look out for Rocket Claire.
Yeah,
She's coming.
She is still in it, and I expect to, well, not expect is probably the right word here, but I want to see her go all the way, and she is incredible. So, and look, I think if you're a real true to the game and very much well experienced, like sometimes those matches you're just a little bit like, oh, I could have done it. So yeah, I can understand that, but hopefully that empowers her to be like, all right, let's lock in for the losers run ahead. And again, great work from Fortois. They're coming like a reverse sweep, coming from behind and able to actually get that Unova Stunfisk out and play it to like getting as much energy as possible, farming it all the way so he could launch those attacks right at the end.
Yeah, great energy management. Didn't quite pay off for him in... Oh, no, it did pay off for him in battles 2 and 3. That energy management came in real clutch right at the last moments of the 2 battles. So, yeah, really well played.
Yeah, and look at Mandibuzz, as you saw earlier, just able to soak so much damage and just well read into game 2 and 3 going, okay, obviously game 1 didn't work out for me. What do I need to bring to try and counter, especially the Guzzlord being so bulky as well, and just having, I suppose, the foresight to be like, okay, well, what can I actually bring and work together as a team? And it's an unconventional lineup as well, so it did very well with that.
It was definitely a battle of bulk.
Yes.
all of these matches, all of these battles in the match, there wasn't really a frail Pokemon in sight, was there?
No. And I believe Fortois now is in the top 16, so should lock him some championship points, which is critical for him on the Oceania leaderboard.
Yeah. So that'll make a huge difference for him, and he'll be really looking to secure that travel award. And Rocket Claire as well. She was she in qualification?
No, not for Rocket Claire this season,
sure.
But like I said, with Greg, we should be able to see him hopefully. Well, he'll not only just get some championship points, he'll get some packs to take home as well. So, they're fun to open. But yeah, I believe that he is after that world qualification. He wants to cement his spot. I was having a chat with him earlier in the day, and he's like, Debbie, like out of the match between me and Claire, like who's the one that would need to go to World? I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. So yeah, he wanted it. So I think
he's earning it.
He locked in those game 2 and game 3. Again, well played by Claire, but I think it was a battle of who wanted it more.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I just got a message from PvP Steve. He's no longer in the qualification area for World, so he's been knocked down.
Pour one out.
So yeah, sorry, Steve. Put your whalers out. It's a sad day for PvP Steve today, but that is all right. I'm sure he'll talk about it later when he is on a stream. But the next battle, Fish, do you know who's next?
Oh, I think we were told it was... nope, refresh my memory.
That's all right. It is Godzilla.
Godzilla,
who was the champion of the Brisbane Regional about 6 weeks ago, and he'll be versing El Calvissimo, which is coming from the United States of America. So this, well... Let's say, they just took a plane over. Just a short flight, really. It's not that far, is it?
No, yeah. It's you have a nap and it's all over, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can see their teams up. Now, let's go through El Calvissimo's team. We have 2 fire types. We've got the Talonflame. We've got the Shadow Typhlosion, which is first, I believe, on stream today. The Superior, the Furret, the Azumarill, and the Claydol.
Yeah, double fire is super interesting. On Godzillama's side, we've got Malamar, which he said was his most relied upon Pokemon during the Brisbane Regional. We've got Corviknight, Shadow Jumpluff, the Diggersby, Lapras, and the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, interesting from Godzilla, so double ground. And then we've got the double fire. So it'll be really, really interesting how it all plays out. I like the look of Shadow Typhlosion. I thought this Pokemon would soar up a little bit quicker than it has, but now in the late stage of Might and Mastery season, we're seeing a bit more of it, especially in the American or the North American and the European regionals.
Yeah, and I think it's got play. It does quite well into Lapras, especially when it's got a bit of an energy lead. I don't know about the matchup between it and Malamar. Maybe Godzilla will be leaning more on that neutral matchup, but again, the Thunder Punches are coming out so fast, and even if both Thunder Punch and Blast Burn are neutral. Sometimes you only need the Thunder Punch because the Incinerates are doing enough damage that you can just shield and farm down and come out with a whole bunch of energy there. So it's a really dangerous Pokemon to come against.
Yeah, Typhlosion gets there so quickly. The Incinerates do so much damage, and then it's Shadow on top. The Blast Burn's like, no one likes to take a Blast Burn. Even if it's a water type, no one likes to take a Blast Burn. It is overpowered, in my opinion, but it is so powerful. And if it's played correctly with the right trainer, oh my goodness, it can just burn the whole city down.
Yeah, absolutely. And then pairing it with another fire as well. So I've certainly been playing Go Battle League and seen a whole bunch of Talonflame, Typhlosion backlines. You draw out the one fire counter and then hit them with the other fire afterwards. Now Godzilla does have the 2 ground types, but that Diggersby is not particularly good into the Talonflame. So maybe if Elcavissimo were to draw out the Stunfisk with the Typhlosion and then has the Talonflame into the Diggersby in the backline, that could work out very well for them.
Yeah, look, Diggersby is just one of those that I feel like it's not the best ground type. It kind of sits in the middle for me. It does have a bit of coverage, but it just needs a bit of more oomph. It needs a bit more, maybe a little bit of a rework there.
You know what, Debbie? I hope it doesn't get more oomph because it's bulky enough.
No, I don't mean more bulk, but maybe a moveset change perhaps.
Maybe.
But, okay, I just like bunnies, right? But I'd love to see it out. And on Godzilla side, like you said, I think the Malamar has a strong position against Alcalvissimo's team. And again, a bit of, not particularly strange pick, but we can see the superior on Elcav's team there. Why do you think that's there?
It's good in neutral matchups, so it does quite well into Malamar, for example. It obviously will crush the Unova Stunfisk and the Diggersby, even though the Diggersby is throwing fire punches in response. The barrage of frenzy plants. That's what happens when you give a Pokemon more oomph. The frenzy plants will overtake the Diggersby, and then you've got the Lapras, which doesn't want to take any frenzy plants, and Vine Whips as well being super effective. Even the Aerial Ace against Jumpluff, look, that's not particularly favorable for Superior, that matchup, but it's got play into it. There have been plenty of situations where a Superior has been able to overcome a Jumpluff as well. So, it's just versatile and can that mix of bulk and firepower is something that you don't get in too many Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised on Alcalvissimo's team, again, with the double fire, but with only one water type. So it's a real, I suppose, it's an interesting mix, having the grass, double fires, and a water. It's just very, or in my opinion, a bit unconventional. But I think it's also a bit scary.
Yeah. You look at a team like that and you go, okay, what? What can I do here? And if I do, if I make this plan, then what if they, do this one other thing and that completely unbalances everything I had planned? And so just a lot can go wrong for both parties as well. The person using the Typhlosion and the person coming against the Typhlosion.
Yeah, but in saying that, it does have quite a bit of coverage at the same time. So it's not an out there team, but it's just a little bit on just outside that meta range, which I quite like. I think it will be really fun to watch shortly. Godzillama's team, I think, is a little bit more neutral, and interesting to see that the Shadow Jumpluff is just everywhere, let's be honest. So it's a very tried and true, but like you said, with the Diggersby, I'm not so sure how much play it will have today, or in this particular match anyway.
I mean, the fact that the Jumpluff is contending with the 2 fires as well is going to be a bit difficult for it. It does have pretty fun matchups into Claydol, so it does have that there. There's plenty that the Jumpluff can do. Maybe as long as it can avoid fires, it might be fine. It also, if it doesn't have a grass attack, e.g. Energy Ball,
yes,
it doesn't do the best into Azumarill. It can, depending on the IVs, survive an Ice Beam, but it's not a comfortable matchup.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable at all. But these players are well seasoned, so I think in uncomfortable situations they will be okay with it. With players that, especially starting out, especially if you see things like Incinerate come in, it is quite scary. So like I said, well seasoned players, they'll be able to handle the heat.
Absolutely. I see what you did there.
Yep, thank you. I was working on it.
So Godzilla also running that Corviknight again, which I've made my feelings known on that Pokemon, but no one seems to be listening. A lot of people seem to be bringing Corviknight. It's probably, I think there's been a Corviknight in every match we've Cousted so
Look,
far.
there was a lot of Rookidee around recently, so I think it's a interesting Pokemon to bring. Again, it's just so bulky, and it is a flyer, so it does cover a lot of ranges. Like you said, it isn't too susceptible to certain moves, so it's a good one to have. Is it interesting or is it like spicy? Probably not, but again, it is a solid pick just for that bulk.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see what it can do in the hands of a trainer who knows how to use it. We're going to get into battle number 1. Godzilla and El Cavissimo sizing each other up and ready to go. Oh, this is a bit of a tough matchup for El Cavissimo to start off with.
Yeah, we've got this Claydol into the Shadow Jumpluff here. So it's going to be, it's a tough one here. We can see the Godzilla is already at the acrobatics.
And the acrobatics is going to take out about 50% of the Claydol's HP. Now, you could go for a Rock Tomb, which would mean that you can survive the next acrobatics, or you can go for the Ice Beam, which will do so much more damage to it. And we see that El Cavissimo has opted for the Ice Beam. Now, the Jumpluff, I believe, can survive this, but only just.
Yeah, and Godzilla deciding not to shield on the Shadow Jumpluff. It is on such little health there, but it has so much energy. Now going for the Aerial Ace here, and El Cavissimo deciding not to shield the Claydol.
Wow, so that's a big call because an Acrobatics would have KO'd. So that is, that means they can get to that. No, the other Aerial Ace does get there first. Not to be, though. The Rock Tomb will come out first. Godzilla just opting to let that jump up go is going to soft lose that lead and come out with a bit of energy on the double Psywave users in the back.
Yeah, look, I think this is clever from Godzilla, seeing that it got hit with that Jumpluff and being like, look, let's get some energy on this Lapras. Now this Lapras is against his Superior, which is a grass type, so these Frenzy Plants will hit hard. However, Lapras does have Ice Beam, but going for the Sparkling Aria bait.
Wow, yeah, this is a big call to do this because it is getting to the next attack at about the same pace as what a Frenzy Plant is coming out. So it's kind of risky trying to go for a bait in this situation. And we see that the Frenzy Plant is going to draw that next shield from Godzilla. And the dance continues.
Yeah, and Godzilla now going for the Ice Beam here. So this will hit hard on the Superior. El Cavissimo decides to shield on that last second, protecting their Superior.
And this is going to be very, very handy for El Cavissimo because that Malamar is going to come out and the Superior has a lot of energy. It can throw almost 2 Frenzy Plants. It is almost up to that second one. Surely Godzilla has to use a shield for at least one of them.
At least one of them. The first one goes through and connects. It's already in the yellow, but has so much energy. Now El Cavissimo goes for the switch. Here comes that Shadow Typhlosion.
And Shadow Typhlosion normally wants shields, but in this case, I don't think it's going to matter too much because Godzilla is going to have to use that energy to take out the Typhlosion, and it's not even going to be able to do that. So it's going to completely empty the clip on the energy, and that means the Superior will be able to come back in and is going to maybe even be able to farm it all the way down before it can get to another attack.
Yeah, look, it still has so much energy there, so obviously the fast attacks are doing so much, not quite to that foul play that Godzilla wanted. This Lapras comes back out. It does have 1 shield remaining, but this Superior has so much energy, Fish.
Yeah, and it can maybe shield 1 Frenzy Plant, but it's certainly got nothing to stop the Frenzy Plant coming through after that, and so this should get the KO. It is not a Shadow Lapras, so it is a little bit bulkier, but it is a very, very hard-hitting move, Frenzy Plant, and El Cavissimo is going to take out battle number 1.
Yeah, look, well played from El Cavissimo. We saw finally the Shadow Typhlosion come into play, and although it didn't quite get a charge move off, you could see those Incinerates do so much damage and was able to take 2 charge moves.
And that was an example of teamwork amongst your 3 Pokemon that you picked, because Typhlosion's job weirdly was not to do damage, it was to absorb damage.
Yeah, which is not the usual role.
Right? That is a very weird thing for a Shadow Typhlosion to be doing, but that's exactly what secured the win for El Cavissimo. It forced Godzilla to burn all that energy to get rid of that Typhlosion off the field, and that meant Superior could come in and just clean up, mopped up, came in with the mop and bucket afterwards and cleaned it all up for him.
Yeah, look, and I think you mentioned earlier when we're going through teams that Superior is just, it can farm up so quickly with the Frenzy Plants. The Frenzy Plants do quite a lot of damage, even if it's not super effective as well. So it was a key role, MVP rather, on El Cavissimo's side. So now Godzilla has to think going, okay, what do I do now?
Yeah, the having the Pokemon that were I guess week 2 Superior in the back didn't pay off for him, so he's going to have to be a little more conscious of it. you can bring Corviknight, which is obviously fantastic into Superior, but then you start playing a little bit of a game that you might not want to play, which is the rock, paper, scissors game.
Oh, look, I don't mind playing that game every now and then. It's a fun game to play, but it is double fires on that team. So it is a bit of a risky move. However, I think to be in the top 16 in Melbourne Regionals, you have to play risks. You have to just be like, well, I can't play safe because safe might not get you the win.
Okay, so you're thinking Godzilla should bring the Corviknight out for game 2?
No.
Okay. So are you thinking same line then? Or
I think, definitely the Malamar, definitely the Lapras. I'm not sure about a third Mon. Possibly the Unova Stunfisk.
It's tough because you'd have to be so worried about that Superior, which just has play into everything. Obviously, Jumpluff is going to prefer that matchup, and Corviknight's going to be a really strong one for it. But both of those are so weak to the fire Pokemon. So it's like you've really got nothing that can break that core at the moment.
So it's a tough one from Godzillama's side. So I'm sure he's there with his paper thinking hard on what team to lock in for game 2 because he wants to stay in that winner's bracket. Obviously, being the previous champion at Brisbane Regionals, he wants to make a back-to-back. So he's got to try not only win this match, but the next one thereafter to stay in winners. But we know with El Calvissimo, he's a quite accomplished player as well. So he wants to secure it in so he can run it into the next round. So it's going to be a tough one from both sides.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen how Godzilla can play. We know that he's capable of performing a reverse sweep as well. Not that he had to do that particularly much in Brisbane, but he's someone who he practices a lot. He's always in communities looking for practice battles, and so he's someone that knows his way around his team.
Yeah, we're locked into game 2, and we can see the Shadow Typhlosion against a regular Lapras.
And so the Typhlosion's going to have the better of this, especially with the pacing of the attacks. That Thunder Punch is going to really hurt a Lapras, and not throwing it immediately, allowing the Lapras to come out with the Sparkling Aria first.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Now, obviously, El Calvissimo has to shield with any move that Lapras throws here, and is able to farm up a little bit more, going for the extra Incinerate, and now is at double Thunder Punch.
And so one Thunder Punch is going to be enough to draw a shield out of Godzilla, and he has another one already there waiting to go. Now, Lapras being bulky as it is, I don't know if this second Thunder Punch will actually get the KO. Godzilla is not going to take that chance, though.
Yeah, both shields early in play from Godzilla. This Typhlosion still has so much energy, is still in the green, and able to switch it into the Azumarill, and the Azumarill is now farming as much, but it's doing all this bubble damage, but it's really little on this Lapras.
Yeah, this is a good situation for the Azumarill, where one play rough will be more or less enough to KO, and Godzilla has to decide, like, how much energy do I want on this thing? Do I switch it out? Do I build up a little more? Psy Waves are going to be, what's doing the most damage. The Sparkling Arias aren't going to be doing that much at all. So, like, well, how do I play this out?
Yeah, look, this Sparkling Aria will connect with this Azumarill. Azumarill still in the green here and farming much more energy, because we know that Godzilla was basically on net zero health, net zero energy. Now able to go on this play rough. This play rough will connect onto the Lapras. The Lapras holds on slightly, but is switched out, and the Malamar comes in.
And so this Malamar is going to really relish this energy. Wow, the play rough is going to hurt it, though. It will survive, but it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, look, it's a very, very tough situation for Godzilla here. A lot of his Pokemon, that Lapras is on little health. This Malamar is barely on any health left, and now this Burret comes out as well.
And so Godzilla is just going to throw the foul play for now. He's going to try and draw that last shield out of El Calvissimo, and El Calvissimo is not taking the bait. He's going to just let that one go, and the Ferret is going to have a cute little ouchie moment and then going to keep on going.
Yes, this superpower will connect onto this Ferret. It will be super effective on this normal type and takes it off the field.
And so now out comes Typhlosion, and this is why you keep the shield, right? It's because the Typhlosion really does so much work with the shield in hand, and Godzilla is going, what is happening here?
Yeah, look, that Jumpluff, although it's got full health, it's going to have to take these Incinerates. It's got to bring it out, and now the Jumpluff is in play. Look at this Incinerate damage, and it's already ready at a Blast Bird. We can see that the Jumpluff has got to the charge move first, however.
Yeah, so getting out just before the Typhlosion gets to its move, and now you have to make a decision. Are you going to swap out straight away or not? and El Cavissimo doesn't throw straight away. That was a guessing game there.
Yeah, look, El Cavissimo had the patience. Did wait a turn to wait for that switch. That switch came through. Sparkling Arrow connects with that Typhlosion. This Azumarill was able to take down this Lapras, and now we can see this this Jumpluff might still have a bit of play here, but we can see that Ice Beam is met.
There was a bit of hope, and then it was dashed by the evil Energizer Bunny. Look at that evil face. Look at its evil smile.
It looks pretty happy to me, in my opinion. But yes, it goes to El Calvissimo taking down the Brisbane champion.
Yeah, that's a big scalp to put on your mantelpiece.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we're flying all the way from the US over here, taking out the last Oceania champion. So now Godzilla is making that losers run, which is, if I was in the losers bracket, I'm worried, let's be honest. But El Cavissimo proceeding on, playing well with that Shadow Typhlosion, and is able to proceed into the next round of winners.
And I just want to call just a little more attention to that final play of that last battle, because that's a really interesting situation that you will find yourself in quite often, where your opponent does have the energy to take you out, but you don't have the energy to fire back. And so you know that your only win condition is to catch a move, and you have to, it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors game there. Like, is your opponent going to throw it straight away, or are they going to take their time, throw one more Incinerate maybe, and like if you swap out too early and they keep building, then game's over. If you don't swap straight away and they do decide to throw straight away, game's over as well. So it can go back and forth either way, and that's a really interesting situation every time it comes up.
Yeah, and it's just that pressure at the end when you're on such little health and you kind of have to make those split-second decisions going, how do I get out of this? What's the best win con for me? And I think El Cavissimo was the better player at the end of that particular match, because he could see those avenues of being like, what do I do in these situations? And played Incinerate really well. Incinerate's a very hard, fast move to navigate, and I think it was an exhibition match on how to play Incinerate in that particular game, which is excellent, and I hope to see more of it.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, we're going to take a short break and bring back PvP Steve and DrTrotter, but stay tuned, there is more battles to come.
Okay, apparently 2 Americans have rocked up at this tournament ready to take it all on. And wait, are you Nighttime Clasher?
Hello everybody. We're here from Australia in Melbourne, and we're ready to play this Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, now I've already seen a few tournaments on the local scene that you've actually been, trying to take on. You're actually at my local, which I dodged, but you did pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I was able to get a challenge win. That was fun, but I did get second in another one, so there's a little resistance.
Yeah. We're trying. But we have both Eric and his brother, Sustenance Eater, making the trip all the way out to Australia. First of all, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I just came to play a little Pokemon Go, should be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big weekend. Like, there's a tournament here, there's a tournament in Europe, there's a tournament in South America. Like, why Melbourne? What was the draw to? It's because we're cool, right?
It's obviously a nice country to visit. I've never been, and if I wasn't playing a tournament this weekend, I'd feel like I was cheating myself. Like, I have nothing better to do right now.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, you can pick any continent and there'll be a tournament to play. Okay, so I guess the big question on everyone's lips is what's the aim here? Like, what are we looking to do? Because obviously, Eric, you've had some really good performances these last few weeks. Like, really good. I feel like it was 5th, then 5th, then 3rd, then 3rd.
3/5.
3/5, true.
Even more heinous.
EUIC, right?
Yeah, EUIC, I went 5th in Vancouver as well, 5th in Atlanta, 3rd in Monterey, and 3rd in Milwaukee. So, like, either the pattern is like 3/5, 2/3, then 1/1, or I get another 3rd, and then I win the next 3 tournaments.
I see.
So, could go either way.
Well, I definitely think that the Oceanic battlers are hoping that it's going to be another 3rd. I think that's what we're going for. But hey, you never know.
Yourself included.
yeah, myself included. I'm really hoping that someone at the top of the leaderboard can get the big win. But I'm assuming that you guys are running the same team, right?
Yeah, we're pretty unoriginal guys. Whatever's good, we'll just use it, cross our fingers, and hope it's good. Yeah.
Have you made a lot of changes since your last tournament bout?
Not at all.
We're running it back?
I think the best way is to run it back, right? It was pretty successful the other weekend, and I'm too busy enjoying this country, so whatever.
Yeah. What has been the best part of Australia so far?
Food is pretty sick. We've been having a lot of time just like walking around and enjoying the city, so there's a lot to do. We're hoping we can go play some golf after the regional, so that should be fun.
Yeah, and same deal?
There's been a lot of good boba tea. I'm a big fan. We went to see the zoo. We saw quokkas.
Oh, yeah.
We saw kangaroos. Surreal.
You've got plenty more time to see the Australian wildlife. I know that's what, back at OCIC, a few of the American casters came over. That was like the #1 thing to do. It was like, we've got to see the kangaroos, we've got to see the koalas. Like, Pokemon's cool and all, but we've got a few Pokemon of our own, I guess you could say. So I guess on your end, obviously, Eric, he's really fishing for that championship title. He's going for the first. He's got to find it in the 2025 season. Sustenance Eater, what are you looking for out of Melbourne Regional?
Hey, if I could win, that would be pretty cool. Get my avatar a new shirt. He's been wearing the same blue shirt for a long time now. Maybe a little change of clothes could be pretty cool.
All right, it's all for the clothing. These are just some, sure. These are some stylish guys. I mean, look at that jacket.
NAIC 2023.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. And I guess, so that means from here, is it Melbourne and then NAIC? Is that the...
Got to run it back at NAIC. I have only gotten 9th at NAIC, so would like to do a little better there.
Only 9th. Did you hear that? He's got a long way to go, but I think that maybe he can do it. After we warm you up, you get 3rd at Melbourne.
Teach me a lesson.
I'll let you know how things go. But I guess with that said, any shout outs, people that have sort of helped you prepare for Melbourne, or are you just really just running off the back of what you already know?
Shout out to the USBC for the help, and then shout out to Teresa who will be watching and my parents. It'll be fun.
Yeah, and he's already taken the parents shout out, but you can go other ways if you'd like.
Yeah, USBC of course. Shout out to my friends from college, probably watching this, maybe not, I don't know, but shout out to them. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck to both of you this weekend. I'm looking forward for you to do well enough to get some championship points, not well enough to win. So we'll see if that ends up happening, but good luck, gents.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
All right, and speaking of Sustenance Eater, I think he's actually going to be on stream a little bit later. But first off, we've got a pretty good match to bring us back into things.
Oh, it is fantastic. And we've got some, I don't want to say the OGs, but some very, long-standing battlers here coming up with Yusei Furo and Valiant Vish doing battles in this winners semi-final, I believe.
Yeah, well, actually, you know what? This is really like OGs because I don't know if you remember. We were both there. Melbourne 2022 Regional Championships. These two battlers were both in the top 4.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that because both of these battlers were the ones that knocked me out. So I lost to Valiant Vish early in round 3 or 4, and then my exit to the tournament was to Yusei Furo in that sent Kill the Hallway many moons ago.
Oh yeah, well I didn't know that, but that's hilarious. Which means that who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for anyone who's willing to put in the effort that, to put in those hard yards to get across the line. So, once we get the teams up, we'll be able to really delve into these teams because these aren't battlers we've seen yet on stream today. I think we saw Yusei earlier.
A little bit earlier on.
But Valiant Vish, someone who's, usually on the forefront. So it'll be great to see how he's been playing. He's moved into a little bit more of a family man lifestyle, but still at the absolute top of his game. He's been to every single Worlds, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's going for his, 4th consecutive World Championships, and he's done pretty decently every single time. I know the first time he came 9th, I believe, at the 2022 World Championships. So
like an Olympic level, battler is what we're seeing here. And now we've got the teams coming up, and that is right. Yusei has that intriguing Obstagoon Annihilate team, like you just drawn into it. And what we're seeing here is something, I don't want to say more meta, but we've got that Tinkertong, that Drapion, but not running the Shadow Drapion here for Valiant Vish, is running that normal variant.
Yeah, I did notice that on the usage graphic. There's actually a decent chunk of non-Shadow Drapions running around, which is kind of an interesting scenario because I understand sort of wanting a bit of extra bulk. Again, sort of similar to what we were talking about earlier with respect to the sort of Feraligatr. If you're not Shadow, maybe you survive a little bit longer. You get 1 extra charge attack. So,
well, the question is, does the normal Drapion survive 2 bulldozers from the Tinkertong? Maybe there's something in there. That's not a matchup I've looked into too much myself yet, but there's got to be something about it because, somebody like Valiant Vish is running it. He doesn't do these things just for funsies, right? He's not like, he doesn't not have a Shadow Drapion. He's got it there. He just isn't using it, and there's got to be a reason for that today.
Exactly right. Now, if you take a look at Yusei's team, now obviously, as you pointed out, we've got that double fighter action. We have Obstagoon and Shadow Annihilate. that makes Diggersby almost impossible to bring. I mean, on top of the fact that there's a Superior running around, the Golisopod, a very strong matchup for the Golisopod. As much as, you wouldn't mind being against like the Toxapex, I think it's just too risky, and Valiant Vish isn't going to take that stab in the dark.
Well, I don't think he needs to here because that Tinkatonk looks so strong into Yusef Fero's team. It's got a bit of a, maybe that the Toxapex isn't that great of a matchup. It'll be one of those ones where they're both down in the yellow, in the red, but it looks so strong against the Obstagoon, against that Annihilate. It'll do reasonable against the Superior. We know it does reasonable against the Glisopod. It's going to be neutral into that Lantern there. So it's got so many avenues to play, and it's not one of those ones you need to stay in forever. So you can get a bit of an advantage and dip out, and then you've got that advantage just lying in the back later. So I mean, I don't want to pigeonhole Valiant Vish, but it's got so much opportunity there that I think it'll be something hard for him to get away from. Do you need to get away from it? If it wins, it wins.
Yeah, that's true. I will say the Shadow Superior. Now, the interesting tech around Shadow Superior, and it makes sense that you say around this because I heard all about this on my trip to Auckland last weekend. Clunk NZ was really hyping up Shadow Superior because one of its advantages is it's actually quite good into Tinkaton. The Shadow really helps you sort of, make sure that you can win that matchup. The Frenzy Plant's adding up so significantly. I think it's, 6 to the first Frenzy Plant from that Superior. And so you can actually really put the pressure on. And if you look at the rest of Vish's team, right, you've got good play into the Lapras, into the Blastoise, because again, that's one of the benefits of bringing a grass type in this current meta is there's so much double water running around. You're also, again, you're pretty decent into the Diggersby, but again, I don't think we're going to see Diggersby pop up in this particular battle. And then you're really just a little bit more scared of the Drapion, which you're still able to do a fair chunk of damage to, and the Jumpluff, which you still have the super effective Aerial Ace.
Yeah, you do, and being a Shadow, it's going to do that a little bit more. Non-stab Aerial Ace does feel a little bit underwhelming, but into the Shadow Jumpluff, it might actually add up quite a bit. That Jumpluff, though, does look a little bit ominous into Yusei Fero's team. Although Lantern, if it's the double flyer variant, Lantern actually has a reasonable matchup. It's going to resist both of those flying moves, and Fairy Wind is not a hard-hitting move, as we all know. So, are we going to see Valiant Vish looking at, drawing out that Toxapex by running that Jumpluff early? Or is he going to bench it? How is he going to position that? Because I feel like that's going to be something they can use as a key to victory. But how you use that is I think it's going to be quite unique, actually, in how they go about it. And I think Vish has got a lot of options here, whereas Yusei may have a few less options with his team.
I think that's probably a decent way to put it. I think that, even on Vish's side, like another Pokemon like Lapras, you're up against a double fighter side where one of them has the dark typing, so it's also resisting your Psy Waves. You're up against a Lantern, you're going to do nothing. Superior, not a great matchup. Golisopod isn't awesome for you, to be fair. And Toxapex, you'll get by. I know that Valiant Vish at the Brisbane Regional Championships, he was sort of, leading the pack in running the Skull Bash Lapras.
Yes.
So you do pick up a little bit of extra coverage into the Lantern and the Toxapex that you wouldn't have otherwise. So it's not like the end of the world in those matchups, but they're not matchups that you want to be in. And I just don't see a call for the Lapras in terms of why would you bring it is almost my thought process. And when you've got other Pokemon that are quite viable, like the Jumpluff, the Drapion, the Tinkaton.
Yeah, I as much as I hate to agree with you, Steve, I do agree with you, my friend. This I feel like, Vish has that comfortable, he doesn't need to do anything super outlandish here. But once you get into these matchups where you don't do one against one and the next two against each other, like Pokemon Go is a dynamic version of PvP where things are coming in and out. You got shields and it's the interplay between your Pokemon can be so important. As we've seen already today, some of these trainers, like that battle just recently with El Cavissimo, the interchange, he's almost sacrificed. It looked like it was sacrificing that Typhlosion, but what he was doing is forcing the opponent to throw the energy. And so if they didn't, the Typhlosion was going to win. It was going to take it out. It's a huge, hard-hitting Pokemon with Incinerate and that Thunder Punch. So the opponent had to throw the energy, which then seemed like, the advantage was lost, the Typhlosion's gone. But then the other Pokemon came in and they kept their energy and they were just then outpacing to all the moves that they needed to. So it's that dynamic interplay, that exchange of sort of energy and shields. And it's just so intricate sometimes. And that is really what we're seeing here today is the battlers that are able to come out and and take hold of those intricacies and develop them, they're the ones that seem to be winning the matchups today.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, actually. And it's sort of, I guess, obviously being piloted the best by the best trainers in many senses. And so, I know earlier on we saw that matchup between Gone 1001 and In a Bloom, right?
Yeah.
And like, it's these high-level battles that are really able to sort of manipulate the game in ways that, maybe us feeble folk aren't able to do so much. But, when you've got people like Yusei Farao and Valiant Vish running up here, like, you've got two battlers that have both qualified for Worlds in the past. Very, very strong battlers. Yusei, I believe he is the #1 ranked New Zealand battler on the leaderboard with Valiant Vish. I mean, look, secret info here. Valiant Vish, he wasn't going to play originally. His plan was that he wasn't going to play. He wasn't going to come. But then Brisbane Regional Championships comes along. He comes third. And all of a sudden is like, oh, actually,
I'm back, baby!
Turns out I'm not done with this thing. Let's go again. So Valiant Vish has sort of had some time to really think about what he wants to do. He wants to secure his World Championship invite. Now, I believe at this point, both battlers are in the top 16 here. And so they've both picked up 160 championship points, but that's sort of ripe for if Yusei Farao. I think he's, in the ballpark of 100 points behind Valiant Vish. So if he can sort of leapfrog into top 8, all of a sudden he might actually get a bit of a lead.
Yeah, well, and there have been a few people getting leapfrogged already. I think we've noticed that there's going to be some jumps in the Oceanic leaderboard, which is the purpose of these tournaments, right? You need to perform at all of these tournaments. You can't just win your locals. You can't just dominate them. You need to go to places and do things. Johannesburg was one, and here's another. And while we are into some sort of battle here, I'm guessing the screen is frozen on the left. We'll work with that. And we've got Tinkerton. Oh, into the lantern.
Okay, now this is a bit of a tough spot for Yusei Farao. We see the first Bulldoze debuff going through as well. The super effective Bulldozers definitely do add up in this matchup, but look at how much damage the Surf does to Tinkerton. It brings it down to half health, and so all of a sudden, this doesn't actually look that good for Tinkerton.
No, but look at this, going for the play rough here. The debuff with the play rough, this is going to do an absolute ton of damage to the staff. Deep into the red, and Lantern is catching. He's caught a Surf on this jump off. That is a fantastic waste of this energy for Valiant Vish. Oh, wow. And oh no, here comes the counter.
This is a bit rough for Valiant Vish because by swapping into the jump fluff, Yusei Farao is able to bring his poison type right into the mix. Look at the poison jabs adding up from Toxapex. I mean, it doesn't farm towards charge stacks very quickly, but look at the damage. Obviously, jump fluff going to be going straight for as much damage as possible. Acrobatics doesn't even take Toxapex to half health. This is a really strong matchup for the Toxapex. And I mean, Valiant Vish has almost offered this up to Yusei on a plate by swapping in.
With things you think, I'm making this big old play, I'm getting in there, and then look, Sludge, it is out of there, and it has a little bit of energy and half its health left. Toxapex is in a fantastic position, but here comes the Drapion, and it is going to pay so quickly to its moves, but there we go, and we have a Brine. Brine is coming in. It is a little bit of one of those underwhelming moves, right?
Yeah, it's not going to do a whole lot to this Drapion. Again, the non-Shadow Drapion as well, so it actually tanks these moves even better. And this has actually gone from a bad situation for Valiant Vish to a little bit better. Because Yusei is staying in with this Toxapex, he's giving Vish a little bit of an opening to try and get a bit of an energy advantage, which can be really, really strong into Yusei's back line. That Golisopod, it gets those charge attacks in 5 Shadow Claws. And if Drapion has a big energy advantage, it's going to be able to outpace to the crunches.
It will definitely outpace to the crunches. But there, it is brought straight in here. The Golisopod has come in, and out comes the first crunch, and instantly Yusei Farao, no shielding, does not want to get himself debuffed and then have no shields left. So in comes the first crunch. Falls there. Here comes the second crunch. This is going to force a shield here from Yusei. He does have 2 left. Going to need to protect this Golisopod because it's going to need to do a lot of work here with all the other Pokemon deep into the red.
Yeah, this isn't a great spot for Yusei Farao. He's about 2 fast moves behind in this matchup because he had the shield advantage going into the Golisopod versus Drapion. The exit is going through, and Valiant Vish, he shields up. He knows he has the energy advantage. He's cognizant of where the switch timer is at. He doesn't want to lose it, and so he's going for this Aqua Tail, shoring up. I believe he can probably Poison Sting down if this lands. Does get that last shield out of Yusei, though, which means he's even further ahead. He's staying in, and it looks like Valiant Vish is just going to absorb the energy here and put all of his bank on the Tinkerton in the back.
This is tricky because there's a little bit of energy here on this Golisopod, and Tinkerton is low. And goes for the catch, but he does not get the catch. So now we have a Fairy against the Poison type, and we're getting a fast move down potentially here. Bulldoze, he's got double Bulldoze. Will Bulldoze be enough to take out that Golisopod that's in the back?
Yeah, he's got to make a call here. Is the Lantern coming in or the Golisopod? I don't think that Yusei has a move on that Lantern, so it is almost dead weight here, but he needs that last fast attack to get the move on the Golisopod. Doesn't get the move. The Bulldoze going to go through, take out the Golisopod, and now it is just down to that Lantern, and there's no energy, is there?
I don't know. There might be maybe one or two. It is a very tight matchup. Both Pokemon are deep into the red. There's no energy. There's no energy anywhere. And we get a Fairy Wind down.
Wow.
And Valiant Fish has taken out the first battle in an absolute nail biter. What is with this tournament? We are seeing like 3 to 5 Pokemon deep into the red every single battle. These trainers are like squeezing every last bit of juice out of their Pokemon that they can.
God.
And a really close win there from Valiant Fish. Well, held his nerve really well there at the end.
Yeah, look, I think it's pretty obvious, and I'll be frank here. I really wrote Valiant Fish off early. I was like, after he just delivered his entire jump off into that Toxpex's mouth, like, here you are, good sir, here's your meal. That Toxpex was just sitting there so ready to go. But I really think where it went wrong for Yusei was that fact that the Drapion came in and it was able to get so much energy ready to go. Having that energy advantage into the Golisopod in the back just absolutely crushed in the end game, where he was able to sort of secure the match against the Golisopod, and then have, there's Tinkaton sitting on energy in the back as well, right?
Yeah, it was sitting there. And I think if Yusei had his time again, he might have gone to get that full move, leave with the move on the Golisopod. But in the moment, you are worried because you want to get the energy and get the move, but then you don't have enough health to take a move. So, you have to make those snap decisions and those calls. And unfortunately, that was one of those ones that didn't quite come off from Yusei. I do expect him to bounce back, though, in this next battle. But I even though not much needs to change, I feel like Yusei might be feeling a little bit of a change in the winds and is going to switch things up a little bit.
Yeah, look, I think that Yusei, sort of looking into Valiant Vish's team going into game number 1, he sort of recognized that Jumpluff looked very strong. And as a result, he brought in the Toxpex. He was like, I need this guy ready to go. And I don't know if he was expecting Valiant Fish to swap in to his Jumpluff, but perhaps by bringing that Lantern lead that we saw, he's sort of saying, look, you've sort of only got a few answers here. One of them's Diggersby, it's not coming. One of them's Tinkaton. You don't really want a Tinkaton into this Lantern. We saw how that matchup went. And so it's like, well, maybe you're going to want to bring your Jumpluff into this matchup. And that's exactly what happened. The Jumpluff came in, and all of a sudden Yusei was like, I know exactly what to do here. And the next minute was just, I can't imagine Valiant Fish sort of sitting there, tapping away, going I guess he had a lot of time to think about how the rest of the battle was going to go, right?
Yeah, well, that is one thing about Vish. He's a very active thinker in his battles, and he is someone who just really never gives up. If he's got a Pokemon and it's got health, he's going to try and get as much energy as he can. And I've never seen him get to a point where he's like, stop tapping the screen. I'm just going to top left. There's none of that when you're battling against Valiant Vish. He is going for everything, pedal to the metal the entire time. And he's a really difficult person to sort of hold down. Some battles you can get on top of and just keep that, you're just keeping ahead of them in the match. Vish always seems to find a way to claw his way back in and then get in front. You'd written him off. The one thing I've learned is never write off a Vish.
No, that's absolutely my mistake. You'd think I'd learned by now after, watching him battle year after year after year, world championship after world championship after world championship, that the man, he knows how to play this game. He is an expert in Pokemon Go PvP. If there was sort of, a tally of who the sort of most knowledgeable people in the game were, Valiant Fish would be pretty high on the list. But we'll see what they do in game number 2. Valiant Fish looking to secure himself a spot in the group finals. And, this is a bad start for Valiant Fish. Jump up into the Toxapex.
This is a little bit rough. And the 2 Pokemon in the back, it's tricky to just swap in. This could be one of those ones that we're going to need to see Vish claw a ton back. And look, throwing just before the sludge was there, getting this acrobatics, which is going to do a reasonably large amount of damage here, Steve.
We saw this before. It gets the Toxapex down to almost half health, but the poison jabs alone from Toxapex are doing the exact same thing back. You have the access to the sludge wave that you can really push against this jump off quite well. Getting a shield out of Valiant Fish is actually quite interesting because you'd think that, with Vish having 2 Pokemon in the back, Diggersby and Tinkaton, both, having an ability to fight against Toxapex, that maybe you'd be like, I'm okay to let this go. But I think he's recognizing that a Jumpluff with an energy advantage could actually be quite powerful for him. So he goes through the X-Second acrobatics, brings it down into the deep red, and now he's going to go for that aerial ace to try and secure the KO.
Yeah, and I think we might see you say yes, letting it go, saving those shields for the Pokemon in the back. And then now he's going to need to choose what is he going to go and attempt to farm down. This could be intriguing. There is going to be a lot of energy onto this Lantern by the end, and he's going for a full spark down here.
Look, I'm not going to write him off. But I'm looking at this battle. I'm looking at this Golisopod in the back for Yusei Farao, and I'm thinking, with an energy advantage on Yusei's side, I don't know where Valiant Vish can go from here. He's down a shield. Diggersby isn't in a great spot there. You're going to need to get a lot of energy here. You're going to need to land a Scorching Sands on this Lantern to keep the advantage in this battle, and then get some energy advantage against the Golisopod as well.
It's an uphill climb, Steve. I'm not going to lie to you, but we have, once again, we can't ride off Valiant Vish and going for the back-to-back surf. So all of that energy is now laid out from Yusei Farao. Will not get the shield. No, Vish is letting it go, saving those shields for that Tinkaton in the back. Thinks it can get it done. And look how much energy. Oh, going for the catch. And out comes the Tinkaton in return swap. So all that energy is still sitting there on that Diggersby.
Yeah, really nice patience from Valiant Vish. He's got himself in an okay spot here. Tinkaton does not love this matchup against Golisopod, though. Golisopod has an energy advantage. It will get to the moves first. They will be doing more damage with the moves, bringing Tinkaton down to below half health. Valiant Vish wants this Bulldoze to get a debuff badly. He wants something to go right, get a shield bait. It goes through. I don't think that's what he wanted at all. He was wanting the shield. He still gets the defense drop, but now this Golisopod is almost at a second Aquatail, a third Aquatail even.
Yeah, it is a ton of energy here, and this is looking super dominant position-wise for Yusei Farao. That lead may have just been, and Tinkaton is gone. Energy. It is so much energy on this Diggersby, but it is deep in the red, and there's so many shields here available for Yusei.
I got energy, got a lot of energy. Diggersby throwing the Fire Punch into the Golisopod, but it tanks it. Yusei's going like, no, I'm all good here. I've still got 2 shields remaining. I can throw one move here, get your last shield, and then I think he's going to get to this Aquatail to get the KO, actually swapping into the Lantern to try and soak up all this extra energy from Valiant Vish. He's throwing the Scorching Sands on the right-hand side here. This will be enough to get the KO against the Lantern, I believe. And then, there's still the second shield from Yusei. And now this is going to be enough to take out the Diggersby, and Yusei has tied this series back up 1-1.
Steve, I hate to tell you, but that's the first shield. Yusei still has another shield left. See, finishes with a shield there.
Gosh.
So very dominant performance there from Yusei, and what a comeback, right? And this is what we talked about, that skill. The skill of predicting the lead. It's so tough, but it can be so game altering. And I mean, Valiant Vish went in with a similar line, right? He had the Tinkaton, had the jump up because they look so dominant. But coming back from that lead is so hard. And even though Vish was able to get those acrobatics and even, sacrifice a shield to gain the switch advantage, it was just too much to overcome in the end.
Yeah, I think Valiant Vish's problem in that game is that he didn't have a Pokemon like he did in the first game, like Drapion, that can get a little bit of an energy advantage and all of a sudden dominate. He had Diggersby and he had Tinkaton in the back. Neither Pokemon is particularly known for, taking energy advantage and running through teams, right? Neither of them are they're more about sort of taking a move, getting something in, doing a bit of just leg work. It's sort of like the mid-game Pokemon in most scenarios. Yeah. Or, sometimes Diggersby has a good advantage in the back. But when, Yusei was hiding a Golisopod in the back, that is a very aggressive Pokemon, a Pokemon that you want to have an energy advantage against the Golisopod to make sure you're in a good spot. Because Vish couldn't get himself in one of those scenarios, I think that he just didn't really have any play into the Golisopod.
Yeah, and I do feel that Yusei is going to lean on those 3 Pokemon again. So is Vish going to predict that, or is Vish quite happy to stay with his strat, the Tinkaton, the Jumpluff, and then whatever else he feels like? Because in that Lapras has got play. We haven't seen any of those counter users there. Are they coming in? Neither of us feel super happy about that.
Yeah.
Jumpluff and Tinkaton.
Look, maybe Valiant Vish, he brought the Diggersby, right? He was maybe trying to be hey, I know you're not going to bring the counter users, so maybe my Diggersby is safe. But then it just got hit with too many moves, and it didn't, it can't fight a Golisopod, really.
No, it was a little bit on the back foot straight off the bat. It does okay against the Golisopod because it does resist those Shadow Claws. It can deal neutral with those Fire Punches, and even the fast move being a normal type, it is able to do a little bit there, and it just obviously relies on its bulk to get through that matchup. Yeah. But when there's a Lantern that's already taken a shield plus half your health, it's a little bit trickier. So I feel like Vish doesn't want to get himself caught into a situation where he's going to get farmed down again, because that's how we won game 1 and that's how we lost game 2. So they're really going to look at switching that up in terms of play style, not necessarily team selection, but I think the play style they're going to take. You might see if Fish happens to get into that same scenario, into that Toxapex, maybe getting an aggressive swap out at some point.
Look, no chance we see the exact same lineup from Valiant Fish. And into the swap, we see the Drapion going into Yusei's Shadow Annihilate. The counter user has arrived, and there's the Diggersby in the back. Quick swap into the Tinkerton, and at this point, this Annihilate is actually staying in, which is a very interesting play from Yusei.
Very interesting indeed. Wants to be able to get something, right? So happy to eat a Bulldoze. It's not that hard of a hitting move. Does take it down to the yellow, but banking energy and leaving. And then out comes this Lantern. Bulldoze coming in, fishing for that debuff, right? Got the lure out there. See if he can get a nibble.
Nibble, nibble, ... You've caught a fish. You've got the Bulldoze in there. No debuff, though. And unfortunately, actually, if you look at these back lines as well, Valiant Fish's Diggersby is looking really good into Yusei's Toxapex in the back. This might be the first time that Valiant Fish avoids the Jumpluff into Toxapex matchup by not bringing Jumpluff.
And look, Thunderbolt. So giving up the Surf here and throwing the Thunderbolt, taking that Tinkerton deep into the red. Out comes another Bulldoze, but is going to get farmed down in the back. So, no, he's not. I'm going to change the narrative. Aggressive swapping into that Drapion. Going to eat a Thunderbolt for his troubles, though.
Yeah, it does use the Protect Shield here, which does make sense. You want to keep this Drapion around. The Toxapex swaps in, but Vish is so far away from being able to swap into his Diggersby. He needs to just start throwing moves from this Drapion. Again, you're in a pretty good spot here by being the non-shadow, I think. You're going to really try and go for those defense debuffs because maybe you can clean things up. But look, the switch timer is still got about 20 seconds to go until he's able to swap out. And I think that's really all Vish wants to do. He just wants to throw a few crunches and then maybe dip out.
Yeah, is trying to get to that Diggersby as soon as possible, but he's only about 5 to 10 seconds ahead of Yusei's switch timer. So what is he going to get out of that Diggersby? Because he's going to come in and have to eat a whole heap of counters. But the Brine comes in, takes that Drapion down into the yellow health, and it is a race to another move here. Is choosing not to go for that switch, farming up some extra energy, and go for the catch.
Oh, Dunn doesn't get the catch though. Tinkerton down, and now he has to make a really tough call because this Diggersby, if it goes in here, right, it doesn't have a lot of play other than into the Lantern or the Annihilate. Diggersby to come in, instant swap into the Lantern, actually, which still isn't that bad. I mean, like, you're still able to get a Surf here that would KO, but Valiant Fish, he knows the counts. He knows when the Surf is going to come, and I think he's going for a really aggressive farm down.
Yeah, definitely needs to get the farm down here because that's actually going to set him up for his victory. Who cares about how much damage you take here? There's a Shadow Annihilate in yellow HP. You have now got a ton of energy. This Diggersby all of a sudden could sweep potentially here. Going to need to take out a bunch of shields. Yusei waiting that timer. It comes in. Yes, in comes that Annihilate. Oh, and it's gone for the bait.
Yeah, it does get the shield out of Yusei. I mean, you call it a bait, but it's still going to do a lot of damage to a Shadow Annihilate, even from coming from a bulky Diggersby. He's going for the Ice Punch here. Rage Fist would do nothing. Ice Punch would do a lot. Valiant Fish respects it. He knows what Yusei could do here, and he wants to get to another move. He knows he can get to another move. Goes straight for the combo play with the Toxapex coming in, the Brine. Diggersby does survive this, but now Valiant Fish has a decision to make. Do I stay in with the Diggersby or do we go Drapion now?
He is going to stay in with the Diggersby and build up a bunch of energy because he knows he has the energy to threaten that Annihilate because Annihilate, it doesn't have any energy. It's thrown all of its energy. It's low on health. And don't forget that Drapion in the back has energy. Here comes the Fire Punch. This is super tight. Is he going to get the shield?
Yeah, there's one shield remaining on Yusei's side. He needs to get this Annihilate around. Takes the Fire Punch, which means this Drapion in the back is not going to be able to throw a move yet. He's actually at the back-to-back Aqua Tail. He throws one, he gets the shield. He throws another one, he takes out the Annihilate, but he takes out the game. Valiant Fish, come back.
Energy. Save your energy trainers. He's getting it. I don't know where he's getting it from. Goku, the world, people of the world, they're raising their hands, giving it to Valiant Fish. What a play. You can't count him out, Steve. Wow. Why do we keep counting him out?
We shouldn't ever count out Valiant Fish. If you've learned one thing from this broadcast, you do not count out Valiant Fish. Valiant Fish 2-1 into Yusei for out in a very tight set. 2 of those games, Trotter, he had a jump off into a Toxapex.
I mean, I'm lost for words, mate. That is incredible play. Now, Vish, I felt, did have probably the stronger team matchup when you're looking at it paper, but paper doesn't mean squat. This is Pokemon. You can do different things. You don't have to play how everybody else thinks you need to play. You can do what you want, how you want, when you want. And really what we saw there was Diggersby doing so much for Valiant Vish in taking out a heap of that Toxapex, taking out chipping away at that Annihilate, getting a shield. Like, it was just so, I don't know, flexible. Like, who would have thought Diggersby putting pressure onto an Annihilate?
Yeah, wait, what Pokemon of Vicious did we say was not going to come out at all? I feel like I've got a foggy memory. Maybe we all forget, right?
No, it was always going to be that Tickatonk in the
Yeah.
we knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, we knew. We were just keeping it a little secret. That's all. But we were just kind of treating the Diggersby stats back. But yeah, Diggersby turned out to be really, really strong. I do think that Valiant Vish sort of, again, he doesn't love risks in that he doesn't love to go in with a team that can just lose on the spot. And so I think it makes sense that he does sort of ditch the jump off, right? And sort of like, look, this has happened 2 games in a row. It could happen in the 3rd. Let's just not bring jump off and avoid that whole scenario as well. Yusei wasn't really bringing the Annihilate either. So it was like, well, I don't need the jump off.
I don't need it, But next up, we have some amazing... We've got an international battle coming.
We do.
So we've got Sustenance Eater versus Pokemoney Maker. So we've got America versus Japan in Australia. This is something we've never seen before here in the play circuit. Melbourne bringing first all around.
Yeah, that's a triple continent threat, I suppose you could call it. The Asia, Australia, North America, I guess, combination all coming in
the
one.
Pacific. The Pacific Rim.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going all the way around to get some battlers in here. Now, we've seen Sustenance Eater on stream before. We've seen Pokemoney Maker on stream before, both running sort of teams of their own sort of ilk. I think that back in Perth Regional Championships, where we saw Pokemoney Maker come in with that top 3 finish, he went for a very different strategy than he's going in with today. Back in Perth, he was going for like sort of 2 shield Fraligator strategies or 2 shield monkey strategies, like sort of all the way through. He's not doing that today.
Isn't he? Steve, Are you making assumptions about how trainers are going to use their Pokemon? Because,
I don't think he has either. I'm pretty sure I've seen the team. I'm pretty sure he's not running either Pokemon. I could be wrong because we're not assuming anything anymore. We're banned from assumptions for the rest of the stream.
I think that's probably for the best. But why don't we move in and have a look at these 2 trainers' teams and we can see how they're going to match up, because it's not just the team and how the team looks on paper. It's how you match up against your opponent. And I feel like we've been talking about Tinkaton a little bit too much, and I would really like to see how these guys are going to counter that. And Pokemoney Maker has some counters there, very hard counters in that Talonflame and the Claydol.
But you know what beats Talonflame and Claydol, Trotter? It's Feraligatr hanging out on Sustenance Eater's side. Very powerful Pokemon. Great if Talonflame into Claydol, into Tinkaton, decent into Lapras, decent into the Drapion as well. It's Credilli, where you really don't want to be, but you can actually set yourself up for a really strong position even against Credilli.
Yeah, you can. It does pace so quickly. Probably slightly better against the Shadow Credilli. Just takes a little bit more damage, you can get that farm down and set yourself up for the next Pokemon, because we look at Pokemon, I think we just focus too much on the one-to-one, what's in front of you, whereas the best trainers in the world, they're thinking about whatever else is in the back. How am I going to gain a little bit of extra energy? And so some Pokemon that are really good at having stored extra energy are your Feraligatrs, your Drapions. And look, both of these trainers...
Whoa, Sustenance.
Whoa, wait a second. We're seeing some different teams here all of a sudden.
Yeah, it looks like, Sustenance Eater's real enemy was himself at the end of the day. He's really going to, fight his own battles before fighting the battles of others on the battlefield. But look, we've seen, Pokemoney Maker's team again with that Talonflame. A very interesting pick. Not one that we've seen a lot of so far today.
No, not yet today. But I have a feeling we may see a little bit more potentially in the future, because it is such a hard counter, not only to the Tinkaton, but we've seen a few people running Corviknight. Any of the ground Pokemon, if they don't happen to have a rock move, if you've got somebody who's running Claydol and it doesn't seem to have that rock tomb, but Talonflame does pace very well. So you can actually outpace to those rock tombs and really deal huge damage. Those Incinerates just stack up and up and up, and it can feel really, really oppressive. So one of the keys for that Talonflame is outpacing it with something like your Feraligatr. Even your Drapion really paces so fast compared to Talonflame that it can be really tricky to keep up with it.
Yeah, it's also one of those Pokemon that, because of the sort of pacing, so Drapion, Poison Sting, 2-turn move. Incinerate, 5-turn move. you can very comfortably sort of at the beginning of the match or after a few charge attacks, you sort of throw 2 poison stings and you throw Aqua Tail. 2 poison stings, throw Aqua Tail once you've banked up all this energy. I've been on both sides of that equation, and the Talonflame is not enjoying themselves at all. It's a terrible spot to be, and there's almost nothing you can do. You can hope that you can land a Brave Bird, but if that goes wrong, then it gets even worse.
It is one of those Pokemon that feels sometimes nicer to lead, get a little bit of energy, and then, okay, we'll call it a day. We'll get out, or to let it go and get that shield and set yourself up. But it's going to be tricky because I don't think Sustenance Eater is going to be really too bothered by that.
Yeah.
Because the Lapras, so bulky. The Feraligatr, so fast. The Claydol, bulky, plus can one-hit KO with that Rock Tomb. But the Credilli there for Pokemoney Maker, it's got a lot going for it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, you've got a pretty decent play into the Feraligatr. Obviously, you can get hit by an Ice Beam, but even if you get hit by an Ice Beam, you can actually still win that matchup. You have to burn a shield, but still, it actually works out pretty okay for you. Lapras, really nice matchup for the Credilli. Jump Off, not too bad, especially when they're running the Aerial Ace Acrobatics set. The Claydol, you're not awful into, as long as you avoid an Ice Beam, you're sort of hunky-dory, but no one's going for the Ice Beams. They're Rock Tombing you down.
Yes.
And then Tinkaton is the one where it gets a little bit worse, but it's not too bad because all people, I think, I haven't seen anyone running the other moveset, is running the Bulldoze Play Rough moveset on that Tinkaton. And Heavy Slam is what really does do a bit of a chunk to Credilli.
Yeah, certainly does. And potentially you might even use that Credilli to draw out something. Give yourself a Talonflame farm down, and Talonflame with a farm down, energy, shields. It can be a real troublemaker. Those Brave Birds hit so hard. Even the Incinerates. Lapras doesn't like taking Incinerates. That Ice typing, it makes it neutral into the Fire type. I think we could see a bit of Talonflame here from Pokemoney Maker.
Yeah, I think so, but I really do think that Sustenance Eater has a chance of scaring it off for good. Because the Feraligatr, I really think that that's such a strong Pokemon for Sustenance Eater into Pokemoney Maker's team. And there is reasonable potential of going for double water strategies, which would really just ruin Talonflame's day, I think.
It would, yeah. You're 100% correct there. And this is really one of the first times, because they're running that double water strategy plus a Claydol, that Tinkaton for Pokemoney Maker doesn't feel that comfortable.
Yeah, I was really thinking hey, we were talking a lot about Tinkaton before. I think it's finally Tink enough. We don't need any more. It's all done. No need to bring it again. At the same time, though, you look at the Tinkaton on the other side, and it's well, you could try to use it, but
it's a similar thing, right? You've got Talonflame, you've got Claydol, there's a Lapras. It's not the be-all and end-all of Pokemon Go, and I think we're about to see why these trainers have brought these teams. It is to scare off that Tinkaton. So maybe, that is a bit of a strategy that you're going to really let that Drapion do its maximum. We'll get it out there, let it do its thing. Credilli is then freed up a lot. And then, then you can just go about your business as usual. Don't even worry about it, trainers. You don't need Tinkaton to win.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, we heard from Sustenance Eater a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and he was talking about, he'd love the regional championship title so we can have a new in-game shirt. He's really just looking for a bit of a clothing replacement is his main aim here. And so I think, this is a team that could work out for him, really looking into Pokemoney Maker's team. If I had to pick one of these teams going to the other, I think I would pick Sustenance Eaters.
Really? I'm a bit of a fan of the old Talonflame, so I'm going to flip over there and go with Pokemoney Maker. So I cannot wait for these trainers to get their things in and locked in to see these battles. Because the thing is, there is more than just the Tinkaton targeter. That Jumpluff is there on Sustenance Eater.
Yeah.
And that is so painful to watch your Incinerate, health gone. Incinerate, health gone. And it can eat an Acrobatic still. And then it's still got super effective flies. And you don't even need to throw the Brave Bird then. You're comfortable throwing that fly. So, that Jumpluff is going to be really, really tricky for Sustenance Eater to position. I think you're right. We might see a lot of double water strats coming out here for Sustenance Eater.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable way to go just because, again, that Jumpluff, it doesn't, it's not like it looks terrible into Pokemoney Maker's team, but it looks a little bit stressful. It looks like you could really find yourself in some tough spots. It feels like the safest strategy is really leaning into the Lapras Feraligatr. You can even bring the Drapion in there, and really it's just the Claydol that you're hoping to look out for. But here we go, Sustenance Eater versus Pokemoneymaker, USA versus Japan. We've got the Drapion into the Credilli first things up, and this is looking good for Sustenance Eater to start.
It does look good, but however, you have that Rock Tomb, the debuff strat from this Credilli. It does play really heavily into this matchup. Now, Sustenance Eater going for energy, not throwing a move, so it's going to be debuffed straight off the bat.
Yeah, now this is an interesting way to play. There's two ways to play the Drapion into Credilli matchup. The first is to go for good timing, as Sustenance Eater's done here. The second is to go for a move straight away, even on bad timing, we say, so that you can get some damage off before being debuffed. But going for the crunch to get that first debuff, we do see the double waterline in the back that looks relatively strong into Pokemoneymaker's back line. That Claydol is not really going to have a lot of places to go, and the Lapras on the other side is going to be quite neutral all around. So with Drapion sort of getting a defense drop on this Credilli, this is putting Sustenance Eater in quite a strong spot, and he can honestly let Drapion go and bring in Feraligatr to farm down.
Oh, that is going to be a really tricky spot for Pokemoneymaker if there's a big energy farm down on that Feraligatr. And here it comes, Steve, and there's two Shadow Claws. Two Shadow Claws could be enough to take this one out. He's going to have to counter with that Lapras. In comes the Lapras. Lapras is going to resist all the moves here, running the Ice Beam, not the Crunch variant on that Feraligatr, and has the Skull Bash.
Oh, that does make it a little bit worse for Sustenance Eater, and he swaps into the Lapras. Pokemoneymaker's Lapras all of a sudden is actually quite a strong counter to Sustenance Eater's Lapras, not only with the Skull Bash versus the Ice Beam, but also having energy advantage as well. All of a sudden, this is actually looking quite strong for Pokemoneymaker, but you have to remember what is in the back. That Feraligatr looks so strong into the Claydol that this is almost better for Sustenance Eater. Getting the Lapras out of the way, that would have a slightly worse time into the Claydol than the Feraligatr that would be good into the Claydol.
And here comes going straight for another Skull Bash. Pokemoneymaker not messing around at all here. I was expecting him to farm up a lot of extra energy. Oh, and we get a shield. That is a huge part of this matchup, trainers.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure why we're protecting the Lapras, because that Feraligatr feels like it is the way to go to try and take that Lapras out. Obviously, we have an ability to throw some Sparkling Arias. You can soak up a lot of this extra energy as well. But oh, we're farming up energy on the Lapras, going into the Feraligatr to get the move in before Pokemon can react, and he lets it all go. All of that defense, buff on the. Oh, and it survives.
1 HP Enderdream. That Lapras is still in the game. And look, these Mud Slaps are chunking into this Feraligatr. I'm expecting a double shield here. You can't just give this game up. Claydol. And once we get the debuff in, it is just going to be a race to the third Hydro Cannon. And here comes another one. One and throw. Oh, we're going to go for a farm down. This is so tight, Steve. This is closer than we think.
Yeah, this is actually going to be so insanely close. The Mudslap damage is really adding up. Gator is 3 away. 1, 2. Another Rock Tomb is coming in here. Sustenance Eater needs to shield. 1 Shadow Claw away from the Hydro Cannon. It is 2 debuffs now. It wants to KO this Claydol, but the Lapras is also sitting in the back as well. Hydro Cannon, is this enough to KO the Claydol after 2 debuffs, Trotter?
After 2 debuffs, I don't think it will quite get the job done, and it's going to be then a race. I'm expecting Sustenance Eater to instant swap to his Lapras. Oh no, he's staying in, go for the Shadow Claw damage, and it's a double KO!
Wait.
We have Laprases! Lapras versus,
Sustenance Eater surviving Lapras, sideways down Pokemoneymaker's. Pokemoneymaker was slightly ahead on energy. He was barely away from that Sparkling Aria. He would have got that KO if he went to the charge move, but just doesn't survive at the end there. Wow.
Just not enough HP. It was so close there. You could tell Pokemoneymaker earlier he wanted to get to the move before he swapped out his Lapras, but was going to get farmed down. So chose to leave early. Just couldn't quite get to that last Sparkling Aria. What a match. Super close. Very well played from Sustenance Eater. Had such a dominant start. Pokemoneymaker clawed its way back, but was just not able to get there with really excellent combo play there by Sustenance Eater, getting rid of that Lapras, throwing that in Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr.
That was really heads-up play, swapping into the Feraligatr, getting rid of the Lapras, and Pokemoneymaker was kind of like, look, I don't really want to burn my shields here, because he knew that he had a Claydol in the back. He knew that he needed to protect himself from that Feraligatr's Hydro Cannons. And, if you use your shield and Lapras, right, you keep Lapras around, your Claydol is just going to go down so much faster. And all of a sudden, your Lapras is going to be left to, you'll still be around, but you're going to have to deal with both the Feraligatr and the Lapras from Sustenance Eater. And I think that would have been a tough spot to beat as well. So I think, as you said, Pokemon Maker really tried to get up to that Sparkling Aria, and if he did, I think he wins that game. But unfortunately, so close, like 1 or 2 Psywaves away, wasn't able to
I think it was 1. I think literally that Psywave was going to be enough to get the move, and he died to the subsequent Psywave. So very well played from Sustenance Eater. Lapras. Lapras is the meta. Move over, Tinkerton. No one's interested in what you have to say anymore. We're all about the waters and the Lapras. So moving into game 2, does Sustenance Eater change, or do you go to that ABA water strat now? Like, do you really lean into it? Like that cat rubbing against you, just needs a good pat, or are you gonna look at changing things up, and maybe Pokemon Maker's gonna need to adapt a little bit here. That Credilli just wasn't quite. It's so close, but it needed to be in the back for Pokemon Maker to really get the most benefit from it.
I'm going to be honest with you, Trotter. I'm a little bit of a Credilli hater. I'm starting to be like, I don't think that Credilli really is as good as it wants to be. It is in a spot where Sustenance Eater was running a double water lineup. When he's looking at double water, you're looking at that grass, but it just doesn't do that well into either Pokemon. We have to Drapion into the Bulldoze using Tinkerton here, though. This is a little bit better for Pokemon Maker.
Is a little bit, but we still have that Claydol in the back. There's an Istra swap into the Lapras. This is really setting things up nicely there for Pokemon Maker. Doesn't quite get the catch, though. Wanted to catch this Sparkling Aria on their own Lapras. Is going to have to eat it here. Wow, that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I like the thought from Pokemon Maker where he wanted to charge up to the move. It looked like he was wanting to swap into his own Lapras that would be able to soak the energy and has the advantage of having Skull Bash as opposed to the Sparkling Aria Ice Beam that Sustenance Eater's Lapras does have. And so maybe, it looks like he's sort of adapting his strategy here. He's now actually going like, maybe we actually just try and win this matchup. We save our Lapras in the back for the potential Feraligatr that might be around as well, because you take the resisted Hydro Cannons while doing the neutral Skull Bashes. But here we go. Play rough coming in from the Tinkerton. Sustenance Eater has to make a decision here. Do I want this Lapras for late game? And he actually decides yes.
Yes, he does. Forcing the shield there. And now it has to make a decision whether he's going to let this go or you're going to stay in and get switch. Looks like he wants to get that switch event. Is he going to get to this next player up? There it is. This will take out the Lapras, and you're not leaving a lot of farm on your Tinkerton for the opponent.
Yeah, I wonder if Pokemon Maker is almost going for this alignment strategy where he has his Claydol. He thinks that a Drapion is going to come out from Sustenance Eater's side, and so he's like, look, if I can get my Claydol in that position, that might be really strong. But instead, does end up going down, wins shield advantage for the record, but now he's going to bring his own Lapras. He can actually go for an aggressive play here and Psywave the opposing Lapras all the way down.
I think this is exactly what we're going to see here, Steve. This is really setting things up. And recognizing that, going straight in. And there's the swap. We've got Claydol into Drapion here. Look at those mud slaps. Absolutely chunking away. The pacing on Claydol is actually quite incredible. Sorry, on Drapion. Will survive a crunch, though.
Yeah, Claydol can comfortably take this first crunch, ignores whether there's a defense debuff or not. No debuff, knows that, you're resisting the poison stings all the way through. You can keep your Protect Shield for the next charge attack. Undercharging on the Rock Tombs. I love this play from Pokemon Maker. Recognizing that he's going to be able to mud slap down, get the energy advantage back, and actually we're seeing an undercharge from Sustenance Eater as well.
Yeah, I think this is great from Sustenance Eater. Has recognized that getting farmed down by that Lapras is absolutely awful, and he's going for that extra energy. Those Shadow Claws, 4 Shadow Claws worth of energy, going to be hugely important, but without the shield, and the Skull Bash is right there. We just need to throw it. The timer wasn't there. Here comes a Hydro Cannon. Going to need to shield this up, recognizing that this is going to do the most damage out of all the moves that are available for Sustenance Eater. And there's the swap, a Sparkling Arrow. We've got a combo play coming in here, but this is easily able to be soaked by Pokemon Maker, and I think we'll still see an aggressive Psywave down.
Yeah, I think you can actually still go for it. I know he has 100 energy, but you just Psywave all the way down. You've got a Skull Bash ready to throw into Sustenance Eater's Feraligatr. He's nowhere near the charge tack, and I think that Lapras might even be able to get to a Sparkling Aria here. This isn't enough to KO because this is a regular Feraligatr. It is able to hang on, and now we are going to see the Hydro Cannon coming in here just before the
Oh
no! The Sparkling Aria, I think this is enough to KO.
This is definitely enough to KO. This Feraligatr is not that bulky of a Pokemon. In it comes Sparkling Aria to take out that Feraligatr.
Did he not tap the move?
I'm not sure. We might need to go to the replay on that one, Steve. Maybe he felt like it wasn't enough to KO the Lapras after the Skull Bash buff. That extra defense really adds a lot. But I feel like you got to throw it.
Yeah, I know. You have to at least try for it, right? You've got to take your best possible action. Like, okay, what is my, like, you might decide I have no win cons. You at least go for it anyway, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I will happily, throw a resisted, dark move into a fairy type that's on 75% HP.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, something could happen. But we go to a game 3, which is very, very exciting. We did see that double water strat come straight back in from Sustenance Eater. And Poker Moneymaker made that call and said, no, I'm going to save my Claydol for that Drapon. Even though I don't want it to get stuck on the water Pokemon, it decided, no, I'm going to believe in my Tikatonka into this Lapras. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to save my Lapras for that Feraligatr, because that's probably the best thing. So I think Sustenance Eater safe swap to the Lapras to draw out the Lapras, knowing, hey, I think I've got this guy. Let's get him, get that Lapras out of there, and then my Feraligatr is just going to go to absolute town here. And Pokemon Maker decided, no. I'm playing my way, and I'm going to stay in here, and made for a super, super close game in the end there.
Yeah, and it's just so exciting. Like, this is what Pokemon Go PvP is all about. That is why I'm so glad we're here for this broadcast, because these so exciting battles. So glad that both of these trainers have traveled all the way here as well, coming from their own countries, from the USA, from Japan for these battles, because this is just incredible.
And I hope it's been worth their while coming over here. Hope they're having a great time. We're going to make as good of an end as we can. But we are jumping into game 3, the decisive game 3. And Lapras is led into the Credilli. Credilli is going to eat this up. And we have the ABA water. This is going to be a tricky spot for Sustenance Eater. But that's a rock typing means that these water moves are still neutral, and you can get a lot out of it. In comes a Rock Tomb, though.
Yeah, now this is where Lapras having Ice Beam can give you a little bit of an advantage, because you do have the ability to throw some big, super effective damage into the Credilli. But Trotter, you called for this ABA lineup, and this is the wrong lead for that ABA lineup for sure, because now the Ice Beam is going to be thrown from the Lapras, trying to do as much damage as possible, and Pokemon Moneymaker doesn't actually need to shield here.
Does not need to shield, but shielding would set you up quite nicely for the back, and is going to be a quick, it has to throw here, because that Lapras is at a Sparkling Aria right there. So now Sustenance Eater has to decide, do I want to take switch? He's going to let this one go. Credilli taking out the lead.
This makes sense to me, because for Feraligatr, you are going to have to use a Protect Shield here, or take what is hopefully a Rock Tomb on the chin, but you can win this matchup against Credilli with a full farm down, and there's nothing on Pokemon Moneymaker's side that is going to love going to this matchup. The Tinkaton is actually pretty bad for Tinkaton, but the Lapras, obviously we've seen it time and time again, you've got access to the Skull Bashes, but when Feraligatr has the energy advantage, you're in a bit of a best spot, but we see the Lapras come in, farming up a little bit more energy, and then going in for that jump up, and the Tinkaton swaps in.
Instantly swaps in there. Great play. There's a lot of resisted damage here into this Tinkaton, so it is going to eat up all of this and save those shields for the Lapras in the back. The player else coming through into the Shadow Jump Off. This is going to do about half of its health. Really, it's a tough spot now for Sustenance Eater. Going to have to leave everything for that Feraligatr in the back.
Yeah, which I think is the right play. Now that there is no ability to Rock Tomb debuff him back down, these big damage coming in from the jump up, the Acrobatics gets shielded. That's a lot of energy gone for Pokemon Moneymaker. And now this Tinkaton is actually in a pretty decent position, which I really didn't think it would be.
No, it did not seem that way at the start of the thing. A double water team. No, I'll bring my Tinkaton. Doesn't need to shield these resisted flying moves. Acrobatics comes in, does a nice chunk into the yellow, but now Pokemon Moneymaker is going to make his money and charge up that extra energy, which is really going to threaten that Feraligatr, because the Feraligatr is going to have to choose, does it throw its energy, or does it try for a fun? They're like, what is it? Oh, and a shield! We have a shield coming up onto that jump off.
But Trotter, this means that this Feraligatr in the back has no Protect Shields remaining. Pokemon Moneymaker is actually in a tough spot here. Sustenance Eater has done this before. He swaps in, he throws the Hydro Cannon, he forces a decision, and decision is Pokemon Moneymaker shields up, swaps into the Lapras, and is now going to have to eat some Hydro Cannons. But with no shields remaining on Sustenance Eater's side, these Skull Bashes are going to be adding up a lot of damage when they land into this Feraligatr in a few Star Waves time.
Shields are gone on both sides. We're racing to charge moves here. In comes a Hydro Cannon. This is going to allow Pokemon Moneymaker a little bit of energy to gain ahead to try and force that jump up in the back. Here comes a Hydro Cannon. Oh, it does a lot more damage than you think. This Lapras is deep into the yellow and is throwing straight away into the Skull Bash. Is going to be racing. This is going to take out the Feraligatr. Sustenance Eater will be down just to that jump off. Jump off is loaded with energy, though, Steve.
Oh, yeah. It is almost at 100 energy. It is so far ahead of this Lapras. Throws the Aerial Ace. Even if this doesn't KO because of the defense buff, I think Sustenance Eater sort of recognizes that maybe you can fairy wind down. They're so swapping into the Tinkerton, but Jumpluff tries to get his move, but instead the Tinkerton going to get the player up. This is going to KO that Jumpluff, and I think this is Pokemon Moneymaker's game.
The Battle of the Pacific has gone to Japan. Pokemon Moneymaker taking Sustenance Eater out in this battle and moving him down to the loser's bracket, while Pokemon Moneymaker moves his way into the finals of this Melbourne regional tournament.
Wow, really, really solid play from both players. I mean, that was a really incredible game on both sides. Obviously, the double water strategy, as you suggested, go for the ABA, go for something a little bit different, but meant by the Credilli in the lead, which is almost, I think it is literally the worst possible scenario for Sustenance Eater there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk of running those ABA lines. If you get it wrong, if you lose the lead, you feel like you can't go anywhere. You have to stay in, lose it, and then try and catch up again. And Feraligatr is a really good Pokemon able to do that. We saw that farm down and was able to claw back as much as possible. But that Lapras combination there into the Feraligatr, Pokemon Moneymaker, both of the games that they won, was able to get that Lapras onto the Feraligatr and negate all of that energy that the Feraligatr was able to farm up because those charge moves were resisted so much by the Lapras.
Yeah, again, this is something we saw from Valiant Fish in Brisbane, and we see it here from Pokemon Moneymaker. The Skullbash Lapras is such huge tech, and I will say this regional after regional after regional, every time on the microphone, if we're looking at these Laprases, I'm going to keep on saying, if everyone is running Lapras, your Lapras wants Skullbash. If no one is running Lapras, you want Ice Beam. And anytime you're up against a Lapras matchup, that is where Pokemon Moneymaker is thriving with that Skullbash Lapras.
Yeah, it makes such a huge difference. You were able to see how much energy and how much more damage it was able to deliver through the Skullbashes. It changes that matchup so much. But when your opponent's running that Jumpluff, it's nice to have that Ice Beam, right? So it's one of those meta calls you have to make, and you have to make it before. You have to make it early. You can't make it, hey, I'm battling Steve-O over here, and he's got Jumpluff, he's got another grass Pokemon.
Superior,
Shadow Superior,
Shadow
right?
Superior.
Yeah, Shadow Superior. It doesn't like that Ice Beam, so that's when you want it, but it's always the case. It's not there sometimes. When you need it the most, it's not there. But Pokemon Moneymaker able to cash in big time here with their Lapras, and pushing on in this tournament.
Yeah, and look, Sustenance Eater still in it to win it. He's in the losers bracket now, so it's a bit of a tougher fight, but definitely a trainer that has grown so much this season and is really going to do his best going through the losers bracket. But there are so many more battles to come. I think next up, it's going to be another bit of an international appearance. I think that El Cavilsimo might be gracing us on the broadcast. But look, we'll be right back with those battles shortly. But until then, I mean, these have been some really awesome battles. I mean, this is sick as.
This is great. We'll see you soon.
Let's recap on Pokemon Go champions from the Oceania region. In 2022, Oceania had 2 regionals. Our first ever regional was held in Perth, with local Rob Drogo becoming the first Pokemon champion in Oceania. Next up was Melbourne, where Rick Flareon won his first regional, fighting back from a bracket reset in winners final against Valiant Fish. Following this win, Rick Flareon also attended Worlds in London and achieved a top 16 placement. Bringing on to 2023, Oceania had 3 regionals and an international. First regional was in Brisbane, where Valiant Vish secured his first regional win, coming in hot after being a finalist in Melbourne and top 9 at Worlds. Oceania then had its first international championship for Pokemon Go, where local Dracoviz took home the first place trophy in a stellar run in the winners bracket, only going down in 1 game. Followed by Perth Regional, where the top 2 placements of the previous Perth Regional was repeated, but this time the victor went to Avrip's favour, getting his first regional win. Closing the 2023 season was in Sydney, where Agent Magic Cup took the win after going toe-to-toe with Rick Flareon all the way to Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Coming into 2024 season had a different pace in Oceania, as we had 3 regionals. Coming out of retirement, Dracoviz came to Brisbane with no intention of winning, and won, becoming the first Oceania player to win 2 tournaments, an international and a regional. But wait, there is more. He did it again in Melbourne straight after becoming the first player in the 2024 season to achieve back-to-back regionals, cementing his legacy in the Play Pokemon circuit. We then closed the 2024 season back in Perth, where for the first time a non-local won. In the finals against They Love Jai, Rick Flareon came back from the brink managing to claw back in a bracket reset to turn an 0-2 to a 3-2 to win him his second regional. And now we're into the 2025 season, and our first champion was 89 CGY Flames fan, the youngest ever regional champion in the Play Pokemon circuit, taking out They Love Jai in the grand finals. In Brisbane, we had a new champion of Godzilla, taking it out in dominant fashion. He didn't drop a single set all the way to winners final, where he versed Choose, taking to game 5 and winning 3-2. Choose then came back to the grand finals, and Godzilla did it again to take it to game 5 and secured his win in Brisbane. So who takes it out in the last Oceania regional of the season? Let us know in chat on your favourites as we set to crown the next Melbourne regional champion.
We are seeing some absolutely incredible battles. The players are rocking up and showing us what they're made of.
Oh my goodness, it's just going to get like tighter and tighter with these battles and just fantastic plays. And oh my goodness, like that last match, I was on the edge of my seat there, Fish.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of them were.
Straight
we are going straight into it. Okay, let's go. We got Nighttime Clasher into Fort While. We've got Lapras into a Shadow Jumpluff, and the Lapras is already at 1/3 of its HP remaining.
Yeah, look, it's obviously we've been a little bit into this battle already. That Lapras is gone down. Sorry, not the Lapras, the Jumpluff, I believe. And now the Superior comes out. Its Superior has energy, so it means that this it can try and land this Frenzy Plant. Lapras can take one, so Nighttime Clasher decides not to shield here.
And it's going to take this Lapras down to about 1/3 HP as well. So one Ice Beam will be all that it can get off. If it does get it off, Fort While choosing to just let that happen, will either shield it or just let it go because it can survive it.
Yeah, look, decides to let go here, preserving that shield, has a little bit of health left, but does have so much energy. This Aerial Ace will connect, and it probably will take out the Lapras, even though it's not super effective.
Yeah, you really just throw whatever move you can get your finger to at that point because you're not going to get off another attack. And so now it's going to be the Stunfisk into the Jumpluff, and Stunfisk really likes this matchup when the Jumpluff is running all flying moves.
Yeah, look, it's a really good situation for Fort While here, even though like he does have 2 shields. He doesn't shield this first Acrobatics. He still has 2 shields left. He's going to just farm up here. Actually, there's all shields in play currently. Both Nighttime Clasher and Fort While have 2 shields.
And I think the ball is in Nighttime Clasher's court because the Drapion is still there, and it doesn't look like Drapion has been used at all. So Jumpluff, while all those moves are resisted, they will be chipping off a little bit of the Stunfisk's HP at a time, and it'll basically get it to a point where only one Aqua Tail will be needed to KO it the rest of the way.
Yeah, it looks very, very healthy on Nighttime Clasher's side, so it's looking really tough for Fort While in this situation. These discharges will go through. It will take the... Oh, no, it doesn't take the Jumpluff out. The Jumpluff still holds. It can probably get to the next move. Switches straight out into that Shadow Drapion.
Deciding to bank that move anyway. So Fort While does have the option of the Superior, which can be a 3rd shield option for him. But other than that, he's really on the back foot at the moment. He's going to be struggling at the moment as the Drapion will shield another Mud Bomb.
Yeah, look, I think it's clever from Fort While trying to get as much energy on there. Try going for the catch and manages to catch this Aqua Tail on the Superior.
Does manage to get it, and the undercharge isn't going to help at all. This will still KO. That Superior had negative energy remaining, and the Stunfisk will come back out. It does have 2 Mud Bombs. The Drapion can take 1, so it's not going to be too worried about the first one. Nighttime Clasher knows that the second one is coming, though.
Yeah, look, and does still have a shield in play. So really, Fort While needs to try and build, trying to get to another Mud Bomb so it can knock out this Drapion. The Drapion goes for an Aqua Tail. It is shielded, however.
Yep, and the next one is ready to go, so Nighttime Clasher will not waste any time. We'll throw that straight away. The Stunfisk is a bulky Pokemon, but I don't think it can stand up to an Aqua Tail from the Drapion, and there was some exciting aspects of that battle, Debbie.
Yeah, no, it was, look, we jumped straight into it, but we could see that it was really hard fought from Fort While, and I think at the end match it was really clever to try and get to those Mud Bombs and try to double up, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Drapion just doing so much work, and we can see what it can do with energy, right? Even into a matchup that it wasn't particularly comfortable against with the 2 shields in hand and getting to those Aqua Tails so fast, it managed to overcome those negative circumstances.
Yeah, and look, now we have a bit of time. Let's go through the team. So Nighttime Clasher's team, we have the Lapras, a regular Lapras, Claydol, a Feraligatr, a Tinkaton, a Shadow Jumpluff, and a Shadow Drapion.
On Fort While's side, we've seen this already. It is the Mandibuzz, the Clodsire, Sableye regular version, the Shadow Lapras, the regular Superior, and the Unova Stunfisk, which at the moment is just regular. There's no shadow version of that yet.
No, not yet, but maybe in the
It'll
future.
come.
So both these players are currently fighting for top 8 placement. So whoever wins this particular matchup will be into the top 8, which is fantastic. And when it comes to championship points, we can see we're locked in to game 2. The players are ready to go. We see a Lapras versus a Mandibuzz.
Yeah, and Lapras, such is the power of the Psywave that Lapras actually does win this matchup in the 1 shields, I want to say, and so both players are going to stay in. The Lapras will want to throw the Ice Beam to get that super effective damage against the Mandibuzz, and it is doing just that.
Yeah, look, and we know how bulky this Mandibuzz is, so this Ice Beam will connect, but it still holds on. It's only just into the yellow. It's half health.
And so Forward going all the way to 100 energy and then throwing that first Dark Pulse. And so has another Dark Pulse already ready to go. May decide to throw it just straight away back to back, or maybe try and build up a little bit more first.
Yeah, look, just trying to get as much energy as possible. Going straight to the straight switch out and bringing in their own Lapras here.
Trying to catch an Ice Beam, which would have been incredible if it had paid off, because that Ice Beam is not going to do anything against the Lapras. Nighttime Clasher just chipping a little bit with the Sparkling Aria. It is a Shadow, so that Sparkling Aria will do a little more damage, and now is going to chip it into a range where I think maybe some Poison Stings and the Crunch might be enough to KO from there.
Yeah, going straight for the Ice Beam. Nighttime Clutch has 2 shields in play, decides not to shield the drop out and takes so much damage.
Ice Beam is a slightly more damaging move, even though Sparkling Aria is more energy efficient. It does more damage for the energy you're using. Ice Beam does do a little bit more, so hoping that the Ice Beam plus the Psy Waves will be able to finish the job, and Nighttime Clasher just throwing the Aqua Tails, in fact, an Aqua Tail and a Crunch, and that will KO that Lapras instead.
Yeah, this Shadow Lapras will go down after this Crunch is connected. Now Fortois has that Mandibuzz, has half health here, trying to farm down this drop-in, but the drop-in, we know, gets to it so quickly with the charge race and able to get his Aqua Tail.
Yeah, not ideal for Fortois, but it is a situation that he can deal with as well. He's not going to use that shield just yet, so he's going to maintain both shields for the Stunfisk in the back.
Yeah, look, again, no shields have been played in this particular game 2 just yet.
Wow.
And now Nighttime Clash is going straight for that Sparkling Aria. Fortois finally using 1 shield.
Yeah, because Fortois tried to throw an extra Snarl, which of course allowed the Lapras the opportunity to get that Sparkling Aria off. So again, not ideal, but now Fortois is choosing to shield that, even though the Pokemon is such low HP, that is a worthwhile shield to make.
Yeah, and now we can see that it's brought out the Stunfisk. The Stunfisk now meets the Shadow Jumpluff. It is a race here, but we can see the Stunfisk can get to the discharge and now launching that.
We have seen this before, and we know the Stunfisk has the better of it, but it does have a shield disadvantage, and so that might change things up here as the Stunfisk throws another Acrobatics. Usually when you see Jumpluff into Stunfisk, they just go straight for the Acrobatics. They don't bother with any baits.
I don't think it's worth baiting in this situation, and now that it goes straight to another discharge here, Nighttime Clasher, we saw from that first discharge, doesn't do that much damage, so it can handle this quite comfortably.
The Pokemon keep on going. We do have both trainers with a Pokemon in the back with barely any HP left, and they may come in handy as a catch option. Still, Nighttime Clasher has not used any shields, finally bringing out that first one. He's going to have to use them sooner or later, is going to choose sooner.
Yeah, look, it's 1 shield there. He still has another in play. Fortois deciding not to shield on their Stunfisk. Now it's really up to that switch clock. Now both have them up, so they're ready to switch just in case. May go for a catch shortly.
And there it is, and not to be, the Thundershock will KO the rest of that Lapras, and that will be a huge help for the Stunfisk because it tries to get to enough discharges to be able to finally KO that Jumpluff. It's such a long, drawn-out battle, but one of these Pokemon will eventually emerge the victor.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one here, and now at least it's an even playing field with the shield. The last shield goes up for Fortois here, so it protects that Stunfisk because it has actually the most health out of all his Pokemon currently, and able to take that Jumpluff out. We're going into a game 3.
I love a game 3, and that matchup between the Jumpluff and the Stunfisk is so interesting to me.
Yeah, look, I think it's just really cleverly played from Fortois. We saw that from the first match, that he was trying to bank on that Stunfisk, and he was like, no, you know what, I'm going to bring that in game 2 again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Drapion was occupied elsewhere, so it wasn't around to kind of shield everything else on the team from that Stunfisk. So it was able to be put to much better use in game number 2.
Yeah, landed it really well. So it's, again, a decisive game 3, which is really, really exciting given that we've got Nighttime Clasher, again, someone that came from the US to compete in Melbourne Regional, and Fortwa, which originally is from the US, however, is on the Oceania leaderboard. So he's trying to, as we mentioned previously, get as many championship points to try and secure his spot for Worlds in Anaheim later this year.
Yeah, absolutely. The internationals have made a pretty good showing so far, and we'll call them pseudo internationals in Fort Wayne. We've got Godzilla as well, who originally was overseas and now lives over here. And so, loving seeing these battles unfold as we look at game number 3. I'm just looking at these teams trying to work out what's the play. What do you go with? Obviously, the Stunfisk is going to be very scared of the Clado on Nighttime Clash's side, but the Clado is going to be scared of the Sableye, for example, and Amanda Buzz.
You won't have to think much longer there, Fish, because we're into game 3. We can see the Jumpluff is against a Clodsire.
Oh, Clodsire's got the better of this one. Jumpluff is not going to like that. Is it going to get straight out? It is. The perennial safe swap in Drapion is going to come out. It's going to be met by Stunfisk.
Yeah, look, this is a great situation for Fortwa. Although these Aqua Tails will connect, it is a good spot because those Mud Bombs get there very quickly.
And the Aqua Tail, while it is super effective, it doesn't quite take it into the yellow, which means that the Stunfisk can take a second Aqua Tail comfortably, and the Poison Stings are resisted and not doing much damage to begin with, and so they won't have to be something that he worries about as well.
Yeah, look, early shield from Nighttime Clasher here. In the last 2 battles, we saw that the shields were held till very much into the later game, so deciding to protect that Drapion, and Fortwa respects that and decides to shield their own Stunfisk here.
And so both trainers having used a shield, and Nighttime Clasher is protecting that Drapion, so maybe hoping to protect it long enough that the switch timer will be up, and we see it is now. And so Drapion is going to, I'm sure it's going to get out of the field eventually. It is going to throw an Aqua Tail first at least.
Look, it's got 1.5 Aqua Tails there. It probably could get to 2, but we'll see how it goes after this particular launch. It connects onto the Stunfisk. The Stunfisk holds on slightly. It has to throw. We can see that Nighttime Clasher is already at the Aqua Tail. This Drapion is so fast.
Okay, so Fortwa really deciding to use that shield. Is that going to KO the Stunfisk? It does get it. It does survive it, so it is able to get off that Mud Bomb. And now is the Mud Bomb going to KO the Drapion in return? It's the same situation we saw before.
It does take the Drapion out, and that is so lucky from Fortwa because there's been situations where you shield and it goes down because it does take 1 HP. So very clever from Fortwa. They're taking the risk. We can see now a Sableye against a Lapras.
Yeah, and this is a fairly neutral matchup, even though the Psywaves are resisted from the Lapras, but the key here is being able to win this matchup in a way that the Jumpluff maybe can't get enough HP to be able to overcome the Clodsire with a whole bunch of acrobatics. And so Nighttime Clasher is going to just get that Jumpluff straight into there, and Clodsire is going to come out and is going to attack.
Yeah, look, there's no shields in play. We'll see this Sludge Bomb connect onto this Shadow Jumpluff here. We know it's bulky, but that's half health gone.
And so now it's a matter of the Lapras is going to come back in after this thing. This thing's obviously not going to beat the Clodsire, right? So hopefully Nighttime Clasher can take out enough of the Clodsire HP that the Lapras can then Psywave and Sparkling Aria down to a point where it can then throw a Sparkling Aria at the Sableye and KO that in the endgame.
Yeah, look, we'll see how it all plays out. This Sludge Bomb will connect onto this Shadow Jumpluff. Shadow Jumpluff is off the field. All that is left is this Lapras.
And so how much do you farm up? The Clodsire is just going for the Sludge Bomb here, opting to go for 2 Sludge Bombs rather than, say, an Earthquake and a Poison Sting down. I do think that is the play.
Yeah, look, I think you have to know your certain matchups with your Clodsire. I think that's clever from there. We can see Nighttime Clasher going straight Ice Beam. No Sparkling Aria here. We're going even Undercharge, actually.
Okay, so you're going for the harder hitting move and then undercharging it, which is an interesting play. The Dazzling Gleam is going to KO that, or I think it'll KO the Lapras. Maybe it'll just survive.
We'll see if it holds. We can see the Lapras holds on there, but has no energy, trying to get close to them. But the Sableye is quick, it's fast, it's able to get off this foul play. This foul play will connect onto the Lapras.
Those foul plays are coming every 5 seconds, every 5 Shadow Claws, and the Sableye does manage to finish the job. That was a tough task for Nighttime Clasher from start to finish. As soon as the Jumpluff was led into the Clodsire, there was just so little that NTC could do. Like he tried his darndest, but Fort Wa was good enough to just keep applying that pressure.
Yep, and so it means that Fort Wa 2-1 against Nighttime Clasher. We can see the battle of the Americans and Fort Wa. Well, pseudo Australian has all clinched it out in this particular match. And what incredible battles! Again, it's no easy feat to take down Nighttime Clasher.
Absolutely.
And he managed to work his way around it and was really clever with his energy management on his side. So incredible matches for there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nighttime Clasher will continue through the loser side of the bracket, which we know he's certainly capable of doing as well. There are just some trainers you can look at and go, they lost once. They'll let us have one. and then they just keep on going and powering through that bottom side of the bracket. NTC is certainly one of them.
Yeah, look, and it's not over for NTC. So like I mentioned earlier, I'm scared of the losers bracket because the losers bracket, not only you've basically lost one health because if you lose one more time, you're out of the regional. There goes your championship. But what will happen is that all these players that are getting knocked down, they're going to be trying to get back into the match. So it means it's getting tougher and tougher into the losers. And also you have to play double the amount of battles to try and stay in the regional.
Yeah, and you often have to match up against so many people who are former regionals winners or top leaderboard players who also have a grudge to take out as well. And so it can be a real tough gauntlet going through the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, and it's just getting tougher and tougher when there's someone like Nighttime Clasher in the losers round now. So it's again incredible matches in Melbourne Regional, and we're just getting into the top, pretty much the top 5%. So that was Fort Wa goes into top 8 of Brisbane.
Really
Melbourne Regional. I'm talking about another regional. Melbourne Regional already. So that is amazing. It means that he's basically locked himself in the world's invite now with the amount of championship points that he's been sitting on. I'm just, calculating the math, but I'm pretty sure he's locked in.
Yeah, congratulations to Fort Wa. Nighttime Clasher already had that accolade under his belt, so
yeah,
he's doing fine, but it's good to, for someone else to join him up on that pedestal.
Yeah, I think Steve mentioned it earlier. If Nighttime Clasher gets championship points today, it doesn't matter because it's not really going to affect his leaderboard as well. So his leaderboard placement in the North American sector. But for Fort Wa, it is so important in this Oceania region because we only have 3 regionals. Every regional counts. So I think people have to make the quick maths, or perhaps not quick maths, maybe spreadsheets, maybe databases, trying to evaluate going where do they land on the leaderboard if certain scenarios come up. And Fort Wa, you know what? He just keeps winning. So if he just keeps winning, he'll be set.
That's all you have to do, right?
Just win.
Yeah,
it's easy.
Win. Just keep winning.
I don't know.
I don't know why they overcomplicate it.
I mean,
really.
the answer's easy. I don't know about you, Fish.
All right. So, I struggle with that part.
Moving on, next up we have El Calvissimo versus Gone 1001. So I believe that they are about to be seated and about to start their matches shortly. Now, with these two players, we saw El Calvissimo earlier today, and we casted that battle where he was bringing the double fire team, and Gone has done incredibly well in this regional, possibly his best run in a while. And Gone 1001 is one of those players that has been around in the Oceania circuit. Steve likes to call him the bridesmaid, hasn't quite made it to that top 4 echelon just yet, but this might be his run.
Yeah, he's been around since the early grassroots days,
yes.
And he's just got so many accolades under his belt. He's just looking for that regionals win to add to the trophy cabinet.
Yeah, and look, let's have a look again on El Calvissimo's team. We've got the Talonflame, the Superior, the Furret, the Shadow Typhlosion, the Azumarill, and the Claydol.
And it will be coming up against Gone 1001's Tinkerton, Glisopod, Malamar, Shadow Jumpluff, Shadow Blastoise, I love that one, and the Unovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, let's talk about that Shadow Blastoise. Now, it has the updated move of having rollout, so it really does do quite a bit of fast attack damage now, and because it generates so much energy, it's able to get the Hydro Cannons pretty quickly, and depends if you want to go on like Skull Bash or the Ice Beam range. What would you prefer?
I am preferring Ice Beam. It is a little bit like the Lapras situation where like Skull Bash is mainly helping you for the opposing water type. So the opposing Lapras, the opposing Blastoise, maybe a Feraligatr as well. Like Skull Bash will help you with all of those. But I think there are more situations where I think an Ice Beam might be preferred, like a lot of ground types running around, a Jumpluff here and a Superior there.
Yeah, look, I like the idea of Skull Bash. I just think it hits so hard, and it's just one of those where maybe people just don't expect it. Now, in these particular regionals, you have team sheets, so you know what charge moves that they are bringing. But I just like the spice factor of it, and it boosts your defense, so it means that that Shadow Blastoise can last a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hydro Cannon it makes it one of those Pokemon that are very similar, I find, to Superior in that it's got that combination of bulk and firepower that makes it really dynamic. Now, the fast attack is not really as versatile as what a Vine Whip would be, but like it's still doing a really, really good job.
Yeah, look, it has incredible play, and I like, you know what, Tinkaton. It's finally on there. I think we haven't seen a Tinkaton during our matches, but we can see that there's a Tinkaton on Gorn's side, and it's just a really interesting team that he's brought. We've got the Golisopod again, a lot of versatility there, and tried and true the Shadow Jumpluff. I'm still not convinced, but you know what, it's on everyone's team.
So were you not convinced by it being Shadow or just Jumpluff as a whole?
Just Jumpluff as a whole.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's just so sustainable. I think it's won multiple regionals now. It took a while to get there, but it has won multiple regionals. And you know what? If Marto Galde keeps bringing it, I suppose so. You know, the
He
guy's
does
pretty
know
good.
a thing or two about PvP.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's all right.
pretty good.
He'll be a big up and comer.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
kid.
up and come.
Yeah, oh yeah. He'll be big one day.
Oh, good. And now I suppose, you know, if you are gone 1001, you want to try and get, you know, proceed on to top 8, top 4. How do you take down El Calvissimo's team? That little bit of spice factor to it.
Yeah, so I'm looking at these two teams and thinking maybe the Jumpluff might actually have a fair amount of play because the great thing about acrobatics, when it's neutral, it hits a lot of those frailer Pokemon very, very difficult. We are going to get into the first battles of this matchup.
Yeah, look, we're waiting for the first battles to come up. I think it's a slightly delayed on our end, but I think that is a tiny Golisopod on Gorn's side.
Yeah, the tiny Galisopods do hit harder. It is frozen on our end, so unfortunately we can't see what is going on at the moment. We are very keen to see what Pokemon these two trainers have brought into their first battle.
Yeah. Oh, look, we will hold on here but we can still have a look at their team. So if we're going for that Golisopod lead, what do you think that Gorn has in the back?
So if you're running Golisopod, you do have to be worried about the Azumarill mainly. So maybe the Stunfisk in the back would have to be there to protect it.
Yeah, look, I will just double check on the screen. Give me 2 moments. Okie dokie. We've given it a quick refresh, and Katie, if you can hear us, we can't see anything. It's a blue screen. I can hear you. Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, we're back.
We are back. We can see now that Gorn is going for a foul play with its Malamar against this Claydol.
And so the Malamar does prefer this matchup. It does like going into the Claydol. It has that matchup on lockdown. But on this low HP, one Rock Tomb will be enough to take that out. And we see in the back we've got the Claydol and most of a Typhlosion into the Jumpluff, and the Golisopod is still there.
Yeah, look, we'll see this Rock Tomb go through. Gorn deciding to shield their Shadow Jumpluff here. So it means that it will get debuffed, but the switch clock is up, so he can switch out at any time.
And the one bad thing about Claydol is it's very, very slow, and so it's going to take an eternity to get to that attack. The Golisopod will take that energy in its stead. And so now, and this is what we were talking about before, that Jumpluff with heaps of energy, even though it's going to come in against a Typhlosion, I mean, the Typhlosion doesn't want to take an Acrobatics.
No, not at all. And you can see that the Typhlosion comes out, manages to farm down that Golisopod. Now it gets his Shadow Jumpluff, but the Shadow Jumpluff has energy. It's not the ideal situation with the Incinerates. However, the energy lead does change a few things.
And this is a really weird situation because the El Calvissimo has 2 charge attacks, but I believe can only throw a Thunder Punch and a Blast Burn. Gorn is going to shield that that first attack, which would not have KO'd. And now if he does have a blast move, he doesn't have it, so the acrobatics can come out and it can KO that Typhlosion before it gets there.
Yeah, look, this will connect. There's no shields in play. This Typhlosion has to endure. Can it endure this acrobatics? And it hits and it's off the field. Gone, taking game 1.
Debbie, that is why Jump Love is so popular.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm convinced.
Asked and
I'm
answered.
convinced. Fine, Jump Love is good.
Jump Love good.
Quote
Jump Love
that.
meta.
Yep, that'll come back to haunt me. But we can see that although the Shadow Typhlosion, again, I'm keep honing on it because it's such a scary Pokemon to see. But Gone stuck to his laurels. He absolutely held on, and that Jump Love could just finish it out because it had that energy lead.
Yeah, and also being able to take that Rock Tomb on the Golisopod as well meant that he could save the shield for the Jump Luff in the end game, meaning that he could just shield with impunity, knowing that El Cavismo didn't have enough for 2 charge attacks. Well, I mean, the only 2 charge attacks he could throw back to back would be 2 Thunder Punches, which wouldn't KO. So it was a no-brainer, 0% chance you're not shielding that first attack, and that's because they set that up with the catch of the Golisopod.
Yeah, look, very well played from Gone, and Gone's a type of player that doesn't like to bait. So they were landing those acrobatics. There wasn't going to be an aerial ace in sight. So I think a lot of people be like, oh, are they baiting? Are they not? Gone is very much he's a very sharp shooter. Yep, he just throws it. So there's many times I've been versus Gone where I'm just like, oh yeah, he's baiting for sure.
No.
It wasn't. So I didn't shield, and that was game over pretty quick.
And when you've got that much energy as well, it's so they can. I guess conventional wisdom is only bait when you really need to flip a matchup.
Yes.
So Gon had so much energy, well at 100 energy, and once you've thrown the first acrobatics, it takes two more to get to the next acrobatic. Yeah, 55 energy. Yeah, so it's 2 more fairy winds to get to the next one, and you can get to that inside of 1 incinerate.
Yeah. So it's well timed. Now, do you think that Shadow Blastoise is going to come out?
I would like to see it.
I'd like to see it. Do you think it will?
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. I'll just make that call.
Okay, all right. Because I'd love to see the Shadow Blastoise come out. I think it has a lot of play against El Cavisimo's team. However, it's a bit of a tough one because what do you pair it with?
I think the Stunfisk is the best thing to pair it with, but we'll see what Gon thinks about that. We see Claydol into Malamar first up. Not particularly ideal for Claydol.
No, not at all. And we don't see the Blastoise just yet, but we can see that Shadow Typhlosion is in the back for El Cavisimo.
Yeah, it's waiting in the wings. The Claydol not panicking just yet. Gon is going to throw 1 Foul Play, which is going to hit a Claydol hard, but bulky Pokemon, they do reign supreme for a reason. It's going to take the super effective damage just fine.
Yeah, look, it can hold on here. This Rock Tomb will go through and connect onto the Malamar. The Malamar is able to endure this. However, it does mean that it is debuffed.
And so the next Foul Play, I think, will still KO even through the debuff, and we will find out. The Claydol is not going to shield this one. I'm very keen to see if this does still get the KO. I think it will.
And it connects and it takes out the Claydol. Now comes the Shadow Typhlosion. Straight switch out from Gone. 1001 straight into their Unnovan Stunfisk. And El Cavisimo actually go for the Furret.
Yeah, so El Cavisimo building up 2 Incinerates before going into the Furret, because Typhlosion with energy is one of the scariest things you've ever seen in your life. The Furret will now be able to throw Trailblazers, which is super effective against the Stunfisk, and this thing can valiantly throw Mud Bombs as much as it likes. I think the Trailblaze will be a much stronger attack.
Yeah, look, and the Trailblaze does have that buff, so it is pretty cool to launch it if it decides to going for a little bit more energy on good timing, and now going for that Trailblaze. This Trailblaze, Gone decides to finally use 1 of his shields.
And that is the advantage that Stunfisk has, is it does outpace to that attack, but now this Swift is going to come out and it is boosted. It shouldn't get the KO, but it will be a pretty hard-hitting attack.
Yeah, let's see how much it does, and the Stunfisk is in the red, however, switches out straight into the Jump Bluff, and then El Cavisimo now meets it with the Shadow Typhlosion, but it's just on even energy.
Yeah, and Gon has already used a shield, so this is not looking very good for Jump Bluff at all. Gon is going to opt to use that second shield, and I would love to see what the plan is from there. That switch clock is nowhere near up, so we see 2 Fairy Winds and then an Acrobatics, which is going to be shielded. This is what you save your shields for. The Typhlosion is going to shield, whether that is an Acrobatics or an Aerial Ace.
Yeah, look, and this is what I mean by those Incinerates are so scary. necessary, but we can see on Gorn's side there is no shields in play. This Blast Burn will connect onto this Jump Bluff. This Jump Bluff is going to be taken out of the match here, and now is bringing back that energy-loaded Stunfisk.
Oh, the energy-loaded Stunfisk is going to be able to throw one Mud Bomb, but I think that Incinerate might take it out. So we see the shield on it. Let's see if it does survive. It doesn't. So the energy goes begging there for Stunfisk, and now Malamar is going to come out and is going to just take a Swift. There is nothing the Malamar can do.
The Malamar can't do much here and has to just take this Swift. This Swift will connect onto the Malamar off the field. It means that we are even scores, a match going to El Cavissimo.
Yeah, and that was an example of Typhlosion getting the job done right. Like sometimes it can go very well for you. I said it earlier, sometimes it doesn't go particularly well. In this particular case, having the 2 shields for the Typhlosion in the end game and really clever building up of that energy before banking it for later on really came in handy for El Cavissimo.
Yeah, very clever from El Cavissimo with the energy management there and just putting all chips on the Typhlosion in the end. And again, so now we're into a decisive game 3 with El Cavissimo versus Gone. And again, it's just so threatening with that Typhlosion. What would you bring if you were Gone?
It's tough. You're really relying on that Stunfisk. Obviously, Gon was not able to maneuver the Stunfisk in a way that it was able to be used to its fullest effect. You do have Galissapod there, but really anything other than the Stunfisk really needs energy to be able to keep up with Typhlosion because the Galissapod, for example, can KO the Typhlosion straight away with an Aqua Jet, but the Typhlosion is getting to a Thunder Punch at the same pace.
Yes.
And that plus Incinerates is going to, be just as damaging. So energy is going to come in very handy here, and that's what El Cavissimo knew in game number 2 and was able to use very effectively.
Yeah, look, I want to see the Shadow Blastoise.
I would love to. I'd love to see it. I don't know if it will get some play. Obviously, we do have the Thunder Punch on the Typhlosion. We've got the Trailblaze on the Ferret. There is a lot of non-stab. A super effective damage that is going on El Cavissimo's side, which makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah, we've got still the full Superior as well as a grass type. So it's it'll be a risky one, but you know what? Game 3 is about risks sometimes. And again, like you mentioned before, it is a bit about mind reading. Do you bring the same line again? Do you bring something different? What do you do to change it up, to try and pivot, to try and win your last match?
Well, it's really all about burning those shields so that El Cavissimo can't protect the Typhlosion with it. Having said that, El Cavissimo could just really jam a spanner in the works by not bringing Typhlosion at all.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, and that's a mind game situation there. That's a reading your opponent kind of situation because El Cavissimo might trust that Gorn will now be over planning for the Typhlosion. And so by just completely leaving it off the field, just completely upsets him.
Well, we'll see here. We can see the Shadow Typhlosion is back on the field against a Galissapod.
And so the Typhlosion will have the better of this because it wins charge attack priority. And the Thunder Punch is going to be enough to do that. Now, building up a little bit extra energy, and that does give Gorn the opportunity to throw that charge attack first. But now the Typhlosion is 1 turn ahead of the Galissapod.
We know these Incinerates do add up, and now it's going straight and catching on the Malamar here with the Thunder Punch.
Yeah, so this is how you want to play it if you're Gone, right? You've burned a shield and then taking the energy on something that can actually handle a charge attack from Typhlosion, which is not something you can say very often.
No, not at all. Now the Claydol comes into play, but this Malamar has so much energy, able to get this foul play, and El Cavissimo knows that it's able to take 1, but I'm not too sure about 2.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't just farm all the way down from here. I'm sure that next foul play is going to come out. And we see, they are going to throw another Mud Slap and not shield. Okay, they are going to shield that Claydol, and that is going to allow them to come out with a full charge attack against whatever comes out next.
Yeah, look, and we can see that the Shadow Blastoise is in the back, and it comes out into play, getting 1 roll out there. And now this Rock Tomb will connect onto the Blastoise, but the Blastoise, even though it's Shadow, is quite bulky.
Yeah, and with no shields left on El Cavisimo's side, use them quite early. That Blastoise will be able to Hydro Cannon with impunity. The Golisopod is going to come out first, and it's going to get that Claydol out of here. Just get off of my screen. Just make that just not an issue anymore.
Yeah, Claydol is off. We have a full health Furret and a half health Typhlosion left. The Furret now comes out trying to sucker punch down this Golisopod. The Golisopod makes it next to their next Aqua Jet and is able to launch it off.
Yeah, and the Ferret can tank that Aqua Jet just fine, and those Shadow Claws are not doing any damage to it at all. So it can just sucker punch down, and it comes out with a bunch of energy. But, you know, El Cavisimo is still 2 shields down, and it is going to be an uphill battle to finish this off.
Yeah, we've got a Shadow Blastoise with 2 shields. It is quite scary looking, but we still have half health on both Pokemon on El Calvisimo's side. So it's going to be a race here. We can see now the Hydro Cannon is going here. Will it take the Furret out, Fish?
It's a Shadow, so I think it will. Let's see. It does, and so the Furret cannot use any more energy. The Typhlosion is going to have to do a lot of work. It does have 2 Thunder Punches, though, and Gon only has 1 shield left. Was that Switch Timer up? Maybe he can catch it.
Oh, we'll see straight after here. The shields of this Thunder Punch, can he go for it? There's nothing to catch there.
There's nothing to catch.
There is no
There's
Pokemon left. This Thunder Punch will connect onto this Shadow Blastoise, and we can see if it holds. I don't think it can, Fish.
No, Shadow Blastoise, you have fallen into El Cavisimo's trap, and the Typhlosion, despite not having any shields, has won the day with those back-to-back Thunder Punches, managing to finish off the line from Gon.
Yeah, the line from Gon there, and it just goes to show how good Shadow Typhlosion is in this current meta. Those Thunder Punches land so well against the Water type. So in those situations where you think a Fire type versus a Water type, obviously the Water type's going to win. However, the Thunder Punches come in quick. Those Incinerates just generate so much damage, and Elf Calvisimo has shown a clinic on how to run Shadow Typhlosion today.
Yeah, just 1 Incinerate. That's all it took to completely flip matchups that you wouldn't have expected it to win, right?
Yeah.
And Gon, interestingly, going for an ABA Water strategy against the Pokemon that is threatening with those Thunder Punches. And so it didn't go quite to plan there. Obviously, with those kind of situations, you're really trying to burn as much of the Typhlosion as possible in the lead and then kind of opening things up for the Water type in the back, but it didn't play out exactly that way.
Yeah, look, again, it's such a great team from El Calvisimo. Well played there, and also well played from Gon. Again, he is not out of this regional just yet, and he'll be proceeding on to the losers round, where El Calvisimo is making his way into top 8 now. So, yeah, what a great run from him, and we're going to have some more battles coming up as we go into our small break, and we'll bring back Steve and DrTrotter.
In a world where the only way to win is by tapping your screen, team selection has never been more important.
G'day trainers, DrTrotter here. I'm going to be talking to you today about 2 different styles of battling that are most commonly seen in Pokemon Go PvP. Now these strategies apply to both the Blind 3 format in GBL, but there's also some nuance to apply them to the Show 6 Pick 3 format as well. And I'll be going through some of the basics with you today. So first we'll start out with the ABB strategy. So quite simply, this is a Pokemon type, and then the 2 Pokemon you have in the back are the cover Pokemon for it. So a classic example would be to lead a Fire type Pokemon. Now what's the most common thing that beats Fire? It is Rock and Water. What covers Rock and Water? Grass types. So simply put, you're going to have a Fire type in the lead and then 2 grass types that will cover it. Now there's a lot of other nuance that comes into this strategy, but there's something that can work. So let's jump into a battle and I'll show you what we mean. So what you can see here from this battle is that we have absolutely nailed the lead, but we are super weak to that jump off in the back. So maintaining alignment and keeping our Typhlosion to be able to deal super effective damage to that jump off is going to be super important in this battle and this ABB style. We are slightly weaker to that jump off in the back. Now, a key part of running an ABB team is you might want to have some coverage moves on your BB Pokemon, in this case, the grass Pokemon. Both of these grass Pokemon are able to deal super effective damage to Jumpluff, which is one of the most common flying type Pokemon in the meta, in the fact that it has Aerial Ace on the Serperior and Rock Tomb on the Credilli to deal super effective damage to the Jumpluff. Now, because we were able to maintain alignment, it's going to be such a strong matchup that we're almost able to guarantee a win using this ABB strategy. So here we've got a modified version of an ABA tactic. Let's say we've got a Water, a Fire type, and a Water type in the back. Now, this isn't the best example because these Pokemon have really great coverage against some of their counters. So it's a little bit of a different matchup here. but you can see the understanding. And so what we're going to do is we're going to jump in and use this in a show 6 pick 3 format. And we've got a great battle that really highlights how an ABA format can work, because once you can see the Pokemon you're battling against, it becomes a very different matchup. So let's jump across and we'll have a look at this awesome match with Agent Magikarp, and a very strong Australian battler based out of New South Wales. So we can see here we've got the matchup of Agent Magikarp against Server Sam 7910. This was taken from the Brisbane Regionals earlier this year in 2025. But before we watch any of this matchup, we're really going to have a quick look and say, well, what do you mean this is ABA, ABB? How does this make any sense, Trotter? Well, we're going to break it down for you here nice and quickly. Now, what we can see here is Server Sam is running an ABB team where the lead is strong against that Jumpluff there, because the back two Pokemon are weak to the Jumpluff. So I imagine if Server Sam did not get a favorable lead, there would be a safe swap to one of those Water-type Pokemon trying to draw out that Jumpluff to be able to get it out there so that the other Water Pokemon in the back is able to do a little bit more effective damage, because they won't be taking super effective Grass-type damage there. That's a very simple look at this overall team strategy. So what we've got here is an ABA weak to Bandabuzz team from Agent Magikarp. It has the Golisopod, which is going to take super effective damage from the flying moves, and the Claydol in the back, which is going to take super effective damage from the dark type moves of the Mandibuzz. So it could be a little bit of a tricky spot here for Agent Magikarp. It's a slightly different kettle of fish when you're running that GBL Blind 3 format. So make sure you understand these strategies, your team, and how you're going to end up playing them to try and maximize what you're able to do in your battles. Thanks very much. I'm DrTrotter. I hope you enjoy the rest of the regional championship today.
And we are back for the Melbourne Regional Championships with some winners semi-finals. So it's really heating up now.
They've rolled through so quickly. I mean, things are really picking up steam. We're seeing who is the dominant trainers in these battles. And I'm just so excited to see we've got some Aussies.
That's right. There's only 4 trainers remaining in the winners bracket, and the first up is Aussie v Aussie. That's all we've got. It's Valiant Fish versus Fortois. Is that right?
Yeah. Fortois was able to take down Nighttime Clasher just recently and really cement. I mean, that's cementing yourself as a bit of a name in this tournament. And Vish has just been playing really clinically as well. So 2 guys who have just on the top of their game coming in, and it's going to be great to see how they're able to, I guess, navigate their opponent's teams.
Yeah. Now, I should say, we're claiming Greg as an Aussie, Fortois. We do
100%.
call him Greg from America, but no, he's naturalized. We're calling him Australian for the purposes of this.
Yeah, I mean, he's flying the flag for the Victorians. I mean, he knows he's doing that. Everyone's proud of him. So, and yeah, really able to put quite a dominant victory over Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, we were both watching on the floor, right?
Yeah,
it was really cool battles. Fortois able to take it out with a really close set, mind you. Like Nighttime Clasher, very strong battler, and I expect him to go pretty far in the losers bracket as well. He's not going to go down without a fight, that is for sure. But I think Nighttime Clash is currently locked into the top 12. He's got one more battle to fight to get into the top 8. Actually fighting against Yetaruna at the moment.
Oh, another international battle. Those international battles have come in and really put on a bit of a show here. You know, putting some of the Aussies on notice with their skills. So we're going to have to rise to the occasion.
But it's one of those things that, like, actually the North Americans and Europeans don't get a lot of opportunities to fight against these Asian battlers in their tournaments, because obviously, like, for the Asian region, if they're going to fly out to a regional championship, Australia's sort of like the closest spot, right?
Oh, we're like cousins, you know?
Yeah, exactly right. We're right next door, a little bit of water in between. And so it's the reasonable places that have come on through. And so they don't really, end up very often at those North American regionals, at the European regionals. And by coming to the Australian regionals, that's when they're going to face these guys from the continents that they might not otherwise face. So really cool stuff to see. But we can take a look at what Fortois versus Valiant Fish have. It is 2 teams that we have seen a few times through this regional broadcast, and for good reason, because they are both so good. Valiant Fish on the left-hand side, running that Shadow Jumpluff, Lapras, Drapion, Tinkaton, Shadow Blastoise, and Diggersby that we're definitely not counting out this time.
Well, we won't count out the Diggersby. We haven't seen much of this Shadow Blastoise, though.
Yeah.
And with Fortois running that Mandibuzz, we might start to see a little bit of it coming out, And we've got the Lapras, the Skull Bash and Hydro Cannon is, still able to do a little bit there. But that Serperior does make it look a little bit on the riskier side.
Yeah, that's right. It can be tough to go into that matchup when you're the Blastoise. Again, you have, like, if some Blastoise are running around with the Ice Beams, like, you've got some way to play around it. But, yeah, Fortois running a bit of a, like, I wouldn't call it an off-meta team per se, but it's another one that is using a lot of Pokemon that on their own, if it was the only odd Pokemon in a team, it wouldn't, like, stand out as a crazy team. But when you put it all together, when you have the Mandibuzz and the Clodsire and the Superior and the Sableye, which has really fallen out of use, you get a really interesting team alongside that Shadow Lapras and the Stunfisk.
I liked how you're putting like the Lego blocks together, Steve, you know, and all of a sudden you've got a Gundam and it's off it goes, you know. But yeah, these are some Pokemon that aren't on that top usage graphic. But obviously, Fortbar is slaying with them.
Oh, yeah.
Able to really put out some big damage. And the one thing I do like about the team is that the two dark types, meaning that Lapras with the Psywave, doesn't become quite as safe as it used to. You know, there's a lot of resisted fast move damage there. And a lot of bulk here on Fortwar's team, you know.
Yeah.
The Serperiors are quite, put in the moderately bulky category. And obviously Clodsire and Mandibuzz, they're super, super bulky Pokemon.
I don't know about moderately bulky. I'd push it a little bit bulkier than that on the Superior side. It is definitely taking a hit. I mean, there's nothing on Valiant Vicious side that is going to take it out straight away. Even like the jump up with acrobatics is the only thing that it is truly, truly scared of. Like, even like, you know, potential ice beams.
Like,
nothing.
With good reason, right?
Yeah.
A shadow jump off, shadow flyer into a pure grass type with good reason. But you know, it is going to fare reasonably well, even into that Tinkaton. Not so great into the Drapion though, as we all know. But it's got play. But that core, we have seen that Jumpluff Tinkaton core from Valiant Vish. But that Clodsire really breaks it up and it makes it quite hard to run.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing like obvious brings of Valiant Fish. Everything sort of seems like it has some hard counters running around. Jumpluff, not safe into the whole 6. Lapras, not safe. Drapion, Tinkaton, Blastoise, Diggersby, none of them are completely safe into everything. And everything's got a risk factor attached, which sort of, I think, from a team composition advantage, definitely puts Fortois on a little bit of a front foot. But Trotter, remember, we learned a lesson a little bit earlier. You never count out Valiant Fish.
Yeah, and he's not here for safety, Steve. Safety is a myth in this. We are battling. It's a battle. It's a fight. And these guys will absolutely throw down. I think we're going to see a little bit of more intricate play. I think the Stunfisk is going to have a lot of work to do in this battle. It's going to go really well into the 2 water types, into that Tinkaton, and into that Drapion. So potentially, the Flappy Fish could be coming out every single game.
Yeah, that's very true. It's almost like, it does seem like a very strong Pokemon across the board for Fortois. And so with that in mind, you know, Valiant Fish can sort of look and be like, oh, look, how do we work around this? And even a Pokemon like Lapras, you do have to play back into it because of its ground typing, Sparkling Aria actually really does hurt the Stunfisk. It adds up quite a bit, and the discharges aren't, again, it's sort of a type effectiveness isn't everything in this game.
Yeah.
Sometimes the bulk of a Pokemon, when you've got a bulky Pokemon versus a bulky Pokemon, super effective isn't always doing the trick.
No, and I think that's something that Speediest Chief and Z's Wireless have been talking about a lot recently, is it's not just about the type effectiveness, it's about overall damage dealt versus damage taken. Your Pokemon, the 3 you select, will have a set amount of damage they can take, and you are trying to maximize the damage that they can do. And you just need it to be one more than the other team in terms of health survive.
Yep. That's right. I mean, that's how it all comes down to in the end. This is all very tight battles from some very strong competitors as well. And if I say you're Valiant Fish, what are you leaning towards to try and use against Fortois squad where, again, like nothing is an obvious bring in my view. I think that there's potentially some Pokemon that stand like maybe one step ahead of the other ones maybe.
I mean, it's really hard to go against Drapion for that, right?
Exactly.
It's so reliable. It's something we've seen time and time again. And when it's in the hands of these trainers who get that bit more energy and then they let it come out with health, when they get it in those right situations, it's so, so dominant. But when you've got a team that's really, really strong in that Stunfisk and Clodsire is strong into the rest of your team, Drapion becomes a little bit harder to bring. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see Valiant Vish lean on that Blastoise just a little bit more in comboing it with that Drapion. But you don't want to get stuck. You don't want to get stuck in these scenarios. So honestly, Valiant Vish's strongest, least dangerous threats is actually that Shadow Jumpluff.
Which is a crazy call when they're like, I guess, yeah, as long as you sort of avoid the Clodsire, Clodsire is a very strong matchup for the Clodsire. Very, very, very strong. Mandibuzz isn't awesome for you, but interestingly, it's not the worst for the jump off, to be honest with you. Fairy Wind, obviously, it's super effective, but it's not doing that much damage. It's really just your ability to get those acrobatics that can really go hard. But winners, semi-finals, Valiant Fish on the left, Fortois on the right. We've got Shadow Blastoise, Big Man Blastoise coming in with a good matchup into this Shadow Lapras.
Yep. And these rollouts will do an absolute ton of damage. It's shadow on shadow. There's an extra 40% of damage coming in. And look at the pacing. They're Hydro Cannons, they're Sparkling Arrows. Oh, and a Sneak! That extra rollout coming through is going to be massive in this overall matchup.
Yeah, this is really huge. But also, Fortois, he doesn't have that Skull Bash, right? Sparkling Aria does so much on its own, though, that he doesn't even need it. The Skull Bash now coming in from the Shadow Blastoise. Even though Lapras is a bulky Pokemon, this still does a lot of damage, so Fortois does need to shield here.
Shielding up, saving himself. It's one of those things with his shields. You want to save as much damage. And a quick switch into Jump Up. But, and a counter swap. And now comes that Clodsire. Fortois is dominating this matchup, getting his Pokemon into great positions here.
Okay, wait. We saw this earlier, right? Valiant Fish sacrificed his Jump Off into Toxapex a little bit earlier. What I can see here is this Jump Off is going to be able to do a lot of damage with these acrobatics. And he has the Diggersby in the back. Diggersby is in quite a strong position into the Clodsire. To be honest with you, so is Blastoise. And even if he loses his matchup, I actually don't think that Valiant Fish is in that bad of a position. He's going to be able to get another acrobatics here, which, to be honest, is going to put this Clodsire down into farm down range, which is crazy for a Jumpler.
It is crazy to farm it down, but also is going to be forcing to throw the energy because it is over one acrobatics. It's not that far off of an aerial ace. And if has missed, he has not kept up with the timing, and out comes an aerial ace, and this will KO. Will Fortois use a shield? Let's it go.
Okay, this makes sense from Fortois. He has a full health Stunfisk and a Lapras in the back. He's already down one shield. He doesn't want to go down two, but the Diggersby swapping in here. This is actually quite good for the Shadow Lapras. Sparkling Aria does a lot of damage here, and you need to try and get those shields back from a Valiant Fish, and so I think this is not a bad place to be, but when you've got a Stunfisk in the back, Stunfisk is terrible into this Diggersby, and so Fortois needs this Lapras to do a lot of work here.
There's going to be a lot for this Lapras to do, you're correct, Steve. And the second shield comes out, and now we're in interesting territory. We're getting towards that endgame. And we're seeing a bait. Valiant Fish, and he gets the shield. That is massive in the overalls of this game. Out comes the shield, and Sparkling Aria is there. No, going for the Ice Beam.
Oh, wow.
The heavier hitting Ice Beam. And it is Shadow. This will do an absolute ton of damage.
This is going to bring the Diggersby right down from the Shadow Lapras, down into the red, but I think that wasn't charge attack priority. So this Diggersby can farm up a little bit more energy, goes for the Scorching Sands. This does KO the Lapras, and now Fortois needs his Stunfisk to do a lot of work again. He needs to get to a Mud Bomb to KO, but this Diggersby has a lot of energy already. It's going to get to the Scorching Sands first, and this is really going to hurt the Stunfisk.
It is going to do a lot of damage to the Stunfisk, and it just depends the energy on that Blastoise in the back. This is a tightly positioned game. In comes the Scorching Sand. We are not even into the yellow. The Flappy Fish is too bulky, charging up as much energy as possible. Here comes the Mud Bomb, going to take out this Diggersby, but it's still got the other two Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, now Jumpluff doesn't have a lot of energy. It threw energy into that Clodsire a little bit earlier through the Aerial Ace for the KO. Blastoise, I think, might have a little bit of energy here. It's two rollouts away from the Hydro Cannon. Tries to catch the move into the Jumpluff, but fails. And now Fortois, able to farm all the way down, has the discharge ready to go into the Blastoise. And Fortois, staying calm, staying collected, keeping his patience, able to throw the discharge into the Blastoise for game number 1.
Wow, fantastic play there from Fortois, showing why he has really gone so far in this tournament. You know, he's not really an internationally known battler at this point, but not for long.
Yeah, he's definitely writing his name into the history book in this Melbourne Regional Championship and played really tightly in that game. I mean, obviously, again, Valiant Fish put himself in that scenario where he sort of swapped into his Jumpluff where a poison type was available. Clodsire came in and was obviously in a strong spot to win that matchup. But Fortois let it go. He let the Jumpluff sort of take it all out. And, you know, in the end, that health remaining on the Jumpluff was actually really nice for Fortois.
Yeah, that, like we've said many times today, that farm down just gets you so much further ahead. And when you don't have to worry about what charge moves are going to come onto your Pokemon. And I think that's one of the downsides of the double flying Jumpluff, the double fly moves. It's just, you know, if you can't get it out there. Like, it's just steel types. It's struggling so much. And those big farm downs really are what flipped the game there for Fortois.
Yeah, Fortois, again, this game is about energy. It's about charge attacks. It's about getting more damage than your opponent. And Fortois was really able to master all of the pieces necessary for that in this game against Valiant Vish. Valiant Vish, I think he needs to stop putting Jump Off in a situation where he gets absolutely destroyed by Poison type. I feel like that's where he needs to go.
Yeah, I feel like Jump Off lead, and if it is that Clodsire, then you need to have some sort of coverage. Or, like we saw him do in the other game, he literally said, yeah, you think I'm running Jump Off? I'm going to bench it. So there's no positive matchup for those Jump Off counters, right? So you just take that off the board, take that away from your opponent, and then rely on your skills as a trainer to get the rest of the job done with your other Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, before game one, we were talking about what the safest Pokemon for Valiant Vish were. With that in mind, Fortois can make the same calculations. He can think about what are the safest Pokemon for Valiant Vish. And he can say, like, well, Jump Off looks quite good for Vish. Therefore, I'm going to build around with that thought. Like, he knows, okay, well, if Jump Off is going to be there, then I will bring the Clodsire. It's strong into Jump Off. It's strong into Drapion. It's strong into Tinkaton as well. It's got play against the whole squad. And so he can sort of make those decisions based on Vish's, best, safest plays. But we'll see if that pays off in game number 2. And man, it does in the lead. This is not a great lead. Mandibuzz into the Shadow Jump Off. Jump Off needs to get out of there relatively quickly. But actually, as we talked about before, this isn't the worst spot for Jump Off. You can throw Acrobatics to get quite a bit of damage in first.
Yes, you can. And here comes the first Acrobatics into the Jump Off. That Shadow Jump Off is going to do some beautiful damage here. But Mandibuzz is so bulky. But what we can see is those fast moves. The fast moves from Jump Off. Adding catch onto the Lapras. And Fortois is wasting a huge amount of energy here and is going to need to decide, well, what do you do? Oh, and swapping straight away into that Flappy Fish coming through. Those discharges pace nice and quick, Steve.
Yeah, this is definitely a matchup you don't want to wait to swap in. You don't want to farm up energy on Mandibuzz first before coming in here. You need to come here as quick as possible so that Lapras doesn't outpace you to the Sparkling Arias. This way, you can see that we are getting to the discharges faster than Sparkling Arias are coming through for Lapras. You can actually tank one, but Fortois deciding to keep this Stunfisk healthy, recognizing that it was a very strong Pokemon in the last game, it could be a very strong Pokemon in this one as well. So going to go for another discharge for the KO. Valiant Fish, I feel like you just let Lapras go because he's actually going to push for another shield. He can at least guarantee the fact, or the Switch Timer is up. He can either force a shield by throwing a move here, which is what we're seeing, or he could have swapped out to a different Pokemon as well, keep Lapras with a move ready to go. So he's burning down these shields, which actually could put himself into a strong endgame if he calls the Clodsire in the back with his own Diggersby.
Yeah, could have, but has chosen to switch out here and throwing in the Jump Off to have these neutral discharges that really don't do that much. You're quite comfortable as a Jump Off taking this damage, but is going to farm up a little bit extra cheddar here on this Jump Off. Happy to eat this Acrobatics. No shields left on Fortois' side. This is turning into an intriguing little battle, a little bit of game of chess here, Steve.
Yeah, now Stunfisk takes an Acrobatics of the chin pretty well, but here comes the Clodsire. The Switch Timers are desynced. There's still about 20 seconds to go before Valiant Fish can swap out here. This charge attack is going to burn up 10 seconds. I think he's going to want to get to Diggersby as soon as he can, because then he can really start putting a lot of pressure onto this Clodsire and potentially even pick up an energy advantage for the back, which is going to be quite powerful into both the Mandibuzz and the Unova Stunfisk. So here's another charge attack from the Jump Off just to weaken it down a little bit more. And I feel like we might even see that swap out come through here.
No, but it was a charge attack priority event. And through comes this Sludge Bomb from the Clodsire and goes unshielded. Vish happy to save the shield, letting the Jump Off go down. And here comes that Diggersby you were talking about, Steve.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Valiant Fish. And Earthquake is it's gonna do a bit of damage to this Diggersby. It's not gonna do a whole lot. All you're going to need is one Scorching Sands into the Clodsire, one Scorching Sands into the Stunfisk, and maybe a Fire Punch and some fast attacks into that Mandibuzz. You are going to have to probably get to 2 Fire Punches. So this Diggersby isn't done yet. It's got a lot to do. And Valiant Fish, recognizing how much there is to do, he was going all the way until that Clodsire got to the Earthquake. But just as we saw in that last battle, Fortois is actually going for that cheeky little bit of chip damage, knowing that what Valiant Fish is going to do instead.
Oh, what a cheeky little man he is. And here comes that Scorching Sands. This is going to send Clodsire, it is knocked out. Mandibuzz coming in. There's a little bit of energy here. This could be a little bit closer than we originally thought, Steve.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a bit of a tight one. One Fire Punch not going to be enough. You really are going to need a lot more energy on this Diggersby, but that Lapras in the back could actually come in handy for Valiant Fish. We saw that he did throw that energy from a little bit earlier to force the shield out of the Unova Stunfisk, but here, the foul play is going to take Diggersby down to pretty low, but not all the way. And with only a Mandibuzz and a Stunfisk, there is no fast move pressure left on Fortois' side.
Dark Pulse, though. Dark Pulse does a little bit more damage. Here comes an Aerial Ace. He's going to shield the Diggersby. Will we see a combo play? There is energy on that Flappy Fish. No, choosing to keep it in, letting it go, and we're going fast moves, charge moves, fast moves. Fire Punch going to take out this Mandibuzz. This is so tight. There's energy on all of these Pokemon. Lapras is low on health. Discharge TAP, charge attack priority. He's doing a discharge. Discharge just in case the Lapras was swapped in.
That's so smart. He's calling the switch. Valiant Fish did not switch it. Still is enough to KO the Diggersby. Here comes the Lapras. The timer is up, but the discharge barely going to come in before the Sparkling Aria, and this will KO the Lapras. Fortois securing a 2-0 against Valiant Fish in the winners semi-finals.
That was insane of a match. There was switch. The timer, we almost had a timeout. It was so close. Fortois 2-0 against Valiant Fish. One of the best battlers in Australia, Fortois, cementing his place in this tournament. If you're battling next and you're battling Fortois, watch out. He is on a tear, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think that locks in Fortois for the winners finals. Lilith locks him in for the top 3. He has a lot of championship points against his name right now. He's
Stevie,
really...
are you getting a little bit nervous about these championship points, my friend?
Actually, you know what? If Fortois wins this whole tournament, I think I'm still qualified for Worlds. So
Hey-o.
maybe we've got a few people we're hoping for.
So you're on Team Fortois right now, big time.
Yeah. Fortois definitely doing really good. Okay, actually, let's look at it. Okay, maybe we don't call it too early. It is actually going to still be a 1-0. Fortois versus Valiant Fish. There is a review. I'm not sure what happens in that game, but the judges are going to be taking a look at it. Maybe we'll sort of get some word on what is actually going on, what has happened in that game. But yeah, look, we're not the judges. I didn't notice anything, but we weren't paying enough attention, clearly.
No, but I mean, it's very hard, especially when there's those one-turn moves. They can be really hard to keep an eye on, especially when you're just watching and getting super involved. I think we're a little bit too involved in that game. Feels like
maybe it was when those charge moves were being thrown, right? Where it was sort of charge attack priority with the Stunfisk.
Oh yes, there was something with the the Diggersby and the Clodsire, I think.
Yeah, maybe you're right. You're right.
So they'll be able to have a quick look at that and decide what needs to go on in that. And there is a very large set of rules for the judges and competitors to follow. So we'll give them their time. We'll take a minute ourselves and just see what the outcome will be. So obviously the Play Pokemon rules are if there's a review, the match will either stand or there will be a rematch. There is no def win, which exists in some of the grassroots tournaments. That's the rules that are played by here. And so we are good little trainers, battlers, and we follow the rules.
Exactly right. We keep things all above board. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with this review. But this is a situation that, it comes up from time to time as we play these games. Sometimes there's reviews. And so when you're the player in this scenario, I think it's a good idea to get into the habit of sort of thinking like, okay, let's assume there's another game. Let's think about the Pokemon that were being used, think about what I'm going to use in the next game, if there is a next game, if there is a rematch, and think about how things go. Because for Fortois, that Unova Stunfisk ended up being really powerful for him, really put him in quite a strong position, able to get that energy advantage. And to be honest with you, I wasn't a huge Unova Stunfisk believer before going into this tournament. I saw it's done well overseas, but I don't know. I just wasn't sure about it. But hey, it's pretty good.
Of course you weren't, Steve. You're still too busy on that Primate hype train.
Yeah, that hasn't paid off for me at all. I don't think there's any Primates in this top 8 at all. I mean, it's a Typhlosion. Typhlosion's around.
It's freezing cold in Melbourne here, but is it getting a bit hot?
Oh, yeah. Well, look, there's a Typhlosion left from El Cavilsimo. There's a Swampert left from Yetaruna. So maybe we've still got some caster picks doing well here. But
there definitely is. But I mean, if we're looking at what is in front of us here, there's not a lot that our Primap's really going to land on. Obviously, we've got the Diggersby and the Lapras on the other side. But, oh my goodness, Mandibuzz, Clodsire, Serperior, Sableye. Yeah, it ain't the sauce, Steve. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, maybe we'll have to go back to the drawing board on that Primate.
No. We spoke at the start of this tournament, even before this tournament. And all I'm saying is you owe me a set of dumplings.
Are you saying I told you so? Is that what's coming out here? Yeah.
No, I would never dream. I would never dream of it, good sir. Look, it is thoroughly enjoyable seeing this new meta evolve. And I mean, after Fortois' performance here so far, are we going to see some people getting back on that Mandibuzz bandwagon?
Yeah, to be honest with you, when the Might and Mastery season started, I was someone that's screaming from the rooftops, like, oh, Mandibuzz is back, guys. Get your Mandibuzzes ready to go because it is time. But it never really eventuated. I think maybe there was some Mandibuzz this season, the India tournament, in the India qualifiers perhaps, back in March. But since then, it hasn't really been around very much. So Fortois, I really like how he's actually built his team. It's very unique in the sense that he's really thought about how to build a team. He hasn't, just what I do and just take a team off the shelf and, see what was good at the last tournament. Maybe, I'll give this a go. He's really put effort and time into building a team that has good synergy together, but is also a little bit unique.
It is unique, and we're not afraid to run 2 dark types when everyone else was looking at that Tinkatonk. Tinkerton? Excuse me. But has the double...
I figured you got used to it. I was like, hey, let him call it Tinkatonk if he wants.
Honky tonky Tinkatonk. But he does have the double ground Pokemon there as that sort of support, and that's what he ran. He ran Mandibuzz double ground, right?
True.
So he was a classic ABB line, as we just saw in my last video. These are strategies, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a basic run A, B, run it straight. You saw how many swaps were there. We almost ran out of a timeout strat then from this matchup, which, I mean, it's very rare to see in this Might and Mastery season. We were talking about the fast pacing, heavy hitting charge moves as the dominant way, but Fortnite's found a different way to get the job done.
Apparently, the bulk of Clodsire, combination with the bulk of Mandibuzz, combination with the bulk of Stunfisk. I mean, that's one of the bulkiest teams there's running around at all, I think. Even with like Lapras Superior, actually, this is a crazy bulky team, Trotter. It's not even like the Shadow Sableye, and like he's got a Shadow Lapras, but Shadow Lapras is still really, really bulky. So I don't think it's saying a whole lot.
No, it's not. But apparently there is one Chansey that was floating around the start of the tournament. So I'm not sure where that thing is, if it's been moved into the it needs to go see Nurse Jenny and get revived. But this is one of the more bulky teams around without the Tinkatonk.
That's true, actually. Yeah, no Tinkaton running around. There's actually no Steel running around on Fortois' team. This team actually reminds me quite a bit of the team that was being run by Choose back at the Brisbane Regional Championships, which was in the Might and Mastery season not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. Less than 2 months, I want to say. And so, we had that a sort of BB strategy. I think Choose's team, he was running Sableye and Annihilate. It's a double ghost strategy, whereas here we do have that double dark strategy with Mandibuzz instead. And then he was running the Clodsire, the Lapras as well, to really sort of shore up the options. Some very fluid, bulky Pokemon, which isn't really the way that we've been considering fluidity very much as we've talked about this tournament. We've been considering it in the sense of like, hey, you can get a little bit of energy here. It's going to be really good over here. You get once the snowball starts rolling and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, you're going to be really hard to stop. Going with these bulky Pokemon is very different, where it's taking advantage of the 50-second switch timer. You're able to stay in, absorb a lot of hits, farm out some energy that's going to be useful for the best possible time, and then swap out. Save it for later. Go into a new bulky Pokemon, farm up some energy, do some quick damage, store up some energy for later, save it for the best time. And I think it's a strategy that maybe is actually getting slept on in the Might and Mastery season.
Yeah, especially useful if you are able to get that catch on a resisted move. So if you've got a bulky Pokemon, say like Jumpluff, and then you catch a Scorching Sands or something on a Jumpluff, so that bulk's there, and then the resisted bulk, like it's just so much more effective. It's like you're wasting your opponent's energy. You're not wasting their time because you're having a great fun battling with them, but you're making them waste their energy. And it's just setting you up that little bit further every time to really be able to put your Pokemon in that hot seat rather than letting your opponent just keep dominating a matchup. And that's one thing I think that some of like Valiant Bish is really good at, is getting back from being down. You can never hold him down.
No, as we've seen again and again and again. Look, and again, we're not counting him down, right?
No.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay?
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it.
I know we were talking about the 2-0 earlier. I guess maybe that's us counting him out. But the review's still ongoing, so we'll figure out what does happen with game number 2. But I think another Pokemon that is it is a sort of interesting, Sableye, where the usage is absolutely plummeted. It was one of the most used Pokemon in the Might and Mastery season. So strong. There was all of these debates between a Power Gem Sableye and Dazzling Gleam Sableye. There were sort of questions about whether you should go for the regular Sableye or the Shadow Sableye. There are essentially 4 different Sableye all running around, and different ways to train your Sableye as well. I know a few trainers that have been talking some very specific tech. They're like, if I train it in attack, then maybe I can actually win this matchup and I win this match. I've heard it all. It's so complex. There are so many different ways to go. I know one trainer in particular, I won't name names, but they had 3 different Sableyes they were choosing between for this event, all depending on which matchups they wanted to win and which ones they wanted to lose, where they wanted to sort of do that one extra damage with their fast attacks. It's crazy the depth that you can get into if you really do want to. But with all of that, Sableye barely to be seen.
It is, and I think one of the things with Sableye is if you want the XL, it's a large investment. So if you're going to have 2, 3, 4 Sableyes plus a couple of shadows, you are going to need to be playing this game a lot, investing a lot of time into getting all of those XLs. Because some poor trainers like me, we've got two, and we're working on the shadow one. It's a lot of effort. But I mean, also, what a killer shiny! Shiny Sableye, divine.
Yeah, look, maybe if I had a shiny one, that's the third one I'd build. I've got two. I've got a hundo from back in the olden days when we didn't even have XL candy.
Well, yeah, I had the shiny that at level 40 before we had the extra levels went to 1442, and I took that to back at a Sylph tournament way back when, and it did phenomenally.
Yeah, I bet. But those days are long gone. We've got the Sableye sort of sitting here in this region, realm, time period, epoch, where we're seeing it sort of still running around, even though Tinkaton is here. Now, Valiant Fish never decided to use the Tinkaton, and I think that's partially because Fortwise made it really hard to bring. He's leaning into both the Clodsire and the Stunfisk, and when there's 2 ground types running around, are you really going to bring in Tinkaton? I don't think so.
Yeah, it is really brave to bring it in, even though you're like, but it's got a super effective Bulldoze. I mean, you've seen Bulldoze doesn't do that much damage. You're going to need 3, possibly even 4 to take out that Clodsire. And they only need 1 good Earthquake plus a few Poison Stings, a little bit extra. And yeah, Tinkaton's going to sleep.
Yeah, that is, Tinkaton's heading back to its Pokeball pretty quick, is how you might say. But, with that in mind, Valiant Fish still did, he was playing some good games in there, and it was, a lot closer than, people might think just based on, oh, look, Clodsire looks so good, Stunfisk looks so good. This Valiant Fish guy can't do it, but... We don't do that.
The other thing that running at the double ground Mons is, it really makes it hard to bring that Drapion.
That's true. And that's what we were talking about, one of the safe Pokemon for Valiant Fish, which I think it is still a Pokemon that even if you're against those ground types, you have access to Aqua Tail, which at least gives you some ability to do a little bit of super effective damage. It is quite quick as well, which really helps out to add that damage up. But you also have the option to throw Crunch, which actually can be quite a helpful move in some scenarios. I know there's a few matchups, even up against Fortwile, where it's if you get the Crunch debuff on the very first Crunch, you can actually flip some scenarios, or you can make it really easy for one of your Pokemon in the back to be able to farm down, get some energy advantage, so that you can really deploy it for the rest of the game quite well. Now, Valiant Fish, again, we didn't see him bring it either of the 2 games, right?
No, it's high risk, really, in this. But the big question everyone's asking, Steve, is Drapion, what do you think? Introvert, extrovert?
Well, look, I look at Drapion and I say, whether it's shadow or non-shadow, that is an extrovert 100%. Disagree?
No, I have to agree with you there. It's definitely, it's too fast. It's got too much to do. It's got no time for anyone who's sitting around here wanting to time out. It's ready to go. It is an extrovert.
It's going to that hard aggressive, only 4 Poison Stings to an Aqua Tail again and again and again and again and again. The longer the game goes on, which when it's a regular Drapion, it goes even longer. You get so many charge attacks that Valiant Fish himself would really be perpetuating that cycle back into that timer coming up again. He'd be helping Fortwile's case potentially in that department.
Well, hopefully they put a timer on this review, because we are waiting on that. So obviously it's a very close issue, the deal, and the judges want to make sure they get it right for these trainers. It is sort of part of the tournament. You really, you're into the grand final, right? You're into that top 3, or you've now got a bit of a run in the losers bracket to take care of. So there is a lot riding on these battles, so we'll give them all the time that they need to run through that.
Yeah, the stakes are certainly high, right? You don't want a wrong decision to be made, and if I was the judge, I would be making absolutely sure, I'd be watching frame by frame by frame to make sure that the right call is made, and I've got confidence that they will be able to do that here today. And so we'll just wait until they let us know sort of which way the review is going to go, whether we do see Fortwile sort of taking the 2-0 and progressing to that winners finals, or if we do sort of go in for a brand new game number 2. Which, if we do end up going in, I think this is sort of one of those situations where Fortwile was maybe on a roll a little bit. He was warmed up from the previous game up against Nighttime Clasher. The adrenaline is running. We've all been in those situations where you get a big win. You're like, oh, okay, let's keep going. And so now you've sort of got time to calm down, collect yourself, and think, what am I going to run in a subsequent game? And I think if you're Fortwile, bringing Clodsire and Stunfisk is kind of hard for Valiant Vish to sort of stop. I mean, we saw Diggersby even come out and it still didn't go Valiant Vish's way.
No, it did not. But the thing that's really difficult, I think it's going to be really hard for Fortwire to recenter himself because like you said, you just won. You've had this adrenaline dump. You're in the grand finals, but it's the post adrenaline dump. You end up even though you know there's a dispute, you're going to have to get back for it. It's our bodies and our physiology. It's actually really hard to get yourself back to that same elevated level after you've sort of gone, yes, I've done it. So it is going to be really hard. It's actually easier for Valiant Vish to rally, psychologically speaking, from a sports medicine point of view, to get back sports psychology. Sorry, not medicine. That'd be a rolled ankle. So from that psychological point of view, Valiant Vish is probably going to find it easier to be up for this next battle should it happen. And Fortwire, it's going to be a little bit more tricky. So he's, like you said, you've got two things you can do. You can amp yourself up again, or you can stay calm. You can sort of not let that dump drop you right down, but keep like centered, maybe do a little bit of breathing, a bit of meditation, and keep yourself prepared and ready for the next thing that's coming. Sitting down, looking at your screen, looking at your opponent, waiting for something, can be rather tricky to go through, but it looks like we are moving off. So they are moving off stream, and so we can keep the battles going, and we're going to jump into Pokemon Moneymaker Ching Ching versus El Cavissimo.
Yeah, so I think this is the other winners final, right? So These are the other two battlers in the top four, one from Japan, one from North America. I mean, Pokemon Moneymaker took out the last battler from North America that we saw previously. So maybe we see it happen again with Pokemon Moneymaker. Took out Sustenance Eater, now has to take on El Cavissimo with running that Typhlosion as well. I'm sure we'll get an update on that Valiant Vish versus Fortwire matchup a little bit later as well. But as it stands, we're essentially guaranteed to have I guess in the winners finals, it's going to be someone from Australia, we're counting Greg from America, versus someone from overseas, which is something we've been seeing sort of regional after regional.
Yeah, it is tricky because the trainers who are coming here, they're not your run-of-the-mill like you or me, sort of middle to lower in the bracket.
Emphasis on lower.
These are trainers who are coming here, spending a lot of money to do well, and they are trainers who are very good at this game. So it is expected that they would do well in these tournaments, but I mean, the Aussies are fighting back pretty hard.
Yeah, everyone is really trying their best. They want to be the Melbourne regional champion. And so, as said, we're going to be moving into the Pokemon Moneymaker versus El Cavissimo matchup. And so El Cavissimo, again, he's sort of famous for running that Typhlosion. He had a really good performance over in the US of A. You're running that Typhlosion. And I think in a lot of people's heads, that's the moment where they were like, you know what? Typhlosion could actually be really good. I think it was both El Cavissimo and the Draflames. So I think they both hit top 8 with Typhlosion over in the US. And so, you know, it's a Pokemon that can be quite strong. I had it on my casters picks, obviously. One of its big benefits is that it's able to beat Tinkaton, because that's really what everyone is focusing on at the moment. It's one of the highest used Pokemon running around in the regional circuit at the moment. But you also have the ability, as we actually saw in El Cavissimo's earlier matchup that Debbie and Fish were casting, they were sort of looking at that Thunder Punch being able to take out, so many of these water types as well. You have the same pacing as Feraligatr to Hydro Cannons, but Typhlosion wins Charge Shack priority, so you're able to actually win that matchup. A fire type versus a water type, and the fire type is somehow taking that out.
Yeah, but all you need is 1 or 2 Shadow Claws and maybe a farm down. So it's not that set. You know, we're not starting from that in the blocks on the racetrack. You know, the game is dynamic. There's things that are moving all the time. But the one thing that El Cavissimo is doing differently, which I heard a bit of a hot rumor that some of his teammates advised against him to do, is running the double Incinerate. And he has stuck to his guns. Nothing better than being able to rub it back into your teammate's face and saying, look, I understand you. I know you guys love me. You care for me. You want what's best for me. But I'm going to do this. And look, he's right here in this other winners final with Typhlosion and that Talonflame.
Yeah, well, look, it's an interesting strategy. I suppose they do have very different use cases, right? So the Talonflame, for example, I mean, let's look at Pokemon Moneymaker's team as a bit of an example, because obviously those are the battles that we are about to see. Pokemon Moneymaker running the Talonflame as well, alongside the Tinkaton, Claydol, Lapras, Credilli, and the Shadow Drapion. Now, the differences. Typhlosion, definitely the better Pokemon to be facing up against that Lapras, for example, because you have the Thunder Punches. You do outpace to the Sparking Arias. Admittedly, it's not really a matchup you'd love being in, because you might outpace. The Sparking Arias do a lot more to you than the Thunder Punches do to it.
Yeah, you're going to need to invest the shield here. But that's part of the strategy, right? Typhlosion is something you want to invest shields in because the damage output is just so high. But you're going to have to avoid that Claydol and even that Drapion over there because the Shadow Aqua Tails, they just do so much damage. Flip it around though, Talonflame can actually take a Shadow Aqua Tail a lot better. So you may be using the Talonflame to get your shield advantage and then bring that Typhlosion in upper shield. There's not a lot in this side that wants to even take a Blast Burn. That Claydol eating a Blast Burn is going to do an absolute ton from the Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, I'm actually like, as I'm looking at these teams, like obviously Shadow Typhlosion, as we're saying, it's a bit of a different Pokemon. Typhlosion and Talonflame has those different sort of matchup maps across, as you were talking about, again, Drapion being one of the examples. I think this is one of the craziest matchups we've seen so far in this tournament, where it's not like anything is particularly crazy on its own, but I'm just looking at El Cavilsamo's team, and I'm looking at Pokemoneymaker's team, and I'm like, really? This is the matchup? Like, this is what we're seeing. This is the top 6 of the tournament right now. They are all locked into the top 6. Winner goes through to the winners finals. And like, these are some kind of out there matchups where, again, 2 Incinerate users on one team is crazy. Also sort of double grass in the Superior and the Furret with access to Trailblaze. Like, who thinks of that sort of thing? I know one person.
Yeah, El Cavisimo sure does. But one thing I'm looking at is the Claydol and the Double Fire. If you're Pokemoneymaker, can you run that Tinkatonk? It becomes trickier, right? It becomes difficult. With Tinkatonk out of the equation, that Azumarill starts to shine a little bit more, right? It's got great matchups into the Talonflame. It's got great matchups into the Claydol. Reasonably neutral into that Drapion. Moderately neutral into the Lapras. It's back in the meta.
Yeah, I think that especially when LCAV has so many of these sort of Pokemon that want shields, like the Shadow Typhlosion. You want to give that guy shields. Pairing it up with a very bulky Pokemon like the Azumarill that can really just not worry about shields at all actually puts you in quite a strong position. It gives you some opportunities to catch moves as well. It's a strategy that we've seen sort of play out time and time again at these regional championships. And it's one of these things where there's no hard counter per se. Now, it's hard to say that when there's a grass type on the other team, but as we all know, Azumarill has the Ice Beam ready to fire into the Credilli. It's a very super effective move. Like, it really does add up over time. And it kind of just sets up potential Typhlosion in the back or Talonflame in the back to maybe even get an Incinerate down or something like that to that effect.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to these 2 absolute giants of the international circuit coming down and playing here. But I think we're being a little bit basic here, Steve. I don't think they need to rely on those things. I think we're going to see a lot of dynamic Claydol because of the moveset it has. It's got access to such, just the Ice Beam, the Rock Tomb. They can do so much for you in this team. And the bulk of Claydol also means it can survive more than you may think. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Claydol really doubling down here and doing some work, even though it's that bulky, slow. We still love it. Bulky, we can love bulky and slow things, ladies and gentlemen. But it's got so much play across the board here. I don't think we need to get locked in. And one thing I know about El Cavisimo, he won't lock himself into some double fire because he needs to make a point of it. He will play the best thing that he feels into Pokemoneymaker's team.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And he's not a trainer that is sort of unwilling to maybe go off the beaten track, right? He's willing to, like, I think Furret is another Pokemon that sort of people do drop a lot of hate on. They're sort of like, nah, I don't think Furret's going to win a regional championship. I hear this all the time. Everyone's going like, nah. I know Caleb Peng, one of the casters over in the North American region, he's like, I don't see the Furret, man. I don't get it. I don't think it's winning a championship. But it's doing so well across the board. It's always in those sort of top 4 placements. It's consistently really well. And when Pokemoneymaker's Claydol actually has some real potential, gravitas running around, Furret looks better and better and better. And you've got the ability to really fight against that Lapras. But it looks like game number 1, and we actually have Typhlosion into the Shadow Drapion. And this is not really where Typhlosion thrives because you do get outpaced those Aqua Tails.
Yeah, you definitely do. But the Incinerate damage, look at it coming through. And wow, we see that switch to the Claydol, and out comes that Credilli. Now this, classic ground versus grass matchup, but it is not as good as you think. Oh, we're going for the Rock Tomb, no shield!
Wow, what a call from El Cavilsamo. This is a crazy call. He is in a bit of a tight spot. He was ABA double Incinerate, which is not what you want to see when the opponent is running a Credilli with Rock Slide, a Drapion with Aqua Tail, and also running the Lapras in the back with Sparking Aria. So he's really going to need to pull out everything he can, including the big bait call, including landing this Ice Beam. He needs to do a lot here.
Does need to do a lot, and this Grass Knot will take an absolute ton of damage. I don't think Claydol will be able to survive this.
Nah.
No, it is not. But now we are in Farm City. He is going to get a ton of energy. Are we able to get to the Rock Tomb? No!
Oh!
No,
That's tough.
Incinerate. Look how much energy is on this Typhlosion. Gonna need some shields though, Steve.
Oh yeah, this is time to burn the shields. This is why he no-shielded that Claydol. He knew that he needed it for his Incinerate user in the back, and at this point, they don't know their back line. They don't know that it's going to be Talonflame and Lapras hanging out in the back as well. Elgavilsimo with all of this Thunder Punch energy could actually be huge for this Lapras in the back as well. So let's see this Drapion try to get to another Aqua Tail. We need to see if Pokemon Maker is willing to invest shields into this Drapion to get one more Aqua Tail. Does he think he needs it? And at this point, he is willing to burn one shield, and here's the Talonflame swap out as well.
Talonflame swapping out. It needs to swap into that Lapras here. This is a tight one. That Sparkling Aria is now throwing straight Brave Bird, throwing caution to the wind. No shield!
Okay, he's going to do a lot of damage to this Lapras. Lapras, there is no shields remaining on the Talonflame, and so this Lapras, one single Sparkling Aria with the defense drop, this will be enough to KO. And so Pokemon Maker goes like, okay, I'm going to be able to comfortably farm up some extra energy. I want to be able to get to a Sparkling Aria on that Typhlosion in the back. Takes out the Talonflame. Typhlosion comes in with all this energy. Not quite close enough. Oh, no, it does get the Sparkling Aria. Elgavilsimo tries to go for the Incinerate down, but instead barely survives Lapras on like 1 HP, half a HP. And this Sparkling Aria will be enough to KO Typhlosion. Take game 1 for Pokemon Maker.
There was just too much water damage there from Pokemon Maker. Really great use of energy and the timing. So throwing the Sparkling Aria at the time. So if it does knock out, that Incinerate damage wasn't going to come through and put his Lapras into, where it dies to 1 Incinerate. It's going to need a second one, because if it was able to KO with that second one, there would have been 2 Thunder Punches on that Typhlosion. There's so much going on in this battle, and the timing for those trainers was just exquisite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is just really like, I think for Elgavilsimo, bringing double Incinerate users, which first of all, I didn't expect that at all. I mean, are we serious? ABA double Incinerate is a crazy lineup. But I truly think that Pokemon Maker just apparently read him like a book. He brought like the greatest 3 Pokemon he could have possibly brought into a double Incinerate team. He brought the Drapion with Aqua Tails that outpace both the Talonflame and the Typhlosion. He brought the Lapras, which again has that Sparkling Aria that can really just dominate into both the Shadow Typhlosion and the Talonflame, and also do well into the Claydol. And he had the Credilli, able to be good, have rock Tomb coverage into all of them. But here's game 2, Typhlosion into the Credilli. This is a little bit of a better matchup for the Typhlosion than the last.
Yeah, we are running it back. And interestingly, they're still just confident in that Typhlosion lead here for Elgavilsimo. And now neither trainer wanting to waste a turn of energy, trying to maximize everything they can. Rock Tomb comes in. First shield for Elgavilsimo.
Yeah, there is 80 energy on this Typhlosion, almost maxed out. And here he is. He is at 100 energy. That is the maximum we were able to hold in Pokemon Go. He's got double Blast Burn. Going to throw 1. And I imagine if this Credilli shields, he might even go for another. But Pokemon Maker does burn the shield. And Elgavilsimo is really going to want to win switch advantage, because he has a Claydol. Pokemon Maker has a Drapion. Elgavilsimo has a Superior. Pokemon Maker has a Lapras. This could go really well for him, especially after burning all of those shields off of Pokemon Maker. But here's the swap into the Claydol, and Grass Knots are going to hurt here.
Wow, Elgavilsimo giving up this Claydol early. This is a huge risk. Has the shield in the back. Boom, Grass Knot coming through. There's 2 Grass Knots there. Is he going to shield, or is he going to put it all? It is all going onto that Superior.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think Elgavilsimo, again, Claydol is not here to use his shield. That's what Typhlosion is for. Typhlosion wants those shields. You can see Pokemon Moneymaker tapping on that Lapras, but both of Elcal's last Pokemon are quite decent into that Lapras play. The Typhlosion already had a Thunder Punch. 1 more Incinerate from here is going to be another one, but actually the bigger damage, Blast Burn. No shields remaining. This does do a lot of damage to Lapras, and this might actually set up Superior quite well.
No, I think this is actually setting itself up. He's going to shield this and going to fast move down, Incinerate. It is all on Typhlosion. I think Superior is not even going to need to get used. He's put everything onto this, and down it goes the Lapras. There is not that much energy on the Credilli. There are no shields, and you have energy on this Typhlosion.
This is such a good spot for El Cavilsimo. We see the swap into the Drapion. He was waiting for his Twitch timer to go down, but it's not down yet. El Cav comfortably able to throw the Blast Burn into the Shadow Drapion. This is enough to KO, which means that it's just a Credilli in the back. Credilli needs a Rock Slide. If he can get to Rock Slide, then maybe we have some play. But look, it is going to get incinerated down here before we get the move off. Down it goes, no Rock Tomb, and El Cav ties the series up 1-1.
Wow. El Cavismo used 2 Pokemon. That's the first time I think we've seen it today. Apart from the first game, sorry. But yeah, incredible use of that Typhlosion, showing the power of Blastman into a Lapras. My gosh. And that was just a huge amount of damage. Amazing. We were all thinking, oh no, you're going to need to shield. You're going to need to shield. You don't have enough. He had enough. They put it all onto that Typhlosion. Now, Pokemon Maker is going to change.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be a change. What that change is, I don't know.
Yeah, I almost, like, the Credilli is such a nice bring in that you theoretically have play into all 3 of the Pokemon that El Cavilsimo is bringing, right? Well, I mean, he didn't see the Superior. So let's say the 3 Pokemon that he's actually seen so far, the Typhlosion, the Talonflame, and the Claydol. You've got play into all of them. You don't necessarily love the Incinerate matchups, but you still have the ability to do a lot of damage with the Rock Tombs, and you have the ability to do the Flame Charge damage the Grass Knot damage into the Claydols, which isn't a bad spot to be in. I think all of the Pokemon he's bringing are like the reasonable brings. It's just that Typhlosion is so good if you invest all of your shields that Pokemon Maker almost needs to get himself in like a good position first. He can't let El Cav get a single bit of advantage on that Typhlosion or it is all over.
Yeah, and he's going to need to be able to get enough advantage on his Drapion potentially. That appears to be one of the keys to victory. That was the key in the first game.
Yep.
Wasn't able to get that key, used all of the shields up to keep that advantage. And then it sort of all fell apart a little bit later.
Yeah, that is essentially what happened. El Cav had an energy advantage on a Typhlosion going into Lapras. He had an energy advantage on his Typhlosion going into Drapion. By having an energy advantage on Typhlosion, and again, like we say energy advantage, like 1 Incinerate, again, is 20 energy, and that's the minimum amount that it picks up per fast attack. Like, it's a big deal when Typhlosion has an energy advantage, and so the sort of, Pokemon Maker really needs to put so much focus on that Typhlosion, and, he needs to make sure that he is not in an energy disadvantage as we go into game number 3. Maybe see the Drapion lead here. Typhlosion! This is what Pokemon Maker needed.
We're back to game 1 here. Typhlosion into this Drapion and instantly swap. Happy. We seems to be happy to draw out the Credilli in this matchup. Now let's see, how does Pokemon Maker and he's going for the bait once again.
Okay, and El Cav calls it again. And I know we say call, but I do think that El Cav is really just deciding that he's not going to shield this Claydol. Whether it's the Grass Knot, whether it's the Rock Tomb, he is not going to shield. And by throwing the Rock Tomb from Pokemon Maker, it sort of means that this Ice Beam from the Claydol is not going to do as much. And maybe Claydol can actually weather the storm, fight through this matchup, and potentially even get a Rock Tomb for one of the matchups in the back.
Yeah, he's going to need to really farm up extra energy here, because what we saw last time was it did not get to the Rock Tomb to take out the Typhlosion and gave the Typhlosion that energy.
That's right. It got really, really low, but we see the Grass Knot going through against the Claydol this time. El Cavismo making a bit of a decision here, because if he leaves the Superior in the back, that could get quite hairy if the Drapion does come through later. So he's going to go for the energy advantage on Typhlosion. 1 Incinerate, not enough, but this time the Rock Tomb is going to go through, which means we get a shield out of El Cavilsimo and we reduce the attack stat of that Typhlosion.
Yeah, we've seen that adjustment. In one game, we've seen an adjustment by Pokemon Maker. Really good place there, and it's coming down to the wire now, and out comes the Drapion. This is actually kind of where El Cavismo wants to see this Drapion.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't really want that Drapion to be up against his Superior. And so Typhlosion with an energy advantage, that'll work. He even gets the shield with the Thunder Punch bait, which is so diabolical. The Superior now coming into the Drapion, saving the energy on Typhlosion for later, because he knows that no matter what, Typhlosion wins Charge Attack priority against anything that Pokemon Maker brings.
Saving the shields, but also saving the energy. That's, I think, the big thing for El Cavismo here. We saw it in the last game. He put everything on the Typhlosion. It's pretty obvious to see he's going to put everything on this Typhlosion again. And that Drapion is getting dangerously low.
Yeah, it's getting really tight now. There's a lot of energy here, though, and this is what Pokemon Moneymaker needs. The crunch going to go through. Again, we know Elcub is saving this shield for the Typhlosion. Superior is just bug dust. It's gone. It is now one shield versus one shield. We see the swap into Claydol, though, and this is such a good spot for Pokemon Moneymaker. One Blast Man not going to be enough here. And with still a shield to go, I mean, look, he's trying to get it off. He didn't get it off, but I don't think it quite matters because we still see a shield come up from Claydol, and we're able to mud slap down after that one, I think. So really well played from Pokemon Moneymaker. And Pokemon Moneymaker, for the second regional he has played this season in Australia, secures himself a spot in the top 3.
Yeah, fantastic play there. And the change, the adjustment, recognizing the Typhlosion, safe swapping into the Claydol, and then having the Claydol in the back there just to do that super effective damage into Elcavissimo's Typhlosion. I think if Elcavissimo had his time again, he might have looked at running the Talonflame in the lead instead of that Typhlosion because it can eat that Aqua Tail. Those Mud Slaps aren't quite doing as much damage, but really well played there by both trainers. Elcavissimo, the gameplay in Game 2 was absolutely phenomenal, and Pokemon Moneymaker, just the adjustment made in Game 3 just really led to a dominant victory there.
Yeah, I think that is really sort of Pokemon Moneymaker's strategy to win here, was just the fact that he was able to sort of read his opponent, understand what he valued, what he thought was really good. He recognized quite quickly, as did we, that he really loved his Typhlosion and he really wanted to rely on his Typhlosion. And Pokemon Moneymaker, to be honest, was able to exploit that with the Drapion lead and then also saving the Claydol in the back. And I think a really smart play from Moneymaker was holding onto the Protect Shield as well. Sort of recognizing that one of the ways that Typhlosion was able to get away from him was the ability to sort of do that big damage with no shields remaining and take out his Pokemon before they could do anything. So really well played from Moneymaker, and of course, we'll be progressing on to the winners finals. Elcavissimo not out yet though; he's still in the losers bracket.
No, still in the losers bracket. Can make your way back through the losers bracket. Everything tightens up from now. No, there's no such thing as an easy battle from this point on, and really looking forward to see where these trainers can push their Pokemon to new limits.
Absolutely. And so we'll be right back with the action really soon because it is absolutely heating up in Melbourne, but we'll see you on the other side.
I've found the person that is currently number 2 on the Oceanic Championship point leaderboard. Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us, who you are and what you've done so far this season.
Hi, I'm Jim. My in-game name is Jamathi. So far, I've played the 2 Oceania regionals. I came 5th in Perth and then 7th in Brisbane. Yeah.
And then you've got a lot of local points on top of that. Are you quite capped or are you close?
I'm missing 1 cup, so I'm 10 off the cap because Rick keeps blocking me. But
Rick Flareon being the guy that is number 1 on the leaderboard at the moment. So
I'm sure he needs the points.
Yeah, he's desperate for those cup points for sure. So I guess, you've obviously done really well in the last 2 regionals. As you said, sort of, I guess, the double top 8. What's the aim coming into Melbourne regionals when you've got so many points that you've probably locked in worlds, right? So what's the goal?
So I guess the ultimate goal is to win, but I don't know how likely that is with all the people flying in now. I saw Nighttime Clasher and his brother coming in. I'd be happy with another top 8. I think that will prove to myself that I'm consistent, because right now this is my first season that I've really been kind of playing hard. So need to still prove to myself that it's not luck, and I guess anything above top 16 I'll be happy with. Yeah, just get some points.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though I think I don't need the points, I heard that the top 2 get a extra travel award for Worlds. So yeah, I'm gonna try to keep that.
Yeah. There's definitely something to play for, even just past the World's qualification point. And I can, as someone that, is in your locals as well, with Rick Flareon, what a terrible local scene to be in, by the way. Number 1 and number 2 on the leaderboard. I mean, can it get tougher? I mean, the answer is yes, when Nighttime Clasher came last week. Yeah. But, I can speak from experience that you have gotten better and better and better as this season has gone on. I still remember our first local at the start of the season when, I was happy day. I think I got the first 2 wins in a row and I was like, heck yeah. And then, all of a sudden, whoosh, out of nowhere. I don't think I've beat you since. Is that right?
I'm not too sure. I think my record is pretty good versus you, but maybe you've got a couple wins against me. I wouldn't put it past. But yeah, I think I kind of started locking in after the previous Worlds, 2024, when I think it was Rick or someone I recognized from the local. I saw him on stream. I'm like, oh, damn, that's kind of cool. I know that guy. So I'm like, oh, maybe one day that would be me. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, obviously, again, you're in a very good spot. I'm not going to say guaranteed, but you're in a very good spot for Worlds this year. So this is also, I guess it's also like a bit of a warm-up in the lead up to the World Championships in a way. Make sure you're in fighting form, keep things going. And so as we sort of head into regional number 3, are we going, how are you feeling for the regional in terms of your prep and, your team?
So I think this season I've been pretty stressed before the regionals because I think I've set myself a high bar to meet. But I think it's been better Melbourne compared to what it was in Brisbane. I do feel a little bit less prepared than I did in Brisbane. I have done a bit less prep. I think I've still prepped like quite a bit, but definitely less than I did it for Brisbane. But I think because I prepped a little bit less, it's like I feel like there's less on the line and I'm not as stressed. So maybe it works out that way.
Well, I've definitely heard a lot of battlers in the past talk about the less stress they feel, the more, in the zone they get. So maybe it'll be the winning formula, and maybe we are talking to the Melbourne regional champion of the 2025 season. Yeah. Would be cool. But yeah, look, I guess, last question. Do you have any advice to people that, are looking to get better at PvP? Obviously, again, you've gone on a really solid climb. You've locked in this season. You've really become, one of the greats of the Oceanic region. Yeah. Do you have any sort of tips or tricks?
I would just say just start practicing and playing. The local scene, just like talk to people. I know at the start, like I looked up to everyone. I kind of every time I'd lost to like Rick, for example, I'd tell him like, "Oh, why'd you bring this?" And then he would tell me a little bit, and then kind of keep that in the back of my head. Just surround yourself. If you want to get better, just surround yourself with people that are like already good, and then I think you'll catch up pretty quick. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've seen it evidence firsthand, so definitely some advice to take. But look, good luck this weekend, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Hopefully, yeah.
All right, take care.
Where there is light, there is also shadow.
G'day trainers, welcome to the Crown Clash Team Rocket Takeover event. I'm DrTrotter, and I'm going to run you through some of these Shadow Pokemon and what they're able to do for you. Now, Shadow Pokemon deal an extra 20% damage, but they also take an extra 20% damage. So it's a high risk, high reward gambit that you're applying when you use these Pokemon. Another caveat is that they come with the charge attack Frustration. Now that's a move that is not really great for your Shadow Pokemon to have in PvP, so you're going to want to look at changing that out. And the biggest advantage of this takeover event is you're actually able to use your TMs to remove that move of Frustration and access some of the other moves that your Pokemon have available to them. Now we have 5 new Pokemon available in this event. As you can see on screen, we've got Dialga, Slakoth, Inkay, Tyrant, and Amora. All of these have not previously been released in Pokemon Go, so if you're a hardcore player, PvPer, you want to get your hands on these Pokemon and see what they're able to do. We also have a host of other Pokemon that are available in 1 and 3-star raids, and all of these Pokemon have been previously released, but because this is a new event, I thought it'd be great to dive in and see what these Pokemon are able to do for you as a PvP battler in the Play Pokemon circuit. Now to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to compare these Pokemon in a tier list and see, do they really stack up or not, and how do they stack up against the meta that is currently out in the Play Pokemon circuit. So recently we saw the Pokemon in Milwaukee, but before we jump too far into that, let's have a quick look at the tier listing that I've come up with, that these Shadow Pokemon that are currently available in this event and what they can do for you. So here is our tier listing here, and we can see we've got S tier in Lapras and Cyndaquil. They are, I believe, the most dominant of the Shadows in this current event, followed by Inkay, Piloswine, and Magnemite in the A tier. B tier, we've got Slakoth, Amora, Spoink, Dialga, and Tyrant. And then down on the bottom, C tier, we have Murkrow and Gerda.
debbiepebble, this is going to be one of the most hype matches we are seeing today. Nighttime Clasher into Rocket Claire, and we are going to get straight into it. We are not holding back. Lapras into Corviknight to start off.
Yeah, we can see that Nighttime Clasher is going with the Sparkling Aria against this Corviknight. The Corviknight takes it quite well, and Rocket Claire is switching out into the reliable Azumarill.
Yeah, the Lapras is running the Ice and Water moveset, which means it won't be able to throw anything beyond resisted damage onto the Azumarill. The Azumarill, on the other hand, will be throwing back the neutral play roughs, and that's going to give it the advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, look, this will take it really well. The Azumarill can take a lot of this Sparkling Aria. And look, it's just a really bad matchup in regards to this Lapras. This play rough will connect onto the Lapras here. The Lapras is very bulky, so it'll only take it to half health.
And we see Claire's got that Guzzlord in the back, which she relied upon for a lot of those battles that we were casting for her last time. And it's not going to like this Jump Bluff. Now, we do see a catch of the Play Rough. That is risky, swapping Jump Bluff into an Azumarill with energy, but that Play Rough is not going to be the move that will do all the damage to the Jump Bluff.
No, and look, it's we can see Claire going for the Corviknight and switching out here. Now this Jump Bluff can go for the Acrobat. Oh, no, actually, it was a charge attack priority. Claire is able to get the Sky Attack off.
Yeah, and so Nighttime Clasher is going to have to protect this thing because, I mean, the Jump Bluff is really the best thing you've got against that Guzzlord in the back, which is weird to say, saying a Grass type is your Dragon counter. But there we are. Here we are in the meta at the moment. And Acrobatics is going to take out a bit over half of the remaining HP from the Corviknight, but the Corviknight does have the 2 shields remaining to hide behind if necessary.
Yeah, look, the Corviknight has to throw a move because we know these sand attacks do next to nothing on this Jump Bluff. Actually, next to nothing to most Pokemon, let's be honest. But we can see that it's just farming up a lot here. The Feraligatr now comes out. So Rocket Claire is able to go for this Sky Attack here. Does Nighttime Clasher shield or not?
It's a regular Feraligatr, so it can tank the move, but chooses not to. And now Nighttime Clasher is all out of shields. So now the Guzzlord's going to come out. Oh, now the Ice Beam is going to take a lot of health from this Guzzlord. But like I said, it is not a Shadow Feraligatr, so maybe it can take it. Rocket Claire not going to take that chance.
Not that chance at all. And safely shielding this Guzzlord. This Guzzlord is really, it's got so much health here. I think it was worth the shield. It's able to now go for the Brutal Swing. There's no shields left on Nighttime Clasher's side.
Yeah, but this Guzzlord is fighting, I think, a losing battle because that Brutal Swing is not going to take it out, and the Ice Beam is already... How much damage is this going to do to the Snow White Guzzlord?
I'm not sure there, Fish. It might take it out. It might just hold on to a sliver of health, and it does hold on. It's able to endure, get to the next Brutal Swing, and now it's met with this Jump Bluff.
Yeah, the Sludge Bomb, of course, would have been better, but Rocket Claire correctly assessing that it was not going to get to that Sludge Bomb, so it's just going to throw that Brutal Swing out a little bit early, and now one more Fairy Wind will take it off the field.
Those Fairy Winds are super effective against that Guzzlord, so now Rocket Claire has to make a decision. Does she bring out the Corviknight, or does she bring out the Azumarill? There's no shields in play. It's all about charge attacks.
Yeah, and I don't think either of those Pokemon could have gotten to their attack before Jump Bluff did. Luckily for the Azumarill, this thing might survive. It is an Acrobatics. It just survives and gets off the Ice Beam.
Gets off the Ice Beam. This Ice Beam will connect onto this Jump Bluff. This Jump Bluff will be out of play.
And so that's all she wrote for Jump Bluff. It is now up to Feraligatr and Lapras. Lapras does have a lot of energy and managed to get one Psywave worth off, and it will throw the Ice Beam into the Corviknight, the move that does more damage just for good measure, and it's going to finish off the Corviknight and get 1 point for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, look, I think it was a really interesting play there and some unusual matchups, but Nighttime Clasher is well known for getting out of sticky situations and was able to maneuver around Rocket Claire's team, especially around that Guzzlord, because we've seen in previous matches Guzzlord has been such a crucial Pokemon for Rocket Claire, and I think Nighttime Clash has probably been hiding in the corner, making some notes going, oh, Guzzlord, need to look after that one.
And yeah, it paid off because the Feraligatr getting to 2 Ice Beams really put that thing on the mat, and while it did survive that second Ice Beam, it was a real struggle. You saw that 2 Fairy Winds from the Jump Bluff was enough to take it out. It stopped the Guzzlord from being able to get a Sludge Bomb that would have rendered the Jump Bluff ineffective, and that Nighttime Clasher rode that wave to victory.
Yeah, rode the wave with two water types as well. So let's go through their teams just briefly. Nighttime Clasher bringing that Lapras, the Claydol, the regular Feraligatr, the Tinkaton, the Shadow Jump Bluff, and the Shadow Drapion.
Rocket Claire has got the Guzzlord, Talonflame, Azumarill, Claydol, Corviknight, and Ferret. So she's running double flyer. Talonflame is something that we've seen on a few teams, but until the previous match that Steve and Trotter casted, we hadn't actually seen one used in action.
I see. So maybe it's time again.
Maybe it's time to come back out.
Against those like double water types, and also with a Shadow Drapion that can get to the Aqua Tails, it's a bit scary trying to bring a Talonflame out. So what would you do in this situation if you're Rocket Claire? Go, okay, all right, if I bring the Guzzlord out, they're going to have something that's going to cover that with the Lapras, with the Ice Beam, with the Feraligatr, with the Ice Beam. So what would you consider in game 2?
So I like what the results that she was getting when she was leading with the Guzzlord, being able to utilize those shields really effectively against, the two water types are both Pokemon that are throwing resisted fast attack damage, and so it's one of those situations where if you use the shield, especially if you use it correctly, like you're not baited or anything, then you can come out of that matchup not only having beaten the opposing Pokemon, but also with a lot of HP remaining to be able to utilize that further on.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really good play if she does lead with that. What would you pair with it?
Well, we are going to find out. Rocket Claire and Nighttime Clasher into game number 2. Nighttime Clasher leading the jump bluff, and it is going to be met by Rocket Claire's Claydol.
Yeah, and look, those rock tombs are going to hit hard on that jump bluff, but the jump bluff can endure quite a bit. So we'll see if it gets to that point. Goes for the acrobatics first to be able to launch it and connect onto this Claydol.
And so the acrobatics, we've seen it a few times already in the past. It does take it into the yellow, and now Rocket Claire is going to throw one more Mud Slap before throwing out a charge attack, which Nighttime Clasher does not shield.
Yeah, look, she did get all the way to the Ice Beam, so potentially could have gone for that particular move. Nighttime Clasher safely actually not shielding. So it has gone the attack fall. However, we know that the Claydol can endure, but I don't think it will endure this one.
It's going to be tough. It does have the defense drop. The acrobatics is enough to take it out. And so now Jump Bluff is there with not much energy left, but half its HP. So it can do a lot of work still in the battle.
Yeah, that timer is going down. We're down to 0. That Corviknight comes out and is met by this Lapras.
So the double water lineup, and I think it's looking pretty good for Nighttime Clasher at the moment. The Corviknight is not going to be locked in against that Jump Bluff, so Jump Bluff can maybe come in against this Azumarill later on. The Lapras is basically just an interim Pokemon, so that it can be the Jump Bluff into the Azumarill later, and the Feraligatr into the Corviknight.
Yeah, we'll be in this matchup for quite a bit because we know both of these Pokemon are quite tanky, and it's able to take these charge attacks. But it's really all about the clock here, the switch timers, and switching out and when that becomes available.
Yeah, Lapras is just going to take off as much of the Azumarill's HP as it can. I think Nighttime Clasher is just going to look to invest both of those shields into the Feraligatr at the moment. I don't think he will use a shield on the Lapras. Let's see how it goes. I might be wrong.
Yeah, and we can get to the next play rough here from the Azumarill, and Nighttime Clasher safe again, not shielding, and it will take this Lapras probably into the red.
The Lapras does just survive, and you don't really want to give up switch advantage here, and so the Lapras will just do as much damage as it can. Now, the Rocket Claire is trying something out. She's switching into the Corviknight, knows that if she doesn't, then the Lapras can just farm the Azumarill down, and the more energy, the worse it is.
Yeah, and now Nighttime Clasher safely goes into the Feraligatr. Again, both opponents have shields in play. No shields have been used just yet, and this Iron Head is now being launched.
Oh, and no way! Nighttime Clasher, almost did not shield the Iron Head. That would have been such a heads-up play, but does end up using that shield, and you'd think one Hydro Cannon plus some Shadow Claws would be enough to take out this Corviknight.
Yeah, but here Rocket Claire uses their first shield on this Hydro Cannon, but Nighttime Clasher is already probably 2 Shadow Claws away from another one.
And throws that Hydro Cannon, and Rocket Claire is under pressure. She probably will have to use that shield. She does use it in the end. She does have that Azumarill there, which can maybe catch the last Hydro Cannon, but it is going to be tough.
It is a tough battle here. We can see that these sound attacks are building up. We've got so much energy on that Corviknight, and now this Azumarill is going to be versing against this Feraligatr. Feraligatr goes for this Hydro Cannon. Fish, does the Azumarill survive this?
I don't think so. It is not a Shadow Feraligatr. It does go... Oh, no! Wow. So that is incredible. The Azumarill just survived the Psywave. Nighttime Clash is super quick with the reflexes. The Feraligatr is going to come back out, but now that Corviknight came out with so much energy there and is going to throw one Iron Head, which will be shielded, and leaves the Rocket Claire with enough energy, I believe, to throw it. No, it is 2 back-to-back Iron Heads.
Yeah, look, that was such quick play and quick reflexes, like you said, from Nighttime Clasher to able to clinch that. And now this Hydro Cannon will connect onto the Corviknight, taking it off the field. It means that 2-0 Nighttime Clasher.
That was impressive. That was that came very, very close in the end because that Azumarill managed to survive that Hydro Cannon. It could have finished off the Feraligatr, but Nighttime Clasher responding really, really quickly by throwing out the Lapras, and one Psy-Wave was enough to take the Azumarill out and neutralize all that energy, and the Feraligatr could finish the job that it was originally put on the battlefield to start.
Yeah, and that's knowing about turns. We know that with that Psy-Wave, it's one turn, so it's just so quick, where a bubble takes 3. So it means that it's able to snipe straight into that Azumarill, taking it off the field, taking the energy away. It means that it clears that Azumarill and it's able to clean it out in the end.
Yeah, so that is a really, really awesome play from Nighttime Clasher, and he's going to continue in the matchup while Rocket Claire. That's it for today for her, but I believe she does manage to pick up some championship points.
Yeah, absolutely. So Claire's done incredibly well in this regional. It is losers round, so it does mean that she is out of the current regional. Nighttime Clasher continues his losers run. So you still, you're just you're hanging on. You're hanging on and trying to get back into the grand finals. And look, Nighttime Clasher is someone that has done it before, so it's completely possible. But I just thought it was a little bit funny where we had Rocket Claire. She's come third in 2 regionals. Nighttime Clasher's been on a bit of a run of thirds of late, so we will see in the battle of thirds. We can see that Nighttime Clasher has made it out in this particular match, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he lands in this Melbourne regional.
And there's not too many trainers left.
No, there is not. I think we're getting to the tippy point of the regional now, and it's been really fierce on the floor, Fish.
Yeah, absolutely. As we to bring up the bracket now, so we've got on the winner side of the bracket, we have Fort Wire versus Poker Moneymaker, both winning their respective groups, and now they are entering that top cut, I guess you could say, on the winner's side. In the losers bracket, we still have Valiant, Vish, and Nighttime Clasher that are yet to play, and Elcavissimo will be facing the winner of Gone versus Sustenance Eater.
Yeah, that's correct. So we can see that we just played the match of Rocket Claire versus Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher is now going to verse Valiant Vish, who is well known within the Oceania region. Valiant Vish came very close in the Brisbane regional, so he's trying to make his way back and try and do a repeat in Melbourne. But what's really great is that we can see Fort Wire is still in that winners bracket. So, like we said, we're pseudo claiming him as a local of this area, and he's up against Poké Moneymaker. It's going to be a tough battle because Poké Moneymaker, again, world-renowned a player from Japan. So we know that he is very good at executing his plays as well. But Fort Wire has been on a hot streak. He has played incredibly well in this regional. Like we said earlier, getting enough championship points to, I believe, now secure his spot for Worlds in Anaheim.
Yeah, which is, it must be such a good feeling. I've been there before. I can attest to it. Like the moment you realize, like, okay, no matter how it goes from here, I've done what needs to be done to get that invite and get the travel award, as the case may be. Like it's a real big feeling of accomplishment.
Yeah, and look, it's a hard slog. I think because with this season, it's not like last season where you get a certain amount of championship points and you're locked in for Worlds. This particular season, you got to fight it out all the way to the end. It's a long year to try and get those championship points, to try and make it up the leaderboard. And with Oceania only having 3 regionals, you can't have a bad regional. If you have a bad regional, you've got to start considering flying out or going elsewhere to try and get those championship
or
points.
Becoming a caster.
Yeah, Fish, hey? But what I was saying is also it's hard to access locals. Locals are something that is available for certain areas. And so, get involved with your local community, possibly run some locals in your area to get a few championship points. Also play some PvP, build up your skill set, play some great league, trade some mons. And I think it's a great way to start wanting to go to these regionals, a bit of like an early play to experiment around on what teams, how to learn the actual game itself, and just build your community there.
All right, so we are moving on to the loser side of the bracket where we've got Nighttime Clasher, who we did just see against Rocket Claire. He is now taking on Valiant Vish. So things are not easy for Nighttime Clasher at the moment.
No, so look, we just had Nighttime Clasher. He came off the hot streak from just with that game with Rocket Claire, but it's against Valiant Vish. Again, Valiant Vish is a very calculated player. And let's go through his team because we've gone through Nighttime Clashes, but we haven't gone through Vish's just yet.
Yeah, so Valiant Vish is running the Shadow Jumpluff, the regular Lapras, regular Drapion, the Tinkerton, Shadow, Blastoise, and the Diggersby.
Yeah, the Diggersby is an interesting choice. I know that I kind of said my opinion about Diggersby earlier, but it's one that I feel like I just want it to have something like Earthquake. I want it to have something that is able to just do a bigger move. It just has these little small, in my opinion, small charge moves.
I mean, Scorching Sands does a pretty good job for it.
Yeah, it's not enough. I want more.
Yeah, I don't know what you would add to Diggersby to make it more. What about a fast attack? Maybe, what's a good fast attack? Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch Diggersby.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, maybe I can be convinced.
All right, so Sucker Punch, Scorching Sands. Watch out for it in the next meta update from Niantic.
But we can see on Vish's side, we've got that Shadow Blastoise. Again, hasn't been brought into many games as of yet, and not successfully. So I would love to see Vish bring it out. But do you think it's effective against Nighttime Clash's team?
It's going to be a little bit interesting. It does have play into everything, but everything has play into it as well. So the Lapras and Feraligatr matchups are the ones I'm particularly interested in.
Yes.
I think both of those do slightly favor the Nighttime Clashes side, but Blastoise does have the play there. The really interesting thing with Blastoise is that it's getting to its first Hydro Cannon in 12 turns, which by Great League standards these days is pretty slow. And then after that, if you manage to survive that without using a shield, then you're in a really good spot, because then every other one after that is coming in 9 turns, which is above average. The league average is around 10 turns. Like, if it's kind of a standard. Anything slower than that is a bit too slow, and anything faster than that is like real quick.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with They Love Jai, who loves running Shadow Blastoise, and his advice, because I was asking a bit of advice about Go Battle League teams. And it's like, look, if you get a Shadow Blastoise, you just need one rollout advantage. Once you have that secured, you pretty much can like 2 shields and like run the game. And I was like, oh, okay, write that down. I didn't run it to success. Let's just put it that way. It was,
easier said than done.
Yeah, look, let's just say the Shadow Blastoise is on the bench.
And the regular Drapion, very interesting as well. I have to admit, I am really not familiar with what regular Drapion does for you over the Shadow.
Well, look, it just has a bit more bulk. I can see a quick message from PvP Steve that Diggersby has Earthquake, so maybe that's a sign. That's just a spice. Let's bring it up next time.
Everyone's being silly and running Scorching Sands on it.
Why are you running Scorching Sands? Yeah, it's all about Earthquake. But now we've got the teams locked in: Valiant Fish versus Nighttime Clash, and we've got a Tinkerton versus a Lapras.
And so the Lapras is going to be doing damage very consistently over time, whereas with the Tinkerton, it's going to build up to that player up and then bam, chunk a bit of health away.
Yeah, look, Tinkerton, I love its little hammer that comes out, but it can take so much damage. This Sparkling Aria should probably not go shielded, because it's not going to do too much. Just look at how much health it still has.
Yeah, this is where a Shadow Lapras does come in better handy for you. The Psywaves are doing double the damage from the Shadow than what they do on the regular, and then obviously the Sparkling Aria is doing a little bit more as well, and so you can get rid of a Tinkerton in 2 Sparkling Arias.
Yeah, look, especially if it was a Shadow, it would just do so much. But we can see now with a regular Sparkling Aria, will connect onto the Tinkerton, and the Tinkerton is in the red and can hold on. It's able to even get to the Play Rough or even double Bulldoze at this stage, and the Sparkling Aria has been tapped, but we can see that the Tinkerton is able to launch first.
I do think the Play Rough is the better move rather than the double Bulldoze, and we see, look, there's so much water in this battle, both running double water, one running ABB and one running ABA.
Yeah, and look, we can see that it's straight switch out because the Nighttime Clash are going straight for that Lapras. Now this Shadow Blastoise is in play. Can we see it actually survive and take it out, this Lapras?
Yeah, we see the Blastoise is running the Skull Bash, so this is really good news for the Blastoise. The Sparkling Aria is nowhere near as effective as what the Skull Bash would be. And now, oh, hello, is that a bait? We see the Hydro Cannon, and Nighttime Clasher is falling for it, so that is a big shield, and that will allow them to get to another Skull Bash in 9 turns.
Yeah, look, it means that Valiant Fish has the shield advantage, and now bring out the Jump Bluff. Now Nighttime Clash is doing their own bait here, go for the Sparkling Aria instead of the Ice Beam.
Valiant Fish almost had ice in his veins. Unfortunately, there is no ice to be seen, and now the Acrobatics is going to hit instead, and this might elicit a shield of its own.
Yeah, we'll see what Not Time Clasher does here. Holds on, decides not to shield. This Acrobatics will connect. This Lapras is holding on to such little health. Can get to the Ice Beam here. Vish needs to make a decision.
Yeah, surely you're getting the shield here, right? You shielded the last one. You have to shield this one. Does eventually make the decision. They always wait until the very last moment. They're stream conscious, I think.
Yeah, possibly. They just want the content. Now we can see this Acrobatics is being launched onto this regular Feraligatr. Feraligatr decides not to shield because we know it can endure.
Yeah, and with no shields in hand, so the Jumpluff is going to get straight out of there because it knows what an Ice Beam can do without shields. The Hydro Cannon is going to connect to this Blastoise, and it's really got to get the... Oh, no, we go for the Undercharge here. I don't think that's enough. I think that it needed a little bit more damage, or maybe not. It has to be able to Shadow Claw down that Blastoise before it can get to another Hydro Cannon, or just leaving it alone.
Yeah, it brings out the Tinkaton to try and get some Fairy Wind damage here to farm up some energy. Does get to the Hydro Cannon, but the Fairy Wind takes that Blastoise out. There was so much energy on there, and now this Play Rough will connect onto this Shadow Jumpluff.
Oh, this is tough because I don't think this Play Rough is enough to KO. Yeah, not even close. And so the Jumpluff will be able to Fairy Wind that Tinkaton all the way down, and now it is up to the Lapras with no HP and no energy either. The Jumpluff can just Fairy Wind the rest of the team all the way down, and that is a point on the board for Vish.
That is to valiant Vish, and well played there. I think it was really interesting to bring out, again, when a Nighttime Clasher in the previous match with Rocket Clear, bringing the Lapras and the Feraligatr, trying to bring that match or that line against valiant Vish, but Vish was like, nope, I'm all over it. I'm going to bring out the Shadow Blastoise.
Yeah, right? And that's how it's done, right? So Shadow Blastoise getting the job done. So I think that looking back on that, it looked to me like I felt like trying to get the Shadow Claw down onto the Blastoise was the play. Shielding the Hydro Cannon if it does come, and then hitting anything that came out after that with successive Hydro Cannons as well. Unfortunately, the way Nighttime Clasher played it out, Valiant Vish was able to just get the Fairy Wind down from there.
Yeah, and look, what do you do if you're a Nighttime Clasher here? And like, Nighttime Clasher is well known for coming back from tough situations. But if you were in his shoes and you just had that loss with Valiant Vish, what do you do now at this point?
Yes, I'm looking at maybe the Shadow Jumpluff. I think has got a lot of play into pretty much everything except for the Tinkaton on Vish's side, and so if you want to run maybe Feraligatr to pair with that, because I think Feraligatr does do quite well into the Tinkaton, especially the non-Shadow variety. The Shadow might be a bit too scared of the Play Rough and then subsequent Fairy Winds after that, whereas the Feraligatr can handle that a lot better.
Yeah, I do like the look of the regular Feraligatr just because it can handle quite a lot. We might even get like a Tinkaton mirror in this case, because there's...
And I'm amazed we haven't seen that yet, to be honest.
Well, we haven't seen it. I believe the others have. Now we're into game 2. We can see this Shadow Drapion against a Shadow Jumpluff.
And this is an interesting matchup. Both of these Pokemon can come away with wins depending on how it's played. I like to personally wait for the Drapion to throw. If I'm playing the Jumpluff, I wait for the Drapion to throw their attack first. If the Crunch gets the defense drop, then I just go for an Acrobatics and dip straight out of there, because at that point, Poison Stings and an Aqua Tail is enough to KO.
Right, so we'll see how Vish plays it out. We can see that the defense has fallen on that Shadow Jumpluff, and now able to go for an Arrow Ace bait there, and then we can see that going for the straight switch up. Here comes that Shadow Blastoise.
And so the Shadow Blastoise, even though it does have the Shadow defense drop, it is going to be able to tank a Crunch very comfortably, and but we get the shield anyway, and so a Hydro Cannon will take out the Drapion from there.
Another defense drop as well on that Shadow Blastoise, and now going for the Hydro Cannon, but it's caught on this Feraligatr. This means that this water typing on the water type is not going to be very effective.
Yeah, but with that defense drop, I think that will make a significant difference here, because the Shadow Claws are going to do a little bit extra damage. The Hydro Cannon is going to do a little bit extra damage as well, and the Hydro Cannon coming back from the Blastoise is not going to be enough to KO this Feraligatr. I don't think NTC will choose to use a second shield on the Gator, so I think it will just tank this next Hydro.
Yeah, look, he's got 2 shields in play. Will he play any of those shields there, or just let it go? Lets it go. This will connect with Feraligatr. The Feraligatr's on a little bit of health there, and Vish going straight to the switcher, saving that Shadow Blastoise, and now able to go for an Arrow Ace and clean out this Feraligatr.
Yeah, and Nighttime Clasher can't afford to try and shield that and get to an Ice Beam. It wouldn't have made it. The Fairy Winds would have KO'd from there. So now it's up to Lapras, and with no shields left on Vish's side, maybe even just Sidewaves and the Sparkling Aria. I don't think you need to build up all the way to an Ice Beam for that, and that is exactly what Nighttime Clasher does.
Yeah, look, I think he can see going, how do I navigate and win this match here, and just go for the Sparkling Arrow, taking that jump buff out of play. Again, like you mentioned, there's no shields on Fish's side. It means that Nighttime Clasher has 2 shields. Bulky Pokemon like Lapras, such large amount of health left, and a bit of a Drapion in the back that he can switch at any time.
And so, wow, Nighttime Clasher had the shields there, could have used them, but is instead going to not only take out that the Blastoise's energy, but also get it off the field with that crunch that was stored up.
Yeah, look, and that's just like that switch. It's so clever and so quick as well to get onto that crunch. Now we can see a Lapras mirror here. This Sparkling Arrow will connect onto Valiant Vicious Lapras, but we know we'll do a little damage here. But the key is that both of them do not have Skull Bash.
That's right, which means with the shields all being on Nighttime Clasher's side, the only thing that can help Valiant Vish here is the power of friendship. And we'll see if he can utilize that in the closing stages of this battle, or whether he will just give up the point to Nighttime Clasher in the end.
Yeah, look, we'll go get Sparkling Aria after Sparkling Aria after Sparkling Aria for this match here, because we can see that, again, Nighttime Clasher still has a shield in play. Valiant Vish actually going for the Ice Beam here, and Nighttime Clasher decides to shield, even though it will not be very effective, but might as well use the shield. Why save it for next game?
Yeah, right. They're messing around at the moment. Obviously, Vish opting to save the friendship play for battle number 3.
Yeah, why not just go for an undercharge at this point? But let's try and do as much damage as possible. And now Nighttime Clasher can go for that.
Oh,
Ice
come
Beam.
on, guys!
Wait, just Ice Beam, Ice Beam, Ice Beam. Oh my goodness, it's getting a bit cold in Melbourne. Are you feeling it? I'm feeling
it's getting to that time of year. Obviously they just wanted to give the casters as much pain as possible, just watching the Ice Beams go through, just really extend that Lapras battle out as long as possible.
Oh, look, I love Lapras, and it's great to see 2 on screen, and look, a bit of fun, and that's what we want in the regional as well. Not only are you playing against another trainer, you're playing against friends. I believe that Valiant Vish and Nighttime Clasher, they're both well-known players, and they probably have screamed or played against each other at some point. So they're probably having a bit of a laugh at the moment. But it does mean that we have even the scores, Fish.
Yeah, so Nighttime Clasher and Valiant Vish both just so consistent. Like, you don't see either of these guys having a bad day.
Yeah.
Very
rarely.
Yeah, right. And
they're both in losers.
And they're both in losers, but very deep in losers. So they both secured championship points, and quite a few of them. And one of these trainers will be able to just make it that little bit extra distance and get some more championship points to add to their total.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough match, especially for this decisive game 3. And look, I don't even know where to start. What would you bring if you're a Nighttime Clasher? Because I think Vish has some. He can think. Vish has a bit of a psychic ability, in my opinion. He kind of I feel like he knows what people bring.
He is a good reader.
Let's go into game 3. We can see the Shadow Drapion against the Lapras.
This is slight advantage to the Lapras, but there is just plenty of ways that this can play out. And so just because it does win on paper, the Lapras does not mean that that's how it will play out on the battlefield.
Yeah, this Crunch will connect onto Valiant Vicious Lapras. We'll see if it does get the defense drop here. Crunch connects, and there is no debuff.
Yeah, so it might be able to just survive that second crunch now because of that. The Sparkling Area will come out, and same thing, the Drapion will be able to tank 1, and the Psywaves are resisted, so it's a little bit of time pressure to get to that second move.
Look, it can tank 1, but it's already in the red, and look, it's going to be such little health, but the pressure is on. But we can see that crunch is being launched. Valiant Vish deciding not to shield the Lapras there, and it will connect and take the Lapras out.
Yeah, and really well timed by Nighttime Clasher as well, throwing that exactly at the moment that Vish got the Sparkling Aria ready. So Nighttime Clasher is just getting straight out of there so that Valiant Vish can't just farm all the way down with his own Pokemon. The Feraligatr into the Drapion is a matchup that has been played out quite a lot in Go Battle League. I don't think quite as much in Play Pokemon. So really interesting to see how this one goes.
Yes, and we can see Nighttime Clasher going for the first shield for this game, shielding up the actual regular Feraligatr. The Feraligatr would have been able to take the crunch, but I think he's putting value on this Feraligatr and holding on. This Hydro Cannon is going through. It's going to connect onto this regular Drapion.
And Nighttime Clasher going for that second Hydro Cannon, and unfortunately it's going to have to tank a crunch first. So once it dislodges the jaws of the Drapion from its side, it can then throw the extra Hydro Cannon or build up a little bit more energy first now that it's got time.
Yeah, and look, no shields in play from Nighttime Clasher, and this Drapion is on such little health, but Vish is finally using one of its shields, shielding up that Drapion.
So now Nighttime Clasher getting out of there as well, and the Drapion's going to come out as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here. The Drapion on Valiant Vish's side is going to have to throw the energy that it has built up to get that off the field, and now the Lapras is going to come out and going to try and farm it down. Unfortunately, the Blastoise is there, and we've seen this before. Blastoise does enjoy this matchup.
Yeah, these rollouts are super effective against this Lapras, and it didn't want Nighttime Clasher to farm down on that Drapion. Now it's able to protect their Shadow Blastoise. This Ice Beam will not connect, so it means that this it can go for a Skull Bash. There's no shields in play there, Fish.
Oh yeah, so I'm thinking Skull Bash and then just roll out all the way down from there. That's got to be the play from here. Look at how much damage that does.
And the defense has risen, which is fantastic, means that Shadow Blastoise can last a little bit longer. This Sparkling Aura is just going to tickle.
Yeah, so, I mean, with the defense buff as well, the Blastoise can take that into stride, Shadow or not. So now it's got so much energy that it can throw into the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to do as much as it can, but I don't think there is much that it can do.
It can endure. It has enough energy to throw a Hydro Cannon, now up to almost 2, but it didn't make it. That rollout connected, had so much energy on that Feraligatr. It means that Valiant Vish can go for the Hydro Cannon, can connect onto this Lapras.
That's Shadow Blastoise.
Shadow Blastoise!
Shadow Blastoise! Let's go. Look at how much work it was able to do. It almost carried that whole battle for Vish and carried him through to the next round of Losers Bracket.
Yeah, look, and that means Nighttime Clasher is out of the Melbourne Regional. He was coming in as a hot favourite, and we can see our local, we'll call it local, Valiant Vish being able to take out that match. And look, and did it in such fashion with the Shadow Blastoise. I'm converted. Let's go bring it back out.
Yeah, let's do it. I expect Shadow Blastoise to be #1 in usage at the next regional.
Yes, absolutely. Whenever that will be, it'll be maybe Worlds. How about that?
Yeah, it's going to be. People are going to bring 6 Shadow Blastoise onto their team. It's going to be a rule change that's going to allow that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's allowed. Well, stay tuned. We have got more exciting battles to come. We'll have DrTrotter and PvP Steve coming up shortly after this break.
Hi, I'm FishOnAHeater, and I'm here with 3 of Australia's best battlers. I've got Z-Tub above me, They Love Jai in the corner, and Gone 1001 to my left. This is a segment that we are calling One Move Away. We are one move update away from this thing having some play in the Great League. We see it every 3 months. The meta will change completely. Niantic will come out with a series of changes to the meta. They will make some moves better or worse. They will add some moves to Pokemon that didn't previously have them, or they will add new moves into the game, which could completely change things as well. So we thought it would be a really cool thought experiment to find one Pokemon each that we think isn't really meta now, but could be meta given the right set of circumstances in one of these updates. So first I want to hear from Z-Tub. What have you got for us? What Pokemon do you think would be good if it had the right moves adjusted?
So I went with an old meta staple that's kind of fallen out of favor as new Pokemon have come in and really kind of eaten its lunch and just usurped what it used to do. So Umbreon is one that was always a very bulky dark type that you could throw in as a safe swap in Zero Shields, and unless you got hit with an Azumarill or a Fairy, you were in an okay spot. Whereas now there's a lot of dark types that are kind of, and pseudo dark types like Farret that do a lot of the same things it does, but also better and also beat it. So I thought giving it Sand Attack or Quick Attack as a fast move are both very staple moves of Eevee from the main series games. And they're very minor tweaks in terms of energy and damage, but they make a subtle difference to its results. So it gains usually 3 or 4 key matchups in the zeros and ones, especially beating things like Clodsire, Farret. It does also gain wins against Drapion in 0, 1s, and 2s, which allows it to be a dark type that can kind of counter the safe swaps of Sableye and Drapion quite well.
I thought we could give a recently released move and a really good fast move to one of my favorite dragon types, Hakamoto. I think we should give it Shadow Claw, and we should give it Upper Hand. Brick Break is the previous fighting move it had before, and that was pretty horrible. It only makes an impact in the 2 shields. Whereas if you give it upper hand, it does some funny things like beating Morpeko, which it should already do, but it didn't. And with Shadow Claw, with just upper hand, it'll beat Drapion more consistently. Whereas before it was kind of iffy. And with Shadow Claw, it'll pick up Annihilate, Carbink, Corsola, Morpeko, and Sandslash with Powder Snow and Shadow Claw in the zero shields, which is pretty crazy for a Dragon type.
The Pokemon I think needs a buff is Lugia. Lugia needs another charge move and needs a bait because its other moves are pretty good. It's got Dragon Tail, which is good coverage, and Aeroblast is probably one of the best flying moves, although there's a lot of good flying moves. So one of the moves that it can get, probably this is what Niantic will give it, is Psyshock. And basically with this move, it could beat Rhyperior in Master League, which is huge because that's like everywhere in Master League, and also I think it beats Kyogre and a few other things and Palkia. And then in Great League, I think it picks up like Annihilate and Golisopod and Diggersby. And like Diggersby is really popular. It's not gonna have tons of wins in Great League, but it'll make it a bit more meta and maybe a spice pick in some limited metas.
So that is a lot of food for thought. I'm keen to see if any of these changes are made in the future. Maybe Niantic's listening, and we will get back to the battles. Back to you guys in the studio.
We are one move update away from this thing having some play in the Great League.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And we are really getting down to the pointy end of this tournament. But we have a rematch coming up here because there was the match that we're about to view is Elcavissimo versus Egon or Gone 1001. And it was actually it was actually Elcavissimo that knocked Gone into the losers bracket earlier. So now we are back and we're repeating this battle. And we'll see if Gone can get some revenge on the American.
Wow. And yeah, look, there's only 5 battlers remaining in this tournament. Fortuar and Poke Moneymaker are waiting there up in the winners finals, which again will be a best of 5 a little bit later on. We then have Valiant Fish, who just won in a really tight 2-1 set against Nighttime Clasher. Loved that set. Valiant Fish progressing on to the top 4 of this tournament. And then we have Elcavissimo versus Gone that we were going to watch now. And then I believe right after that, we're going to be seeing them versus Valiant Fish to see who progresses on to the losers finals.
There is so much going on in this tournament. There's a lot at stake. I mean, now we're getting some serious prize money here, Steve. So there's a lot to battle for, not just those championship points, which everyone is chasing, but also a little bit of coin in your back pocket.
That's right. And look, at this point, all of these battlers have secured 280 championship points. Actually, we can't even talk about the teams. We're going straight into it. We have the Blastoise, Shadow Blastoise from Gone versus Elcavissimo's Azumarill.
Yep, and I feel like Gone was really thinking it was going to be that Shadow type floating in the lead, so we just doubled down. But this is a very intriguing little matchup here. They pace very similar to the moves they're going to want to throw, and yep, there goes the Blastoise throwing that Skull Bash, getting that defense buff here.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that Blastoise wins the one-shield matchup here. You can see Elcav tanking the move, keeping the energy, and swapping into the Claydol, which is not like a great matchup for Claydol, if we're being totally honest, because these Hydro Cannons do a lot of damage, and you can see Elcav needs to invest the shield here to protect this Claydol.
Yeah, the Shadow just does that little bit more damage, and I mean, Gone is seemingly happy to stay in here. Wow, and Elcavissimo lets him get to another Hydro Cannon. This is going to hurt. You would have thought that Rock Tomb debuff might have been nicer.
Yeah, but look, at this point, the Claydol doesn't care that much about the rollout damage. It really is the charge stacks that matter. And what's really going to matter, I think, in this game is Gone's Jump Life in the back and Elcavissimo's Typhlosion. If those two find each other, Elcavissimo will be cheering. And here's the swap into the Jump Life. Switch Timer is not quite up for Elcavissimo. If he throws this Rock Tomb, he will comfortably be able to swap into the Typhlosion, farm this Jump Life really solidly, but with Gone being able to get so much energy, he's not in that bad of a spot.
Yeah, that extra energy really... Well, no, and he is changing the narrative. Okay. Elcavissimo, not worried. He is going to be running that Typhlosion as a sweeper in the back. Here comes the Acrobatics, putting Azumarill deep into the red, but we have this double super effective Ice Beam. Gon is really going to need to invest the shield. Otherwise, it's good night. And no, happy to let it go.
No, I like this play. He recognizes that Typhlosion could be around, and he wants to invest in his Pokemon that can do so much pressure, like the Shadow Blastoise. Shadow Blastoise and Malamar in the back are such oppressive threats, and not really hard countered by anything on El Cavilsimo's side. So it makes sense to protect here, roll that all the way down, and now you have a Hydro Cannon to throw into really anything except the Superior, and we know that there is no Superior in the back.
There is no Superior in the back, but I feel like El Cavissimo is going to come in with the Claydol here and just eat up this energy. And yes, there it is, having to throw the move. Oh, and going for a full undercharge. I don't think it's going to matter, Steve. I think this is a KO regardless.
Yeah. I'm pretty confident this KOs the Claydol, which means they're going to go straight into the Typhlosion versus the Malamar. They both pace their moves at the exact same rate. The Foul Plays and the Thunder Punch coming up at the same time. But because of that swap out into Typhlosion, having to use one turn to swap into Malamar, Typhlosion is technically slightly ahead.
Slightly ahead indeed. And you can see that here because it is already at double Thunder Punch. And this will be enough to KO from this range. Gon is going to use the shield here, but it's going to be back-to-back Thunder Punches. Let's see, is this getting there? And it is. It's snuck in, and there is that Blastoise in the back, but it's so low on HP, Steve.
Yeah, I think it's got no HP. I don't think it has energy either. If you could sneak in one rollout, there's a chance that you could get a move off, but it is 2 away. Not able to take the Incinerate either. And unfortunately for Gon, got to go down in this game. El Cavilsimo, the Typhlosion in the back, still able to do work.
Typhlosion in the back doing work. Seems to be a bit of a theme for El Cavissimo here today. Fantastic job recognizing that win con, I think quite early there, regardless of what was in the back, was confident that the Typhlosion was going to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting where it was actually important for El Cavilsimo that he lost his Claydol would go down so that he could sort of swap in the Typhlosion for free. Because how swaps work in this game is, if you have to swap into a Pokemon, that will usually take one turn, which means you'll be slightly behind when both of them get to their moves at the same time, which meant that Typhlosion was able to get to 2 Thunder Punches before Malamar could get to its second move, which just meant that Gon really wasn't able to do much. If he had the opportunity to swap into his Blastoise, then maybe he could catch a move, come back in with his Malamar, and get a foul play to win the game. As is, though, unfortunately wasn't able to get there in time, and so now Gon has to really think about how he can sort of maneuver around that Typhlosion in the back. I really think that Gon was probably sitting there thinking that, if he has the Typhlosion, he's going to swap it into my Jumpluff. Because it was a perfect opportunity to get some farm, but I actually really like what Elcalv did with the swap into the Azumarill. It actually made a lot of sense.
Yeah, without that energy ball on the Jumpluff, it really, Azumarill was not so worried. We saw how well it tanked that acrobatics there. Very, very nice maneuver of his Pokemon by El Cavissimo. Really putting the pressure on. Gon needs to come up with a win here. Otherwise, he'll be going packing in the losers bracket matchup today.
Yeah, that's right. They are both vying for a spot in that top 4 of the regional championship. I think it's only 20 championship points that sort of splits the two, but that's not the end of the line. You're fighting for a lot further than top 4.
No one's really happy. You're happy when you make the top 4, but no one's happy to just make the top 4, right? All of these trainers are here to win. They want the top prize. So that's what they're aiming to get. And I think Gon's going to take his time really analyzing things because he lost to El Cavissimo earlier, and now he's like, I can't let it happen again.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the Pokemon that he was running. So he ran the Blastoise, he ran the Jumpluff, and he ran the Malamar. I think on paper, these Pokemon make some sense. Jumpluff is quite a risk, I feel, where, we've seen El Cavilsimo in the past in this tournament run double Incinerate uses, which obviously team-specific, but it's he's willing to go that crazy.
Yeah.
But having Incinerate uses at all almost makes a lot of people sort of really second-guess, do I really want to bring Jumpluff? It might be good into a lot of the other Pokemon, especially the Superior, but as we sort of saw, Azumarill, not that good if you don't have Energy Ball. Claydol, not that good if you don't have Energy Ball. And Furret is a pretty decent matchup, but the truth is I don't really expect to see Furret in these games from El Cavilsimo, but we'll find out in game number 2, and here I am. I should stop speaking. We have Furret in the lead up against Blastoise, which is pretty okay for the Furret.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Just a Sucker Punch damage and getting to those Trailblazers really means it can deal a lot of damage. But this Blastoise really does do quite hard-hitting damage in those Hydro Cannons. The rollouts, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and Blastoise does outpace those Hydro Cannons as well, so Blastoise is able to sort of deliver more pressure onto this Ferret than Ferret is able to deliver back. It's kind of hoping that these Trailblaze boosts give those Sucker Punches a bit more punch, you could say, to try and put that pressure back. But LCAV actually no shielding, wants the shield advantage, and now the Malamar swapping in. This is a matchup we saw a lot early in the 2025 season, Malamar versus Zoomerl. But Trotter, once again, I'm seeing a Jump Off in the back, and I'm seeing Typhlosion in the back.
Yeah, and up shield. So there's no way Elcavissimo is going to be using any shields here. Knows all of the charge moves are resisted. Is not only going to win this matchup, but going to come out with some extra energy. A little bit of extra cheddar for your cheese, you know?
Yeah, and we're actually seeing Gon go for the superpower, and this makes some sense where he's locked into this matchup. He kind of wants this Malamar to lose. He wants this guy out of here, doesn't want to give the opponent too much of an advantage, and so we see LCAV going for the play rough. He's fully charging it. He just wants to get this Malamar out of here, keep the Azumarill around, and this might make sense if you're sort of expecting to see a Pokemon that you can do some damage to in the back. Even a play rough into the Blastoise can do quite well, and that would really set up LCAV quite well. But if you're Gon, you have to recognize that there is likely a Typhlosion in the back. And so he has to be sort of calculating, how do I beat a Typhlosion? And he's sort of deciding, well, let's just get rid of the Azumarill first, and then maybe we can figure it out from there.
Yeah, this is going to be really tricky for Gon to maneuver correctly. Just that extra shield. And look, the energy there. Oh, and goes for the catch, but there is the Typhlosion.
Oh.
I feel like this is writing on the wall. Look at those Incinerates. They are absolutely annihilating this Jump Off. First shield coming out. It is the Aerial Ace bait, but I don't think Elcavissimo is too bothered by this.
No, I don't think that this Jump Off is going to be able to get to 3 moves before this Typhlosion incinerates him all the way down. You can see that Gon, I don't think he even went for the charge attack there. He could have gone for it to try and get some chip damage onto Typhlosion, but I think he has seen the writing is on the wall. Typhlosion, Thunder Punch going to take out Jump Off. We're going to see Gon's Blastoise come back in, but yeah, there's just not much that he can do here. He's going to actually throw the Hydro Cannon here, but look, you really need to try and go for that Jump Off, I suppose. But imagine you go for the Aerial Ace. They don't shield. They shield up this Hydro Cannon, and you still lose the game. So unfortunately for Gon, he is going to be knocked out of this tournament. Well, maybe we don't speak too soon. Maybe we should just let the game play out, because this Thunder Punch is going to proceed to protect shield. But here it is. Here's another Thunder Punch, and now we can say Elcavissimo will be progressing on to top 4 of this tournament.
Yeah, there's the 2-0 graphic is already up there. The battle's not even over. I think it's pretty comfortable. We all know that it was just a little bit too much for Gon to overcome there. I would have liked to have seen Gon look at a different route. He never used that Stunfisk. Stunfisk was great into the Azumarill, was great into the Typhlosion, it's great into the Talonflame. We'd expect those were coming, but it's one of those things, right? It's hard because you don't want to run it into the Ferret with the Trailblaze. Obviously, it's going to get destroyed by Serperior. Mm-hmm. It's not going to do well into the Claydol. But it was one of those risks versus rewards, and it just didn't quite come off here for Gon.
Yeah. Quite often trainers don't enjoy losing on the select battle screen, right? If you can do that, put in a Stunfisk and you see a Superior and you're like, oh heck, this is not good. Sometimes it can really get a little bit sticky from there. And so Gon is a player that you've talked about before, a very technical player. He likes to sort of play out these neutral scenarios that he can sort of try and strategize out the win. But unfortunately for Gon, the Typhlosion was just so incredibly strong. And there's a reason it was on my caster picks, let's just say.
Fantastic. Lovely gentleman of the community as well. So well done, Gon 1001, on your run here in Melbourne. And congratulations to Elcavissimo on moving through in the losers bracket. And we are getting ready now for the next battle. And there has been a few, we're discussing what we're going to be doing, if we're going to be doing the winners final now, or there's still a couple of losers matches. They're still exactly seeing which one's going to be on the stream phones right now.
Fair enough. Well, look, we have 4 battlers left. We have up in the winners finals waiting is going to be Fortois versus Pokemoneymaker. Again, Fortois, aka Greg from America, taking on Pokemoneymaker from Japan, the perennial 3rd place champion from the Perth Regional Championships. And then we have in that sort of losers semi-final, I suppose you could call it, with Valiant Vish versus Elcavissimo. We've sort of got Aussie versus international, fly-in on both sides of the bracket.
Yeah, there's a bit of a vibe going through here. So, I mean, we'll be remiss, right? We want our Australian friends to win. But Pokemoneymaker and Elcavissimo, I almost feel like, they've both been to 2 Australian Pokemon Regional Championships. They're kind of their second home, right?
That's right. They both competed in Perth. I think different Perths. I think Elcavissimo played in the 2024 Perth Regional Championships. Pokemoneymaker played in the 2025 Perth Regional Championships. And now coming for a second swing at the 2025 Melbourne regional championships, and they're all playing really well as well. It's really cool to see. Obviously, some people are relying on one of the two Aussies to qualify to keep their own world's qualification spot. But I think all of these battlers would really deserve the spot, I think is a really important thing.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is these battlers haven't followed the grain super closely. They're not on that top meta. Fort Wars running that Mandibuzz and the Sableye.
Yeah.
We've got Valiant Vish also running the Shadow Blastoise.
And the regular Drapion.
And El Cubismo running double Incinerate. So it's wide open. It is up to you as a trainer and battler to pick your Pokemon and use them to their best of their abilities. It's not just about running your Tinkatonk and Tinkatonk counters.
Yeah, I feel like in the Might and Mastery season, it's so much like there's clearly a meta build, right? Like everyone sort of has the that archetype where there's a water, there's some sort of grass, there's some sort of steel, there's a flyer in there. And, as long as you cover all of the roles, you've sort of got a good meta team. You can literally run like the top 6 off a usage graphic, and that is a team in the Might and Mastery season. I think that what we're seeing sort of tournament after tournament, and it's sort of becoming clearer and clearer, almost consistently in the top 4, you're seeing some like wacky teams really sort of succeeding in each tournament. Most of the top 16 is filled with the meta you would expect, but the very tippy top, you really see some people that are thinking outside the box. They're thinking of how they can actually tackle this meta. What is one step ahead of the meta? And I think, Typhlosion, for example, from El Cubismo is a big hit.
Yeah, it's that anti-meta picks that seem to really come to the forefront into the tournament today. So congratulations to those trainers being ahead of the curve. It was not something that I was expecting. We did talk a little bit earlier about the double water line being great. Who would have thought double fire in stark contrast to the double water, which is what we were expecting. Yeah. The double dark, double ground from Fort Wayne, such an enjoyable dynamic, and it's really changed the landscape of the tournament. Where it's not like we were in Perth in December last year, where it was just all Shadow for Alligator and Drapion double shields and get through it. It's really been such a different meta and a different way of going about things. And I'd love to see how this is going to translate in the future for the rest of the season of this Play Pokemon circuit.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it develops. Obviously, there's not a lot of tournaments left on the roadmap from here. I think, this is the final tournament in Oceania. This weekend, we're also going to see the second last tournament in Europe. Over in Utrecht. We're going to see, I think next weekend is the final regional in North America before NAIC next month. And the end this weekend is actually Santiago, which is the final tournament in Latin America. So everything is really coming to a close. We're really starting to sort of learn who is going to be the sort of representatives at the World Championships. And I think that at the end of today, we're really going to get quite a strong idea about who is going to be attending the World Championships.
Fantastic. And Santiago, classically such a strong area for Pokemon Go PvP. They've been doing the work for years in the grassroots tournaments, producing their own streams and getting all of their own content out there. So it's an area where Pokemon Go was absolutely huge. And I was able to visit in 2019, and my gosh, they love their Pokemon. Still have my rank 3 Mantine from way back then that's hasn't been surpassed yet. So really, really cool region, and they really do value this game.
Yeah, it's a very passionate community. And actually, there was a Chilean playing in this tournament, Macro BK. I believe he moved here about a year ago. But, I saw Chile on the list, and I was like, hang on a minute. What are you doing at this regional and not the, Chilean regional going on? But, yeah, he's been living here. I believe he's a content creator from the region as well. So cool to see him compete. Obviously, we didn't get to see him on the broadcast, but hope he had a good time. I think he also competes in the TCG sometimes. But by the looks of it, we are locking in the El Cubismo versus Valiant Vish matchup, the sort of losers semifinals as the next one we're going to see. And then we're really sort of going to get to a head. And here are the teams. And again, we've got that sort of double Incinerate team from El Cubismo and Valiant Vish's team, which is potentially the most standard we have left, even though it has a Shadow Blastoise in it.
Yeah, and we have actually been seeing Valiant Vish relying on that Lapras and Blastoise quite heavily so far in this meta. So it'll be interesting to see, that double fire. Is he gonna call it? Is he gonna rely on that, or is he gonna look elsewhere for his victory?
Yeah, well, I know at the Brisbane Regional Championship, Valiant Vish had a very interesting team where across his 6 Pokemon, he did not have a single type on his team twice. Every type was unique. He had a lot of double typings, for example, like a Galarian Weezing, and so he had no other poison types, no other fairy types. Very interesting team. Whereas here, he has sort of broken that mold a little bit because he does have double water with the Lapras and the Blastoise. But I think that they do operate very differently, right? Lapras is a little bit more of that sort of Azumarill-esque Pokemon where it's very bulky, it's quite neutral into a lot of matchups, and you have some matchups that are relatively nice wins for you as well. It's sort of a little bit stronger than Azumarill in some ways, which I would argue is why it is at a much higher usage than Azumarill has been in recent tournaments. Then you've got the Blastoise, which is a little bit more of that sort of like neutralist, aggressive Pokemon, where you're trying to get as much energy as possible. You're throwing rollout after rollout after rollout to get those Hydro Cannons through, with the potential of that Skull Bash sort of coming in clutch as well sometimes.
Yeah, and he is running the double Skull Bash. So
Yeah.
Lapras and Blastoise are running Skull Bash. So that really does even open up that superior for El Cavissimo. But there's so many counters for Superior. So he's got that Drapion. It's got that Jump Fluff. I mean, and we know the Tinkaton match is kind of close. And the thing is, that's actually a good matchup to lose if you're the Tinkaton. Because then you just come in, farm it down with that Drapion, and then, oh my goodness, if you've got like 5 Poison Stings and even Shields in that Drapion, there's not a lot, that really wants to see that on El Cavissimo's side. Maybe the Azumarill doesn't mind it too much, but even then, it's not a great matchup.
Yeah, it's okay, I suppose. I do think that Valiant Vish almost like he's forced to bring the Drapion, not only for that sort of superior coverage, but also because it is really the only Pokemon that Valiant Vish has that really comfortably outpaces the Typhlosion. It's able to get to those Aqua Tails just that little bit quicker. You even have room to sort of, if you see a Typhlosion, you're still able to swap into your Drapion and win that matchup after swapping in, using one turn to swap, because you still outpace within the 2 Incinerates it takes to get to the Thunder Punches. So there's certainly some play there. You've got a good play into the Talonflame as well. Azumarill, not that bad of a matchup. And even Claydol, as much as it's not good, we've seen it in this tournament where you can actually really play back against it if you don't have the shields ready to invest on the Claydol. Drapion all of a sudden, with some energy, can be really, really bad for you. And so I don't know if either player has like a strong team composition advantage, but I do think the Drapion comes out every single game.
Yeah, it's so strong against this. Obviously, if it's in the Claydol, the Drapion Claydol matchup's interesting. Claydol does need to invest a shield, but the fast move damage puts Drapion into a farmable range, and then it's Typhlosion time, baby. So it's just so tricky. Like we look at these Pokemon matchups where you want to get into an advantageous position, but you have to look how you come out of that position as well. And if you're going to come out of it in a way that's really advantageous to your opponent's Pokemon, especially with something like Typhlosion, which just seems to be able to hit everything, it can be not the nicest place to be in.
Yeah, definitely can be a little bit rough, but look, Valiant Vish is a player that has gotten out of very sticky situations through this tournament. Those battles against Nighttime Clasher even, like I sort of, at some point I was like, ooh, I think Nighttime Clasher might have this, but Valiant Vish, never can him down, Trotter. We need to lock this in, okay?
You can't hold a good man down, Steve, that's right. So, but it's gonna make for a really unique, interesting matchup. So I want to thank El Cavissimo for bringing this awesome and strange team in. And we've got a quick swap sides again. We got Valiant Vish on the left, El Cavissimo on the right, which probably means these battlers are looking at locking in their teams fairly shortly as we move into, what is this? This is considered losers round.
Loser semis.
Loser semis.
Yeah,
Loser semis.
right.
Fantastic. Let's get rid of the numbers. Let's give it a name.
Well, actually, look at these two teams, Trotter. There are 12 unique Pokemon across these two teams, which is very cool as you're sort of getting into that top 4. I'm sort of watching your eyes dart around. Like, I didn't miss anything. No, it's all good. It's all good.
I trust. It's not that I don't trust you, Steve. But now, are you going to call that Fart's not going to be used again? Because last time it came straight out.
Yeah, let's not go for those calls yet. I will say I don't see a lot of targets for it, but it's a sort of a Pokemon that it has quite good neutral matchups across the board for Valiant Vish's team. Tinkaton's quite poor for it, but really all of the other 5 Pokemon you're not completely lost up against. I don't think Farret is a Pokemon. I actually ran Farret at Johannesburg. It's not a Pokemon that is like dominant in a lot of matchups. It's mostly sort of a Pokemon you have to really understand the nitty gritty. You have to be able to go like, okay, I'm going to play this matchup out in a way that leaves them with no energy, but farmable, or I'm going to have energy when I come out of it. You have to really decide, you have to just really strategize about how you use Farret to use it quite well. And so I think El Cavissimo is definitely a person that has done that study.
Yes. Well, we've actually seen El Cavissimo do that exact strategy, but using his Claydol instead, right? So we saw previously he was bringing that Claydol and then drawing out the Credilli, right? You're like, no, why would you do that? And then he doesn't shield it. And you're like, what are you doing?
And then he's like, oh.
Do something. And then you're like, oh, he's farmed it down with Typhlosion. Now Typhlosion has 40 energy for the other Pokemon coming into the drive.
Yeah. And, equal shields or shield advantage, and Elcavissimo, all of a sudden he wins the game, and there's nothing the opponent can ever do. Ever.
It really did feel like that, didn't it? He'd locked them in, and the Incinerates, and there was nothing. There was no catch opportunity. There was no time to get ahead on energy. You were just like, and there was no way you could catch back up.
Yeah.
I wonder, and that is, I think, one of Valiant Vish's strongest assets is he's always able to catch back up in these battles. So is Elcavissimo going to be able to hold that good man down, or is he going to be able to just keep in front, especially and we've seen the strategy. It's quite simple. But sometimes you can't overcome those simple strats.
No, Valiant Vish, I think it's going to be very important for him to not let Elcavissimo get in front. It's not one of those situations where you can very easily claw it back. Once Elcavissimo is off to the races, it is going to be really hard to catch him back up. And so he really needs to be careful about where that Typhlosion is going to land. Because, we're essentially just assuming that Typhlosion is coming, right? Like, it's not even going through my head that he's not going to bring Typhlosion.
Yes, yeah. I feel like it is that sort of scenario. But that is where I think something like Lapras, it's got a little bit more bulk. It can actually eat. We saw it eat a Blast Burn.
Yeah.
And now that was after two extra Incinerates. And now it was in the red. So it only needed 4 Incinerates and it was gone plus the Blast Burn. But it was able to take that. Now, if you can take that and get a shield and let it go, all of a sudden you flip that narrative of low, so a shield disadvantage and they have an energy advantage. You've got this, they may have a little bit of energy, but you've got that shield advantage. And then you can sort of start turning it back your way because Typhlosion does need shields. And now Elcavissimo has been absolutely brilliant at keeping those shields available for himself. But maybe if Valiant Vish is able to just get that little bit extra, that little bit ahead, might be able to change that narrative.
Yeah. I think one of the ways that Elcavissimo really seems to be getting that shield advantage, because he keeps finding himself in those positions where he's sort of putting enough pressure on the opponent that they feel like they have to shield, and then all of a sudden he's like, gotcha. It's Typhlosion time. And I think that Claydol is actually a really strong Pokemon in that sense, but in that realm, I suppose, because Claydol isn't a Pokemon that you can really easily sort of take out with one Pokemon with one move. You need to sort of like push through a little bit harder. And so when you've got like a Jumpluff up against the Claydol, it is able to just like go all the way to the Ice Beam and put a little bit of maybe you want to shield this. You're going to lose your Jumpluff and have to take me out later. Or like we saw even the Azumarill was able to sort of put a little bit of charge move pressure on and be like, oh, do you want to shield? Because if I get shield advantage, you are really going to start going downhill really quick. And
it's like, do you really want me to have shield advantage? I'll take it if you give it to me. And then if you let me have switch, I don't mind that either. So it's that extra bulk that we're seeing on that Claydol, and it's really being used very well by Elcavissimo. Like, I hate to say, I don't want to, because I think he's a fantastic trainer. He's using a one-dimensional strategy,
and it's working.
That's unstoppable. It's like he's got the Infinity Gauntlet, he's got the gems. He's like, you can try if you want, but snap. See you later.
Yeah, it's really going to be hard to... And like, if you look at Valiant Vish's team, it's like, in your head, you're like, but he's got a rollout Blastoise that's doing Hydro Cannon super effective, rollout super effective. If he's got Lapras, the Sparkling Arrows get to it so quick, you can tank moves in the Typhlosion. Surely he's got enough. And the Drapion that outpaces to the Aqua Tail. It's like, he must have enough Pokemon, right? And still, Typhlosion is able to sort of push ahead. And which does sort of... This is a bit of a rogue thought, and I don't think this might...
I can't wait.
Diggersby from Valiant Vish is a really strong counter to Typhlosion. It doesn't look great up against the rest of the squad.
No, I think that's a hot take. But I really think in this matchup, you'll probably see Valiant Vish lean on that Drapion and the Shadow Blastoise.
Yeah.
Just because that super effective rollout damage and the energy that it generates means it's able to effectively hit pretty well everything. And then the flip side comes, what else? Yeah. What else is coming? Are we going to need to counter that Azumarill? Are we looking to counter the Talonflame? But I think it's literally going to be, Vish is going to run something like that. It's essentially going to be a triple water, Steve. I'm looking at that Lapras, the Drapion, and the Blastoise. They all have access to a water attack. Those water attacks are going to hit 3 of the Pokemon for super effective. It's going to hit the Furret neutrally, and the Azumarill doesn't do a whole lot of damage back to those Pokemon because the bubbles are resisted. Ice Beam, who cares? play rough. Yeah, it'll hurt a bit, but we're pretty bulky, and they just pace so much faster than that Azumarill. Add in a Skull Bash buff, and Vish is looking fairly solid.
Yeah, I think that we're on the exact same page, and I think those are the three obvious Pokemon, or not obvious, but it feels like what you might need to do if you're Valiant Vish, because again, Diggersby doesn't look great. Tinkerton also doesn't look very good. You lose to most of Elcavusimo's team. And so it's sort of like, well, you've only got 4 options, and one of them is really weak to Typhlosion. But, again, you have to imagine, this isn't a one-player game. Elcavusimo's on the other side, and he's looking at the exact same teams. He's thinking, I think I know what you're going to bring. It looks like, based on this graphic, that Valiant Vish might have brought that Jumpluff, but we're going to see the Drapion go into the Azumarill in the lead, and we do see Jumpluff in the back. This isn't a bad spot for Valiant Vish to be at all.
No, this is quite good, even though you don't want to use those shields, but sometimes if you're able to just generate so much energy here, look, we can see how much energy Valiant Vish is generating. Oh, he waits for the catch, drawing out that Typhlosion. Look at that, this superior amount of energy drawing out that Typhlosion. Valiant Vish has definitely done his homework here on Elcavissimo.
I like this strategy from Valiant Vish. He's banked so much energy in the back. He's happy to sort of no-shield his Jumpluff here, and then Drapion will be in a really strong position because Typhlosion has a lot of energy now, but he has already burned a shield. He's got 80 energy now, I think, and so now we're going to see Jumpluff sort of going for and getting another shield with the acrobatics here, but now you've got Drapion with sort of free energy, essentially, against this 100 energy Typhlosion.
100 energy goes a long way, but not when you're a Shadow Typhlosion without shields. This is prime here for Valiant Vish, and there is this charge attack priority. Blast Burn coming through. Vish, he does shield. For a second there, I thought there was no shield, and this is going really strongly for Vish, and there is the Aqua Tail. Does this KO from this range, Steve?
I don't think it quite KOs. This is a regular Drapion, so it actually does 20% less damage than we might see otherwise, and I think that has actually let the Typhlosion survive, but he catches the Blast Burn into the Blastoise. This is a great play from Valiant Vish.
Blastoise is able to eat this, even though it's Shadow on Shadow, it's going to be goodness, it's 60% of the HP, and the player off. There's so much energy here on this Azumarill for Valiant Vish. This is really going to put a lot of pressure, from Elcavissimo onto Vish to shield and letting this go. Wow, it is all on Drapion here. Vish is going to need to throw at least 3, maybe even 4 crunches before it will KO.
Yeah, all of these Pokemon everywhere. He gets a defense debuff though. That could actually be huge for Valiant Vish. This is all down to Drapion, and he needs to take out the Azumarill. He needs to take out the Typhlosion, and he needs to take out a Claydol that he hasn't even seen yet. He needs all this energy in case the Claydol is there, because as soon as Elcavissimo smells this Drapion has no energy remaining, it's Claydol time, and it's going to be able to mud slap through before Drapion can get to a charge attack. The switch timer isn't quite up yet, so Valiant Vish is actually quite comfortable sitting here, but he knows that Azu was about to get to a move, and so he goes for the Aqua Tail, goes for the KO, and now he's got a job to do.
Really important there, because they are going to need to get to 2 charge moves to KO this Claydol, and there's the Mud Slap. So 1, 2, and here comes the third. It's throwing the Aqua Tail. So it's going to pace a little bit faster than the Crunch, but it looks like there's only 2 more Mud Slaps, so the damage, this is a really tight battle. It is going to eat those up. No worries. Here comes the slap, and it's game. Wow. Double shielding Elcavissimo, really changing that narrative. Both of the trainers did their best to change the narrative. Valiant Vish safe swap that Jumpluff, got both shields, and then Valiant Vish flipped it back, got both shields back, but then without a shield left, that Claydol was just too dominant into that Drapion.
Yeah, that was actually a really great read from Elcavissimo, where Valiant Vish, he was able to conquer the Typhlosion problem. He sorted that. He essentially built his entire strategy around fixing the Typhlosion problem, which he did great. Unfortunately, I think that any Pokemon except for Claydol, maybe he hasn't played, but Claydol was just the worst possible Pokemon to be sitting there in the back. No shields in play, no excess energy after Elcavissimo forced him to throw his energy into the Azumarill. Again, because if he didn't throw the energy, if he didn't KO with the Aqua Tail, all of a sudden Azumarill gets to a charge attack, Drapion gets even weaker, and then Claydol only needs 1 Mud Slap before it takes it out.
Yeah, so Elcavissimo just changing it up, getting in such a dominant position. You think, save those shields. I need to save those shields. He used those shields, and he used them effectively. And that was the difference, I feel like, in that matchup. He was just able to, even though both trainers did so well in generating all of that energy, that Azumarill, the energy he had on that Azumarill before he left that matchup was just absolutely phenomenal. And there's always such a temptation to throw that Ice Beam, into that Jumpluff. But he knew he wanted to have all that energy on the Typhlosion. So, no, I'm going to double shield and farm that sucker down.
Yeah, that was a really heads-up play from Elkavilsimo, I think, saving all of that energy on Azumarill. I think that because Azumarill has been around for so long, I don't think it's really been used in the Might and Mastery season as an attacker, in a sense. It hasn't been used as that Pokemon to sort of bank energy on to throw at the opportune time. It's been more of a sponge, rather.
Yes.
And so I think he's played in a very interesting way. But we'll see how it goes in game number 2. Diggersby has arrived and is actually meeting the Claydol in the lead.
Now, this is a very unique matchup because it's reasonably neutral. Obviously, the Ice Beam will do a lot of damage to the Diggersby, but it's a not same type attack bonus. So it is going to end up being a little bit more of a neutral sort of thing to throw because Diggersby is so bulky.
Yeah, it is very bulky, so it doesn't care too much about those, especially the Rock Tombs. Does have the Scorching Sands and hoping to get debuffs every single time. Wasn't so lucky on the first one, but now the Claydol has so much energy, it is able to go for these Ice Beams that will do a lot to Diggersby. Doesn't KO, but it is really going to hurt Diggersby's case. And I think that Valiant Vish has again brought a strategy triple strong into that Typhlosion with Drapion and Blastoise in the back.
Yeah, I think both trainers here would actually like to lose this matchup and get a big farm down. It seems to be definitely something they've been gunning for in this tournament so far. And it is close. And wow, and it's swapping straight into that Typhlosion and it's going to get to the Scorching Sands.
Yeah, this is not too bad for Valiant Vish. You at least get one shield, but at quite a cost. Elkavilsimo has really picked up a fair bit of energy on this Typhlosion. Valiant Vish needs to swap into one of these water types. I think the Drapion you'll still be able to outpace because you have the shield advantage, but he's actually going for the Blastoise, which is a pretty reasonable strategy as well. Thunder Punch really going to hurt from a Shadow Typhlosion into a Shadow Blastoise. He also gets an extra rollout here, which means that he could be in quite a decent position.
Is in a little bit more of a stronger position due to that timing there on the moves. And here comes that first Hydro Cannon. There's only one shield left for both trainers, and then it's a race to that last move. But then we've got potentially Drapion here in the back. Is there any extra energy? 1, 2, needs another rollout. The damage comes through. Oh, this is a tricky position. You almost feel like you have to let it go, but you don't want to.
No, not at all. He shields up, and there is actually a possibility. The switch timer is up. They're both swapping into Drapion into Azumarill. This is way better than Azumarill with a ton of energy, and Drapion is really hoping in this matchup to try and get that crunch debuff. It is a 30% chance to drop the defense off his Azumarill, and Valiant Fish is hoping that 30% comes up right now, so this damage does even more. No debuff on the first crunch.
No debuff. That's a huge play in this matchup. So in comes an Ice Beam. We'll need a second Ice Beam. No, sorry, the crunch has come through first.
Yeah, and now we have another chance. We're going for it again. 30% chance every single time. It has to be more likely in the second, right? No debuff yet.
No debuff. And look, Azumarill has got a lot of energy here. It's really primed to be able to take this this Drapion out. But, it's going to be tight here. And we're throwing the Aqua Tail instead.
This is an interesting spot for Valiant Vish to be in. He knows that there is still Pokemon sitting out in the back. He sort of recognized that he might get KO'd as this Drapion, and so he's letting the timer go down. The combo play throws Aqua Tail, now going to bring in the Blastoise to go for the Hydro Cannon. I think Shadow Blastoise with Hydro is enough to take out. Oh, it's not! Azumarill hangs on!
Azumarill hangs on and gets to that player. This is going to do a lot of damage. On a normal Blastoise, this would not KO, but the Shadow, this is going to come very, very tight. It does survive, and now there's going to be a rollout down, and it is one rollout away from getting to another charge move. This is so tight. Is there a charge move on the... Thunder Punch! There's a Thunder Punch! Now it is all down to can this Drapion survive and incinerate or not?
Look, it didn't have to fight against a full health Claydol this time. Claydol comes in with a Rock Tomb banked up, and I think that even though this is a regular Drapion, it is a little bit bulky. I think that this Rock Tomb might KO.
This Rock Tomb is definitely enough to KO. We'd forgotten about the energy on Claydol. Elkavilsimo writing his own narrative, playing his energy exactly how he wants. He just looked up and says, I'll do this myself.
That's right. And now Elkavilsimo 2-0 against Valiant Vish pushes himself into the losers finals of this tournament and is going to be sitting there waiting for one of Poke Moneymaker and Fortois up in the winners finals to go and meet him down there. But such a solid battle from Elkavilsimo. And again, as you said, it feels like a one-dimensional strategy in so many ways. I think there are some layers to it. There's a few parallel lines, but he's really just relying on that Typhlosion, and it's working every time.
So I think we could say that Elkavilsimo is like an onion, right? He's got layers. So, fantastic battle. Well played, El Cavismo. Thank you so much to Valiant Vish. Unfortunately, bowing out of the tournament this late. Congratulations, making top 4 once again. I mean, if you have to look at average performance, Valiant Vish, does he ever not make a top 8 at the very least, or top 4? Like, he's always up there. So, congratulations. Well done on a fantastic tournament. And I'm really looking forward because now we're getting into best of 5 territory, Steve.
Oh, yeah. The heat is really going to fire up here. There are 3 main matches to go. It's down to winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, all 3 of them being best of 5 matches. There's a lot of battles left to go. It is really going to heat up, even hotter than an incinerator from a Typhlosion.
Even hotter than a fish on a heater, I've heard. So thanks very much. You'll join us back soon when we'll have debbiepebble and Fish on a Heater to bring you that winners final.
We are in Good Games Morley in Perth, Western Australia, and we're running a small local today. We're running a league challenge for Pokemon Go. Today I actually have Aaron with me. So Aaron, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yep, my name's Aaron Cole. I've been a judge for TCG, VGC and Go for 6 years now. My favourite Pokemon's Gyarados.
Awesome, good to know. So Aaron, can you explain to me how locals work for Pokemon Go?
Yeah, our locals here are run using the Great League format, which is bring your own Pokemon, bring 6, you choose 3. We run our tournaments using a Swiss format, and it's best of 3.
How do these events bring the Pokemon Go community together?
Yeah, sure. Our Pokemon Go tournaments help bring the community together by giving another outlet for people to meet in person and use the Pokemon that they've trained to battle with other people and share their love of Pokemon.
And since running these local tournaments, have you seen any perhaps standout players or rising stars in the scene?
Yeah, we've definitely got a few. It's really hard in our local tournaments because they're quite stacked already. I mean, we have 4 players in the top 10 in Australia. We've got OK Lovejoy, Avrip, Z-Tarb, Michael Innocent, Lalu Loha.
Yeah.
So pretty much, and it always surprised me, like every time we come down, there's always someone new and fresh that's really giving these guys a challenge. So, I mean, it's hard to say any one name that stand out, but definitely, like, as the community is getting stronger and the games are getting better, there's definitely people that are rising above.
I mean, that's awesome to hear. So how can players find these events? Like, what do they need to do to come down for a match?
Yeah, there's a couple of really good resources for finding events. Definitely the first one is Pokemon.com. Under the Play Pokemon events, you can search for Find an Event and type in your suburb, and that'll bring up any events being played in your area.
So for a new player going in for the first time, do you have any advice for them before they step into a tournament?
Yeah, definitely some good advice. Look, the first thing is make sure that you bring your fun hat. You've got to have fun, right?
Yes.
So having fun's the most important thing. Doing your research. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to reach out to other people. It is a community game, so we definitely recommend not being afraid to talk to other people. So obviously go from there. You'd find your local store, find where you can play, and then just be approachable. Make sure you can approach other people, have a chat, become friendly, and then go from there.
And lastly, any final tips or encouragement for Pokemon trainers, Pokemon Go trainers specifically, out there?
Yeah, of course, have fun. Be involved, get active, and don't give up. It is a very hard game to start off with, but it is very rewarding as well.
Awesome. Thanks for your time today, Aaron, and back to the casters.
It is heating up faster and faster. We are at the finals, the winners' finals, Debbie.
Look, I think that Incinerate has just kind of blown this whole casting room as well, because it is definitely hot in here. Look, we're getting into the final point now. We have the winners semis.
Winners final it should be. So this is Pokemon Moneymaker and Fort Wildlife. So this was the 2 people that made it all the way through their groups unscathed. They are both the only 2 remaining undefeated players. Mm-hmm. The winner of this will be the last remaining undefeated player and will go through to the grand final. The loser of this will go through to the losers bracket and take on El Cavismo for a chance at redemption. The winner of that will get to go into the grand final as the second player.
Yeah, gosh, it's only a few more battles left, and it's very, very tight. And look, El Cavismo played so well in that last match. Again, he's like relying a lot on that Shadow Typhlosion, and just goes to show what a clinic he's running with that. But let's have a look at the teams. We have Pokemon Moneymaker on the left. We've got Fortwa on the right. Pokemon Moneymaker running a Talonflame, a Tinkerton, a Claydol, a regular Lapras, a Credilli, and a Shadow Drapion.
And Fortwa running that double dark team with the Mandibuzz and the Sableye, also running Clodsire, Shadow Lapras, Superior, and Stunfisk.
Yeah, and look, I think it's just so interesting that they both have made it now. We talked about Pokemon Moneymaker already, that he is actually from Japan, has flown all the way to Brisbane to try and win it all, because with the Japanese players, they don't get championship points. They have to win it to qualify for Worlds. With Fortwa, he's done incredibly well. He is what we call a local in the Melbourne area. I know he's originally from the US, but hey, we have claimed him as our own, so he's the last living local in this Melbourne regional, so we're putting all chips on him.
Yeah, absolutely. All our hopes are on you now. Do you notice anything looking at these two teams and how they match into each other, Debbie?
Oh, look, I think Fortwa has a really interesting team. Not quite meta. Again, that Mandibuzz kind of sticks out to me because it's not really the optimum flyer of choice. We've seen some Corviknights, we've seen some Talonflames. But it does, it does get throwing energy at it. It absorbs so much. So yeah. It's really bulky, and it's an interesting pick from Fortwa.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because that Claydol on Pokemon Moneymaker side has nowhere to go. So that gives the Clodsire a little bit more freedom on Fortwa's side. The main counter for it will be the Lapras, but
yes.
Even that is not an assured thing.
Yeah, and we know from Fortwa's side that Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb, and I believe from Pokemon Moneymaker that he's running Skull Bash on that Lapras side. So a little bit of a different variant from both from the typical. However, I think it's interesting to have that coverage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So really keen to see how they go. Looking at what else the players have. Like I always have loved Credilli, and I rejoiced when it got its update with Rock Tomb. Unfortunately, the Tinkerton has, we've said it before, had such an effect on the meta. Its tendrils have reached out far and wide, and
its hammer really.
Yeah, the hammer has had a wide range, wide berth of impacts. Yeah, it is a huge hammer, and so Credilli is one of those Pokemon that has been affected, and it's a Pokemon that really has nothing to hit the Tinkerton with, and so that has held it back a little bit. But there are still some people who are bringing it to their tournaments and figuring out how to make it work.
Yeah, look, I like Credilli. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, Tinkerton has kind of thrown it down in the meta slightly, but it does have a lot of coverage, and those Rock Tombs hit hard, and it does debuff the opponent as well. So it kind of gives, it's a bit of a 2-in-1, because Rock Tomb got buffed, and also having that debuff, you know what? It puts you in a bit of an advantage when that happens.
Yeah, and I think it's looking pretty safe into Fortwa's team. So the Clodsire is generally a win on that side, and also the Superior can generally do pretty well against the Credilli. So really, Fortwa might be relying on the Superior to neutralize that threat. We'll see how it goes. Fortwa into Pokemon Moneymaker, and we see the Drapion versus the Sableye.
We do see this matchup here, and I believe this match is a best of 5. So we can see the Sableye is going straight for, no, it's actually going to build up to the Dazzling Gleam, and we can see it's such a late call there, but Pokemon Moneymaker finally going for that crunch.
And the crunch is going to go unshielded Fortwa, not wasting time with clicking the Not Now button, and so the crunch will take the Sableye into about 1/3 of its remaining HP. The Dazzling Gleam, on the other hand, this will hurt just as much, and Pokemon Moneymaker not opting to take that one.
Yeah, pulling out the first shield, and Fortwa is switching over straight into that Unova Stunfisk, where Pokemon Moneymaker has brought out their Credilli.
Yeah, so Credilli's going to love this matchup. The Mud Bombs are resisted, but it's a really bulky Pokemon, and with Unova Stunfisk not having a particularly high attack as well, it's going to take a lot of Mud Bombs to KO this thing, and the Grass Knots are going to hurt it so much in return.
Yeah, it looks like a charge attack priority there, so this Mud Bomb will connect onto the Credilli, and we should see this oh no, actually didn't go for that Grass Knot. I thought it was tapped there, but I was incorrect, and now the Grass Knot is coming through. Fortwa being like, oh look, We're just going to have not shield it.
Yeah, and the Unova Stunfisk should be able to survive this, so it lives to see another day. The Credilli already has another attack, and it is still going. It is still building that energy. Not satisfied with the energy it's got. It needs a whole power plant before it can keep going.
Do you think it's able to fast attack down from this point?
I don't think so. The Stunfisk just gets to its attacks too fast, and so Pokemon Maker is now going to throw a Rock Tomb, which is going to put this Unova Stunfisk out of its misery, but it is one fast attack away from another charged attack, which it can use to threaten the next Pokemon that comes in.
Yeah, the Clodsire is into play, and we can see this Grass Knot coming through. Fortwa actually saving their shields for later in the back, later in the game. We know that Sableye is on half health, and actually Pokemon Maker going for the straight switch and actually going for a bit of a combo play here, going for the Aqua Tail, which will connect onto the Clodsire.
Yeah, Pokemon Maker is now just going to turn the Fire Hose onto this Clodsire and just keep on hitting it with as much Aqua Tail damage as possible. This Clodsire has already had some damage applied to it, so it can't really take too much more water damage, and that Drapion has a lot of it to give.
Again, Drapion is the highest usage in this regional because it gets to those Aqua Tails so quickly. Again, able to get there. Actually going for a full undercharge. Oh no, a couple of bubbles there.
Just a cheeky bubble.
Just a cheeky couple bubbles. But it has gone shielded.
And so the crunch is now the foul play is going to come out from the Sableye, and this is not going to be shielded by Pokemon Maker. So Pokemon Maker going from good to better to best in this matchup. That Drapion is just terrorizing Fortwire at the moment.
And this Tinkaton with full health has now come into play. These Fairy Winds are doing so much damage on this Sableye. It is going for a Dazzling Gleam, but it's going to be slightly resisted on this Tinkaton.
Yeah, slightly resisted. It is not doing very much damage at all, and this is another thing that Tinkaton has affected. It has had such a huge effect on the meta.
Yeah, look, we talked about Bulldoze. Bulldoze is not that strong of a move. However, it is the correct one to use against this Clodsire. So it has taken it down into the red. The Clodsire is able to get to the Earthquake, and it goes unshielded on Pokemon Maker's side.
Yeah, this will do a huge amount of damage. The Tinkaton does get KO'd, and now the Drapion is going to come out and throw that last Aqua Tail, and it's going to avenge its poor fallen fairy.
Yes, it will. It will connect onto the Clodsire. The Clodsire is now taken out of play, and that is game 1 to Pokemon Maker.
Pokemon Maker playing that one excellently. Alignment did very well for Pokemon Maker in that game. So when Fortwire brought out the Unova Stunfisk, that really set Pokemon Maker up for the whole rest of the battle. The Credilli was able to come out and not only crush the Unova Stunfisk with really not much threat in return, but also was able to come out with a whole bunch of energy, which is something that we have talked about Corv and I struggling with in the past.
Look, and that's the thing about Pokemon PvP, that it just takes those split-second decisions, and bringing out that Unova Stunfisk basically set up Pokemon Maker for the rest of the match there. So it's really quite difficult, and it's such a pressurized situation because you kind of get stuck where you're like, maybe this is the right call, and you don't know the line in the back, and then when it comes into fruition, you're like, oh, okay, maybe that wasn't the right move.
yeah, because you do have to make assumptions when you're reading teams. When you get to a high level, there are just a lot of things you have to assume that your player is doing and knows, and figuring out their patterns.
We are locked into game 2 of Pokemon Maker versus Fortwa, and it's a Credilli versus a Mandibuzz.
So Credilli's going to love this. The Mandibuzz will not like getting hit with rocks, Debbie.
No, it will not, but it will endure a few because we know that Mandibuzz can hold a lot of these charge attacks. It will I wouldn't say it would tickle, but it won't take it out for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. The Credilli winning charge attack priority, which is not something that you get to say very often, but it does in this case, and so the Dark Pulse is going to do even less damage. Fortwa just staying in, just wants to do as much damage to this Credilli as possible, so then that probably frees up the Unova Stunfisk. You can see in the back that the Drapion and the Credilli are there. The Unova Stunfisk is going to come out. This is an interesting time to bring that in.
Yeah, go for the catch. This Rock Tomb will land on this Unova Stunfisk. Again, a bit of an interesting move from Fortwa, but possibly being like, oh, you know what, I need to save this Mandibuzz for later, possibly thinking in the back of that Drapion. And now it's able going for that Mud Bomb. This Mud Bomb's not going to do too much as to Credilli, therefore Pokemon Maker decided not to shoot.
Oh, this is looking very bad for Fortwire at the moment. That Credilli is not going to mind this new turn of events at all. That Grass Knot is going to take a lot of the Unova Stunfisk's HP out. It is going to survive, but just barely.
Yeah, look, it might be able to get to the next charge move. It does. Get to the Mud Bomb.
Oh.
The Mud Bomb is now going to go through. It will connect onto the Credilli. It will take a little bit more health. It will be brought into the red, but it will survive.
And the Credilli gets off another Bullet Seed as well, which means the Stunfisk is going to be taken out. And man, I think that was a very, very tough turn of events, especially since Fortois doesn't have the information of what the two back Pokemon are. We have that information, so we can see the killer around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And now this Rock Tomb is protected from Fortois' side and being like, look, I need this Mandibuzz. Maybe it can land something in the back. Goes for this Area Ace to try and connect. It will connect onto the Credilli. The Credilli is finally out of play. So I think that's a breath of fresh air for Fortois there.
Oh, man, but it's not going to last very long because Pokemon Moneymaker still has 2 shields as opposed to Fortois' 1. And the Lapras is going to come out and is going to be able to Skull Bash or Sparkling Aria this thing off of the field. 1 Dark Pulse is not going to be enough to help.
Look, I believe it's got 2. Pokemon Maker has 2 shields in play, has almost 2 full health Pokemon. It's really uphill from here where Fortois is a shield disadvantage and that Mandibuzz is on half health. But, you know, we have seen stranger things on here, Fish. We possibly could do a turnaround.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would love to see that. I'm keen to see if it does happen. We get the Sparkling Aria landing on the Mandibuzz, and then the Mandibuzz gets out of there. And now Clodsire is going to hike up its boots and try and do something against this Lapras, but it is not a matchup that it likes seeing.
No, not at all. These Sparkling Arias will hit hard. You can see it's already brought down to the half health there. It finally can actually make to an Earthquake. However, we can see the Sparkling Aria will go through again, but Fortnite finally using that last shield to protect this Clodsire.
Oh man, Pokemon Moneymaker might even come out of this with the old 2-shield flex that we'd love to see. We do have a lot of energy on Fortnite's side. Finally, Pokemon Moneymaker is not going to risk it. Is not going to try and go for the the bad manners move by trying not to shield. Is going to respectfully use that one and then get to a Sparkling Area, which will KO this Clodsire.
Yeah, look, this will connect. There's no shields in play from Fortnite's side, so this Sparkling Aria will take out this Clodsire. The Clodsire did as much as possible, and there's a full health. Drapion still in the back, Fish.
Yeah, so the Mandibuzz is going to try everything it can to take out this Lapras, but here's what Pokemon Moneymaker is looking to do. Because this is a best of 5, there is still value in hiding what that third Pokemon is, so that information being kept secret is actually quite handy. Even this Dark Pulse should not be enough to take out this Lapras, so the Lapras will be able to get to a Sparkling Area, KO the Mandibuzz, and Pokemon Moneymaker can get that huge advantage of not revealing that information.
Yeah, third Pokemon is still hidden in this game, and this Sparkling Aria will connect onto this Mandibuzz. This Mandibuzz will be taken out of play. It means that Pokemon Moneymaker is on 2-0.
Yeah, and just a big, unfortunate brain fade moment from Fortnite. I mean, I can call it a brain fade or I can call it maybe a misread because no matter what it looks like from the outside, players, especially at this level, always have some sort of plan or some sort of thinking. We might ask Fortnite later and he might think, yep, brain fade. Or he might have been thinking, well, I brought it in because I saw this Pokemon in the lead and I was expecting this in the back, and so I sacrificed the Unnerving Stunfisk to clear the way for etc. etc. So players are always thinking something. They always have a plan in place. Unfortunately, it didn't go to plan for Fortnite.
Look, it's incredible from our end because we can see the teams. We can see which Pokemon they bring out. And when you're on the floor, you don't know what they've brought out. Yes, you've got 6 to choose from, but 50% of the time you might get it right.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult. And look, it's been a very long day. We're finally into the top 4 and we're locked into game number 3. We've got a Lapras versus a Lapras, Fish.
Yeah, Shadow versus non-Shadow. I believe one was Ice Beam, one was Skull Bash, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, that is correct. We can see Skull Bash on Pokemon Moneymaker's side. Fortnite recognizes it, switches straight into their Sableye, where Pokemon Moneymaker respects that and brings out that Shadow Drapion.
Both Pokemon doing very little fast attack damage to each other, but the charge attacks are going to be the ones doing all the damage. Now, the Foul Play is not going to do as much damage as what Fortnite wants it to, and Pokemon Moneymaker holding onto that shield.
Yeah, and Fortnite deciding not to shield this. Crunches connect. The Sableye is now in half health, but does not get the defense drop.
It should still be an Aqua Tail Ranger, at least Aqua Tail and some Poison Stings. And look at them both building up as much energy as possible. That is some nerves of steel, knowing that your opponent isn't going to, or at least predicting your opponent won't throw their attack, and so building up a little bit more energy yourself.
Yeah, and Pokemon Maker therefore shielding while respecting that shield, and also shields as well to hold on to this matchup.
And so one shield being used on Fortwire's side. It is now 1 shield apiece. The Foul Play is going to come out, and this I don't think is going to KO that Drapion. So Pokemon Moneymaker, holding on to that shield. using that shield.
Yeah, deciding the shield, and Fort One now bringing out their Shadow Lapras to try and do as much Psywave damage here. However, now that dropping it's got a lot of energy. We're back to the Lapras match.
And this was really well done by Pokemon Moneymaker. It had the time, had the awareness of how much time he did have to build up to 2 crunches and then swap out into this Pokemon that is not going to care about this Lapras at all. So is going to be able to tank a whole bunch of Sparkling Arias and then throw some Skull Bashes in return.
Yeah, look, although it is Shadow, it will hit a bit harder than the regular. We can see it probably won't be able to take another Sparkling Aria, but so much energy is on Pokemon Moneymaker's side. It's able to go for the Skull Bash here and boost its defense.
So Fort Ward does have that shield in play. And having said what I said, one more Sparkling Aria should be enough. And so we'll get there before the other Sparkling Aria can come. Again, the players both not using their charge attacks immediately. And so Fort Wire is choosing to tank this Sparkling Aria, can do so, and now has a bunch of energy for the late game.
Yeah, very clever from Fort Wire there, being able to Shadow Claw down the opposing Lapras, getting a bit of an energy lead on the Sableye. So now Pokemon Moneymaker has to make a decision, brings out the Drop-In. The Drop-In has so much energy there, and we can see it going straight for the Aqua Tail.
Oh, and Debbie, I've just had a vision of the future, and it does not look good for Fort Wire. We do have the Credilli as the third Pokemon that hasn't been seen yet on Pokemon Moneymaker side, and the Unovan Stunfisk, which is just about to get the bad news.
It does get the bad news here because there's no shields in play, Fish. That means that it can go for those grass knots. These mud bombs are going to do so little on this Credilli. It means that Pokemon Moneymaker basically needs to just farm up to close to, or if to grass knots, and is able to seal and clean out this Unovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, the switch timers are almost up, especially for Fort Wire, so maybe there is a catch in the wings, but I don't know if that's going to help in this particular matchup. It just takes so many mud bombs to KO this Credilli.
Yeah, we can see that the switch clock was there, but didn't quite make it to switch out. This grass knot will connect on this Unovan Stunfisk. Unovan Stunfisk has so much energy, but has had nowhere to go.
And so Pokemon Moneymaker is primed to get redemption for... Oh, well, hang on. The Ice Beam is going to come out, and that will KO that Credilli.
It will KO the Credilli. There's quite a bit of energy on this Lapras as well. Can it get to the next Sparkling Arrow? Not quite there. We can see the Aqua Tail is ready to go from this Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and that was the benefit of having banked that energy on the Drapion earlier. They both did bank energy, which was really heads-up play. Fort Wire did, manage to do something with that energy on the Lapras in the late game, but it wasn't enough because Pokemon Moneymaker had also done the same thing with the Drapion.
Yeah, I think that's really clever from both sides, reading each other's gameplay and being like, oh, they're saving energy, I better do that too, so that it both plays into effect later in the game. And we can see Pokemon Moneymaker going for a very dominant win here, 3-0 in the actual in these winners finals. So it means that Fort Wire will be now versing El Calvissimo in the next match to try and stay in it in this Melbourne regional.
Yeah, and if he manages to win against El Calvissimo, then he goes straight back into the grand final where Pokemon Moneymaker is waiting again, and it's going to be a tough reset for him.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket here. We can see that Pokemon Moneymaker has proceeded on into the next phase in that winners bracket, and then Fort Wire is now into the losers bracket next to El Calvissimo. So it is going to be a tough one on that next match because, again, you're in that losers bracket. You can't lose that match, otherwise you're out of the entire regional.
It is do or die, and both of these players will be looking to do. Fort Wire is still in, and he is still looking to carry the flag for Australia, which we are still claiming we will do. El Calvissimo coming in from America, Pokemon Moneymaker coming in from Japan. So we have 3 different continents represented in the last 3 trainers in this tournament.
Yeah, look, and it is like 2 of them are out of the Oceania region. So it does mean, look, it means 66% of it, like percentage-wise, could go outside outside Oceania, which will be the first time that would happen in Oceania itself. Now, in other regions, it has happened. Obviously, like, someone like Nighttime Clasher that has come into our region, where in previous season, I believe there was a European regional that he won and took that championship off someone's regional. So it means that it might be our time. It might be our time, Fish. I think we just have to
our turn to get bullied.
Look, I think it's just at this moment we might just be going a bit of grief, but that's okay.
That's all right. Just let us have our moment. This is a new experience for us. We'll get over it. That's fine.
We will. But it's going to be such an exciting match because with El Calvissimo, although he's in the losers bracket, has come in hot and it's just been claiming and just going through the losers bracket so smoothly.
Yeah, hot indeed. Because El Calvissimo running that double Incinerate, which is something that we really have not seen in very many other places, and it is working very, very well. Elcavismo does seem to be leaning a lot more on the Typhlosion than the Talonflame, though. So Talonflame might be more of like an in case of emergency break glass kind of Pokemon, where if the matchups really aren't in favor of the Typhlosion, then Talonflame is there that can pick up a couple of those ones that the Typhlosion doesn't really like.
Look, Typhlosion's like, when you have those like tandem bicycles, it's in the front. So Typhlosion's just in the back being like, feet off the pedals. However, it does allow a lot of bench pressure because if you're kind of like, oh, all right, well, yeah, there's a Typhlosion. If it's just purely Typhlosion, there's a bit of workaround. But if you've got the Talonflame as well, it's kind of like, oh, you have to really pick certain Pokemon to try and cover that fire type coverage.
Yeah, and Fortwire does have a Superior on his side, which is going to really struggle against both of those Incinerate users on Elcavismo's side, but there are also some really tasty looking targets for the Superior as well. So maybe the temptation might be a little bit too much.
Well, we'll see. I mean, like, this is another best of 5 here, so it'll give it a chance because you at least have to go to 3 games. So maybe there is a chance to experiment around, take some risks to try and clinch out a game. So it's completely possible. But look, it looks pretty scary against those fire types. I won't have the goal, but I think I think Fortwire could do it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at kind of the usage of those fire types. I think the Talonflame is going to be a little bit better into the Clodsire, which can survive a Blast Burn from a Shadow Talonflame. There is not many things that you can say. Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah.
There's not many things you can say that about. The Stunfisk, though, is really going to threaten that Talonflame a lot more than it would threaten the Typhlosion. So there's kind of like a bit of a... if you go in this direction, there's strengths and weaknesses. If you go in that direction, there's pros and cons. So it's going to be a tough decision.
It will be a tough decision. I think, look, it's such a critical point of the Melbourne Regional. So every little split decision, every decision you make here, every line you bring really all adds up. And again, we should acknowledge, though, it's incredible to have these 2 players in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Keen to see how they play. We know the battles will be absolutely hyped. These 2 trainers have played so well all day, and they are going to keep it going. Fortwire versus Elcavismo, losers finals. Winner takes on Pokemon Moneymaker in the grand final. Azumarill into Clodsire first up.
Oh, this is great. But however, we know with that Clodsire, it is running Sludge Bomb. So it's going to take the Azumarill will take super effective damage if it goes straight through.
Yeah, and Fortwire even having time to start the recording partway into the battle. That's very impressive. The Clodsire is going to build up to almost 100 energy before throwing that first Sludge Bomb. 2 Sludge Bombs will be enough to take out the Azumarill, despite it being as bulky as it is.
Yeah, look, it had that buff and that poison does so much. Now it's the Azumarill is going for the Ice Beam. The Ice Beam will connect onto the Clodsire. The Clodsire is only just brought into the yellow. A little bit, just a little bit into the yellow. So the Clodsire now has a little bit of time before throwing that final Sludge Bomb. It will be the final Sludge Bomb if the Azumarill does not shield, which Elcavismo just lets that go. Yeah, lets that go because he's got the Claydol in the back. Oh, actually holds on for 1 HP and is able to go for that Ice Beam. I want to know on that IVs of that Azumarill able to hold 2 Sludges and takes out that Clodsire. Just completely flip the game here.
Yeah, the IVs don't matter until they do, but that might be a bit of a blessing in disguise for Fortwire, because that the Claydol was going to come out afterwards and just get up a whole bunch of Mudslap energy, and that it could use that extra energy to really good effect. So I think that does actually work quite well for Fortwire.
Yeah, and it's going straight Ice Beam here. Elcavismo not taking that risk, deciding to shield the Claydol.
So Ice Beam is going to do a little more damage than what the Sparkling Aria does. Now Rock Tomb is going to come out in return, and it is going to hurt that Lapras. The Rock Tomb will be shielded, and so the Lapras will have time to get to another charge attack.
Yeah, and look, it's got, obviously it has that debuff. The attack has fallen, but we can see it still can build up so much energy. We're getting to that Sparkling Aria. The Sparkling Aria will connect.
And so with Stunfisk in the back for Fortwire, this is a bit more of a good situation for it. Elcavismo opting to keep that shield on the Typhlosion because, Typhlosion really does a lot better when it's got shield advantage.
Absolutely. And look, that Typhlosion is now coming into play against the Lapras. We'll see what these Incinerates do so much. It's a water type. How?
It's a water ice type, so those Incinerates are neutral against it, and it is such a high damage attack. Now, Fortwire has to get out of there. He's not going going to stay in and get to another Sparkling Aria. So this Stunfisk is going to take out now. Depending on the stats of these Pokemon, the Stunfisk should be able to survive and get to a Mud Bomb.
It should be able to get to 1, but we'll see how much it holds. Actually, into the yellow, it's surprisingly able to get still retain a lot of health. But you see, there's Incinerate. It's not going to be able to take 2.
Very well done by Fort Wild with that timing as well, throwing 4 Thundershocks, which is just before the damage from the second Incinerate carries in, and that Mud Bomb will take that Typhlosion off the field.
It will take it out, man. It gets to the next Mud Bomb. The Mud Bomb will connect onto this Claydol. There's no shields remaining there, Fish.
Yeah, will this KO the Claydol, or will the Claydol be able to get off one more Mud Bomb? It does survive.
But will it be able to? No, won't. It Mud slaps down, so it means that Fort Wild still has his Lapras in play. Will it be able to sidewave down? Will it get to the charge move? It takes the Claydol down.
Yeah, the Claydol just didn't have enough HP left, and so the Lapras will save the day for Fort Wild, and Fort Wild does take the first battle of this best of 5.
Yeah, look, and that is so important for Fort Wild after going 0-3 against Pokemon Moneymaker. They're getting a little bit of that confidence back. He deserves to be in this top 3 and being able to clinch that first match.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were saying earlier in the battle, having that situation early on with the Azumarill and the Clodsire really actually set Fort Wild up. Really, despite it looking like disaster early on, I think it did really pave the way for Fort Wild to be able to capitalize on the lack of energy that the Claydol built up.
Yeah, look, and it was quite a line against Fort Wild because it could have gone both ways. However, I think with Fort Wild, in his previous matches, we can see he's very good with energy management and managed to land it correctly and get that energy just to finish it off in that last match.
Yeah, absolutely. And picking 2 Pokemon that can really stand up to those fires, which I think I really liked that play.
Yeah, and I believe we're now locked into game 2. We've got a Sableye against a Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, so Elcavismo doesn't normally lead with the Typhlosion, so this is a bit of a change up in strategy here. The Sableye is going to be able to send off those foul plays thick and fast, but the Thunder Punches are going to come at exactly the same pace.
Yeah, look how much this Incinerate damage is doing. We can see now that Fort Wild is going for that foul play, and Elcavismo has to shield this Typhlosion here.
The first foul play is going to be shielded by the Typhlosion, and Typhlosion is going to get to a second Thunder Punch now. It is going to be able to throw back to back, and I think it's in the Sableye's in Thunder Punch range. Maybe not. It's going to be a close one. Fort Wild is going to opt to use that shield either way.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough one because we know Typhlosion just gets through these Thunder Punches so quickly. Fort Wild investing, both shields, investing in this Sableye.
Yeah, this is a big one because we know that they pace at the same time, but then the little leads that you can get in energy from when you throw your charge attacks can actually flip that.
And it's a tough one here. We can see that the Shadow Typhlosion is down. The Superior comes out. Fort Wild is trying to get to that Dazzling thing, manages to get it.
And this is just a bit of a consolation damage from the Sableye. It's just going to throw something at Superior and see if it sticks just before it goes down. And then we'll be able to be Vine Whipped down by the Superior. And Superior getting a Vine Whip down on something is actually pretty handy.
Yeah, look, I think that chip damage, or not really chip damage, that damage is really important here. And all these poison stings are doing so much, adding up to that Superior. The Superior has so much energy, is banged to the back, and now that Claydol comes into play.
And so Claydol is going to throw an Earthquake before getting out. Surely you'd think it won't stay there forever because those Mud Slaps will add up very, very fast. Well, I mean, then again, you've got the Unnerving Stunfisk in the back there as well, so that's not any better a matchup. So maybe the Claydol is staying in for that reason, and that can give Elcavismo the information of what there is in the back. But Fort Wild is giving that energy, that information away anyway, and now it will take an Ice Beam from the Claydol.
It will take an Ice Beam here. The Ice Beam will connect. It takes half health of this Unnerving Stunfisk. Unnerving Stunfisk is able to get to this Mud Bomb. Does Elcavismo shield? He decides not to shield, and we'll be able to take this Claydol into a lower health. However, it will endure.
Yeah, so the Mud Bombs are a pretty low damage attack from a low attack Pokemon, and the Ice Beam will come now and KO the Stunfisk, and you'd think that Claydol probably might be able to just clean up the rest of it from here.
We'll see if it can. Now it's bringing it to the Clodsire. The Clodsire is trying to do work. It gets to the Sludge Bomb. The Sludge Bomb is now going through. It will take this Claydol out, but that Superior has so much energy, Fish.
Yeah, that's the way it's done. So the second Sludge Bomb would have come out if you'd shielded the first one. The play is to keep that shield for the Superior, get the Frenzy Plant off. You've got one, you've got two there. Even if the first one doesn't KO, you can even Vine Whip down from there.
Look, and there goes that match. We can see Dracoviz cleaning out with the superior on that Clodside. We are 1-1. This is going to go to game 4.
Yay! 3.
Game 3?
Yeah. So well, there will be 4 games total, right?
Yes, 4
yeah,
games.
Yeah, right. That's what you meant. Yeah. Okay. So I was like, oh, so 1 + 1 is 2. And
Okay. Math.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, after this many battles, it is easy to lose track of math, of general math. So Dracoviz 1, Fort War 1, and this is shaping up to be a really good series. 1 and 1, which makes.
It makes 2.
Yes, it does. We are back. We're on top. And so, okay, what do we see happening from here? We did see the line from Dracoviz did do really well against Fort War's team. That mud slap in the back against the double weak Pokemon. Really, Fort War didn't have much to contend with that with.
No, and look, I believe that superior was the MVP of that certain game, and letting it have such an energy lead and being able to bank that in the back was really, really clever, because really once that superior has those frenzy plants banked, really can go with anything. Even the Mandibuzz, it does a bit, but it did really well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dracoviz really utilizing a lot of different Pokemon at different times, depending on the situation, which is the sign of a good team, I think. It's really versatile.
Yeah, we're locked into game 3 here. We can see the superior. It's against his Claydol.
Yes, Superior's loving this one. Fort War has the upper hand in game number 3. So the Azumarill is going to come out for Dracoviz side, and it's going to be met by Clodside.
It will meet this Clodside. These poison stings will add up against this Azumarill. Going for the Sludge Bomb here, and Azumarill is not shielding. It will take on this, but we can see straight switch out. So Fort War's being like, oh, you bought the Superior last time. I'm going to bring Superior this time.
Yeah, both players with their Superiors, both of them bringing a really good Pokemon into the matches, and Fort War completely changing up his strategy for the team line, because it's Pokemon that only one of them is weak to the Mudslap from the Claydol, and now that he's called the lead so beautifully, can now line up that Clodsire into a Pokemon that it is much preferring to see.
Yeah, look, I think it's great that the Azumarill is in play for Fort War. It means it can protect away from the Mandibuzz it has in the back. This Sludge Bomb will connect onto the Azumarill. The Azumarill will be out of play.
Yeah, so alignment is playing a huge, huge role in battle number 3. You'd think the Claydol is going to come back out because the Clodsire has just too much energy left over to farm down with a Vine Whip from from Superior.
Yeah, the Clodsire has banked up energy, and now the Mandibuzz comes into play, and the Claydol is going, you know what, I need to try and debuff as possible. Let's go for the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and the Rock Tombs are the only things doing damage to this Mandibuzz, because the Mud Slaps are double resisted by the Flying type. The Dark Pulses, on the other hand, even once they're debuffed, they will still do a reasonable amount of damage to the Claydol. Dracoviz is opting to now invest in this Claydol, wants to keep it as fit and fighting as possible for what might be in the back.
Yeah, that's clever from Dracoviz. They've been shielding the first one and possibly not shielding the second one, because it'll be weakened twice by that point. And then the move will not, the Dark Pulses won't do as much damage.
Yeah, well, let's see how much it does do after having been debuffed twice. And Mandibuzz is not a high attack Pokemon to begin with, so I would think this won't even take it into the yellow. It does just do so, but you can see how much effect the Rock Tombs have had.
Yeah, and look, it's getting to another Rock Tomb. Yeah, it goes for the catch on the Superior.
And so now Fort War is opting to give up alignment, and he feels like he's done enough with the rest of his Pokemon while they did have alignment that he can afford to do this now.
Yeah, there's energy banked on those Pokemon in the back as well. It has an energy lead on the Superior, and going for the Aerial Ace.
And the attack has been debuffed on the Superior, so this is going to be a bit of a difficult situation. You've got less HP, you've got less attack now, and one shield apiece as well. So I would think Fort War's Superior is going to lose this particular matchup, but that can open the door for something to maybe get a farm down, and the energy can come in handy.
Oh, look, that switch clock is coming up on Fort War's side, though, so I think he might want to try and line up for a catch, but we'll see.
So another Aerial Ace is going to come through, and it's going to take Superior into the yellow. The Superior on Dracoviz side has a little bit of time left over, is going to take another Aerial Ace. And wow, this is gutsy from Dracoviz, but he trusts that he can survive this extra Aerial Ace, and he does
just so little health there. It's able to go for their own Aerial Ace to take out Fort War's Superior in this mirror match.
Yeah, but that is a fair amount of energy that is going to go to waste. So, Dracoviz banking that now, and is going to bring in that Claydol, which is going to shield a Dark Pulse, and then hope to try and get a charge attack off of its own to get rid of that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, look, Fort Worth still has a shield in play as well. Alcavispa has no shields in play, really relying on trying to get to that Rock Tomb, but this Mandibuzz can get to that Dark Pulse first.
Yeah, so now Superior is going to have to try its darndest to get the Mandibuzz off the field, but there is a shield on Fort Wild's side, and he can use it, he can not use it. He still has another Pokemon in the back as well.
It does, but just starts to shield this Mandibuzz, so it means that it will not connect, and it's able to just take that Superior out 2-1 to Fort Worth.
Yeah, so it got a little dicey in the middle there, but at the start, the alignment from Fort Worth, that just absolutely set him up for success.
Yeah, look, and again, when you got alignment in your favor, you just got to roll with it. And just like when they switch, you switch. It's just basically you just got to try and keep that alignment as long as possible to go into your favor right until the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And winning the lead in Pokemon Go PvP is like almost half the battle, I feel.
But what's the saying? Win lead, win game.
Yeah, right. It's not as true these days as what it has been in previous seasons of Play Pokemon, but it is still a very valid thing, and Fort Worth was able to capitalize on that beautifully.
So that means Fort One needs one more win to go into the grand finals. El Cavissimo needs 2 wins to try and stay in the Melbourne Regional. Oh, it's going to be really tough for both players here, and I think I'm just so excited. Fish. Like it's just we're down to the pinnacle of this regional.
Oh man, and these teams are both really fun to watch.
Yes.
Like they're so unique as compared to what we've seen from everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
They've both got their own
flavor.
flavor.
Where's the Drapions here?
Yeah, right. No Drapion. We got.
Where's the Tinkertons here?
We got the double Dark on Fort Worth side, which neither of them are Drapion. We've got the double Incinerate, of course, which we've talked about that quite a lot. As we get into match number 4, and it is Clodsire into Azumarill.
Oh, this is not what the Azumarill wants. It knows that it has Sludge Bomb for this particular Clodsire variant, but decides to stay in.
Okay, so I'm seeing double Incinerate in the back, and that's something we've speculated so much over the course of the day. It is finally happening. El Cavissimo is bringing out the big guns.
So this is why I believe El Cavissimo is staying in here. Wants this Clodsire out of play, because then it can bring on these fire types, but actually bring the Shadow Typhlosion straight out.
And Typhlosion does have win conditions against a Clodsire, but it's going to be tough with shields up and with an energy disadvantage.
Yeah, will do here. And look, it does have one shield in play. It has shielded once. Goes for the blast, but Fort Worth going for the catch straight on the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, and this is going to do a heck of a lot of damage, but we've seen the Stunfisk can take it, and it is going to probably be able to get to a Mud Bomb. Oh, no, sorry, not before the next attack comes out from the Typhlosion, and it's going to have to go for the Blast Burn because that Thunder Punch is triple resisted. Despite the Stunfisk being on such low HP, you can't go for the Thunder Punch. You have to go Blast Burn.
Not at all. Fort Worth actually going for the Discharge here to try and connect onto this Typhlosion. It will connect onto this Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, interesting going for the Discharge there. Maybe looking to not quite KO, or maybe thinking that there would be a catch on another Pokemon. So now the Azumarill is going to come out and just do what it can, get this Stunfisk out of here, and that's going to clear the way for the Talonflame, and I think that was El Cavissimo's plan all along.
Yeah, look, now the Clodsire is back, and again, we're back in the beginning against this Azumarill. It's going for the Sludge Bomb. The Sludge Bomb will connect onto the Azumarill, and I believe it probably will take it out.
Oh, I don't know. We saw this situation in a previous battle, and I think it did just survive. It did just manage to do it. It's not going to get off the Ice Beam, though, so that Clodsire does have a little bit of energy, and now the Talonflame is not as comfortable as what it was thinking it was going to be earlier.
We've got double fires here. It's going to be such an interesting match. What does El Cavissimo brings in the Talonflame, and this Clodsire, it's going to bring out the Sludge Bomb because the Earthquake is not going to do much.
It's got almost 2 Sludge Bombs as well. Luckily for the Talonflame, it's not a Stone Edge Clodsire. Otherwise, this would be lights out, so it can tank one Sludge Bomb. We haven't seen the third Pokemon yet on Fort Wild side. We know that it is the Sableye, and El Cavissimo is going to have to use this shield on the Talonflame, which will open the door up for the Sableye. I think Fort Wild is going to take this out, Debbie.
Yeah, look, we know with Sableye, it gets to its charge move so quickly. If I was sitting in Fort Wild, I'd be pretty confident right now. But this fly is going to be launched. Will Fort Wild shield this? Because it could go before a Brave Bird. But it does use a shield.
And he's got the Brave Bird ready. So he's going to throw that straight away. And how much will this do to the Sableye?
Oh my goodness, this Brave Bird is such a hard-hitting move. Will it take the Sableye out of play? It connects onto the Sableye. The Sableye
takes it out!
Takes it out. Means that this Clodsire is back out. Even though it's been debuffed, this Clodsire can't endure. We are back to 2-2.
And double Incinerate for the win. Elcavissimo taking that one in very trying circumstances.
Oh my goodness, Fish. We're down to game 5 in this losers final. This match determines who goes into the grand finals, and it's been well played by both players here. So, look, it's whoever wins this is well deserved to go in that grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, what do you do when you're in this situation? Both players, it's do or die for them. They need to win this next battle or they are out of the tournament. They need to win this to get to the grand final against Pokemon Maker, who is waiting there in the wings and is probably watching very interestedly.
Yeah, look, I think, a bit of a prayer to Arceus at this moment. It's going to be a tough one. And I think at this stage, they both need to just kind of like have a bit of a breath, maybe have a sip of water and just collect in, because this will be someone's last match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the double Incinerate line is something you can really only use once. You could probably try it again, but now that's
you could try it again. You could try it again.
You're right. But the surprise factor's gone. Like you're not getting that benefit out of it anymore. So Fort Wild will have that at the, I was going to say back of his mind, probably right at the front of his mind, that this is what Elcavissimo was able to do with that line last battle.
Yes.
Are they going to try it again? Do I need to plan for it? And the back and forth begins again, you know. I know that they know that I know they know I know.
Yes, very much so. So it is a bit of mind games, especially it's not common to get a best of 5. You have to be in this upper echelon to even get to a best of 5. So it's, if you're well practiced, you can do well.
We are good to go. Talonflame is going to come out in the lead. Oh, it's going to meet its worst nightmare in the Open Stunfisk.
Yep, there's a decisive game of 5 here. And look, it's going for the straight switch out. It did get a bit of energy ahead. The Fire comes out, and now the Superior meets it.
Look at this ABA Incinerate. Elcavissimo has gone with 2 Incinerate uses again, but this time the Talonflame is in the lead.
Yeah, and this Swift will connect onto the Superior. Superior takes it on very well, but what has Fort Wild got in the back? It's got the reliable Sableye as well.
Yeah, so this Superior doesn't know how lucky it is. If Fort Wild hasn't clicked that it might be ABA Incinerate, then he doesn't know how lucky he is to get the Superior into a matchup like this against the Ferret, where it can handle it so much nicer.
Yeah, look, we can see what's in the back, but they can't see what's in the back. So Elcavissimo trying to take out their Superior to try and basically get one of, Fort Wild's other Pokemon out into play. We can see this Frenzy Plant will be launched, and it doesn't go shielded.
Yeah, so the Frenzy Plant will take out a lot of HP from the Ferret, but I think it can survive. It is on the bulkier side of things. It does, and the Superior is now going to have to try and valiantly to get to another charge attack, but the Swift will come out from the Ferret first.
Yeah, and look, Fort Wild deciding not to shield, saving those shields for later, which I think is a smart play, leaving the Superior. The Superior will be taken out from the field and is able to bring the Stunfisk. The Stunfisk has so much energy, but the Fire gets to a Swift.
Yeah, now this Stunfisk is going to be loving life at the moment because it now has 2 Fire Pokemon left to play with in the back, but we've seen that Typhlosion isn't an automatic win for the Stunfisk. There is a shield left on the Typhlosion side. Is Elcavissimo going to use it now, or is he going to save it? He is going to save it. The Typhlosion does survive that Mud Bomb and is might be able to get to an attack. It does try and reach for the Blast Burn. The Mud Bomb is going to come out first, though.
Yeah, look, I think Elcavissimo might just sacrifice this Shadow Typhlosion here and put all chips on that Talonflame. And the Talonflame is now being brought out. These Incinerates will go through, but it can get to the discharge. Fort Wild has so much energy on this Stunfisk again and again.
Yeah, and that's the biggest disadvantage of Incinerate users is they're so easy to play into the timing of your charge attacks. It's so hard to catch a move when you're running Incinerate. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Elcavissimo, but this can certainly happen. And Fort Wild opting to let the Stunfisk go, keeping that shield.
Yeah, look, it's done its job. It has done so much pressure in this game. We need to get that Sableye to just generate so much energy to get these foul plays ready to land it in between these Incinerates.
And this is not a Shadow Sableye, so this foul play I don't think is going to KO the Talonflame. It does survive, and we've seen this already once. The 2 charge attacks coming out from the... Oh, no, okay. I don't know if it's going to get the second attack off because we did see another Shadow Claw come through. I don't know if that damage was already applied, though.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes through after the shield, and it gets to the fly. It manages to reach the fly. The fly will connect onto the Saberline. Will it knock it out, Fish?
Oh, it's going to be close. It wasn't a fly and a brave bird like last time. It does manage to just survive, and one more Shadow Claw does take it out. And now it's Sucker Punch versus the Sucker Punch. Wow, the Sucker Punch got the job done, and that looks like a win against all odds to El Calvissimo.
Congratulations to El Calvissimo proceeding on to the grand finals 3-2. That means that all the locals are out, Fish. It means it's an international grand finals.
And that was a heck of a match to see. That's been my favorite to cast all day.
Yep, and it will be the last one for today
as
well.
Because we're working with you.
It has been an incredible match, an incredible series so far. We're going straight into the grand finals where PvP Steve and DrTrotter will take it out for the Melbourne Regional.
G'day battlers, my name is PvP Steve, and if you want a refresher on what went down at the 2025 Brisbane Regional Championship, then this is for you. Brisbane was the second regional championship for Oceania, but the first to take place in the Might and Mastery season. With so many meta changes to contend with, trainers had to consider which Pokemon would stand out amongst the rest and dominate the competition. Lapras and Credilli showed their face for the first time in an Oceanic Regional, with Claydol also showing early signs of its dominance against both Drapion and Clodsire, who were both everywhere. Despite these additions to the meta, Azumarill remained at the top of the pile, with its superior bulk and coverage reigning supreme over the competition, much to the dismay of certain casters. In addition to Australian mainstays such as Valiant Vish or Mikey Morgs, Brisbane saw competitors flying in from all over Asia to try and secure their World Championship invite. Ishikawa Boy, a well-known player from Japan and 9th place at the 2023 World Championships, was the first on stream but was met with fierce competition from Brisbane local Mr. Lay 97, who took him down to the losers bracket early on in the tournament. Yetaruna, a trainer from South Korea, was able to push all the way to top 6 with an unconventional strategy, using her Seed Bomb Morpeko alongside Pokemon thought long pushed out of the meta, such as Ariados and Swampert. In the end, without Psychic Fangs on her Morpeko, Rick Flareon's Drapion was able to outpace and secure himself a place in the top 4. The real hero of Asia in this tournament, though, was Choose from Japan, opting for the Azumarill Drapion core that has been so strong for so long, but also opting for new additions of Dazzling Gleam Sableye or Lapras with Psywave and Sparkling Aria. He was able to take down trainer after trainer throughout this tournament, making it all the way to the winners' finals, but his opponent wasn't going to make it easy. Godzilla, a Brisbane local, went on a generational run with 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0, not dropping a single battle in his run up to the winners' finals, using a much more unconventional strategy of Guzzlord, Chargebug, and newly buffed Swalot, alongside Talonflame, Malamar, and of course, Azumarill. Godzilla was able to use his team to defeat Choose in a tight 3-2 set in the winners' finals, forcing Choose to take on one of the best Oceanic battlers of all time, Valiant Vish, in the losers' finals. Vish's team was incredibly unique, with Pokemon of unique typings such as Goodra and Galarian Weezing gracing the battlefield. But in the end, Choose was able to clinch out a 3-2 victory and re-meet Godzilla in the grand finals. The games went back and forth, just as they had in the winners' finals, but history was made to repeat itself.
Godzilla is going to throw the Dragon Claw here. There's one shield remaining, and Sableye no shields. He knows what's about to happen. He knows how this is going to go, and Godzilla has just become your Brisbane Regional Champion.
Who will join Godzilla and 89 CGY Flames fan as champions of the 2025 season? Stay tuned to find out.
All right, DrTrotter, it is grand finals time at the Melbourne Regional Championship, and it all comes down to this.
Yeah, it does. And, I mean, fantastic tournament play there by Fortois. The last Aussie holding up the flag for the local Victorians, but unfortunately just so close in that last matchup, but wasn't able to come up with the goods against El Calvissimo. And now we have an all-international final here. Is this one of the first times we've had an all-international final where, you know, they've both been people from out of region who are in the grand finals?
Yeah, I think that this might be the first grand final with two out-of-region players. There've been a lot of grand finals where there has been an out-of-region player win, I think every time there's been someone from the local region as well. I'm thinking to like Nighttime Clasher versus Tomahawk UK, where Nighttime Clasher came out victor. Recently, we had Dunebug versus TZ Specs in Mexico. Dunebug was able to become the victor. I don't think there has been one where a local has not been in the grand finals. Of course, Fortois, who I think it's about time we renamed to Greg from Australia, unfortunately didn't quite get there, so very close. But it does mean that we will have a grand final between the Japanese Poke Moneymaker and the American El Calvissimo.
And now, like we were saying, both of these trainers have been to an Australian regional before. So, I mean, I think if one of them wins, don't they get an honorary citizenship if it comes along with it? We'll have to speak to the immigration department about that. But, there's more on the line than just some points and some money, right, Steve?
Yeah, 100%, because these players are really fishing for that World Championship invite. But the stakes are actually quite high for Moneymaker, Trotter, because if El Cavilsimo walks away with a second place finish, chances are, based on championship points, he will still walk away with a qualification for the World Championships. I believe he was currently around 80th on the championship leaderboard in North America, where the top, I think at the moment, it's about the top 85-ish qualify. And so with a big 325 championship point bump, I think he is solidly qualifying for the World Championships already. Moneymaker, he is not in that situation. As a player from Japan, he doesn't get championship points. They're on a very different system for the World's qualification, meaning that he needs to win this tournament to qualify for the World Championships. He came so close at the Perth Regional Championship, just not able to close it all the way out, and now he is one best of 5 set away from being a champion and qualifying for the World Championships. I mean, the stakes are high.
The stakes are high, and I don't think El Cavismo wants it to be one set, Steve. I think he's going to try and get into that bracket reset. Is it the double incinerate? Like it is amazing that it has been so... He's been able to play it so well. And who would have thought Incinerate's pacing would be so beneficial? I mean, classically you play against Incinerate and you're like, oh, it's an easy catch, or oh, it's an easy this. But when you've got someone so skilled who understands the timing and mechanics like El Cavismo, able to get the job done here so far, let's see if he'll be able to finish it off. Why don't we jump in and have a quick look at these teams as they match up?
Yeah, this is the final matchup of the tournament. These are the 12 Pokemon that will be, 6 of them will be winning the Melbourne Regional Championship, which means 2 things, Trotter. Number 1, Talonflame has won Melbourne Regional, and number 2, Claydol has also won Melbourne Regional Championship.
What wasn't Talonflame on my prick?
Well, yeah, look, does that mean I have to root for Typhlosion? Is that what's happening here?
I feel like it's a thing. It could be a thing.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see if my Typhlosion pick can end up pushing through. El Cavilsimo has been doing a really solid job so far. He's only dropped 1 set, obviously, as double elimination does go. But he is, as you mentioned, on the back foot in the sense that he needs to win 2 best of 5 sets. He needs to reset the bracket from the loser's bracket, knock Moneymaker down twice. And Moneymaker doesn't go down without a fight. He's been absolutely playing with grit this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something we've seen here as well. I wonder if we're going to see El Cavismo do that Claydol, the draw out, the Credilli strat again. We've seen that already once today. See if he's going to employ a similar strategy or if he's going to look elsewhere, because we have seen a little bit more dynamic play from him in these last few battles.
Yeah, I think that if we look at Moneymaker's team in comparison to some of the other teams we've seen up against El Cavilsimo, a lot of them have been running that sort of double water strategy. And so, for example, in that match against Valiant Fish in the top 4, we saw Valiant Fish really leaning into the sort of double water plus Drapion, sort of triple water strat, if you will, to try and sort of take down the Incinerate damage that was really coming through hot from El Cavilsimo. And so when you've got Moneymaker's team where you don't have 2 waters, you've got a Lapras, and you've got that sort of Drapion with the ability to go for Aqua Tails. You've then got Claydol as a sort of a Mud Slapper that does quite decently into the Typhlosion, not as well into the Talonflame if you're behind on energy, which you have to assume that El Cavilsimo is somehow going to be ahead on energy. That's sort of how this tournament's been going so far. And so I think it's a little bit of a tougher matchup for Moneymaker than some of the others have had, where El Cavilsimo has still been able to fire ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, Moneymaker does have the Shadow Drapion, which does do a lot more damage. So that does threaten the Talonflame a little bit more than the standard Drapion will with the Aqua Tail. This is going to be an interesting one. There's not a lot that separates the teams, but you almost feel like we can see. It's easier to see what Cavismo is going to try and do. We've analyzed a fair few of his battles. We know what's coming. But Moneymaker isn't here in the winner's bracket on top of everything for no reason. I wouldn't even be surprised if at some point Moneymaker actually runs that Tinkertonk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's going to come in quite handily in certain positions, because we did see El Cavismo start running a little bit of Superior there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm not so sure. It feels like Tinkertonk is so threatening to bring when El Cavilsimo has been doing one thing all tournament, and that one thing has been clicking Incinerate again and again and again. If I can throw a 5-turn move, I'm going to throw a 5-turn move. And that is like nightmare scenario for Tinkertonk. You can throw a Bulldoze, and Typhlosion still goes, whatever, I'll just throw Incinerate. It's a crazy scenario to be in. I feel like it's so risky, but hey, sometimes the biggest risks get the biggest rewards. So.
That's it. It's there. It's on offer. It's all on offer for both of these trainers. The prize money, the glory, the shirt, in-game shirt, which obviously are very, very enticing for a lot of people. We have seen, Valiant, Vish, and Ric Flair rocking their shirts still. So I expect we will definitely have a new Melbourne champion in 2025. The last of our region's championships are available. I just can't wait to see what these trainers do and how Pokemon Maker is really going to combat that double Incinerate strat, because Azumarill and Claydol appear to be sort of the more common partners to that, and just the little change ups, the little subtleties that El Cavissimo has been sort of putting into it has been really, really pleasant to see.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking you mentioned the Azumarill, the Claydol. If you sort of ignore the Incinerate uses on El Cavissimo team, and you sort of look at the other four, the Superior, the Furret, the Azumarill, and the Claydol, all four of them are somewhat reasonable to actually run into Pokemon Maker, which sort of means that El Cavissimo has a lot of options. He doesn't need to sort of tie himself to I need to get energy advantage on Typhlosion. It's my only win con. Maybe it's the only strategy he knows. I don't know at this point. It's all I've seen from him. But he actually does have other pathways that he can go. And when you're sort of someone, this is a bit of a unique scenario where you've been on stream multiple times throughout the day. You've sort of given your opponents opportunities to sort of learn about how you play if they want to watch back some battles and sort of think he really loves his Typhlosion. And I think we sort of saw that from Valiant Vish, right? Where he sort of really good. Look, I know you're going to go for the Typhlosion. I'm going to focus all in on that Typhlosion. And so maybe, Pokemon Maker sort of uses that information to sort of make some reads. But this is a two-player game. El Cavissimo can use that knowledge that, hey, he's going to think, and maybe that's, when Tinkerton does come out and all of a sudden it's a nightmare scenario. I don't know. But I think this game could go in a lot of different directions depending on what these players want to do. And I think it's going to depend a little bit on how they read their opponents, because if Pokemon Maker wants to bring that Claydol to sort of try and hard counter the Typhlosion, then Furret's around as well. And Furret's pretty decent into the Claydol.
Yeah, I mean, Furret's decent into the Claydol, Superior's decent into the Claydol, Azumarill's decent into the Claydol. There's plenty of avenues there. But I think what we've seen so far is El Cavissimo likes to lose some of those things and then get that farm down on that Typhlosion. I think Pokemon Maker's key to victory here will be leading the Drapion and having that Claydol in the back. So if it is the Typhlosion, the Drapion will outpace. So we will see El Cavissimo dip. And then you then have that Claydol in the back for that Typhlosion, so the Mud Slap can just do so much effective damage there. And then you've got that Drapion, which is going to be much better into the Talonflame than the Claydol will be. Claydol is going to struggle unless it's got a lot of extra energy. But I think, it wouldn't even surprise me to see El Cavissimo in game one move completely away from the Incinerate users, like you say, and just go for something totally different to really see if they can shake Pokemon Maker's thinking up a little bit.
Yeah, well, again, Pokemon Maker, he does have the pressure on him, right? He knows that he needs to win a best-of-5 set. But he also actually has a little bit of wiggle room, because he can sit there going okay, even if I lose this best-of-5 set, I have another opportunity. I don't necessarily, this doesn't have to be it. He wants to be. He doesn't want to stress any harder. He wants to make sure that it's a clean 3-0, just like he was able to defeat Fortwire in the winners finals. I'm sure that gave him quite a bit of confidence. But, as you sort of face this winners grand finals where you are on the winner's side of the bracket, you can kind of start to go maybe you take the Tinkerton risk. Maybe you sort of really try and make a hard read of your opponent. But it's really hard to hard read your opponent. It's the truth when you've got Incinerate sort of facing up against you. Like you said, I think the sort of, I don't want to call it the obvious play, but it feels like a very sensible play is, as you said, the Drapion lead. You're sort of able to outpace if you see a Typhlosion ready to go, and you have the Claydol potentially in the back to sort of try and clean up if the Typhlosion is hanging back there. Which is almost a bit of a reverse of what El Cavissimo actually did earlier, where the sort of Typhlosion matchup all played out, Typhlosion ends up being KO'd, but Valiant Vish's Drapion was was around, where the Claydol was able to come in and sort of mud slap down in that sort of end game. Having that sort of full Claydol just sitting there can be a very powerful Pokemon. So I'm kind of thinking that potentially that could be a way to go, but I can't help but think that it's just going to be Lapras. I feel like Lapras is really going to be coming out here, not putting all of your eggs in the Drapion basket and making sure you have another answer for those Incinerate users running around, one that can maybe take that Thunder Punch on the chin, and has quite good play across the board as well. Superior is a little bit of a rough one, but do you think Superior is really going to come out into a team that has got the Talonflame and the Credilli running around? I'm not 100% sure about this one.
Yeah, I mean, Credilli, I think it really can. I think Credilli has so much play, but the Serperior, yeah, it's a bit risky, right? Credilli, I think, is the superior grass type in this matchup. But that Serperior, it does have that access to that aerial ace, but it's really not that hard hitting. But where that Serperior really will shine is against that Claydol and that Lapras, which I feel is definitely something that Pokemon Maker is going to run.
All right, here we go. Game 1 of the grand finals. It is Azumarill into the Drapion, a matchup that we've seen time and time again. And the Typhlosion is hanging out in the back here, ready to go. But this Drapion needs this crunch debuff, as we've seen before.
Yeah, needs the crunch, and he's throwing that first crunch there on great timing. And we'll see if we'll get the debuff. You're not going to shield the resisted crunch on Elcavissimo's side. In comes this first crunch. Goes through, and no debuff. This is really setting up nicely for Elcavissimo.
Yeah, it's definitely a spot that you're not too upset to be in as the Azumarill, because we know Elcavissimo, he's saving his shields to that Typhlosion in the back. He's not going to use any shields here. Crunch can go through, whether there's a debuff or not, and there's still not. You're actually quite comfortable letting this Azumarill go, recognizing that after this play off goes through, you would be able to incinerate down. As Pokemon Maker, you're sort of like, oh, okay, I'm giving him the shield advantage. This is Elcavissimo's dream, ready with that advantage. But as you mentioned, the Claydol is in the back.
The Claydol is in the back, but there is the Serperior on Elcavissimo. So I think he realizes he's got a grass and a fire type in the back. So he does want to keep that shield parity and win switch here. This Ice Beam will go through. It will do a lot of damage, but it may not quite KO the Drapion. Here it comes in, and it's still deep in the red. Oh, and we've got an Insta-Swap. No, an Insta-Swap from both trainers. And now we are off to the races with this Energy Rock Tomb. Comes through.
Okay, I like this from Pokemon Maker. He's locking in the Rock Tomb buff. Obviously, it's sort of a scenario where he threw it 12 turns. Elcavissimo got a free 2 turns, essentially. But by locking that in, the Incinerates are doing a little less damage. This Blast Burn is really going to hurt Elcavissimo all the way at 100 energy, back-to-back Blast Burns, and Pokemon Maker going to let this go. It may have the Rock typing, it may have debuffed with the Rock Tomb, but it's still enough to carry the Credilli.
It is, but look, we are now in a Typhlosion that has no shields, and there is a shield over there on Pokemon Maker. So Elwin going straight in for that Mud Slap. Gets 2 Mud Slaps through. This is doing a ton of damage, but in comes the Blast Burn. This is a major call for this shield.
Oh, nice call from Pokemon Maker, recognizing how much damage that Blast Burn would do. Is a little bit far away from the Rock Tomb, but will outpace the Typhlosion. Can throw it before the move comes through from Typhlosion. This will KO, and now there is a full health superior that Pokemon Maker still needs to deal with. He does have a very healthy Claydol here, and a little bit of a Drapion in the back. I almost feel like it's catching a move that is almost the only win con here.
Yeah, it is tough here, and Elcavissimo is not going to give a chance because he is able to throw on a timing of a 3-turn move versus a 2-turn move. It is impossible for Pokemon Maker to catch. Down goes that
Claydol. Yeah, Drapion now going to come in here. The Superior is close to the move. He tries to catch the move, which almost could have given a win condition to Pokemon Maker, but it turns out Azumarill still healthy enough to bubble all the way down, and Elcavissimo taking out the first game in this best-of-5 set. Again, where Pokemon Maker has the advantage.
Pokemon Maker definitely had the advantage there, but it was that Serperior into that Claydol. It was the Typhlosion into the Credilli. It just lined up so well for Elcavissimo. When they both insta-swapped, it just went to Elcal's favor. If it was the other way around, we have a totally different scenario happening.
Yeah, that's right. And it's not an unreasonable play from Pokemon Maker to sort of make that swap into Credilli. I think if you're in his position, you sort of understand, okay, I do need an energy advantage on my Credilli. If I'm going to see that Typhlosion later, which I am expecting, then you sort of want that little bit of an energy advantage, because I've seen many a Credilli be able to outpace a Typhlosion, and if you can get some Rock Tombs through, all of a sudden Typhlosion is actually in a pretty bad spot. But you need an advantage. If you're going at exact parity, which is what we saw in this particular game, Donata, there's nothing, there's nothing coming through there. And Typhlosion is going to be pretty comfortably able to take that win.
Yeah, because you need 15 turns to get to that first Blast Burn, you only need 10 turns to get to the second due to the residual energy on that Typhlosion, which is what's really made it so effective here today for Elcavissimo, taking out game number 1. So check 1 to Elcavissimo. Pokemon Maker, is he happy just to learn and educate himself, or does he really want to go hard and pull out something to get this game, sort of the match up over in this first sort of group of battles in the series.
Yeah, because again, the pressure must be on Pokemoneymaker. He's sitting there knowing he needs to win this match against El Cabilsimo if he wants to be the Melbourne regional champion and qualify for the World Championships. There's a real slim limit of opportunities after here if he does not succeed in this matchup. He's gotten so far. He's won against so many opponents. He just needs to get through El Cabilsimo to become the champion. And now at 1-0 down, he's bringing the Drapion into the Talonflame, which is another good matchup for the Drapion, and there's no Typhlosion.
There's no Typhlosion here. So it will be very interesting to see if Pokemoneymaker makes that hard read on the no Typhlosion or is going to look at staying in. But look at the Incinerate damage coming through from that Talonflame.
Look, I'll be honest here, Trotter. There is some real alignment gaming that could come out in this particular game. There is a Credilli in the back on one side, a Azumarill on the other, a Talonflame in the back on one side, and a Superior on the other. There is some real opportunity if this Drapion can take out this Talonflame, but these players don't usually just, tap, tap, tap and play every single matchup straight. They are very dynamic players. And so as you see the fly come in from the Talonflame, Pokemoneymaker has to make the call, can I get an energy advantage on my own Talonflame? Decides that it's a little bit too risky at this point and actually is going to swap into the Talonflame to catch the move.
Wow, swapping in, but this will do a very handy chunk of damage to that Talonflame. Imagine if that was the Brave Bird.
Oh, that would really, really hurt. But now El Cabilsimo is able to bring the Azumarill into the Talonflame and Superior is in the back safe.
Superior is sitting pretty there. Will be having to deal with that Drapion as well. And here comes the move coming in, the Talonflame. It is the fly. It is not the Brave Bird. And look, Azumarill, nom, 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 eats that one up. And I think we're going to go for a bubble down here.
Yeah, it looks like that is what we're getting. We're only getting a fly from Pokemoneymaker. El Cabilsimo recognizes that Talonflame does not have enough energy to throw a Brave Bird. Comfortably going to bubble down here. Switch timers are not up, so just has to take it. And now you've got a Credilli that doesn't want to see Ice Beams and a Drapion that, to be honest, also doesn't want to see Ice Beams. There's not a lot of health there.
No, there's not a lot of health available, and he's going to come in with the Credilli. But Azumarill, again, somehow El Cabilsimo's got to 100 energy on his Azumarill, and look at the damage there. It is absolutely ripping into this Credilli.
I don't know how El Cabilsimo is finding all this energy on all these Pokemon, but he just keeps doing it again and again and again, bringing the Credilli down into the deep red now, and here's a hard swap into the Superior, comfortably taking the Rock Tomb. Even though you are now switch locked into a debuffed Superior, the attack debuff going to stick around for the next about 40 seconds, you're actually in not a bad spot because Pokemoneymaker has to swap into this Drapion. A Crunch, not going to take you out, and Superior is going to get to a move before Drapion can get to another.
Yeah, it is, but they've both got one shield here, so look, these poison stings could add up. No defense fall. Now, it is going to be super close in this matchup. It is coming down to this Drapion is going to need to take out all three Pokemon potentially for Pokemoneymaker. But El Cabilsimo getting those poison stings, and down goes Superior. Doesn't get to the move. There's a lot more HP on that Drapion than one would expect.
Yeah, but even a single Incinerate would actually do a lot of damage, but I think you might need to invest a shield to be able to get an Incinerate of damage here. So instead, actually tries to catch the move, but fails, which means Talonflame is gone, Azumarill is coming in, it is energy dry, and this Drapion essentially just needs to throw 2 charge attacks, and Pokemoneymaker has brought this game back and brings it back to 1-1.
Wow, I think El Cabilsimo tried to get a little bit too cute there, going for the peekaboo, and it did not come off today. I think another strategy could have been just to send out that Talonflame, try and get that Incinerate of damage, and as long as that Incinerate goes through and applies the damage, you're sitting quite pretty. Or even if they throw the charged move onto the Talonflame, you're in a great position just to bubble everything down, which is not something you hear us say very often.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, based on the speed at which that Talonflame went down when it was swapped in, it looks like it was only 1 poison sting then KO. So it turns out that if you did swap into the Talonflame, you actually would get KO'd before the Incinerate damage would register. So it wasn't an unreasonable play from El Cabilsimo, right? You were sort of hoping like, well, I don't think that my Azumarill can do it. It's actually a very high-level strategy in that he actually transferred the damage, right? He sort of, he saw a poison sting coming, and before it sort of hit into the Azumarill, here's Azumarill to sort of take it. And so you sort of gain a turn in that sort of realm, but, unfortunately there was just so much energy ready to go on that Drapion. And the fact that, Azumarill used to be on 100 energy into that Credilli matchup, but after it was energy dry, there was just nothing for it to do up against that Drapion.
No, it was a little bit alignment based, right? And the alignment wasn't quite there. So Pokemoneymaker changing the narrative, 1-1. I think we see El Cabilsimo just bring that Typhlosion back. I think he's like, yeah, I wasn't happy. I'm bringing it. But, that Talonflame really did a lot of great work for El Cabilsimo there.
Yeah, I do think so. And it really just, again, speaks to the fact that he has 6 Pokemon that can all work for him. Regardless of whether he's running 1 Incinerate, 2 Incinerate users, or whichever. Or have we ever seen him run none yet? I don't think so.
No, I don't think he's running none. I think his team is too strong using both of them. So here we go into match number 3, and we have that Typhlosion into the Credilli, and we know this is such a great matchup because it does just outpace that Credilli as long as you get your timing right. But we will see. It will Elcavissimo go straight for that Blast Burn, or will they try and sneak a little bit of extra damage in here? No, both trainers getting the great timing there, and out comes this first Rock Tomb.
Yeah, I have a terrible feeling that Elcavissimo is going to go for the double Blast Burn at 100 energy here. 1 more Incinerate away from maxing out its energy, and now we'll be able to throw back-to-back Blast Burns. It doesn't matter if this Credilli shields, because another one will be coming right behind it. And do you really want to burn both shields on a Credilli? I don't think so.
Well, that's the decision you have to make, and Pokemon Maker has decided to let that decision be made. And here we go, and in this swap, out comes the Azumarill, because he's got the Furret in the back. So he's trying to draw out that Drapion, because that's likely what's in the back. I feel like Elcavissimo's made quite a good read here. And here comes the first Rock Tomb. In comes Azumarill, takes that so well, even with the attack fall. And now we are just getting to that Ice Beam. Those Mud Slaps are starting to add up though, Steve.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward spot for both players to be in. Pokemon Moneymaker doesn't want to see that Furret in the back coming into his Claydol. He doesn't know there's a Furret there, yeah. But Elcavissimo is sort of like, I was really hoping you would swap out of this one. I kind of expect you to swap out. My Furret would be able to find this Claydol later. We would be fine. But instead, Claydol is staying in here, which isn't too bad. We've got so many attack debuffs on this to Azumarill, though, that now Pokemon Moneymaker actually has an interesting opportunity here. He can try and get so much energy from this Azumarill, potentially a full Poison Sting down, though I don't think Elcav will let him. Here comes the Typhlosion, and now there is a fair bit of energy on this Drapion with shield advantage, but look at that 1 Incinerate, how much damage it did.
It did a lot, but I think this is going to come down to charge moves because we have 2 Thunder Punches locked in here, and even though Pokemon Maker has those 2 shields, he's going to need to have a fair bit of extra energy because there's still a full HP Furret that they need to deal with here.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have a great answer to that Furret, to be honest with you. Once a Drapion sort of drops below that half health, 1 Swift is all that Furret is going to need to KO the Drapion. Claydol is really low as well and isn't going to be able to KO Furret with 1 move either. We're seeing a lot of energy farmed up on this Drapion, knowing that he needs this energy for whatever might be in the back. He hasn't seen the Furret yet. He doesn't know it's back there. He's prepared for anything. Maybe it's a Talonflame. Maybe I can get some Aqua Tail damage in. But I think he's about to learn a hard truth that there is a Furret sitting there ready to go. Or even the Azumarill, you actually can swap in and try and soak some damage from the Drapion here. I think this just gives Drapion a full farm down.
It does, but I think it's now just down to fast move damage here. There's going to be 2 crunches. Will this Furret be able to survive 2 crunches? A debuff here will make a massive difference to the outcome of this match.
Exactly right. There is a 30% chance that the defense drops here, and that would be absolutely huge. There's a defense drop! Is this crunch now going to be enough?
This crunch will definitely be enough, and what we're going to see here is Pokemon Moneymaker is going to be able to take out this Furret with the crunch. Thanks to that debuff, going up 2-1. We are now right down to the wire here. Pokemon Maker taking out Elcavissimo.
Oh my gosh, 1 game away from winning the Melbourne Regional Championship. It is a best of 5. If Pokemon Maker gets to win number 3, then we will see a champion crowned. But sometimes you have to find the win conditions, right? You need to go like, okay, my only way to win is getting this crunch debuff. I need to roll the dice, find that 30% chance, and he found it and able to get the win. That is such an incredible way.
Very, very tight there. I think the reason that Elcavissimo came in with the Azumarill was that he knew that the Drapion was actually above energy, so it would actually get to 2 crunches before the Furret could actually get to 1 Swift. He had that little bit of residual energy on board, which meant he didn't even have to go for the catch. He could just play it out and be comfortable. And Elcavissimo went in hoping that he would throw some energy and get a little bit stressed. But Pokemon Maker held his nerve brilliantly and was able to take out that 3rd game. And we're really coming down to the pointy end of the tournament now, Steve.
Oh yeah, that was so impressively played. And this could be the final match of the Melbourne Regional Championships, and it's a Claydol mirror match.
A very interesting mirror match, this Claydol mirror, because Rock Tomb actually goes really well because the debuff damage and you slightly pace quicker can be the difference in this matchup. If you're not used to this mirror, it does become a little bit unique because it does have access to a wide range of moves. But look It is going straight for that Ice Beam and a
Oh.
no shield here from Pokemoneymaker.
This is really going to hurt Pokemoneymaker's Claydol, bringing it right down to the red. I think that Pokemoneymaker, she's actually going right back for the Ice Beam return, and Elkavilsimo's Claydol is just going to take it. I thought that maybe you save the energy, you come back later for the Typhlosion, but no, we're going for a hard swap into Forward and a hard swap into Credilli. This is a little bit of a better spot for this Credilli because you don't care about the Swifts. The Trailblazers aren't too bad for you either, and these Rock Tombs are going to start adding up to the Forward.
It is, but I think we can all see what's coming now, is that it's a Typhlosion in the back, and if Elkavismo can get a little bit of extra energy on that Typhlosion, he'll be sitting very, very happy, incoming with a Trailblaze to boost those sucker punches.
Yeah, Pokemoneymaker needs energy on this Credilli when this matchup is over. He either needs to let this Credilli go, which I don't think is going to happen just because of how much damage the Credilli is able to output. He's actually going for the Grass Knot here. I like this play because this means instead of debuffing the Furret will now actually be doing a little bit more damage to Credilli and maybe gives the Credilli a little bit less ability to be farmed by the Typhlosion. Interestingly, we actually see the Claydol come in, throwing the Rock Tomb, reducing the amount of damage that this Credilli would be able to do. But Pokemoneymaker, he knows that there's a Typhlosion in the back. He knows that he needs his shields for that Drapion in the back, and we're going to see a hard swap in. Here's the swap as Typhlosion, and now it is down to the 2-shield scenario. These Incinerates are really going to add up.
They are going to add up, but look how fast this Drapion is getting to these Aqua Tails. It is almost at 2 already, and it is really tricky for Elkavismo to maneuver his way through these battles. Here comes the first Aqua Tail 2, and there's a second. It's the 1-2, like you said, Steve, and it is going to be super tight here in this finish. Is Elkavismo able to deal enough fast move damage to take out this Drapion?
That is the question. That could decide who the Melbourne regional champion is. We're seeing this Incinerate go through, but the Aqua Tail comes in. There are no shields remaining. This Typhlosion is going to be taken out by this Drapion and Trotter. We are really getting to the pointy end of this battle. The Typhlosion going to go down, and now in comes the Claydol. One poisonous thing. The Mudslap takes it out.
There's still too many Pokemon there. Another Mudslap. And Pokemoneymaker has won your Melbourne 2025 Regional Championships.
Wow, after fighting so hard through the Perth Regional Championships, finishing third, he's fought all the way through this set, not dropping a single match all the way through. He needed this, Trotter. He needed this finish to qualify for the World Championships. He knew this was potentially his last opportunity to get that World's qualification invite, and he's got it with a 3-1 against Elkavilsimo, and has to feel really good right now.
Oh, you would be on top of the world. This is one of the hardest regions to actually get into that world qualification. Pokemoneymaker has spent a huge amount of their own money in coming to Perth, coming to Melbourne to really get his dream of going to the World Championships, and it is his, and he can raise his hand very high and keep his head high. Fantastically played by Pokemoneymaker.
He should be incredibly proud. Elkavilsimo was one of the toughest opponents to take down through this entire tournament, constantly just pushing the same strategy again and again and again, and no one was able to stop him. But Pokemoneymaker was proving, I can stop him. I am the one that can stop Elkavilsimo in his tracks, even taking a first game loss. It looks like to me that Elkavilsimo might be pushing all the way through. You can see the bracket right here, Pokemoneymaker. He actually took out Elkavilsimo 2-1 in the winners bracket before, then took out Fort Wire in a 3-0 decisive winners finals, and then still taking out Elkavilsimo 3-1 in the finals after losing game 1 and then reverse sweeping the entire best of 5 set. I mean, just such an incredible effort from Pokemoneymaker.
Fantastically done. Has won the Pacific tournament here we've had in the Melbourne Regionals, and I just can't wait to see what Pokemoneymaker is able to do in Anaheim now, because that is the next destination for this trainer. We are now wrapping up all of our regional tournaments here in Australia. There are still locals. There are still amazing opportunities for your battlers, but the regional championships, those automatic qualifications, are now all handed out.
Yeah, exactly right. And so everyone is really going to be looking at that leaderboard to sort of figure out who is going to be now at the top. I think that Fortois potentially has overtaken Rick Flareon to be number 1 in the Oceanic region after getting 300 championship points in that top 4. But look, Pokemoneymaker is actually making history here, not only for taking out the Melbourne Regional Championship, but also for the first trainer from Asia to sort of travel and win a regional championship in Pokemon Go and secure a world championship invite from abroad.
Yeah, fantastically done by Pokemoneymaker. Commiserations to Elkavismo. You don't get your citizenship by coming second, unfortunately, but it is always a pleasure to have you joining us. And I want to say a massive thank you so far to all of the trainers who've come here today, all of our casters, everyone who's been involved putting this together. It's been a mammoth effort and has been an absolute pleasure to cast these amazing battlers by these trainers.
Yeah, 100%. It's been an incredible weekend. It's been an incredible day. Such a long tournament. These battlers must be so tired fighting all the way through the day. And look, we can bring other co-casters in here as well behind, say g'day, because look, this was a massive effort. This was a really great tournament. This was such a stacked tournament as well. It was a really great time. I'm really happy to have all of these guys here with me. DrTrotter, debbiepebble, FishOnAHeater, and of course we've got MissMystic on production as well. This would not have been possible without her at all. She is an absolute unit. She's the greatest person in this community, and we are so lucky to have her. Of course, thanks as well to ESL and to TPCI for sort of helping us have this tournament run on. Give us that big thumbs up, ready to go. And thank you to everyone who has sort of supported this stream, watched this stream, and seen some of the best battles we've ever seen in the Oceanic region, with Pokemon Maker becoming the final Melbourne regional champion of this season. Really happy to have him. And any last words?
See you in Anaheim.
Yeah, see you in Anaheim. But until then, we'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in. And I look forward to seeing a few of these Aussies actually at NAIC as well. I think we'll be seeing a few over there. So stay tuned to see how the leaderboard shakes up. And I think now we're actually going to take a look at Utrecht, which has actually begun, by the way. So tune into Utrecht, and we'll see you in the next one. See you guys.
Good night.
Let's recap on Pokemon Go champions from the Oceania region. In 2022, Oceania had 2 regionals. Our first ever regional was held in Perth, with local Rob Drogo becoming the first Pokemon champion in Oceania. Next up was Melbourne, where Rick Flareon won his first regional, fighting back from a bracket reset in winners final against Valiant Vish. Following this win, Rick Flareon also attended Worlds in London and achieved a top 16 placement. Bringing on to 2023, Oceania had 3 regionals and an international. First regional was in Brisbane, where Valiant Vish secured his first regional win, coming in hot after being a finalist in Melbourne and top 9 at Worlds. Oceania then had its first international championship for Pokemon Go, where local Dracoviz took home the first place trophy in a stellar run in the winners bracket, only going down in 1 game. Followed by Perth Regional, where the top 2 placements of the previous Perth Regional was repeated, but this time the victor went to Avrup's favour, getting his first regional win. Closing the 2023 season was in Sydney, where Agent Magic Cup took the win after going toe-to-toe with Rick Flareon all the way to Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Coming into 2024 season had a different pace in Oceania, as we had 3 regionals. Coming out of retirement, Dracoviz came to Brisbane with no intention of winning and won, becoming the first Oceania player to win 2 tournaments, an international and a regional. But wait, there is more. He did it again in Melbourne straight after becoming the first player in the 2024 season to achieve back-to-back regionals, cementing his legacy in the Play Pokemon circuit. We then closed the 2024 season back in Perth, where for the first time a non-local won. In the finals against They Love Jai, Rick Flareon came back from the brink, managing to claw back in a bracket reset to turn an 0-2 to a 3-2 to win him his second regional. And now we're into the 2025 season, and our first champion was 89 CGY Flames fan, the youngest ever regional champion in the Play Pokemon circuit, taking out They Love Jai in the grand finals. In Brisbane, we had a new champion of Godzilla, taking it out in dominant fashion. He didn't drop a single set all the way to winners final, where he versed Choose, taking to Game 5 and winning 3-2. Choose then came back to the grand finals, and Godzilla did it again to take it to Game 5 and secured his win in Brisbane. So who takes it out in the last Oceania regional of the season? Let us know in chat on your favourites as we set to crown the next Melbourne regional champion.